what's about to happen. Before I got in a race car, I feel like, because I've seen thousands of runs and I've been here for years, ever since I was a kid, you haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
you have absolutely no flipping clue whatsoever.
So Lisa Marie Moore then gonna be having a low 8, possibly in a high second pass down the quarter mile here in the 2-seater dragster with Paul Brown. Very nice opener there. 8:03, 166 miles an hour. And Andy, thank you ever so much indeed for all your support of that auction last year, mate. Thank you ever so much indeed. Big respect for that one. So here we go then. It is qualifying. A very good morning to everybody that is tuned in online already. This is Pro ET session number 6. Number 1 qualifier at the moment is Stevie Gates. Number 2, Simon Rickwood. Number 3 is Nick Mugridge. 4 is Mason Griffiths. Then Jess Bishop, Chris Newsom, Neil Watkins and Amy Watkins rounding out the top 8. This is your number 5 qualifier, Jess Bishop then. Going alongside number 38, Doug McClure. Only 32 cars will make it into eliminations. And we've got over 40 of them that are going to be fighting to get into the show. $9.25 plays 11.60 on the Darlings. Doesn't matter about the red lights. $9.31 there for Jess, and that's at 11.74 for Doug. He's only 14 hundredths off, but doesn't improve. Next up then, John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda, alongside Ryan Garrett with the Dart. Can we please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Darling for John Turner, 9.38. Ryan is 8.74. $9.31 breakout for John Turner. Ryan lifting off the gas at the stripe there, 10.43. The Fulton boys, Dave Fulton, Simon Fulton.
Dave Fulton was very, very nice to me this morning as well.
Is it? Oh, is it? Right, okay. Sorry, it's got no run off.
That's the super gas number, 424.
Aha.
Yeah, but it's still wrong. It's not Pro ET 424. It's Pro ET 42. It's not 424. Okay, not quite sure what the hold up is. It must be something up towards, yeah, there we go, up towards the finish line. Okay, here we go. $9.11 for Simon Fulton. And for Dave, that was a 9.64. No improvement at all. So Daniel Fulton and Laura Bainton
Laura is in the Kestrel lane with a 10.45. Currently, these two are quite safe at the moment. Laura's 22 and Daniel is number 19. These are kind of the best conditions they're going to see all day as well, as in best with the coolest air, believe it or not. You don't normally get that problem in the UK in early September. Daniel goes 10.19 and 10.47. Laura stays 22. Daniel stays 19. So the current bump spot, let's have a quick look. That's skewed a little bit because that 4.24 shouldn't be there. So the actual bump spot is Tom Watkins at 0.7. To get into the top 30, you need to be 0.5 or better. To get into the top 24, you need to be 0.4 or better. So, Hans van der Spek with the yellow pickup from the Netherlands, 10.58, Kestrel Lane, and Simon Innes. Hans is nowhere near at the moment. Oh, and he just misses, breaks out. Simon goes 69 on a 65. So Hans, I think, has got another 2, maybe 3 qualifying runs to nail down that number. Not nervous yet, but it'd be a lot easier if it was in. So Dave Cherrett and Marie Mills this time. 2 purple cars, the Dark Revenger of Dave Cherrett in the Kestrel lane. That was 9.77, and for Marie it's 10.57. Marie is not on, or not in at the moment. 86 and 64. Marie actually moves up onto the bump with that one, believe it or not. Not a comfy place to be at all.
As you say, this is Q6. They have 3 more after this session. They get 9 qualifiers.
Because they would have. I was talking to Dave Rudd this morning, funny enough, and they would have had 8 if they ran as a 64
Correct,
car field.
yeah.
If that had gone so, but
Yeah.
it then becomes another Q session. So Stevie Gates, number 1 at the moment. Anyway, the Hailing Island garage car in the Kestrel lane, taking on Dan Page. Now, Dan and Chalk last night had all sorts of ideas about what was holding the car back. Let's see if they sussed it. They have. Now, Dan reckoned what Chalk had come up with it was a conspiracy theory. Doesn't now. Oh, 10.04 with a 0 for Dan, breaks out, unfortunately. And for Stevie Gates, another 9.5 with a 9.58. Mason Griffiths with the Mason Griffiths with the appliance dragster. Where is everybody in the points? Let's have a quick look. Mason's in the top 10. Yeah, he's number 6 at the moment. He's still within. There's a number of drivers at the moment still within the shout of the UK National Championship in Pro EC. Taking on John Bean. 9.06 too quick. 9.70 for John Bean. Oh, too quick by 100. Well, actually 9 thousandths. There or thereabouts. Where else can you see an MG against a pickup truck?
Going this quick as well. Chris Newsom, 9.54, darling. He's currently number 6. Going alongside Harley J. Darby, not qualified at the moment. He's in the number 35 spot, darling at 8.99.
So when Dad used to drive this, it was in Super Pro, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Lee used to run it quite a bit quicker, but I think that was with the nitrous on. So Harley needs to improve, needs to be within about 400ths of that 8.99 to be safe. That's not going to do it, unfortunately. Stays put. a 9:59 for Chris Newsom on a 54. No help either.
If you think about it, he's a 10th of a second off. A 10th.
And he's DNQ.
And he's not even qualified. That's just how good all of these races are this weekend.
So the man almost on the bump is Vic Parsons. Actually, he's number 31 in the Kestrel lane. 9:78 for that beautiful, beautiful Plymouth. Taking on another great-looking car. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. He likes the nickname Mr. Qualifying. He does like that. He prefer the. I'm sure he prefer the nickname Mr. Race Winner, but you know, got to win a race to do that. He also said as well, I don't know whether anybody else has to you, Colin, but he's never run the car in this kind of weather before too. This hot, this sticky. 972. Vic Parsons move up to 23 with a 981 on a 28. Dave Rudd changed the dial-in a little and ran the dial-in that he had on all day yesterday.
That's happened so many times, isn't it?
It's just the car saying, no, I have control, you don't. Thank you.
So, Simon Whitworth, number 2. Very, very good day for him yesterday. Dave Crowhurst needs to move up from where he is at the moment.
Yeah, not comfy at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, 29th spot. Normally you'd think that's okay-ish. Oh, Carl's got the short straw with the jacket today.
Yeah, Carl got the jacket.
Looks good though. He's got a rocking hairdo. Not rocking shorts, but what can we do? Actually strange that Carl's not competing for once. He normally turns up all the time, every time.
Well, good move there for Dave Crowhurst. Just 200ths off his dial-in. Goes up from 29 to 17. Nice move. Obviously, Simon Stack, number 2. Next up. Oh,
no, sorry, man.
Liz Malcolm and Ronnie Mercer.
Ronnie, not nearly as comfy as he'd like to be at this stage of
proceedings. But he only had one nitrous run yesterday, didn't he?
That's what you're going to blame it on.
Yeah.
He didn't.
so he's just purged nitrous, so he knows he's on that, especially with the 9 flat dial-in. Liz looking for a 10.92.
I reckon to be safely in for racing tomorrow, this needs to be a 9.04 or closer.
Yeah, I think you're
at
right.
least. And Liz probably could do with something that close as well, actually.
Oh, 002 off the line there for Liz. Perfect light money and perfect ET still up the grab, by the way. Well, Ronnie's moved up. He's gone from 30. He's up to about 26.
Hang on. 300ths of a second off and he's number 26.
Yes. Well, we did think it was going to be 300th field.
Let's have a nose where we are. So the bump spot is actually Marie Mills at 07, but then everybody in front of her is 05 or better. Liz Malcolm is number 27 with a 04. Yeah, so lots of jiggling around. So Mark Huxley's number 15, Warren Watts is number 12. Again, both of them pretty safe, I should think.
Thank you to Warren and Pete and Bob and everybody for all the late night entertainment last night. It was quite good fun. Thank you.
Oh, drag races are entertainers everywhere they go.
Yeah,
not just out there. I think lots of them just turn up for a party and occasionally race. I think that's how it works. So Mark Huxley this morning with a 982. If he runs that, that'll be his quickest run of the weekend. 940 for Warren, 988 for Mark. No help from either.
All right, Ozzie Brown and Lee Morris, next pair. Now again, Ozzie is in that nervous territory at the moment, getting close to the bump spot. No such issues for Lee. He's in the top half of the field at the moment. So Darling's End, Lee Morris 10.23, Aussie Brown 10.89. Breakout there for Lee, and 98 on 89 there for Aussie, so no help for either of them. They stay put. How about Amy Watkins, Alfie Ratton? Both nicely qualified at the moment. Amy in the number 8 spot, Alfie number 14.
Absolutely. Very good morning to Kaylee standing down there on the start line. She can't hear me. When I spoke to her before, she said, I'm not used to being able to see your face because I normally hear you from the back of my head. So there we go. I've actually said it and she's missed it. Never mind anyway. Amy Watkins, 9.58. She's number 8 at the moment. Very, very safe indeed. And Alfie Ratton with that really cool looking Corolla.
No 5 lights there, but it's the ET's more important at the moment. 908, 958.
Oh.
Amy Watkins moves up from number 8 to number 3 with that one. Very nice indeed. All right, Tom Watkins, though, needs to get into the show. He's number 34, well, 33 at the moment, in effect. Brett, number 9 at the moment. He's safely in.
The car doesn't leave how it used to. Since Tom's added the wheelie bars, I'm not sure quite what they've changed. But, yeah, it doesn't pick the front end up quite as much. I thought the whole idea of wheelie bars was to stop it wheeling too much, but it's not wheeling at all anymore. However, hopefully it's consistent, because that's what they're looking for.
9-10 goes to number 10 there for Tom Watkins. So who's been bumped out?
Let's have a quick load. So number 33 is actually the bump, which is Simon Fulton. Yeah, that's bizarre because that's his. No, it's not. It isn't Simon Fulton because Simon Fulton's run quicker than that.
Yeah.
So when that run is attached to the right place, it will be Paul Marston.
Yeah.
Won't it? Yeah, is that right?
Yep.
I think I've worked that out right, haven't I? Yeah, so that's a 0.51 off. And yeah,
so Paul Marston is on the bump.
That's right.
That is correct. So not in at the show at the moment then. Marie Mills, Harley J, John Turner, Dan Page, Tom Kay, Doug McClure, Pete Dodd, Hans van der Speck.
It stops at 40. Does it? Oh no, there we go, sorry.
And Susan McClure. John Dalrymple and Darren Huxley.
Darren's not comfortable at the moment. He's 31. 99. Darren quite a way off, unfortunately, that time, about half a second. So the man who is actually unbelievably on the bump, he ran within how many 10,000ths?
1/10,000th. It was an 8.9999 on a 9-0 dial-in. He's stuck with a 9-0 dial-in. Let's see what he's got for us this morning.
Well, I spoke to him. I had a very quick chat with him this morning. It was really good to see him. And he said, yeah, it's racing. He's been doing it long enough to know that that's just the way it goes sometimes. Tom Kay is one of those not in at the moment. So if Tom runs closer to his number, within about 500ths, he will bump out the man in the other lane. Ian likes the look of the bike engine.
And if they both move up, somebody else is going to be on.
006 again for Paul. He's going to be a pest this weekend in Super Pro if he qualifies, which he does.
Number 10 for Paul Marston. Well done.
26 on a 15 for Tom Kay. He's not in, so who's that got rid of? I don't like saying it like that. That's a little bit
got
wrong.
rid of the other Simon Fulton. So the new Simon Fulton's in at 29 now.
So it's Darren Huxley 050 is now the bump. And
Yeah.
Aussie Brown is not comfy. Neither is Liz Malcolm just in front either. Look at that though. It's 03 all the way to number 28. I reckon you'd be about right with the yeah. Sorry, I'll get there in a minute.
Well, fair to say these two are safely in. Nick Mugridge at 4, Neil Watkins in at 8. The Darlings then, the little dragster, 10.14. And Neil with a purple pickup, 11.32.
Yeah, both very, very safe in the top 10. Which probably means they're 0 on their Darlings. (10-11) with an 8 for Nick. 11.39 700ths off for Neil. Needless to say, no help for either. Right, last car in Pro ET is going to be Will Clark. Will's safely in at number 20. However, I think he only got one run to the finish line under power yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Quicker than the 10 flat. It is 9.94 at 132. Breakout for Will Clark. So, Super Pro ET. Hard to believe this is only Friday morning. What 3 days is to go, isn't it, Chris?
Loving it.
It's not bad, is it?
Absolutely loving it.
Not a waste to spend I was going to say there's more of the week spent. Everyone says, what did you do at the weekend? Well, I spent more of the week here than I did the weekend, actually, funnily enough. But there we go. Anyway, so, Tom Atkinson.
Which way would you rather have it?
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd like to do is apply for a paddling pool out of petty cash. I think I'd like to do that at the moment. I think that's the only thing I'd change, really. But this is an unusual circumstance for the start of September in the UK. Let's face it.
Can we have a swim up commentary position? That would be quite nice.
Like instead of a swim up pool bar, swim up commentators. How rubbish are we? Right, Tom Atkinson. You'd soon find out who'd sink as well. Tom Atkinson is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Again, the same thing. Predicted times on the board at the finish line: 8.43 for the Cortina estate. Yes, you heard that right. With a big block Chevy in. And 7.84 for Kieran Ashley, who is currently number 28. Nice looking launch again for Kieran.
Big ask for Tom to go any closer than the number 1 he's already got.
44 with a 0 will do. 8.71 for Kieran. Something seems to drop off just after 60 foot on that car. It's 60 foot's pretty well, but then tends to go, so to speak. Perfect example of the way it used to be and the way it is now. As in a Slingshot dragster. I don't know why in the UK we just never just called them catapult dragsters, because I don't know, I never knew what a Slingshot was when I was a kid. It's a catapult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It is a catapult dragster, not a Slingshot dragster. In the slick tricks lane. Also, the number 8.31 for Pete Brown is rather terrific, to say the least. Going up against your points leader and number 10 qualifier at the moment, Alan did well with the rear engine dragster. With unusually for a rear engine dragster, just explain for those nice people out there, it's got shock absorbers on the rear. Now, how does that work?
Where these days, rear engine dragsters, there's this. Some people still like a solid chassis. Some people like a 4-link. It's a little bit more tunable. It gives you more chance to get nearer the number, possibly, if the track's not as perfect as it should be. The tracking is perfect. It probably doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but it just does give you an extra tuning device.
Yeah, extra thing to fiddle with, which is not always a good thing for drag races, is it?
No, if you get it wrong, it's going to be a lot worse than
Well, for me, it's almost another variable, but however, who am I to question? He's in the points lead. He's won loads of races this year, so... 68 with a 6, no improvement. 8.48 for Pete Brown.
Well, I was talking to Alan earlier, and he said they keep going 100 to one side, 100 to the other side. He's got a race car. See what happens on the race day.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about it at the moment, let's put it that way. So, the Flying Fifer from up there in Scotland, 7.60. Yesterday, he went 7.50. Normally runs with Outlaw Wranglers. There you go. Aaron got a nice shot of that up his nose. Maybe I shouldn't say that in the current climate, but you know what I mean. Going up against Colin Morris. Sorry, just Aaron happened to be walked past the car as Colin perched. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Colin is number 13. That's Colin Morris, by the way, in the slick tricks lane. Colin Miller, 21. They've got to actually slow it down a little from yesterday. It was nice, straight, strong. I think what they're doing is controlling where they bring the nitrous in. You can probably see from the wiggle where it was. That's more like it. Colin Morris stays number 15. Yeah, Colin Miller on that one went 764 with a 4, and he's still 21.
It's getting to be quite a tight field.
So, AC Bell with the Trans Am in the Kestrel lane. Very good morning to Jenny, Ash, and Matt as well, listening in. Jenny, we're going to do our very best to stretch you all day, my love. It's not going to change. So, Callum Swinchett, 887. Now, what's quite strange about AC and the team, it's not them, obviously, but the dial-in yesterday was about 870. He kept running 840. They haven't really changed the dial-in, but they know what they're doing. 870 stays at number 7. That's more like it. 969 for Callum, backed out of it a little bit too early before the finish line.
It was just one of those things of they knew how fast they wanted to go.
That'll be Dave Russell. Oh my goodness me, when Facebook Messenger doesn't send you any updates, and all of a sudden, anyway, never mind.
Yeah, 3 million come through at once.
Exactly. It's a good problem to have. So, Daniel Giles in a dragster in the Kestrel lane. This car has been around since the late 80s, and it looks as good as the day it rolled out of a container from the US.
And it works just as well as a race car too.
It's just a proper piece of equipment that never really gone out of date. It's just as good. It's as good as the day it came. No different. Yeah. Just as spotless as well.
Daniel currently sitting number 3.
In fact, when I'm pretty sure when this car was built, Daniel wasn't even about.
That's quite possible, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's currently 14 10,000ths of his dial. And he's only number 3 because there's 2 cars at 12 10,000ths above him. To illustrate how quick that's, a blink of an eye is actually 200ths of a second.
Wow.
It takes you 200ths to actually blink.
So 903 for Dave Russell, stays 18. Daniel Giles, predictably. Is that his 4th run at 7:41 on a 7:41 dial?
Yeah, I think so.
4th.
Yeah, something like that. He went. I know. He said he was. There were 100th out on the first run because they purposely dialed soft. And since then, everyone's been on the number. So there you go. 41 with a 5, and he makes no movement whatsoever. In other news, Billy Gaines changed the number.
Really?
Yeah, they've said the air's not good enough to run 760. They know it's not. They're going to dial something else, he said.
Right, question for the uninitiated then. Billy runs nitrous.
Yep.
Nitrous makes its own air.
Yep.
What's the air got to do with it?
They still need a certain amount of air.
Okay, fair enough then.
The nitrous makes up for so much, but it doesn't make up for it all. And obviously, it depends on where the nitrous is coming in and all that stuff.
Yeah, 8.30. He's not turned it on at all. 829. Right, the car's telling you to leave it alone. Does not, not try and run that quick number. The only problem for Billy and the team is from what you've just said. So the air's not there to run 760. If they're going to run a 760 class next year,
yeah, they might have a day like this.
They might, if they have a day or a weekend like this,
yeah,
they're going to be a little bit stuffed.
Yeah, they're going to be a bit short.
Yeah.
But that depends on how much everybody else is short.
Fair enough. But saying that, though, what I was more getting at was, hang on a minute, it's winter's coming up. Let's see what we can improve to make it go quicker.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Jack Williams and Lee Huxley. Another member of the 760 Club. Normally, dial 774 today. That's Jack Williams.
So even with the blower.
Got a question. Someone would be able to answer this for me. Is that Luke Ramage's old car? The reason I'm asking is because the inside of the doors, even though it's like a lovely, the best colour for a race car, matte black, the inside of the doors are yellow. Is that yellow?
The Kenny Coleman car.
That's Kenny Coleman's, which I think
was Luke, yeah, I think it was.
I think that would make sense, wouldn't it? Luke Ramage was a great guy. Sadly missed by me, especially. He was a lovely bloke. Up against Lee Huxley, 897 for him. That slowed down a lot, actually. He was in the 860s. Well, predictably, Jack's long gone to a 779. Too quick for Lee Huxley. No help for either. New tyres, Jack. Well, they were, probably. Nice high revving burnout to clear out everyone's ear rolls on the VIP balcony early on a Friday morning. So, Bob Doyle with the Z case. Two cars that haven't really behaved, although I'm sure Bob's a bit happier with his than Jack is. But yeah.
Jack's getting happier. Talking to him this morning, he feels that they're definitely making moves in the right direction. Had a bit of a problem yesterday. The chutes came out, wrapped around the wheelie bars and bent the wheelie bars at the top end. They've straightened them, they're all fine.
Okay.
But yeah, he had just a little bit of an issue.
Well, so we're talking about Jack Brewster down there with the effectively the baby Pro Mod, the Pontiac. Looks for all the world like the Lingbo brothers car of about 12, 13 years ago, there or thereabouts. It's not, but it does look like it. Very cool indeed. He's in the Slick Tricks lane, 770. Bob Doyle with a Z case, 8.50 is the dial. Let's see if it runs that this morning.
I didn't notice until this morning that Jack's Magneto is not a Magneto, it's a sticker.
Yeah, it's painted on. Yeah. Nice touch. 790 for Jack, 179. A little bit of a wander at the top end. 880 for Bob Doyle. They're going to be scratching their heads as well because it went 850, no problem, yes, effortlessly.
Yeah.
And then hasn't been anywhere near it since. But anyway, Jack Brewster gets himself to the number 27 spot with that. But what's really nice really nice for Jack Brewster is that gets to the finish line, pulls the chutes. That's always the most important thing, you know.
With the car going straight. And,
even if the car doesn't run quite the number you wanted it to run, doesn't it? Going down the racetrack, pulling the chutes, making runs is the best bit.
Well, I'm talking to them this morning. They've painted the car now 4 times in that yellow just because of things they might have scuffed.
Oh dear. Fair enough. Everyone says green's the unlucky colour. There we go. Anyway, Pete Walters in the Slick Tricks lane with a blown big block dragster. I think he's still got a little sticker on the wing that says I love methanol. Taking on our friend from Spain. Yes, this is the European finals and it really is a full European event. Angel Romero from Spain went 785 3 times in a row yesterday with that Camaro. 3 times in a row. If you're tuned in from Spain this morning, if you're watching your boy out here competing in the UK, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us. I know that the reach on the live stream, the free live stream that's provided by Santa Pod Raceway and Box Lane is absolutely global. That's why we get more people here from all over the world than we ever have actually before. And racers, for that matter, too. The dial-ins are very similar. Can Angel run 785 3 times in a row? Oh, misses by 100th. However, Pete Walters misses by 10th. 79 on a 69. At least the car's consistent, though, as is Angel Romero. That is amazing. Again, everybody tuned in from Spain. Very, very good morning. Thank you for sending us the weather, along with your favourite race driver.
And a good morning to everybody tuning in from Texas this morning, I must say, while we're at it. I had a couple of messages from Texas last night. Good to hear from you guys. See you soon, hopefully.
So, Super Pro has always thrown up a fantastic mix of cars. And just to prove that point, one more time. Nick Good against Mark Bailey. Door car against Dragster. However, supercharged Dragster. Against a 540 cube CUDA. 872 for Mark. 682 for Nick. Nick's the quickest car in the class again this weekend.
Yeah, and talking to Nick this morning, he was obviously really pleased with how things are going this weekend. He said during the heat of the day yesterday, he was just losing a couple of hundreds over the sort of 300 foot.
Right.
60 foot was fine, but through the heat of the day, they were just dropping a couple of hundreds to sort of 330 foot.
It's not that bad, really, is it? Considering how hot it was.
No.
Yes, it was the hottest day of the year, officially.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Very graphic difference in acceleration going on there. 686 at 190. And a 917, little off pace for Mark Bailey. If you think Mark Bailey looked like he left the handbrake, I'd imagine that against a road car.
Well, that's why we bracket race, you know. That's the best illustration of bracket racing. You know, you look where the two are qualified.
Yep.
There's thousands between them.
Well, when it comes to eliminations, again, if you haven't seen this kind of racing before, when it comes to elimination, the tree will be staggered to allow the slower car or the car with the slower dial-in to go first, and then the other car will try and chase them down and take the win without going too quick, which is what we call a breakout. So, our friend from Norway, all the way from Sandefjord in Norway, beautiful part of the world. I think I said this yesterday, though. Norway is a gorgeous, gorgeous place. Just like this country, it needs a roof. It does need. They've had a pretty manky summer like we have until now, obviously. But anyway, Bjorn, very huge warm welcome to Santa Pod Raceway. We hope that you enjoy yourself. It's such a long way. It's a good 2-day trek to get here, I think, isn't it? At least.
Got to be a long way.
It's a long old way.
It's a long old drive.
Taking on Ron Bartlett, all the way from Warwickshire. My God, that's a long drive too. Long walk. So Rondale's 789. They won't care if he breaks out. Car goes for the centre line again, but Ron expertly keeps it back in the groove. He's run 794 loads of times now. Bjorn Holmgren. Bjorn Holmgren, sorry, on an 895 goes 898. That keeps him in at number 12. So France against Switzerland on a drag strip in the UK. Is that all you need to know, I think? Thomas and Natalie Haas with the Valiant. I think this car was imported from the US, wasn't it? Still got a bunch of the IHRA stickers on it from where it was raced over there. He's playing on for Milwaukee Tools, and for France, the Custom Gang. The Dubois family, heavily involved in the ATD Association Trophy Dragster events over there in France. Patrick at the wheel of the door car. There's 3 of the Dubois family in competition this weekend. So Patrick's currently number 17, which means if things stay put, he'd have a date with number 1 qualifier Tom Atkinson in round 1. They won't stay put. I'm pretty confident of that. Well, first sign of trouble for Patrick. Big tyre shake off the start line. Car got down the racetrack on rails yesterday. 824, no help for Thomas Haas, but Patrick rolls through. That was
big,
different.
Big Caterpillar tracks down there.
The crew looked rather puzzled with that one.
Yeah,
Right, quick call out please for Mark Bailey's crew. Could you head down to the shutdown area please? Mark Bailey stuck down there, needs to get back to the pits. So yeah, crew for Mark Bailey down to the shutdown area please.
It definitely shook the left tyre first.
It did actually, yeah.
Definitely shook the left tyre first.
Which is
bizarre.
bizarre.
That's the unusual one, yeah. It usually shakes the right tyre first.
Because?
The reaction to the torque from the engine.
Okay. I don't know whether that was the right answer or not, but you know more than I do, so yes, okay.
Well,
fair enough.
it's that thing. If the way you preload the rear end, and if it's preloaded right, it should shake them both together. But if you make more power, it would shake the right, and if you make less power, it shakes the left.
Makes sense again. At least that's not Colin's doorbell. We haven't had a doorbell moment yet,
No,
and it's
it did go yesterday, but luckily we were off air when it went.
It's just alarmingly regular. It's great.
Yeah, that was one of those stupid sales calls.
Oh, okay. The tractor doing a little sweep, but I think the thing is with these cars now, in the burnout smoke are tiny bits of rubber. Can you imagine how much of that accumulates in the wheel arches and well, it's lots, isn't it? Let's face it.
It is a lot.
It's a lot. And the trouble is when the car shakes, guess where it all goes? On the racetrack. So that's what the tractor was doing, just getting everything out. Mark Coulthard. Looking for 828.
Little correction at half track, very gentle.
Stays number 5, but very, very consistent indeed.
Yeah.
They've had a great season this year, haven't you, Steve? It's been really, really good. Really, really good.
Yeah, that's what took him to the final Arcanine. Just absolute brilliant weekend for them.
Yeah, I think they've done the Wild Bunch proud in Super Pro, as have the Browns and a number of other people too. So up next is Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl Camaro. That car really is a nice looking piece of kit. Got twin turbo Chevy in there.
He didn't know that's what they called mine, did he?
Sorry?
He didn't know that's what I called mine.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, Andy unfortunately had a pit incident last night, and yesterday afternoon, resulted in having to get a new transmission, which Phil Toppin went to collect from the other side of the M25 last night. Got back to the pits quite late.
Really?
Put it into the car, and I saw Andy later on when he was heading off for a shower. He said, "I'm absolutely exhausted. I just want to go to bed." But yeah, major problems for Andy. As you see, he's 9 seconds off his dial-in at the moment. And that's only half a story, so there's a lot more.
Well, he's back out here thanks to Phil Toppin as well. He's down there on
Yeah.
the start line.
Yeah, well done, Phil. Good drive, mate. Well done. And thanks for everything you're doing to try and get Andy back out here. I know you had a lot of work to do yesterday, and it wasn't just the trans as well. So thanks to everybody in Super Pro as well for lending a hand.
Yeah, they tend to do that, don't they? Proper international family.
It's a pretty good bunch, I have to say.
Oh dear, unfortunately Andy's not going to be making this run. I think Dam and Blast will be going on in
I
there
am
a lot.
staggered that they even made it down to the start line, to be honest.
Well, I've still got a couple more sessions,
but
a bit more to go. But.
You know, Andy was very confident saying, yeah, I'll be down for first run in the morning. But well done to the team even getting it down there, because they must be absolutely exhausted.
Side-by-side dragsters this time. Last pair as well, I think, actually.
So this morning I was having an interesting chat with Scott Hauser, who was showing me something new that he's 3D printed.
Okay.
And is going to be making and selling probably quite a few of, I should imagine.
Right.
He's been developing a slow release trans brake button.
Okay, go on once again, because
because we're not allowed to run a delay box, so you're not allowed to run anything which sets the delay from you releasing the button to the trans brake launching the car.
That makes sense.
But you can have something that physically does it.
Right.
So as long as it doesn't do it electronically, so you can't set it electronically, it's allowed.
So the way you do that is you can leave earlier on the bulb.
Normally, with an old button, you would try and with most of these cars, you would try and leave late on the bulb.
Right.
You're trying to see the light come on, put your brain in the gap between that and...
Drag racing is a million ways to do the same thing.
Yeah.
736, 762, 38 with a 6. Right numbers, wrong way round. Matt Peters broke out by less than 200ths of a second.
Yeah, so Scott's been developing this slow release button. So you let go of the button, and the button has a long throw. And because it's got a long throw before it connects the micro switch,
Yep.
it takes time for you to let go of the button comes out.
But there must be an advantage in there somewhere.
Well, the advantage is that you're not doing it in the brain. The button will do the same thing every time, because the brain is not good at doing that stuff. You react when you react to the light. If you react to the light coming on, there is a given point your brain and your physiology wants to do what it does in a certain amount of time.
Okay.
As soon as you start putting a delay in your brain, it's not consistent. If you ask the button to do it, the button isn't as good as a delay box is.
But it's some way better than
your brain.
Better than your brain.
And the button is allowed where a delay box isn't.
I love that last line. The button is better than your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's...
certainly better than mine at the moment.
Chris, pleasure as always, mate. Thank you very much indeed. I have no idea what he just said over the last 20 minutes, but I appreciate his help anyway. I hope someone out there got something out of them. I'm just kidding, of course, Chris. Excellent. Thank you, but really thank you very much, mate. We'll see you later on for Q6, I think. No, 7. It's going to be 7, isn't it, later on today? So, yeah. Excellent.
And we have late ones as well, I think. So.
Possibly tonight. I don't know. I don't think on it. Let's have a quick squeeze at the run order. Sorry, Colin.
I know Super Pro have got an extra one on the list somewhere.
Okay.
But it might be tomorrow's that's the late
it's
one.
not. You're not late today.
No, it's late tomorrow.
Well, like 5 to 4 is later, but that's about it. I think. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, see you later on.
So I'm looking at the right one. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's today.
It is today. Yeah. So, where are we at the moment? We have Super Pro. We're going to go into Junior Dragster, Super Gas, Street Eliminator, Super Common Pro ET. And then we're on with our Pro session. Going to be starting with Fire Force, the two funny cars together and then Nitro Funny Car and everything good, fast, fun, loud, all that kind of stuff, all the way through till nearly 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really good.
One of the most fun days of the year. Thank you again, Chris. Much appreciated, mate. And we will be on with...
Yeah, I think there was I'm trying to suss this one out, but Andy, I think, had undone his harness and taken his crash helmet off, ready to come out. But then they said, no, we're still in session. So the reason the delay, he's putting his safety gear back on because you can still get the run in.
Okay.
So that's what the pause is. The two-seater dragster is ready to run, but they're just giving Andy a chance. I think it was just a miscommunication down there. So Andy is nearly strapped back into the car.
Miscommunication is like misspeaking, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that phrase. I misspoke. I do that a lot. So, once again, folks, if you're out here on a Friday morning, hands up anyone who's bunking off work today. Anyone bunking off work?
No, they're
Absolute-
all good. They're all good boys and
They
girls
really
today.
are. Have you all actually seriously taken the day off work? You haven't just sort of like...
Yeah.
Actually, you have.
There's a couple.
That's impressive. That's very, very good.
Right, we haven't done this yet. Any first-timers here today? Any first-time visitors to SantaPod today? There's a few. I know you've been here before. But on the banking, any first-time visitors? Let's have another. There's a few at the back there.
That's good.
Excellent stuff. On the grandstands, any first-timers today? Yeah. Oh, goody, 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 goody. You know what I said earlier on about reaction videos? Make sure you film the person next to you, not the race car that's in front of your eyes. So, yeah,
Funny
we need
enough,
that.
we get lots of that. People are much funnier.
Yeah.
The other thing
More
as well is that I always say the same thing. Drag racing is the rock and roll end of motorsport. Everything is faster and louder than everything else. Just when you think you've seen the most impressive, mind-blowing thing, something comes along and you just go, how do they do that? I remember you must have had a few first-timers with you before.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember like someone watching, I think they were watching Pro Stock Bike, and they said, that's really quick. How can anything be quicker than that? And I went,
wait and see.
give it about 5 minutes, you know? And that's nothing against Pro Stock Bike. They're real quick, but you get what I mean.
Right, so Andy Thurtford, fingers crossed for him. Sounds like the car's lost fire. But so much work getting that car down to the line. So, unfortunately, Andy, calling it a day there. Well, for this run anyway. Get it back to the pits, get it all checked out again, bring it down for another session later on. They will get there. So the two-seater dragster with Paul Brown at the controls. We need to find out how Lisa Marie Law got on with her passenger ride.
And whether Andy's still allowed to drive the funny car.
That's right. Yeah, definitely that. So your second passenger today. We announced yesterday that we got a few slots available for the two-seater ride. Well, this is one of them. This is a chap called Mike Atkinson from Rotherham. First time visitor to SantaPod this weekend. Saw the team yesterday and fancied a go. So there we go, Mike. But your weekend, we didn't plan your weekend to include this, but I'm glad you have.
That's fantastic. And hilarious. It's going to be a great one of those what did you do at the weekend type stories at work on Monday.
Yeah, he's going to have a timing ticket and a T-shirt, isn't he?
Yeah, and the pants to match,
That's
probably.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I went 170 miles an hour in 8 seconds. No, you didn't.
He doesn't look petrified though, Mike, does he? He's looking pretty cool.
Doesn't know what's coming.
So, Paul Brown and Mike Atkinson, the two-seater dragster driver and passenger. Low 8 or a high 7, around about 166 to 169 miles an hour. Is that consistent? .796, 167 miles an hour.
Please, if you're in the banking on the grandstands, put your hands together for Andy Thetford. Give him a little bit of encouragement. Yeah, to come back later on today after all the hard work. Without the
They will get there. They will get there. I know they will. Right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster qualifying session number 6. Do have a news announcement from Lucas Oils later on today, which is rather good. And Yeah, look forward to relaying that one to everybody. Right, number 23 in the order at the moment is Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. 3 places behind, Daniel Todd with the Dragon Slayer. The juniors run to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile, and they qualify on reaction times, not speed or ET. So whoever does the best job in reacting to the tree gets the highest qualified position. And we have had 9 of them that have gone 00 on reaction times. So that's how tough this crowd is. Number 16 spot is 031. Well, 05 for Grace. I don't know if that's going to move her up, actually. It's a cracking light.
A little bit, maybe.
No. It stays put. Daniel point 2 there. Stays put at number 26. So the junior funny car, Lena Wolf from Germany. Currently in the number 13 spot, Max Taylor with a Black Magic Junior Dragster. He's currently number 10.
Yeah, they both had 01 lights already yesterday, so there's going to be a little bit of shuffling in this session, but not much, let's put it that way.
Well, don't forget, we've got Chev Checkit. Is she here today, or is it just tomorrow?
Do you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously she hasn't put a run in yet.
I think Emma said they might be down today. 016 again for Lena Wolf.
It's going to move her up 1 spot. Or was it? No, 2. No, 1 spot. Oh, 2 spots. Yeah, we got 2 identical there, 0162s. Very, very tight. All right, Tom Peters and Frankie Kent. Frankie Kent's first race meeting this weekend. Got a good tutor down there, though. Previous national champion and COVID Cup winner as well, actually, Luke Fulton.
Don't forget Mum.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Mum's pretty good.
I'll leave Shelley. I'll leave you to him. You can sort him out.
Yeah. Well done, Frankie. 06 off the line. Excellent job. Didn't take him long, did it?
That'll be all right.
Excellent stuff. Tom
Yeah.
Peters goes red, but
I
Frankie goes up from 30 to 25. Well
I can
done.
hear the conversation now. Look, Lola, Mum, Dad, I told you I could do it.
Yeah, that's right. Excellent stuff.
Okay, Ellie Mae Brown and Harry Peters next. Harry's 26, Ellie is 18. Morning to Trace, if you're watching in, Trace. I think you might even be here somewhere. And Lee as well, obviously, but... Lee's down there on the start line. Not bad, not better. Harry with an 07, that might... actually, no, that's probably going to stay put. He stays put.
Right, time now 10:30. In about an hour's time, we will be kicking the first pro sessions off with the Jet Cars, Fire Force 3 and Firestorm, and then it'll be into Nitro Funny Car.
That shot you said yesterday, those lights came on last night.
They're amazing, aren't they?
They are unbelievable. They really are. I'm not sure why they came on last night, but they did.
Testing them, I think.
We were sitting up there, like, and it wasn't particularly dark, but all of a sudden it was like, flipping heck.
They are phenomenal, those shutdown area lights.
And they're both sides as well. They're for the return road and for the.
I was winding
them
up saying, no, it's only for the track. You still got the retro feel when you come back. But yeah, we knew it was going to be in the return road as well.
Yeah, but we weren't sitting on the racetrack having dinner, by the way, no.
Right, Jacqueline Bartlett goes 0-3. She's already been 0-1 though. And Teddy Howe, he's had a double 0-4. Phenomenal run from him yesterday. But no improvement for those two. But yeah, we look forward to seeing those shutdown lights in action tonight.
Well, funny you should say it, because we were sitting there thinking, hang on, this is when they're going to be running tomorrow night.
Yeah, I know.
This could be rather tasty. So, Lara Bartlett and Liam McDonald, your next pair. Liam is leading the Junior Dragster Championship. Look at that. 006, and he's only 6th spot.
Crazy.
If you want to be in the top 10, you've got to be one of the 00 cool kids.
Once again, big shout out to Barney and the Box Lane gang. These images are just phenomenal that they're producing for free broadcast around the world on the internet.
Lara, look at that. 009. And stop us if you've heard this before. She doesn't improve.
Brilliant.
That's really good. Really, really, really good. That was a very slim 01 red. Liam. So, Luke Mugridge and Ethan Kuberis. Ethan, all the way from Spain. Once again, I still love the phrase race on Sunday, school on Monday. But can you imagine going back to school on Monday in Spain? What did you do at the weekend? Oh, I raced my dragster in England. Yeah, right, you did. Hang on, let me just show you the live stream. There we go. Proof. But welcome to Ethan.
Right, one from the teams in the pits, actually. Lee Huxley. Can we put a call out, please, for a lost temperature gun? If anybody spots a yellow and black temperature gun, let the Huxleys know, please. Thanks very much indeed. And Lee, hope you get that one back soon as. It's probably just left somewhere. And hopefully someone picks it up and realises it's not theirs and returns it somewhere. But it belongs to the Huxleys.
Couple of nice lights there, but no improvement for either. That's what I said. They've all been that blooming good so far. Daniel Weir and in the Kestrel Lane, and Eva Davis with the Mayhem car. Rob is very aptly wearing the Havoc t-shirt. So it's Chaos, Mayhem, and I wonder which way it goes. Chaos, Havoc, and Mayhem. What do you think?
Any audio light.
Sounds like a scene from a Hellboy movie, that does.
It's a trilogy.
That's the one. It certainly is, yeah. Once again, not bad, not better for either of them.
799, 838, irrelevant what numbers they run.
Yeah, especially as Daniel's in the 8.3s now. So, Neve Deevy. Wondering where Richard is. Because that's definitely not Richard. Richard has a distinctive figure. One that could never be copied. Or anyone could want to copy. In the Kestrel Lane.
Keep digging.
I'm just thinking you and him and a whatever. Anyway. Freddie Taylor. Oh.
Yeah, so Freddie currently number 8. He's already had a 009 light. Neve Deevy doing really, really well. An 018. Qualifying session number 6 for the youngsters.
Okay, Neve rolls it in. She's number 14 at the moment. She's been 018 already. That was a 0.2, actually. 05 for Freddie. Again, not bad, not better. Caitlin looks less than impressed at the time, for whatever reason. Okay, your number 1 qualifier currently is Kai Cooper in the Kestrel Lane. However, Jake Cooper is number, would you believe, number 30. So what can Jake do to even things up a bit. Now, knowing my kids, if one was number 1 and one was number 30, there'd be endless winding up going on.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the Coopers are nice boys, so it's fine. A rogue flag. So slight staging battle.
And after all that, they both go red.
Well, Kai can say I've got the bigger red light as well.
Yeah, that's it. He's already number 1 qualifier, so he can't go any further up than that.
Okay, Molly opened short and Lola Bell Kent. Molly hasn't got...
Molly was one of the kids that wasn't here yesterday, so...
being good and staying in
another
school.
one into the mix.
I was going to say she's from Bolton as well, so that'd be a long trip. Against Lola. They live down the road in Higham Ferrers. Shelley's the only odd one out this weekend, actually, because Kevin's running the funny car. The 2 kids are running the juniors. Shelley's running herself ragged between everything. Oh, that was close for Lola. 008. Molly opens her account with the 0.3 set.
So that's number 32.
Do you know what? I was just going to say, does that get a number 21 spot? But the screen had changed, so no, it didn't. But she's got a number on the board, so it means that she's actually in the show. So, Emily Moore with the Miss Hyperactive Dragster. Now, that car has been around for... It's been through some pretty seriously...
It has, actually, yeah.
Jane Kay, possibly.
Yeah, Jacob Kopaz had it, didn't he? Holly Moore. Now Emily Moore. Yeah. But that's a great thing with junior dragsters. As the youngsters grow up, they get handed down to the young... It's involvement.
Yeah, if my kids are listening, they're not handed, they're bought. So
True, that's true, yeah.
Calm yourselves. Right, actually, they should be at school, so I'm safe for now, but they'll probably rewind it and watch it. Ted Sullivan in the Kestrel Lane. Teddy's 21, Emily's 31, so there is room for improvement on both sides. Not going to improve either side, I don't think. So someone who does need to make a move is in the Kestrel Lane. That's Ada Cassisi, who is number 3 in points, I think, in Junior Dragster. She needs the qualifying points and hopefully the better first round draw as well. Ada's had a fantastic year. She's done really, really well. Pretty much a breakout year for that young lady down there. Going against Damien Redshaw. Most unusual for Damien to be at number 28 as well.
Oh, Damien, much better that time, 0.48, but the car just looked more alert, if you like. Because I know Damien's had a few issues yesterday trying to get the car to go all the way down the racetrack. Moves up 4 spots.
24.
24.
I'm not sure whether Chris was happy because the car moved or with the reaction time, but
yeah,
it was still good.
All right, Harley Corsell, Harry Redshaw. Harley is number 16, Harry number 19 at the moment. And, oh, they both go red.
Just.
Harry only just 002. Harley was an 03.
So I think that's Emmy Crunwell down there in a slick tricks lane. We still haven't seen Chevy check it in this qualifying session yet. I think he's the only one that hasn't run. Oh, you're right.
So Emmy Crandwell, as you say, number 9, one of our 00 runners at the moment. I thought she was going to cut a perfect line, then it was rolling, but no, it did trigger the red.
Right, and that's it for
number 9.
It for Junior Dragster. So Chev looks like hasn't made this session. So maybe being good and staying at school. We have one more car, and it is Richard Wilcox, who Richard does a fantastic job, double classes in both Junior Dragster and Junior Drag Bike.
Yeah, we'll save it for later when we really need it, I think. Okay, so Richard Wilcox.
Yeah, already number 5 qualified, 006 reaction time yesterday. We got Super Gas coming up. Richard goes 07 red that time.
Right, so as we get ready for Super Gas, and before the cars just do their burnouts, we just want to do a quick thing. As obviously this time last year we lost John Morton, and obviously it's the anniversary of that today. So John is going to be in the thoughts of everybody this weekend, especially the Super Gas racers. But we certainly know that Mort will be looking down, wishing everybody well. And we're certainly going to remember Mort this weekend. I know there's a gin and cake doing the pits tomorrow night with all the Super Gas racers. But the legend that always is, John Morton, will never be forgotten here. And all the racers, especially the Super Gas racers and the Super Comp guys, carrying their stickers as well.
So Jasmine Tunstall and Tim Moore, your first pair. Jazz in the Kestrel lane. Both these two in the 9.9 yesterday. Not Jasmine this morning. 10.05 and a 9.99 that time for Tim Moore. No improvement for either. And one of John's, I had the pleasure of meeting Chalk last night, Mark White, for the first time, and Dan as well, down there helping out. And Tyne and the Blight brothers and everybody else as well. What a fantastic bunch. Anyway, and yeah, it was just it still is everybody's happy place.
It is, yeah.
It still is. So Wayne Hiscock, Kestrel Lane. Wayne does a real good job of letting off the throttle just before the finish line and running the number. He did it really well yesterday. 98 miles an hour. 10.01 for Chalk. That's his quickest run of the weekend so far. They look like they did find the issue. Also, very good morning to Tony Morris of Tony Morris Carburettors TMC, who supports Super Gas and a lot of our races over here in the UK. Unfortunately, he sends Dave Gibbons to look after them, but what can you do? Just kidding.
Yeah,
obviously.
the UK arm of TMC is RDR.
Not really an arm. You can't really call Dave an arm, can you? Anyway, no, morning, Tony, and thank you very much indeed for your support, as always. Dave Fulton, Stefan Raffletrath up next. Very warm welcome back into the tower, or chilly welcome, to Thomas Cook Abbott. Morning, sir.
Good morning. I can't believe you're saying it's a chilly morning. It's only chilly in here.
Nice for Dave Fulton, 94, and for Stefan, 10.08. So it's warming up nicely out there. Bit of cloud cover. Well, it's like misty type cloud cover, isn't it? Which is kind of nice.
Yeah, the air's actually lovely down there.
Is it good? The density altitude still isn't what we normally have. However, it's great for racing. We're not. So I'm not so worried about that at all. I'd rather see racing at the right time and everybody be able to go out there, have their allotted qualifying sessions and run well.
Yeah, everyone can dial into the air density as long as they're racing.
Stu Doyney, 001 red, John Giles 02 green. Not bad at all. .94 for John Giles, breakout in the other lane, 9.85. So Stu Morris, who's currently leading the points in Super Gas, his first year back after, was it, we said it's gone in 10 years, is that right?
Yeah, I think it literally was 10 years.
Superb, I mean, absolutely superb job. I mean, to be out for that long and come back and, well, let's face it, boss it. Taking on Dave Cherritt, who was number 17. Dave hasn't had anything like the right number yet, but that's yet.
Yeah, Dave had a cracking wheelie yesterday. He was probably hanging the wheels up, at least to the tree. Not quite as big today.
Quite a bit too quick, actually, for Stu Morris. 9.83. Pete Creswell, Andy Harrison. Andy Harrison went to number 1 yesterday with virtually a bang-on run. 9.90 with a 1. So, Thomas, we haven't seen you up here for a while. Well, I haven't seen you up here for a while anyway. You've had a fun summer, to say the least.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I've been road tripping around, been to Germany.
Excellent.
Had a cracking weekend out there. I've actually, all I've done since then is sleep, so I can come back here.
Sounds about right. Yeah, the thing is, though, is that we've got this race, Hot Rod Drags, and then the National Finals, and then there's a very, very long break.
005 light for Pete Creswell.
Pretty good. Very good. Oh, and a 9.90 with a 6. Your new number 2 qualifier. Andy Harrison went 9.94. Not quite as good. That was only because the guy in the other lane was bang on perfect, pretty much. Very good morning to Adam Gledo. Morning, Adam. So many people around the world are tuned in from work. Adam's one of them, definitely. Also, while we're on the subject, Lawrence out there in Sweden. Morning, Lawrence, and morning everybody else who's tuned in anywhere. Now, Pete Dodd's car does not sound well at all. No. Unfortunately, that does not sound great at all. Mark Huxley. They look like he's running on about 4 or 5 cylinders. Mark Huxley yesterday, went 9.95. Only got in the number 12 spot. Oh, 9.90 with a 4 for Mark Huxley. Go on, take a bow. You deserve it. That's number 2, by the way, for now. That's pretty good. Run before, though, Pete Creswell went 9.90 with a 6, and he's only number 3 now. Well, not that it sucks, but it's what competitive racing is all about. So, Headmaster Marston coming round with Grumpy's Dodge. Got so much cool stuff lined up around there. We've got Street Eliminator coming up. After them, Super Comp. We do have a revised running order for today as well. What they've done, because of the weather, thank goodness, is they have put the start of the qualifying session this evening back a bit. And what that's going to do, first of all, is it's going to give everybody pretty much fantastic conditions, which you can't normally say or always say at a Friday at this event. But what it's also going to do, it means the nitro cars are running towards the end of that session. So round about 7:15, 7:30, something like that. It's not going to be dark, but it's going to be dusk, and it's going to be lovely. Well, Paul Marston clicks it off way before the finish line. That won't be a 9... Oh, it's a 980. 100 miles an hour. Different way around doing it, I suppose. Almost worked. Almost worked. Yeah, Pete Dodd's car being pushed out the way. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. It's going to be an absolute barn burner of a weekend for this lot. We had some terrific runs yesterday. The number one and I think number 1 to number 4 is like 10th in it, something like that, and they're well in the 7s. Rob Slater with the 57 Chevy, street driven down here all the way. Yeah, that is a race car that was driven, or a street car that was raced, whatever, all the way from Stoke-on-Trent. Drove down here on Wednesday. That is quite amazing, isn't it?
No, that's a feat.
I think the phrase is badass, is what that is. Up against a very badass truck as well. Ricky Hale.
He didn't have quite as long of a drive in.
No. I would go along with that, definitely. Being their workshops by the main gate.
Yeah. So Rob Slater building the boost, bumping the car in. Ricky bumps his truck in as well.
Yeah, Rob's car leaves kind of slow.
Ricky's truck actually got a bit of tyre shake then.
Does that quite often. Oh, Rob stepping up to an 867, 167 miles an hour, well done. And a 1089 at 124 for the pickup.
One of the more bizarre and random evenings at Santa Pod last night involving Street Eliminator at 11:30 till about 12:30.
Why not? Yeah, I saw that.
Playing badminton.
I rode past them and I thought...
Oh dear, it was just fun. It was good. It was good fun though. Actually, did have a bit of a laugh.
Summer evenings when it's warm. What can you do?
Yeah,
definitely that. Number 1 qualifier, Andy Bodden, Kestrel Lane, against Joe Stevens. Good to see Joe back. That's a quicker 60-foot for Andy Bodden. That's going to be quick and fast. Remember, that's a street car that's just went 730 at 202 miles an hour. Joe Stevens goes 10:47 at 1:31.
I am right in saying that the car Joe Stevens is driving is Dave Mace's, the one that raced.
It's Al Sims.
Al Sims.
Al Sims, yeah. It's
Al
Al Sims' car. Dave Mace's car. That Cresta was black, and that wasn't. I don't think that's a street car as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. That runs in the 7s, yeah. So Elliot Day. Getting quicker and quicker as well. We went 8.70 yesterday. That's Dad Dave giving him the thumbs up. Up against Trigger's Broom. Tony Higgs, who has been running some absolutely phenomenal speeds. Over 180 miles an hour in a Cortina. The ET hasn't quite matched the speed yet. When it does, look out.
That's a much better launch. He's had to pedal it.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Stepped out of it there.
He's back in the throttle though.
860 for Elliot, 157 miles an hour. I would say Dave Day's doing the dad dance. That wasn't really a dance, more of a leap and a jump and a whoop and a holler. 845, 175 for Tony. He's been quicker than that and faster than that already. But yeah, you saw the car step out at 330. I thought that was going to be a quicker one. So another car, another 200 mile an hour race car in the Kestrel Lane. That is Mark Sheridan's Cuda. Yesterday at 7:45 and 7:46 was what he ran. Both of them over 200 miles an hour. Can he run closer to the 6s? Taking on Rob Carter with Percy the Passat in the Slick Tricks lane. Don't forget, folks, these cars are street legal. Rob's looking for his first ever 7.
Whoa, blew the tyres off instantly for Mark Sheridan, but Rob Carter looks like he's on a good pass.
Real good.
Whoa, yes!
Nudging towards that magic 7-second zone with an 8.05, and look at the speed, 100 170 miles an hour. Yeah, Mark Sheridan. One of the great equalisers in Street Eliminator is, you guessed it, they have to run a treaded street tyre. So no matter how much horsepower you got, no wheelie bars and street tyres tend to even things out a little bit. And that was what you call
a set of tyres on the car as well this weekend. So
fair enough.
maybe that could be part of it. But
Seeing where the limit is.
Yeah.
Two
Yes.
fabulous cars up next. Well, actually, loads of fabulous cars, full stop, all throughout the class. Victoria Smith. This absolutely gorgeous car, like you said, Colin, Mopars, wasn't it? She came and tested.
Street Eliminator Trials, it was.
Yeah, just
Tryouts.
just to rope a few more people in. I think that's how it works, isn't it? She was number 7 yesterday, went 8:55. But that car, that looks like it weighs a good 2 or 3 tons in the Kestrel lane. Al McSweeney wasn't here yesterday. This will be his first run at the weekend, but this is a 7-second Volvo.
Oh,
He won't get a ride. I think Ian's going to give him another chance. Yeah, he is, because Vicky wasn't near staged. Yeah, Ian's going to let him do it again.
you can tell they're street cars because the crewman was gesturing to back up through the rearview mirror.
And why not? Almac, long gone.
Unfortunately, Victoria Smith there actually moved before, well, leaving, so she's got a 3-second reaction time, which came up before she'd gone, so that time is not really right.
Check out the speed, both of them. 773 for Almac, 180 miles an hour. Victoria, not far behind, 177.
Look at the 60 foot though, that was a 2.9 60 foot, which it just wasn't.
If you take that 60 foot off, that was very close to being what they were after, wasn't it? 2 potential 7-second runs. Couple of the coolest cars you'll ever see at any racetrack, and one of them is a Cortina estate. James Murray, come on.
I was in a chat with James last night. A mate of his broke down on the M42.
Right.
I said, look, can you come and tow me? But James's normal daily driver wasn't available, so he turned up in the Cortina estate to tow him off the motorway. Unbelievable.
So currently the number 1 qualifier is a 7:35, which I think is Andy Bond. Can Mark Todd take it with the freight train? Certainly going for it. Really nice 60-foot time. It will be a 7:63, 185. Not quite what they were looking for yet. Paul Houston saying, that's not as quick as my car. What's he doing?
Oh, dear.
Just kidding. It is. It's quicker, for the record.
I think the telling moment for that session, actually, was Mark Sheridan built up so much boost to really get it off the line, because we know the car hauls at the top end. It's always been the short numbers for Mark. He was going for that. And, when that car hooks,
It's going to be terrific.
it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. So the tractor out there just making sure the track is in tip-top condition, which it absolutely is. Biggest European race of the year here at Santapod Raceway. Thanks to all of you out there. It's great to see Friday morning, the bank that full on a Friday morning already at Santapod, because you know what's coming, don't you? It's one of the best racing weekends of the year, with some of the best weather and definitely the best machinery.
I mean, what a shame it's the evening session's been delayed a bit, eh?
Gutted, man.
If you were thinking of going home, thinking, 5:30, we're all done.
Don't
today.
do it.
Do not do it. We haven't even started.
I tell you what, for me, I mean, fuel cars at night are good, but pro mod cars at dusk.
Yeah.
Oh, I've actually got what Swedes call chicken skin just thinking about that.
I know,
we call it goosebumps, but it's the same thing. It's just like, man, oh man. It's the kind of stuff that, for the 6 or 7 months we do nothing over winter, it's the kind of stuff that makes you look forward to summer, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's the sort of thing you just can't wait for. So we got Super Comp qualifying session number 6. Thank you. You looked at the screen and you cheat.
No, I was actually I was staring down at that.
Sorry. Another car that wasn't out yesterday as well. Andy Clifford, 2 Slingshot Dragsters. Catapult Dragsters, as I will now call them. They are.
I know the car's been here all weekend, so I can only assume that the team brought the car out. Waiting for the driver to arrive today. That's
Could
the only
be.
logical thing I can think of for that. But, probably got a story.
Sunbathing. They probably had a paddling pool and probably didn't want to get out of it or something like that. You know, I'd go along with that.
So this is how racing used to be, especially in the Kestrel beer lane. Andy Clifford's car is very nostalgic. Clement's car is a bit more of a modern take of what a Slingshot would look like now.
Longer wheelbase.
Yeah.
You can see the differences as well. Like Andy's car's got the beam front axle, whereas Clement's car's got the much more modern, narrow kind of A-frame front end as well. They've both got injector sacks, which is cool. But also, Clement sits quite a bit higher in the car than Andy does too. Which, I'll be honest with you, if my bits were anywhere near the rear axle like that, I'd go with that. I probably would do that too. Here we go anyway. Both well capable of running in the 8s. Andy Clifford was tickling the 8s for a long time and then just kicked the door down basically, didn't he? See what he's got this time. 901 and 875! Fabulous run for Andy Clifford. Could be one of his quickest ever, 146 miles an hour. They've got the lovely problem now of slowing it down. It's always great that, isn't it? When you get to where you know, where you want to go. Talking of slowing it down, Steve Field.
Yeah, he ran an 8:17, I think it was, at Mopars.
He just has to back off at the top end, or in traditional sort of Steve fashion, scrubs off speed by going side to side quite a lot. Yeah, that happens quite a bit, doesn't it? But this is effectively what drag racing was 50 odd years ago, there or thereabouts. A V8 American engine in a tiny weeny car that weighs about as much as a big feather.
Yeah.
And it's all about just, power to weight ratio is terrific in these cars. Taking on Steve Hudson with the Model T. Steve yesterday went 893. They're trying to run 890.
Whoa! Oh! Look at that, 8.08.
161 miles an hour. That's what happens when you don't back off. There we go. Congratulations to Steve Field. I do believe that's their quickest run ever.
Yes.
Yes. Steve Hudson in the other lane, 893.
Yeah, he
put him
probably
in the number 3 spot.
Probably looking at Steve in the other lane, going, "Hang on a minute, have I left the handbrake on?" No, maybe not. You could almost hear a driver saying that as they go down that track. They're looking in the other lane, going, "He's not running 890. He's not going to run 890."
Well, I watched Steve Field's launch and I went, "Oh, it'd be a shame if he lifts on this one." That was a lovely launch. Well, he didn't.
Yeah. Well done to Steve Field's team. That was really cool. Who cares about 890 racing? It's all about that. Well done. So, two that really do care about 890 racing up next. Moving swiftly on. Paul Hudson and Leah Kellett. So, Leah had to explain what happened in Hockenheim with Leah, because you were there, so I'm sure you know.
Just issue after issue with the gearbox, basically. Every single time I walked past the pit, the gearbox was out, it was back in again, it was out again. And I literally just got it back together again for the final qualifier and got in the field and took it all the way to the final.
And then had a hell of a time getting home as well. Round of applause, please, for Paul Hudson. 890 with a 9. Leah was a bit off for them, actually, with an 895. That's only because they're normally so good. All right, we back to Pro ET again. We are. We have Pro ET, and then we have our session starting. Rock and roll.
Yeah, Paul Hudson there moved to number 2 in Super Comp then.
Who's number 1 then? Who's 3? Who's that? Yeah, so this is Pro ET, this is not Super Comp anymore, so the times at the top end will change. Obviously, dial your own class, as they like to say in the States.
And we can say here too.
So Maria Mills will be looking for a 10.62. Hans will be looking for a 10.50. There you go, there goes the times at the top end, about to be reloaded.
There we go. Right, so as things stand, these two certainly need to improve, especially Hans. He's been running great, he's just been going under his dial-in. So, relevant adjustments hopefully made, and he'll get one the right side.
Really leaning off the line, that truck is huge. But they're pinned together as they go over the finish line.
Well, they both
10.65,
improve.
yeah.
Yeah, Marie gets in, 10.65 on a 62. 300ths off at 26. Hans does improve, but by 1 spot, he's still outside looking in.
What's the bump spot at the minute?
0.5. It is that.
It's exactly 0.5, yeah.
Exactly.
But then 29th is 0.37. So
Yeah, the blank one in there is actually
that's not there. Oh no, that counts because that is
Simon Fulton.
Simon Fulton.
That's right, that is Simon Fulton in there. So the bump spot is Aussie Brown 0.50. Liz Malcolm's 0.47. Simon is 0.44, and then Ronnie Mercer is 0.37, and he's 29.
Yeah.
So
well, we
got
did predict an 0.3 bump in Pro ET this weekend.
which will happen. There's every chance it's going to happen. Well, it's up to number 29 at the moment, mate.
Yeah.
Well,
And
2 places, 3 places, and it's
Yeah.
down to the 03.
there's one more qualifying session later today. Then I think they've got another
Two
one
tomorrow.
Is it 2 now
Yeah.
tomorrow? And then we're into eliminations.
How many aren't qualifying?
How many?
41
or
41
42,
cars
yeah.
Yeah.
and 9 rounds of quali.
So you've got 9 people who will not qualify and
Yes.
go to race day. Tough sport, this.
Very good morning downstairs.
So Simon Rickwood with the Bossa Nova, currently in at the number 2 spot. Obviously, I was busy yesterday, so I don't know where everyone is. Brett Featherstone in at number 9. These guys will be safely in the field.
I think that's the alternator belt that's just come off, but got enough of them to get it down the track. No problem there. Going alongside, as you say, Brett Featherstone.
Issues changing gear for Simon Rickwood, so that won't be a 985.
It will be a 52
wow.
for Brett, though. He moves up from number 9 to number 5. Well done, Brett. So there's another one that's hit his number. Let's have a look. Wow.
Dead on
well,
with
the
a
top
6.
8 are all bang on their dial-in. And then the next 10 are 01 off their dial. Oh, well, that's what happens when you give them loads of qualifiers. This is qualifying session number 7. They've got another 2 after this. This is Susie McClure and Tom. Yep, got his dial in there, 909 there. Tom Watkins. Tom safely in at number 11. Susie, her first race weekend with the Eye Candy Dragster. There for Tom. And 12.40 for Susie. Right, Dave Rudd and Ronnie Mercer. Dave Rudd currently in the number 24 spot. Ronnie 29. Now bear in mind, Ronnie's not a million miles off his dial-in, but he's way down in 29. He's 0.37 off his dial-in, and he's 29th. But did his first few runs yesterday without the nitrous, and now he's got it on. A little purge there, just bringing it up to where he wants it to be for the run itself.
So Mr. Qualifying's not quite where you want to be, 24. It's obviously Dave Rudd.
but Dave Rudd takes the number 1 spot. Mr. Qualifying is now number 1, and hang on a second, that is a perfect ET.
Yes.
Double check, perfect ET money goes to Dave Rudd.
I knew he was going to do that.
Well done, Dave. So, Andy Hadfield, Twister Racing. And that's the ET money gone to Dave Rudd. Well done to Dave. Next pair. Darren Huxley, John Turner. 9:43 on that 9:30 no improvement for John. A breakout for Darren Huxley, so they are both still on the outside looking in. But well done to Dave Rudd. Takes the perfect ET money with Andy Hadfield and the Twister Racing team.
Well, Ronnie Mercer in the other lane on Dave Rudd's pass was only, what, 200s under? Missed it by just that much.
All right, Dan Fulton, Neil Watkins. Dan dialing in at 10:22. Neil, 11:39. Just a 100th off. Neil Watkins breaks out by less than 100th.
He's 100th off and he didn't move.
100th off and no improvement. There we go. All right, John Bean.
Taking on Laura Bainton with the Capricious Capri. She's looking for a 10:45. John Bean looking for a 9:73. Laura's currently in at the 25 spot, which means she's probably been bang on, or 100ths off. There we go. So we've now got John Bean's number on the timing system. He's currently in the number 24 spot. So this is 24 and 25 qualifiers at the minute.
Well, nice light for John. He's been breaking out by 100 occasionally. Get on the right side this time, John. 73 with a 1. John Bean moves up to number 2. Excellent, excellent pass there. Laura Bainton breaks out by just over 100th. So she stays put. A good move for John Bean there, up to number 2. I would have been number 1 if it wasn't for Dave Rudd, but there we go. Right, Chris Newsom and Dave Fulton. 9:58 plays 9:53. Well, these two literally be looking at each other all the way up the track if it was a race, but they probably will in quali as well. .954 for Dave Fulton, stays 17. Chris Newsom breaks out by 600ths, so she stays number 10. Ryan Garrett and Simon Innes. Simon with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda, 10.71. And Ryan with that brilliant dart, 8.77 on the dial-in.
Yeah, so he's in at the minute, but I wouldn't say he's comfortably in. He's in number 28.
Yeah, a little bit nervous territory there. .400ths off, stays 28. Simon Innes breaks out by exactly 100th of a second.
Crazy to think, even if he'd have dialed a 1070, he still wouldn't have been number 1 qualified with that.
No, he'd have been number 2. Right, Will Clark.
Yes, I had a word with Will Clark about some of the issues he's been having. He's been having with trouble getting into his second gear was his issue yesterday. So
that sounded better.
yeah, it's going through the gears now. looking for a 993.
Gets the 96 on that 93. Number 22 qualifier still though. Right, pick your orange car. Is it going to be the Blitzkrieg Falcon, or is it going to be that bird? Amy Watkins and Simon Fulton. Amy residing in the number 5 spot at the moment. Simon Fulton, number 30. Well, Simon Dale's 994, Amy 959. Simon's opportunity to move on up here. Breakout for Simon, he's not going to move anywhere at all. Amy, 400th over the dial-in, but she's already had one that was pretty much bang on, so no improvement for either.
Yeah, ironically, Simon Fulton was using the throttle stop there, I noticed, so I assume he just dialed what John Giles ran in Super Gas.
Yeah. Right, Dan Page and Stevie Gates. Stevie was your number 1 qualifier, but Dave Rudd and John Bean have nipped in front of him, so Stevie down to number 3 now. Dan Page in Chalky's Nova there. He's currently 36. .959, 10:32, so no help for either. As things stand at the moment.
So Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster looking for a 9.06 in the slick tricks lane. Going against the coolest teenager, well, that I know, Harley J. Darby with the huge pickup truck. I don't know if he's still 16, but he was definitely 16 at the start of the year when he started driving it. He's looking for a 9.11. He has had that truck into the 8s.
He did it almost on his first, third or fourth pass. It was ridiculously quick to acclimatise himself to it. A little bit too quick. 907 on that 911, so he stays 34. Mason stays number 6. No, him either.
Yeah, Harley's currently at the number 34 spot, so he's not racing on Sunday as it stands. He's got a couple of more attempts to get into the field though.
All right, Vic Parsons and Liz Malcolm. Both very, very good races indeed, both experienced, but nervous territory, 27 to 31, where they are at the moment. So Vic wants a 980. Liz wants a 1098. Breakout for Liz, but Vic goes 82 on that 80 and moves up 2 spots. Well, we knew it was going to happen, but let's have a look then. So, number 29 now is an 03. Bump is still that 05. Alfie Ratton and Dave Crowhurst both safely in the show. Wouldn't be safely in. Eliminations don't start until late on Saturday.
Oh, is it Saturday evening?
I believe so. I'm just going to double check the run order for Saturday. Before I put my foot in it completely.
That is a cool jacket. I won that jacket. Dave Crowhurst's crew has got a lovely sequin jacket on.
Yeah, eliminations for Pro ET Saturday afternoon.
Nice light for Alfie Ratton. 07. Oh, bit slow there. 9:54. A 9:25 for Dave Crowhurst. I don't think that moves him around at all.
Yeah, it should be over there. I speak to her earlier.
And it is Dougie McClure with the forward pop. He's looking for a 10.33 against John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. He's had that car for years now.
What, John? Yeah, he owned it for years, then he sold it, and then he had to buy it back again. And then the story of the misspelt name on the door for 2 years. That was quite funny. So, Doug and John, what have they got? Well, Dougie improves 38 to 35 at 10.41. Not quite what he wanted, but it is an improvement. Well done.
He's improved, but he's still not in the field, though.
That's right. Well, we got Ozzy Brown on the bump spot at the moment in the number 32 spot. And exactly at the halfway point is Warren Watts. He's at 16. Starting for Ozzy, 10.90. Warren is 9.10.
So if Ozzy improves, we will go to at least an 04 bump.
Yeah. Yeah, because Liz Malcolm runs and Simon Fulton have run, so. And Warren is already in the 16 spot. Warren goes 9.11. Aussie 10.85 breakout, so Aussie stays put. Warren misses his dial by 0.17, stays number 16. They are very good, this bunch. Right. Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota. Going alongside that little junior dragster. Tom Kay. So Tom not in the show at the moment. Looking for a 10.13. Mark a 9.91, darling. Breakout from Tom Kay. He's so close. It's just missing that dialing each time. So yeah, no improvement, unfortunately, position-wise. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. No, hang on, I'm really confused because that's that's Tom Kay down there now. I must have been Will then.
Yeah, we've had Will and Nick Mogridge with the junior comps. Quick look under Tom Kay's car. He's just giving it a quick wipe up. Dave Cherritt is in stage. He's looking for a 9.80. Tom Kay's been told to go in, so he'll be looking for a 10.16. He's not currently in at the minute. He's in the number 38 spot. Dave Cherritt safely in at 15. .007 light for Dave Cherritt. He breaks out in Tom Kay's 10.22, moves him up to number 34 spot.
But not into the show.
Strangely.
Right, the fun is about to really start. We got the two-seater dragster out for its third run of the day already. Getting them in while they can, because we are just getting ready for, let's just say, turning things up a little bit. The Thrill Ride, the two-seater dragster with Paul Brown at the controls.
I could see Lee Morris behind the tower, so he was going to try and make a run, but he didn't make that session, unfortunately.
It hasn't been a banner weekend, unfortunately, for Lee. But he needs a good one because he's obviously the points leader in the National Championship. Right, two-seater dragster. This is Leslie Story from East Yorkshire. Basically, this is a bucket list run. It's one of those things you had to do in life. And I like it when a description like that comes in as to why a passenger is going in the back of the two-seater. And to say it's a bucket list is, yeah, definitely.
I can't actually imagine what it's like in the back of the two-seater. Because when you're driving, you're expecting it. When you're not driving, you're not 792, 167 mile an hour. And a 115 60 foot there. That's not slouch.
Right, as the time approaches 11:30 in the morning, bang on schedule as well. Actually, to be fair, it's going to be fun. Look at those lovely people on the banking. A very good morning to all of you over there. Are you having a good time? Yes, thought so. And on the grandstands, a good few of you up there now. A very, very good morning to you all once again, and welcome to Santapod for day 2 of 4 of the European finals. This is where we're going to start turning things up a little bit as we get ready now for, first of all, Fire Force 3 taking on Firestorm, the 2 jet cars. And then it will be into Nitro Funny Car. After that, it will be Comp Eliminator. They shift from the sportsman classes into the pro sessions. And then it is Pro Mod, Top Methanol, Pro Stock, Top Fuel Dragster, Nostalgia Funny Car. And then, of course, our bike classes, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and the Junior Drag Bikes. And then it will be Spider-Man Jet alongside Fire Force number 5. And for most of them, it's their first runs of the weekend. Obviously, Comp have had their qualifying yesterday. So there are, how can I put this? Scores to be settled, championships to be decided. Although a lot of them, the points leaders have basically run away with things, but there's a lot of points still to be dished out. There's records to chase. There's low ETs. There's personal bests. There's all sorts of things to come. But what they have got this weekend is a phenomenal racetrack and a really, really good crowd out there as well. But stable conditions. So once they've got it tuned in, it's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, good thing is, from day to day, the weather is the same. The weather forecast is looking, you can see the temperature's the same. The DA looks like it should shift a little bit, but that's good for the tuners because that means they know what they're going to do for the next one.
Yeah. The glue bird is just going out there just to put some extra glue down on the racetrack just to help all of our big slick cars and obviously the bikes a little bit later on to get some proper grip out there. But I'll tell you what, we've got a few more people here now, and I'm just going to have a good look along the spectator banking. An honest response to this one, please, folks. If it is your first time here to Santapod this weekend, can I have a show of hands, please? First timers. So there's a good few out there today. Really good. I hope you really enjoy this. And the only thing that I can say to all is, what's taken you so long to get here, to discover what drag racing is all about?
What have you been doing with your lives for the last however long you've been alive, basically? Not to mention that you're about to get it is really a baptism by fire, isn't it? Especially because the first cars round are going to be the jet cars. Now, the funniest thing, other than Richie, of course, is you lovely people sitting up there on the VIP banking, VIP grandstand, I beg your pardon. If you haven't been before, you might want to duck. Shortly, let's put it that way. We've seen it loads of times, obviously. It's absolutely fantastic. It's one of the best and biggest spectacles in the world of motorsport. Yeah, absolutely the world over. And no matter how many people come through the gate, people that come for the first time are always absolutely gobsmacked. And you're about to be that. We're fairly confident of that, aren't we, fellas?
100%.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Roger Gorin at Hockenheim, and I made the mistake of standing behind him whilst he was in his car.
Seriously?
Yeah, well, I've never been as hot as that before. That was quite warm.
Well, no one's going to be standing behind them. Let's put it that way.
Well, they used to.
So,
Yeah, that's a very good point.
what you're saying, you became a Thomas Cooked Abbott?
Yeah.
Is that what
God.
I'll have a look at the photo that I'm just showing you there. That's my face
Very
after they've
Well, the good thing is, Colin, we've started out at the lowest point of commentary right there.
Yeah.
That comment in particular.
No,
it can only
you're
get-
just jealous that I thought of
It
it.
can only get better. You sussed me out straight away, didn't
Yeah.
you? That's what it was. Yeah, so it can only get better anyway. But yeah, the two jet drivers are strapped in, ready to go. Right after them, I think, is Nitro Funny Car Comp Eliminator, Colin.
Correct.
You've got
Yep.
the run order.
No,
I
yeah,
think
spot
you've
on.
just been through it, yeah. So also Live Action Arena. What time does Live Action Arena start as well? Just
I shall get
on
hold
the
of
off chance.
I know,
because-
I'll get hold of our race weekend program, which, if you haven't got yet, folks, it would be a very, very good idea because it does give you a rundown on everything that is going on site this weekend. The first Live Action Arena show today is at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
And then the second show is at 4:30. So 1:30 and 4:30 for Live Action Arena behind the spectator banking.
So not yet. This is the place you want to be, obviously. Throughout the day, there's loads and loads of stuff that's going on. I haven't seen that big spinning wheel thing move yet, which looks more terrifying than anything else, frankly. I nearly got to go on one at the theme park in Germany the other week, and I thought better of it straight away. They do look rather lively, don't they? I wonder how much they have to clean them after every time it's used. I do wonder things like that sometimes. Anyway, never mind. So we're about ready to go. The cars are being pulled round in position. I'm getting the hell out of the way. I'm not standing in the middle of the racetrack like you guys have to. All the time. So, coming round in the Slick Tricks lane is the Soundspod Raceway House Jets. This is Mr. Martin Hill, the world's fastest jet car pilot. And he's going to be going side by side with the Firestorm jet funny car of Roger Goring. The great thing about lining them up side by side is even though these are both jet funny cars, they're designed very, very differently, aren't they, Colin?
Yeah, you got the centre drive car of Roger, but basically he sits in front of the jet, slap bang in the middle of the car. Martin sits to the left of the jet, so basically he puts his right arm out and you can rest it on the jet turbine itself. He doesn't, obviously, because it's a bit warm, but yeah, Martin sits to the left of the jet, it's next to him, but Roger sits in front of the jet in a Firestorm, so big, big difference between the two cars.
You can also, when they're side by side like this as well, you can see the difference in the length as well. It's very, very subtle on Roger's car because it's been expertly done. The body has been lengthened. It is a normal Mustang funny car body, but it's a lot longer in certain places. Basically, Roger's is a really, really, really short jet dragster with the body on it, if you like. But they're both very, very well matched indeed, and they've been side by side a number of times this year, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Richie actually just did pop up to the tower. That's Richie, the front man for Martin Hill, with a note to read out. And this is a special mention, actually, for Kim Hurrup. It's her 61st birthday in heaven today. And she's missed very, very much by her kids who are here. That's Charlene, Louis, Kelly, and Sonny. And yeah, but very, very much missed. Was always a fan of coming here to the track. She used to bring all the kids here to watch the racing. So Kim Hurrup, a special mention for you, and that's come via Richie and the Fire Force team. Those of you that are tuning into the live feed at home, phenomenal pictures you're getting. I keep mentioning, but Barney and the gang, I mean, this is just exemplary what you're getting out there, folks. And of course, it's free to see it as well. But come to the track. It's still not too late to get tickets for tomorrow and, of course, for Sunday. And if you fancy coming up this evening and you're not too far away, be a good idea.
Now would be a good time to say, if you've got young children around, please cover their ears. It gets a hell of a lot louder from here.
And also, I can now say, now the jet started, if you want a good laugh and you're sat in the grandstands on the banking, watch those people in VIP.
Yeah.
They're about to go up in the air about 5 foot.
That's right. I'll do a reaction video.
Just make sure you hold on to that nice new screen though, Colin.
Oh, yes.
I reckon that might go for Burton.
I'm just taking it down now. Thank you, mate.
So Martin Hill and Roger Goring firing up the jet, about to drop the body on Fire Force. Firestorm's body's already down. So when the crew guys quickly run into the tow vehicles, move them out of the way.
So Helen walks out in front of Firestorm. Richie is poised and ready for Fire Force. Well, as the turbines are wound up, the pumps and banks are going to get a little bit louder for both cars. Incredible images broadcast around the world from Stanford Raceway. Just looking at the live feed as well as what's happening in front of us here.
Everyone wave to Richard. The more you wave, the faster they go.
Ooh. 521 at 240 miles an hour and 510 for Roger at 230 miles. Don't forget that's to 1,000 foot, not to the quarter mile. But very, very nice passes indeed. So good that they knocked out the timing screen in the tower. So I had to look at the scoreboards for those ones.
Is everything still there?
Well, yeah, we got everything. It's just that I have got no we got no screens up here. But yeah, so the scoreboard's told the tale there. So well done to and of course in Firestorm and Fire Force.
What a fantastic start. That's just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. What we got coming up is one of the best shows in motorsport. So, massive cheer for Richie and Helen, obviously in the Chevy, already through the finish line to go and get Roger. We've got Comp Eliminator coming next, a quick track sweep. It's only going to get quicker, louder, and faster.
Well, the good news is we've sussed out what happened to the screens there. It's just one of the plugs. It's got pushed out the wall by the force of the jet cars then. But yeah, we're all good. We're all good. So as Darryl says, head of the lanes is Comp Eliminator, Spencer Tram. He's going to be the first car to make the appearance. And as I just look in the lanes and see Nitro funny cars appearing as well.
I've actually got a restraining order on Josie, so she's not allowed to follow me around with the camera today. If you look at both of us, you think who would have a restraining order against the other one, and it definitely wouldn't be that way around, would it? No, definitely not. Anyway, so we're getting ready to go. The tractor just doing the last little sweep, just in case there's any residue from the jets on the racetrack, and it is Comp Eliminator.
No, Nitro funny car.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, it is Nitro.
Yeah, I said Comp as well, but yeah, the funny cars are just.
I think it was because Comp were right at the front. I think that was probably what threw us. Anyway, but we've actually got 5 Big Show Nitro funny cars here this weekend, and we've also got 5 Nostalgia funny cars too. Qualifying for a 4-car field for the European Funny Car Cup. I think Kevin Kent's pretty much clinched it. He also set the European record not that long ago on his first run of the weekend at the Bug Jam, which was rather exceptional, wasn't it, Colin?
Yeah, Bug Jam was that was crazy because obviously we had the burnout that nobody will ever forget, and then the record run that was fantastic, and what an advert for Fuel Funny Car racing, just unbelievable.
Well, we've got Kevin Chapman back this weekend,
yes,
and Patrick Pears in his brand new to him Nitro Funny Car from Sweden. Seems to be his annual trek to the UK.
I wonder, has his car run a 3 before?
Not with him in it, but
No,
with
not with-
someone else in it. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Oh, he's got everything there to run really quick, as have all of them. But when they come round and they're side by side, it's very much the same as the car he had last year. I'll point out the subtle differences between the cars. And one of the big ones, one of the main ones, actually, believe it or not, is the headers. Headers on Patrick's car are the newer, if you like, version that they run in the US. They're much swoopier. They sweep up much more dramatically to give them extra downforce. They really are quite a bit different. The body's virtually the same. It hasn't got so much downforce. The body itself creates a lot of downforce, so it doesn't need so much of a wing on it. And it's, one very, very slippery piece of equipment, to say the least.
Well, just looking at the live stream, we can see Patrick just putting his gloves on. He's in the car. The team are just tightening up the harnesses. And Daryl, harnesses on these things, you almost like stand on their chest and just pull them as tight as you can.
That would be easy. Have you ever tried getting in a funny car?
No, but yeah.
even getting in one is a bit of an effort, to say the least. But pulling them nice and tight is very, very hard work. But it needs to be done anyway. It's they have to be very, very safe. And 7-point harnesses as well, just to make sure that they don't move at all. You'll understand why when you see just how they accelerate.
Well, saying the live stream pictures are just incredible, and I know there's a big screen in the pit area as well, so you can actually see this. But it is incredible, the coverage that we are broadcasting from Santa Pod Raceway this weekend. But Patrick just been strapped into the Fuel Funny Car in the lanes.
Well, quite often what I do, even if I'm sat on the grandstand or the bank, I'll pull the live stream up, because some of the things you can see on the live stream you just can't see sat there.
Yeah, so you have a mobile device here. You're probably checking it out yourselves, folks, but absolutely incredible. May as well mention this, but as Daryl's already alluded to, but at Bug Jam this year, Kevin Kent set down some incredible numbers. 4.187 at 291.25 miles an hour. The quickest run ever seen, 1,000 foot for a Fuel Funny Car in Europe. Big well done to Kevin Kent for that one.
There you go, there's Steve Ashdown getting strapped into his machine as well on the live stream.
Well, fair to say that the brand new set of tyres that Steve bedded in at Bug Jam, that was the reason for that incredible burnout that he performed in front of everyone here. Was he don't like new tyres that much, so he wanted to bed them in. We wasn't expecting the burnout that he performed. So Luke and I were very worried about the run itself, because he must have used a huge amount of fuel. But he did click it around about 300 foot out. And then they got the car back to the pits, and it had about a gallon of fuel left in it. Now, a gallon sounds a lot, but when you consider these things consume 11 gallons on a run, you realise that he didn't have much in it at all. So, that was about half a second's worth of fuel, if that. So, so Steve Ashdown with The Undertaker. All here for business this weekend. Every funny car driver here this weekend has been in the 4-second zone. But this is their big stage this weekend. This is where they really want to put on a show. This is where they want to set the numbers. And this is the event they all want to win. We've got 5 funny cars here this weekend, but only 4 spots in eliminations. So it's going to be crucial that you get into the show, because if you end up qualifying number 5, you become what's called the alternate. And you'll still come down for the first round matchups. And if one of the cars falters and doesn't make it, then you take their place. And it is possible for the car that doesn't qualify to even go on and win a meeting. It's happened before,
we've seen
and it
it
will happen again. I'm not saying it's the norm, but it's a strange old world, drag racing. But yeah, the teams are in the lanes. They're just getting ready to make their way round. It will be Steve Ashdown going alongside Patrick Pears in the first pairing. It'll then be Jason Phelps alongside Kevin Kent. And then on the solo run for this time around, it'll be Kev Chapman. So obviously our first timers here this weekend have never seen Nitro cars before. Let's have that show of hands once again. The first timers. A very warm welcome to you. Well, it is a warm welcome, actually. It's a hot welcome to Santa Pod Raceway this weekend. Your first ever dose of Nitro. Daryl, can you remember your first dose of Nitro up here? I know you were very young, though, weren't you?
I was as small as I am now, let's put it that way, yes. Yeah, it was... the funny thing is that they, believe it or not, when I was a little kid, they did used to scare me. But and like when Sammy Miller ran, especially, okay, that's not a Nitro car, but it was so loud.
Yeah, but you were hiding up here then, weren't you? You used to duck behind the counter.
No, that was way after that. I'm talking about when I was 4 years old.
Oh, okay.
But no, you quickly grow to love it, and yeah, it was back in the 70s, believe it or not, and it's never gone away. It's one of those things that you always look forward to. Drag racing's magic ingredient, nitromethane. If you've never heard what it is before, in one of these race cars is a V8 Hemi. By Hemi means hemispherical head, so the spark plugs go in the top of the cylinders. And if you just run one of them on petrol with no forced induction or anything like that, they probably get to about 800 to 1,000 horsepower. You put a supercharger on it, it adds, and you run it on methanol, you can get them to around about 4,000 horsepower. If you put nitro in the tank, it produces its own oxygen. It's very, very rich in oxygen, which engines love. And what that basically means in English is it nearly triples the horsepower of the power plant in these cars, which when you say it like that is quite staggering, isn't it, really? So somewhere between 10 and 11,000 brake horsepower in each one of these cars that you're about to see roll around behind the tower. Is quite incredible. And I think, again, someone's going to send me the full version, but I'm pretty sure that the reason nitro was discovered as a racing fuel was there was drag racer and a chemist in hospital together, one after a racing. It's not a joke. But it was drag racer or a chemist, or it might have been a land speed guy and a chemist, and the chemist sort of said, you know, they were having a chat and the racer was saying, how do we go quicker, faster, whatever. Because back then, everything was completely experimental. Drag racing in those days really was the Wile E. Coyote version of motorsports. It was, if someone had a rocket and thought that would go fast, hey, let's go with that. Someone had a, had a missile, and that's happened as well. That's not a joke. Someone has a missile and thought, yeah, we could go fast with that. Put it on the car, and they did. That sort of thing. So back in that experimental phase, if you will, that was when somebody first tried nitro, and hey presto, the magic started.
Long may it continue. I see what you mean about the headers on Patrick's cars. Both cars are now in position, just getting ready to fire up. But yeah, very, very.
They're really they're much more swoop round. They really look like big dragster headers instead of funny car headers, because traditional funny car headers go straight out and then they just curve up at the bottom. Those are much, much more swoopy. And some very, very smart people in the US figured out that all of the downforce that comes out of each cylinder, which if combined on both sides of the car is a good couple of tons, would you believe? That's why they're facing upwards, to provide extra downforce. It helps plant the car on the racetrack and they can go quicker and faster with it. However, some bright spark, I think I know who it was, came up with the idea of actually leaning them backwards as well, because they have another fantastic effect of adding thrust, of all things. Even though they're wheel-driven cars, you can actually engineer it so with the angle of the headers you get extra thrust thrust, excuse me, to help the acceleration of the cars. They limited the setback in the end for the simple reason that the cars almost became undrivable because they were all over the place.
Right, urgent message from the powers that be up here. There's a green Chevy N27JHH that needs moving now, please. It's in the wrong place. Needs that moving now, please. The green Chevy N27JHH.
Here we go then. First to fire is going to be Patrick Pears with Speedghost Motorsport from Stockholm in Sweden. In the Kestrel lane, Sweden's only big show Nitro funny car. Taking on with Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. Racing over 1,000 foot. They're all going to be going for every single run this weekend because they want to be around for race on Sunday.
Yeah, no burnout at all actually from Steve Ashdown's car. He hit the throttle to try and spin the wheels up, but it just didn't at all. It just hooked.
I'm not entirely sure that's going to make a difference in this weather.
Yeah.
No.
Patrick's car is putting out more nitro than I think it's burning. What? I think everybody up here on the banking, and also today, because there's no breeze, it's not shifting it off the start line like it normally does. So it's a bit smelly down here, to say the least.
Yeah, everyone on the grandstands have got to get a really good dose of nitro in the morning from Patrick's car.
Around the car, just getting ready from after the balance. Before they go into the run itself, the bodies come up, final adjustments, the bodies come back down as they get these cars ready to put in their first qualifiers here at the European Finals 2023 edition. Over 10,000 horsepower each car here, 0 to 100 in around about a second, maybe a little bit less. Speeds approaching 300 miles an hour at those orange markers set at 1,000 foot.
Well, fortunately, excuse me, I can hardly breathe down here. It's because the nitro fumes are not moving off the start line at all. Patrick Pears with a pretty good launch. What was that to 60? Probably about a 93?
0.95.
95. Okay, not bad at all. Steve Ashdown actually blazed the tyres almost instantly. The lack of burnout did make a difference for him, unfortunately. Car went up in smoke, and you can see the pop, and that's why the chutes are deployed out there on the racetrack. Patrick Pears' car did make a really, really good move off the start line. Really decent, nice acceleration, but a little bit off to the side. If I can just very quickly, not to interrupt anything, fellas, can I have a quick word? Yeah, very quick. So welcome back to Santa Pod for Patrick and the team. I guess that wasn't what you were looking for, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. We tried to go out and just make a 60-foot pass for the baseline for the weekend. So looks like we need to put more to it and go out for another one.
Well, it's still, it paddled. We can see actually down here on the racetrack, you can see where it was paddling the tyres, yeah?
Yes, that's for sure. So it was a bit stickier than we thought. And, well, go out for another one, wait for the night run.
Well, the thing is, that's something we've never heard, that the racetrack's better than you thought it was going to be. We never heard that one before.
No, I thought the heat was going to make a more of a problem for us, but doesn't look like it, so.
Well, it's great to have you back again. Look, good luck for the weekend. Certainly going to be fun.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem at all. That's Patrick and the Speedghost team. Everybody, all the way from Stockholm, Sweden, put your hands together, please. That was actually just a 60-foot for Patrick. I thought he drifted out the groove. That's why he got off it. But coming over here, you guys can see that up there in the tower. I'm not sure everyone can see this down on the start from on the banking on the grandstands. But Steve Ashdown's tyre tracks go from being that wide, which is what would you say, about 12 inches wide,
yep,
there or thereabouts, to about that. which I would say is probably about 4 inches, something like that. So basically what happened was the tyres spun instantly. As soon as he hit the throttle, the wheel speed went up, the revs went up, and that's why you saw that pop and a flash of flame out the top of the engine. So hopefully Steve hasn't hurt it too bad. It doesn't look like there's anything on the racetrack, which is generally a good sign.
Yeah.
Generally a good sign too. So first pair, more to come. Your championship points leader, and I think he's got it sewn up.
Yes,
hasn't
he
actually?
has,
Yeah. Kevin Kent in the West 10 Motorsports. Chevy down here in the slick tricks lane. I'm pretty sure Kevin won't be going for 60 foot. In fact, Kevin normally goes 300 foot past the finish line.
Kevin has always said he's a quarter-mile racer. It's pretty rare that he will lift until he's gone past the gantry. It's the way he races. Yeah, massive, massive respect for what Kevin's done this year. But fair to say the Gladiator team as well. Incredible amount of work. And Jason, I know, really wants to perform well this weekend with the Hawk Racing Gladiator Fuel Funny car.
Yeah, it's good to see Jason back. They had a bit of a fraught weekend actually at the Bug Jam, but hoping it all comes together this weekend. Kevin, though, that run was very, very straight, very, very strong indeed. We're just waiting for the top end to clear. That's what the delay is, folks, just to make sure the track is okay.
Give him the thumbs up.
Yep, here we go. I tell you what, though, the lack of breeze really makes a difference down here because it does not take the fumes out the way at all.
Well, the fumes drifted up to the tower as well. We were, we felt the same as what you did down there.
Well, I've done this a long while, as you probably know, and I stood down here for many, many years. That's the worst it's ever been because it's just not moving at all. And I normally can walk around to get out of it to get a little bit of fresh air somewhere. Nah, didn't happen this time at all. So here we go then. The next pair of funny cars, both from the UK. In the Kestrel lane for Master Jackie Hawkins. It's the one and only Jason Phelps. And for West End Motorsports, just flown back in from the US Nationals, where unfortunately he got his knees out on the start line. He did. It's Kevin Kent. I thought I'd join in to see what I'm doing. So Kevin not only has set the European record this year, I think he's won every event, hasn't he? Is that right?
Yes, it's just been a banner year for him. Completely incredible year.
It's very, very rare that in one of these cars everything goes right. And I'm not going to say it's going to go right this time because it could always go wrong in a split second. But Kevin and the team seem so far, to have been able to do no wrong.
So once again, the bodies come up. Crew chiefs looking underneath the bodies, doing all their final checks.
Team's just so well orchestrated down there. Every single team member has a job to do after the burnout. Very, very well drilled indeed. So, your second pair then, Jason Phelps from the Hawk Racing Gladiator Camry and Kevin Kent from the West End Motorsport Monte Carlo. Both into pre-stage. Here we go.
Oh, the wheel has come off of Kevin Kent's car.
What a driving job for Kevin to hang on to that. Put your hands together, folks. He's safely stopping in the shutdown area. Unbelievable. How did he hang on to that?
Well, he did. Unbelievable moment that. I've never seen.
No.
Well, we've seen one come off before years ago with Stig in the top fuel car. Never in a funny car. How on earth did that get out? But unbelievable driving job by Kevin. Kevin's a very calm and collected guy, but he might need a change of underwear after that one.
And bizarrely, they both stayed in their lanes. A 5:26 at 137 for Kevin. Jason 5:58 139. but a very, very unusual incident indeed.
Well, Kevin's got the car safely stopped it in the shutdown area. Absolutely looks okay. What were the short numbers, Colin? Because that looked like a hell of a run up till then.
Yeah, Kevin was 0.95 to 60 foot to a 103. But yeah, it was not much worth. No, nothing after that, really.
Well, the thing is, one thing I've always said, and no one really gets it till you see moments like that, is just how important parachutes are on these race cars. Because an errant race car will be brought back to heel very, very quickly if you get the chutes out quickly, and that is exactly what Kevin did. Because it has a pendulum effect. It pulls the car straight when they come out. It's not only a safety device for slowing the cars down, it really does save them at moments like that as well. And Kevin did a fabulous job of hanging on to that. I think the car did actually just go up in smoke before the wheel let go.
It did, yeah. The tail of the track is the all-important one. The tyre shake he hit ran about 250 foot out. The tyres were paddling. The car started to drift right, and then it was that sharp left, which was probably about 45-degree twist on the back end of the car, and that's when the wheel departed. Which is how that happened, we do not know.
How Kev kept that in his lane, let alone out off the wall, I haven't got a clue.
But certainly a dramatic incident indeed for Kevin Kent. And, of course, Jason. A good driving job from Jason there, just avoiding that wheel. I think it may have just come over and said hello and tapped on the side of the car for him.
I also think Kevin's going to come and give me a slap later because I said they can't do anything wrong in 2023 just before that run, didn't I?
You also said it just how quickly it can go wrong.
Yeah. That's called hedging your bets, mate. That's what that is. But yeah, that's just how quickly things can go awry with these race cars because they're absolute animals. There's no other way to put it. They really are absolute animals. But like you said perfectly there, Thomas, how the hell did he keep that in his lane on three wheels? It was quite and how sideways it was. I could read GSI Insurance, Marcus, you owe me for that, GSI Insurance all the way on the side of the car from standing on the start line directly behind it, which is never a good thing.
Well, at the 8th mile, looking at the tyre tracks, he was completely sideways at the 8th mile, and he was still doing 164 mile an hour down the track.
Unbelievable moment.
Yeah, we do have a very, very small amount. There's not really much oil on there, I think. It may be finding lug nuts or whatever's gone awry. The team have got an awful lot of work to do. So one of the great things about this place, folks, again, if you haven't been before, you can wander around the pits in case you didn't notice. So if you walk around behind the tower and go into the pit area, Kevin's car is going to be landing back in the pit area very, very shortly. And I'm sure they wouldn't mind a few words of encouragement and maybe even a few quid to fix stuff as well. But yeah, they're going to be, I know that team, they never give up. They really, really don't. A few years ago, when they had trouble with the chassis, they very kindly borrowed the Santa Pod car, or were lent the Santa Pod car. Santa Pod very kindly lent them that one, and they just put all their stuff into that and got going, which is just absolutely incredible. So while we've got a few quiet moments, hopefully it won't be too long, we have the most good-looking man we could find, which is setting the bar pretty low, let's face it. But the most good-looking man we could find, he didn't hear that though, he's all right. We've got Dan with the T-shirt cannon. We have loads of T-shirts coming your way. So if you fancy being shot in the face, you'll be fine, because Dan's a rubbish shot. I was perfect at doing it, and I used to get it in people's beer. So there we go.
So anyway. Dan, the man who can with the T-shirt cannon.
Absolutely,
yeah. We've got an update as soon as we can, just to bring everybody up to speed. But those of you on the spectator banking, watch out. Dan the man who can with that cannon. He's going to fire it up. Oh, he wants some encouragement. You've got to shout at him. You've got to wave at him. Tell him you want the T-shirt to come your way. Here he goes. On the projectile. Lock and load. Turn the gas on.
Turn the gun the right way up as well.
Yeah. There it goes. Well held. Now then, don't forget you spectators on the grandstands as well. He will spin around to you. And you got to wave like mad if you want the T-shirts. Yeah, I think you need to go grandstand. So no, it's a shout off. Grandstand, make some noise. Yep, Dan's going to fire one into the grandstands. Now, He's not a very good shot, Dan. He needs to get his eye. It may go sailing over the back. Let's see what happens. A fully charged canister as well. I will warn the people behind the grandstand if it goes over. Oh, did it? I think the top row may have caught that one.
Yeah, he's got it.
Well done. Okay, so you know what's going to happen now. He can go right to the top of the grandstand, which means he can pretty much go to the top of the banking. So, banking, wave, like mad if you want a T-shirt coming your way. Grandstand, wave like mad if you want a T-shirt your way. You've got to make a choice here, Dan. They both keen. They are both keen.
Yeah, grandstand's going to get another one.
Here he goes, down the man. Oh, well, cool.
Lovely shot as well,
about
yeah.
4 rows down from the top.
Right, come on, Bank. Now it's time to redeem your shelf. Your shelf? Redeem yourself.
Was that your Roger Moore? No, Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
So, T-shirt. Is it going to go into the banking? Is it going to go low? Is it going to go high? There's no wind shear factor to work out today, so wherever he aims it is pretty much where it's going to go. Here it comes. That's gone round about mid-banking. I just must point out to all the youngsters on the banking, I know you're all keen, but if there are big kids trampling over little kids, just be a little bit careful over there, folks. Thanks very much indeed. So, Dan is still heading up. He's going into the quiet part of the grandstand now, so your odds of getting it are a little bit better now. So here he goes.
Go on, Dan. How good's your aim?
Let's see if he can get one over the grandstand. That's what we want him to do. Right, so he's wandering up. He's around about 150, 200 feet up the track now. He's staying near the center line, so he's confident of the power of the cannon. Go high, Dan. Go on, go high. No, he's not going to go over, Dan. Honestly, it's not. Wave if you want it coming your way.
Oh, straight to him as well. What a catch.
Actually, the live stream cameras have picked up this as well now, so we can look at the crowd with the T-shirt cannon. Now, which way is he going to go? He's going to go bankside. So, yeah, there he is. Dan, you're on TV. Everybody around the world can see you.
Yeah, please don't hit the camera guy, though.
Yeah, don't shoot the cameraman. He might do. Here he goes then. Down the man.
Ooh, up and over.
That's fired in. Where's it going? That landed Live Action Arena. I missed where that one landed.
Oh, he's going for another one.
Oh, he's got really close to the wall this time.
I think he might be running out of gas. Where the hell did that one go?
We're not sure where that one landed, but the people at the top of the fairground ride there just ducked.
Yeah.
Ah, dear. So he's run out of gas, so he's now going to propel one like a... He's going to try and throw one into the crowd. Good luck with that one, Dan. So you've got to shout really loud if you want Dan to get that T-shirt over to you. Right, grandstand, shout now if you want it. He could be heading that way. He's still got a little bit of gas in that canister. Here he goes, going to launch one into the grandstands. Oh, no, he's going to go backside. Where's he going to go? Goes to... Oh, the grandstand didn't like that. They booed when he turned around. Hey, knocked one out the ballpark. Apologies for anybody that was just walked by the grandstand then and you got hit on the head by a T-shirt. But that's Dan, the man who can. Well done, Dan. Nicely done.
All we need now, we need the organist from baseball games. Duh, 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 duh.
We should get one of them.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. But well done, Dan. He'll be out again at some stage over the course of the weekend, possibly even today with the T-shirt cannon. All right, so let's have a look down into the shutdown area. We've got quite a few cleaning equipment up there, trying to sort everything else out up there. So we have a little look behind to see all sorts of things going on down there. But well done to Dan. As we get ready for the next part. I think that's Steve Colley. Oh no, there's two of them. They can't both be Steve.
Steve and his clone. I can also see Lee Bowers getting his helmet on. Terry Grant with a race suit on as well.
Yeah, Terry's down there. Lee's down there. So I've just given a little bit of a teaser, actually, what goes on in the live action arena. Time now is just gone 10 past 12. Our first live action arena show is 1:30 this afternoon, and plenty of things going on over there, so certainly worth checking out. We have Lee Bowers, Terry Grant, you've got Swamp Thing and Podzilla, the monster trucks over there, and also Team Maximum Lock. Nice show from them coming up today as well. So 1:30 and 4:30 live action arena shows.
I've just seen Terry Grant have an idea, which is probably very dangerous.
It is for me, because I'm... We have, thank you very, very much indeed. Down here on the start line with a young man who's gonna, there you go, that'll be a tenner, thank you very much indeed, who's gonna take us through the stunt guys out there on the racetrack.
So the guys you've got out there at the moment, folks, do a bit of a tour, you might say. We've been all over the UK, occasionally an international tour. We met up with Terry on many, many occasions, and his colleagues like Lee Bowers. So we have the advantage of being a lightweight operation, a wagon and 2 motorbikes and a few little obstacles. But these lads will ride over anything, and they're more than capable because they're multiple British champions at motorcycle trials. But what they've done is nurtured their little abilities, if you wish, into doing, you might say, controlled riding, although that's Brad out there, Brad Bullock, and the other guy in the red helmet who thinks he's Superman. That's George Gosden. George is from the Isle of Wight and Brad is from up in Cheshire. Brad likes to run after his bike, but to be fair, it's the only exercise he does. But both the guys have been doing the competitions and since they were kids, and the shows that we do, which today is over by on the grass area over by the your living accommodation. There's Lee receiving his justified rewards in the way of an applause. The man with the red helmet on now on the trials bike, who I think he's going to try and make a mark on the nice new white walls, yes. And the crowd go wild. Yeah, well, all right, a different type of wild than I would expect, to be fair. But that's George, and I don't think he should be doing that, but these two are like circus clowns. They're like a circus act in respect that they're entertaining, like a trapeze artist, but they are definitely a pair of clowns. I call them a pair of something else occasionally, but as with children in the audience, I best not say that. But they do like having a fool around. They see something, like the wall here at Pod, they want to ride over it. So now that's what Brad's having to go at. And yes, that's what we like to see. To be honest with you, because he's never done that before, I was kind of hoping he was going to make a bit of a mess of it, because it's so much funnier when they get it wrong. But what they're doing now is sort of like playing about, you might say, but obstacles they like to ride over, and when they do the competitions, it's big stuff. And currently, Brad is the one with the lime yellow helmet on. Brad is second in the British Championship. There's his training exercise. That'll go wrong one day, definitely. And George has retired from doing the championship, mainly because he lives in the Isle of Wight, and travelling to do all the championship rounds and do shows is difficult, so he now does shows all the time. And he's a real poser, which helps. The bikes they're on are called Beaters. They're made in Italy, both the same, 300cc two-strokes. Somewhat less power than the bikes that would go up the strip here today. Ridiculously powerless compared to them, but they're here and built for a completely different purpose. But they like to entertain. Kids like wheelies. If we've got any kids in the audience, if you shout wheelie all together, you'll get a wheelie. So come on, kids. 3, 2, 1. There's 4 kids. Definitely, you've got to make more noise than that, boys and girls, I tell you. We all like a wheelie or a stoppie.
How has he got up there? He's currently riding the concrete blocks he's got to protect you.
Yeah, they'll ride over anything, to be honest. Whatever they see, this biker Lee's here and definitely Terry Grant's car are very vulnerable to being ridden over.
Well, my mum often tells me that I drive her up the wall. Well, he's just ridden up an actual wall.
George has disappeared. George has had enough. But yeah, a wall is, I mean, these are fantastic for the lads to ride over, and definitely. Oh, now the excuses are coming out. Oh, they're slippy. They have got the best excuse books you can ever have, especially if you ask them to go over what we asked them to go over, which is a wagon that's about 12 foot high, and we asked them to ride up the side of it. We always get, well, it's a little bit windy at the moment, or the grass is too wet. Well, today, no wind, no issue with wet grass. So if you are, I know that if you're in a nice position on the banking, you want to stay. But if you take yourself over and I've got to think of the time, 2 o'clock is it? Yeah, 2 o'clock, you can see a half-hour show where they do ride over our wagon and so on.
Well, I've seen Terry Grant's legend little race car is pulled into the old return road. Lee Bauer's bike's there as well. Oh, there's a bit of organisation going on now. A little bit of method to the madness.
All right, there we go. Here we go, folks. Terry Grant in action.
Just heard one of your riders getting really confused about how it is 2 of the cars.
I was looking in the wrong place then. Completely confused.
So Terry Grant, one of the best in the world when it comes to throwing cars around. He's definitely had several world records. I don't know how many of them he's still got, but one of them is, was it changing the front wheel of a car whilst it's doing a donut? But you can see him, he's sliding around.
A lot of Terry's world records, of course, are long-standing, but then again, Terry's long-standing. I'm very old, and I knew Terry when I was a teenager, so he's even older, I think. Either that or a long paper round is what they say, don't they? He must be dizzy.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't got out of the car yet. He likes doing that. He likes sending it doing a donut and then just walking away. In fact, I can see the fact that his hands are off the wheel. There we go. Give him a round of applause as he climbs out the car.
I mean, I like donuts, but I'd rather eat them than do what he's doing, definitely.
Yeah, I've definitely never climbed out of one of my donuts. Oh, he's just showing off now, isn't he? He's going to go do it up there now.
That's his middle name, isn't it, Mr. Show Off? And when you've got that sort of talent, you don't mind, do you?
I wonder if he's got different size helmets so that when he gets more and more applause, he can put the bigger ones on. There we go, climbing out of the car again. Give him a round of applause. Oh, and he's walked away.
He's such a small area as well. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he does well getting on that wall at his age.
Oh, there we go. He's climbed on the front. Up onto the wheel. I'll tell you what, there's some cracking footage of that on the live stream. I can see the box lane guys down there.
Come on, everyone at Santa Pod, make some big noise for that man, Terry Grant.
Was that Lee Bauer saying, what about me?
Yeah, I think. Give us the steering wheel, Lee says. I was about to say follow that, but then again, it is Lee Bowers, and Lee can follow that. No disrespect at all to Terry. If you guys out there, if it's your first time watching this man, I once described him as a monkey trying to commit suicide. When you see him being as agile as he is on the bike, it's quite incredible. And he likes to make some noise. So when you make your noise, you've really got to give it big time so he can hear you inside his helmet. Check that out. So the bike he's using is a Royal Enfield. It's a two-cylinder, twin-cylinder, and the bikes are sort of renowned to be an old gentleman's machine. Well, you can tell by Lee's riding, he's no old gentleman. Far from it. And it's I mean, there's modifications made, but it's basically to help Lee do the tricks he does. But it's a road bike, in all essence. Oh, he's having a bit of a rest now. It's like a builder. 2 minutes work and then he wants a rest. Legs over the handlebars. Donuts. Come on, let's give him some noise so he knows. Oh, unbelievable. And you're only getting a little snippet of the boys at the moment, so if you want to see some more, get yourself over to the live action arena this afternoon, because it'll be well worth it. You're literally seeing a little snippet of what these guys are capable of.
So, Lee Bowers, he's going to glide past you standing on the tank. Give him a round of applause as he comes past.
I'll get over the wall, but I think I'll get over one. Also, well, no, yeah, Jeff got it just said.
Lee Bowers just went to high-five someone in the grandstands then while standing on his bike.
Well, should I point at you then? I'll get the crowd.
I wonder if Lee Bowers was an only child. He certainly likes getting attention, doesn't he?
I mean, I've been fortunate enough to do live action arena down there with Lee, and it's absolutely phenomenal what he does, and especially when him and Terry get together. It's just there's no helping him.
We were just working out what's best to do to keep you guys entertained. You're getting a real good show here today, because ordinarily if you went to an event where stunt riders were at, you get one showing from one of these guys, one alone. But today you've got Lee, Terry, and also the On the Edge Trials lads, all thrown in during this little time lapse. I've come over here where there's a speaker because I couldn't hear what my little friend was saying there, and I didn't want to be ignorant. So Lee looks like he's, you might say he's near to his, well, he'll be tired, he'll be sweaty, to say the least. Let's hear it for Lee. Give him a cheer and like as much noise as you possibly can, because he can't hear in his helmet. Thank you very, very much. He's trying to get his leg. Oh, here we go. Can you believe him, honestly? Not bad for 70, is he? Eh? Showing off his jean sponsorship deal that he's recently got. I think he's enjoyed himself out there, for sure, because he's... Look, I don't know where he gets his energy from.
I think I know where he gets his energy from. I think it's the more noise the crowd makes, the more stuff he does.
Yes, indeed. So come on, folks, give him a nice big cheer and a round of applause. You're probably right about that. Nice one, Lee. And like I say, just to remind you that Lee and Terry are over the other side, just behind the grass banking, so you can go and see them later on in their show, and also the On the Edge boys, who are applauding Lee. Never mind applauding Lee, lads. Spark the bikes up and come on, give us some entertainment. That's it. So there's a little bit of a limit to what the boys can do here, because they use obstacles. But they're using the wall as an obstacle. George here about to go over. Oh, mate, don't break anything, George. Behave. So as I was saying about the bikes, basically, I do joke about these bikes, but they're actually standard machines. There's no major modifications. Obviously, any motorcyclist, any car competitor will adjust things to make them more suitable for themselves. But these bikes are simply the ones you buy in the shops. You read the instructions for 15 minutes, you practice for another 15 minutes, and you'll be able to do all the tricks these lads do. Well, that's what the salesman says anyway. Yeah. No, I'm busy at the moment, mate. Honestly, thanks very much for the offer. And someone my age shouldn't be riding motorbikes like them. Anyway, I'd only show you up. Yeah, right. I can't. The microphone won't reach all the way over there. Get George on job. Sorry, George. So this is now going to be a demonstration of trust. I don't trust either of them, which is why I'm pretending the mic won't reach all the way over there, because this is a point where George is about to lie down and become the obstacle. Now, I know that it's because it's a large audience at Santa Pod that George is doing that, because when we do shows, which takes us everywhere, we do it in front of a rather smaller audience, around some fencing, and George has always said, you'll never get me lying down while Brad rides over me. There he is now. That's because he wants the fame of being in front of you guys at Santa Pod. Now, on occasions, when I lie down, I get hit. Oh! Did he hit? Was there contact? I hope there was, because I normally get hit there. Oh, no, I like that bit, to be honest. Rev it up, mate, because it vibrates. Oh, I say. If we had a mic on him now, can you imagine what he's saying? I'd take it very kindly if you wouldn't do that, thank you. It's because he's posh, Isle of Wight. Oh, here we go. Oh, hey, hang on a minute. I wouldn't. That just might hurt his nether regions. And I'm not rubbing it better. Oh, don't be moving. Oh, you evil man, you. We used to get people out of the audience, but health and safety won't allow it anymore. Why? I don't see what the problem is. Whoa, you Wally. No. Yeah, go on. Oh, definitely bunny hop him. Do it this way, because if you do it this way, lengthwise, watch his peak. But what'll happen is, if you go a little bit too far, you'll hit his crown jewels, but it'll give you elevation, yeah? And if you come too short, he's got a helmet on when you hit his head. We've got it all covered. All health and safety issues are indeed covered. Because there's a man with a clipboard back here somewhere, definitely. So, hey, oh, what? Run him over. Has he upset you as well as me? He's worried, is he? Ah, as if we give a hoot. I nearly swore then. Here we go. The crowd have gone quiet. Oh, there you go. Give a round of applause to both of the boys. Let's hear it for George on the floor, Brad on the bike, and I'm so glad it's not me. Here we go. That was pretty. That run was a little bit iffy. Last time I saw it, it was wearing a dress. Like, don't go over Terry's car. Is that you done? You've done nothing, George. You've ridden over the wall and laid down for 10 minutes. Honestly. Now, I can hear a little car warming up, and this isn't the type of car you take to the shops. When Terry said, I'll do something on the grass, I was a bit shocked, because this is not designed for the grass. So come on, folks, like they did on that side, the posh people in the grandstand, they made a lot of noise for Terry Grant. You need to do the same. Let's hear it for Terry Grant, folks. I don't know how long ago it was. It was some 20-some years ago when I first met Terry. And I saw him doing his donuts in his this car and other vehicles you'd expect to see driving to Sainsbury's, doing donuts and all sorts, going on two wheels, you name it. Still doing the same thing, is the master at it, is the only man to drive up Goodwood through the circuit on two wheels. All the Formula One drivers think he's barking mad. Well, if they think he's mad, that sort of says it all. His skills are just unbelievable. All from someone who's 110 years of age. The car's going through a little bit of scrutiny by the looks of it. I don't know if there's a little bit of something wrong, because by now he'd normally driving as though his throttle's stuck. I think Lee's picked up on the fact that there might be a bit of a problem. Is that Wally riding that, Lee? So I don't know what's going on, but I see there's either a bit of a problem or Terry's got some wild ideas. Terry has wild ideas. It should be in an institution of some sort. Yeah, go on, let's hear it for Lee Bowers out there. Terry, what on earth? Ah, well spotted, mate. Good Lord, honestly. I always said you're such a good-looking fella. The birds will always come flocking to you. He's got a little bit of wildlife in his arms there. Look at that. Teddy, he only has to walk and people give him a round of applause. That's the only bird you'll pull today, Teddy Grant, I tell you. Huh? What, is it a rabbit? Aye. Look how he's never been so kind to a human being as he has that rabbit. So luckily, Lee, any opportunity for Lee to get on his bike and have a play. Not the ideal situation, grass. Luckily that matting there helps a little bit. A powerful bike, a smooth back tyre, winding the throttle on. The lad is barking mad. That's what you call control. There you go, look at that. It's a short stoppie, but it's on the mat. And the crowd go wild. Well, some of them do anyway. Lee has, it's as though the throttle is stuck open. This is one of his sort of freestyle stunt bikes. It's not one of the Royal Enfields, this. And it's hard to tell what it is due to having Lee's all his stickers and everything over it. I'm sort of lending the thoughts towards a 636 Kawasaki, but I'm sure it'll be correct. Oh! He planned that. He was just stopping for a photo opportunity. He always sounds like the throttle's stuck open. He's doing a bit of athletics. What a great sound. Oh, here we go. What's this now? Oh, bit of side saddle. Still doing a burnout. Leaving some nice bit of smelly rubber on the unit. Oh! Proper acrobat, isn't he? Like I say, he is like a monkey that basically is trying to commit suicide. Yeah, that's it. Give him a round. When he goes past you up the top end there, give him a nice cheer and a round of applause. It's got to be loud, otherwise he can't hear you in his helmet. You've got to cheer and give him a round of applause because it's the only payment they're going to get. They think they're getting paid for this. No chance. They've run out of brown envelopes. This is just for your entertainment only. And if you enjoy what you see, which if you don't, there's something wrong with you, then come down and see over the weekend. The boys are going to do several shows a day, as indeed are the On The Edge fellas. But Terry's on his way back now, having deposited the rabbit. Is that for our lunch, Terry? Rabbit pie? No, I shouldn't say that. I'm only joking, kids. We're having chicken instead. There we go. Are you done, Lee? Are you happy? He's always got a big smile on his face, is Lee, yeah. It's wedged. I still can't tell what bike that is. It's certainly a 4-cylinder across the frame, and it revs a lot, doesn't it? And it's definitely not one of them Royal Enfields, because they're a twin-cylinder. Do you know, for a minute I looked up then, and I thought that was Terry Grant running, then I realised that's not possible. Not without his Zimmer frame, anyway. Hey up now, Lee's got the camera, and that fella's thinking, they're not cheap them, you know, and I got that out of the catalogue. It's got to go back on Wednesday. Don't break it, Lee. Don't break it. Total control. Look at that, handing over the baton at the Olympics. Side saddle, well, sort of. That's one way of doing it. Don't he makes it look easy. That is far from easy. What a clever lad he is. I'd want casters on my bum there to do that.
Right, if I can just jump into this show just for a moment, just to let you know that the teams have been given a 5-minute warning in the pairing lanes to get ready to fire up. So just let the crowd know, around about 5 minutes' time, we'll be out running once again.
Well, there you go, folks. It was certainly well worth the wait, not too long, and you've been entertained by the superstars of the stunt world, no doubt about that. So when Lee's going, I don't know whether Lee's going like this because he's trying to catch some coins in his hands. He's a bit like that. He wouldn't buy a Capri Sun this morning because he said it was £2. So I lent him £2.
Where's he going?
He's got, I don't know, I think his throttle's stuck. He's enjoying himself. We think we need a lasso to drag him back. Hey up, he's doing his exercise. Lee, the competitors, if you can hear me, Lee, the competitors have been given their 5-minute warning about 5 minutes ago. Oh, there we go. Lee Bowers, everyone! You can't park there, son. They say you can't park there. Well, anyway, if you don't mind suffering my dulcet tones for half an hour, do come and join us later on at 2ish. And then I don't know what time Terry and the boys are on, but they're all on the various schedules that are around the show area. So while Terry's walking over and Lee's doing his acrobats, ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's hear it for both Terry and Lee and the boys from On The Edge.
Massive, massive thanks indeed to everybody down there. Huge respect for that one. And just a quick, actually, I've had a chance to see Terry since, but Terry, congratulations a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone, best off-track entertainment show down there at the Silver Festival. So well done to them. But yeah, we are literally just a few minutes away from getting things going once again. As I say, a few minutes ago, we gave the teams a 5-minute warning to get ready to go. I need to give you an update from the top end, actually, because although everything's happened, we never actually reported. But Kevin was absolutely fine. Obviously, it was like being put in a tumble dry with a concrete block. He was thrown around a bit, but he's absolutely fine. So they are back in the pits, scheming.
Yes.
Scheming is the word. Not steaming, scheming. So do not count them out of the show just yet. Basically the back axle sheared, so that's why the wheel party car had never been seen before. The wheel did actually kiss the Gladiator car, but it was just a superficial scuff mark, nothing untoward there for the Gladiator car. So good news all around at the top end, but Kevin absolutely fine. But they have got a lot of work to do to get back out on track.
What would a Gladiator be without a battle scar?
Ooh, I like that.
True. Very, very true.
Anyway. So, yeah, we're about ready to go. The tractor's back. The track crew are back. Once again, just exemplary work from our Santipod Race track crew. Give Lee Bowers a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for entertaining you all. Bear in mind, he's got jeans on. He's got... Exactly. I'm sure you're going to lose weight at this rate.
Yeah, I'm 12 stone now. I'm sure I'm going to be about 6 by the time I go home. But I know you say I've got jeans on that, but I've also got all my padding and gear underneath. Safety first, say, all the kids out there, although it looks like I've got jeans on, I'm fully padded everywhere.
But you do look cool.
Oh, I don't know. I don't look cool.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. You know, what you do looks cool.
That's the wrong expression for today. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. Starting to pop on a great event here. Enjoy the day and the weekend.
Thank you very much, Lee, everybody. Come on. We're on with Comp Eliminator qualifying session number, Colin, 6. Wow, good. We're back to racing. So, Spencer Tram and Simon Crowley, your first pair. Simon Crowley, I don't think has he made it to the finish line? Yet?
Yes, he has, but it was a 22-second pass.
Ow.
So he is qualified, but absolutely nowhere near where he wanted to be whatsoever. Spencer, he's in the number 4 spot at the moment.
Now, as you said yesterday, Colin, quite a lot of these front-wheel drive cars come out and play things like door slammers, Jap show, things like that, where they're not used to tracks quite this sticky. So getting it off the line is actually quite difficult with a front-wheel drive car. Issues again for Simon Crowley. An 0-1 red for Spencer Tram. In fact,
Both of them 0-1 red.
So the aim of the game is go as far under that number at the top end as you can. 1168 goes 1128. Well done to... Yes, that's 0.4 under his index.
Well, this weather for normally aspirated cars is not ideal, let's put it that way, because the density altitude, i.e. the water grains, the oxygen in the air, isn't as good as we normally have it actually for the whole of the year, frankly. Yeah. So to run that far under your index again with a normally aspirated stocker is pretty good. Chris Todd, 2 good mates actually, Chris Todd and Kev Jenkins, when Chris isn't running Phoebe the Fiesta, he's crewing for Kev.
Yeah, so just a very quick explanation on how this class works. Engine type, number of cylinders, what power you've got, and then what chassis you run gives you a time. So you see these 2 cars, as the class says, are the same car. So they've both got turbocharged 4 cylinders. Index of 7.80. Kev Jenkins on a lovely pass, 115 60 foot. Still under power. Index 780 goes 783, so he's 0.3 over his index. Not quite where he wants to be. Issues for Chris Todd.
Yeah, Chris Todd hasn't really made a clean run yet this weekend. So, do you know what I've got to say as well? It's only in the UK you can see comp eliminator matchups like this as well, with Dino Dan himself, Mr. Dan Williams, with a gorgeous Camaro, taking on the Brickfield paint and body car of Phil Norman. That is utterly, utterly beautiful. 1065 is the index for Phil Norman. That car is well capable of going a lot quicker than that once he gets it nailed down. Dan, obviously, we know is, I think he's number 1 at the moment.
Yes, he is. Yeah, 1061 on 1125 index. If you've got your cameras ready, Dan Williams will lift those front wheels probably past the tree. Just about past the tree on that one. But his best so far this weekend is a 1061, which is his PB in this car. It's 1153 on that pass.
Issues for Phil Norman, unfortunately. And enters Brendan Clancy, a guy who's been having a wonderful time racing in the new 760 heads-up class. Obviously, the car's very capable of going into the 6s. Running ANA, which stands for A Nitrous Altered. Basically means it's never seen a production line in its life. And it's got a big old nitrous motor in there.
I don't think he's run it on nitrous yet, though. He definitely doesn't when he runs it in 760 heads up.
No.
Yeah, what a fantastic looking car, as is the Copo Camaro underneath the tower in the Kestrel Lane of Nick Williams. Freshly back from competing. Freshly back from competing at the US Nationals. Why have I got uglier looking from down here?
And older.
And older and less wise. How did that work? He can't hear me, which is perfect. So
I know. Darrell's just saying, no, it's really good to see you up here, Nick.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right, hang on. He's going to play that back. I know, he's going to play that back. Anyway, so Brendan Clancy, Nick Williams.
So Nick Williams' car, the Copo Camaro, in the States, these cars do run into the 7-second zone. His index is of 9 seconds, so if he goes deep into the 8s, which I'm sure he will. Lovely launch. Tyre shake for Brendan Clancy, unfortunately, so that's not going to be a representative run.
And Nick's going to click it off about now.
No, he's not.
He didn't.
Oh, no,
Wow.
He's taken it all the way through.
829, 163 for Nick.
0.71 under his index.
And that takes the number 1 spot. Well done, Nick. So it is Nick and Dan top of the
Two very unique cars. Once again, the Dirty Dog 55 of Rob Smallworth. I do love that Perspex Shaper Scoop. That's very reminiscent of the Skyle pioneered in Scandinavia, where they used to run these on street cars and all sorts of things as well. It certainly helps with seeing the Christmas tree too. You can see all the nitrous and everything, all the jets around the engine. This is a super modified car going up against Matt Davidson. Now, Matt Davidson has been well into the nines with this car, and all the front-wheel drive gang are shooting for the same thing, which is basically an 8-second run.
So Rob currently in the number 5 spot, Matt number 8.
Yeah, Rob's car was a little bit wayward at the top end. I think there's a lot more in it than the 7.7 second run that he's made so far.
Well, the wheelie bars are lovely, nice and high in the air. Not anymore. 115, 60 foot from Rob Smallworth. You can hear it almost bouncing up the track. He's lifted at 1,000 foot. He's going to coast to an 838, only 130 mile an hour.
Yeah, problems there for Matt. Goes through with a 1347. The speed didn't match the ET. 136 miles an hour at the stripe.
Well, there's every chance.
The first appearance of Andy Nichols this weekend with Layla.
I was just going to say, every chance we're going to get our first 8-second run from one of these two. Both of these cars, the idea with running front-wheel drive cars is that's how they came out the factory effectively, but it's a bit unnatural for drag racing because it's normally all about weight transfer and rear-wheel drive. However, a lot of these guys and girls are up to the challenge. They don't 60 foot very quickly, but my goodness me, do they go like the clappers for the last part of the racetrack.
I mean, you're talking speeds over 170 miles an hour from some of them, so they do not hang about. Both on that 920 index.
Yeah, so only 1.6 60 foots, but now they boost all the way to the finish. 128 at the 8th mile for Andy Nichols. Oh, pretty much side by side the whole way down for the pair of them.
Yeah, both lifted way before the finish line. The speeds are way down on what they would be. So, Comp Eliminator done. We're on Motorsport UK FIA Pro Modified. And how much have we been looking forward to this, Mr. Costa?
Oh, very much. Very, very much. 21 cars. Unbelievable.
Well, I said it on a Facebook post the other week. I didn't think we'd see a field like this again. I'll be honest, I really, really didn't.
No.
It's in the UK anyway, with all the Brexit stuff, with the issues that other teams had actually had getting over into the UK. I didn't think we'd see this many again, but it's a wonderful, wonderful turnout. Looks like Kev Slyfield's coup came round and then ran back again, so you'll be able to see better than me.
Yeah, the engine is shut off again.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, it's great to see Kev back in competition. Yeah. Considering he's retired, he's doing quite well. Yeah. He's doing quite well, isn't he? So John Webster with the turbo car. There are 3 different power adders you can have in Pro Modified. Turbo, we've got a couple of those here. Nitrous, we've got a couple of those. And many, many supercharged cars.
Yeah,
however,
Kev actually just been pushed around the corner, actually.
Yeah, been tilted back down, probably. That's a shame.
It's always a shame. Kev's such a nice guy, and he did try and quit, but nobody bought the car, which was fatal.
It has a new colour now.
It is. It's been repainted.
Yeah.
I think he made contact with the wall, maybe at the bug jam. That might have prompted that. Here we go with John Webster building up the boost.
Wow.
How did he hang on to that? 6:24 to open his account. 236 miles an hour. Very, very quickly. That has been a long time coming. What a great run.
Yeah, really happy with that. It's, we've been working on the car, well, since 5 years we've been running the car. Changed a bunch of stuff over winter, finally coming together. So
congratulations, well done. Thank you very much indeed. Your next pair, both again from the UK. And it's gone quiet.
Yep.
Ian's just told him to shut off there.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see a big trailer something on the top end. I don't know if that was from John's car or whether it was from previous runs, but there's definitely something at the top end on the track.
Yeah, something that needs removing anyway. Hopefully we won't take too long anyway. While we have a moment, I just want to take the chance to have a chat with somebody. Excuse me, he doesn't know I'm going to do this.
He loves you with that.
He loves you in that. Mark, come here quickly, very, very quickly. Just so we stand away from the speakers, because otherwise you get a bit of feedback. But down here on the start line with Mark Mayhausen. The man, was he one of the guys that started it for you, Dick?
Yeah.
Pretty
he was,
much.
yeah.
It's so good to see you, my friend. How long has it been?
10 years. 9 years, I guess. 24.
So when I remember you told me when you sold the car you were going to go drifting, something like that, and now you're back again.
No, drifting was just for fun, a sidestep, and drag racing was never out of my head. But it was busy with the company, and now I sold the company, so I have a little bit more time. I go with the guys from Mark, and just enjoy being here, seeing everyone. It's just nice.
Well, you've been away for that long. What can you see that's changed in the time you've been away?
Faster cars. No, it's good. I see a lot of improvement going on. The track is tremendously improved. The things around the track is much better. So I've been to Europe. I mean, Tierp, Hockenheim, but Centerport made a huge improvement. It's pretty good here, I guess. Track is best in Europe also, I guess.
Thank you very much indeed. So, since you've been away from drag racing, have you ever thought about coming back, or is it just it's the amount of work it takes? I know is a lot.
Yeah, don't ask me.
We all know. Come on, Mark.
Of course, it's I know it's in my head all the time, but I just do not see only the good side. There's also a bad side, and I'm a little bit afraid of pouring people into another huge amount of work, and it's really difficult, Daryl. It's difficult.
The thing is, as well, is that it's always the same. Driving the car is just the most fun thing in the world, but it's all the other stuff as well. You know, driving the car is just the tiniest part of the whole thing.
And I was mostly driving the car, the truck, financing everything, but I saw the amount of work that the other guys did. And I think it's not so easy to set everything up again and have the same good level of performance and guys and everything to do it again. It's not easy.
Jerry's doing a pretty good job with Mark this year, isn't he? Down into the 580s as well.
Yeah, I know. He was always fantastic. And he's fantastic for the other boys as well. So Yuri and I never lost each other. We always see each other. He's still doing business for me in my street car. So I have some European street cars I'm building and changing and tuning, and he's still working for me. So we keep together for the rest of our lives, I guess. So
certainly hope so. But there was some. What do you think, looking back over the years? What do you think your best moment racing was? What was the most? Do you remember the most fun time that you had?
I think always good runs were the best moments. When you improved yourself, when everything paid off. And there were some of them. I remember the 591 here in Centerport. First time we go below zero. There was a huge step forward for us, and it was really fun to do it. I always wanted to go a 5-second pro mod, and that was like the goal for me. And when we did it, that was a tremendous relief. So I really enjoyed that much, yeah.
Also, the other thing is now the competition is just unbelievable. I mean, it was always really tough, but now the level is incredible.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there are so many quick guys now, and you have to be on your game. You can't make mistakes, and I see it in Mark also. If you're a little bit off, your race is done. You need to perform, and there are really tough competitors out there with fast cars, so anyone can do it here. I mean, the first 8 or 10 cars are really, who's going to win it? You don't know it. You don't know it.
Well, this weekend, qualifying is going to be probably the biggest battle to start with. Anyway, I mean, there's a very good chance we may even see something like close to a 5-second field, which, again, you made your first 5-second run. That's unbelievable to have 16 cars nearly that quick.
Yeah. I mean, let's wait and see. The track's there. So if we keep it good in the weather, I hope they can they pull it off. I mean, Yeah.
I certainly hope so too. Have we got any Dutch race fans in the house? Up there on the banking or on the grandstand, put your hands up.
There's
If
one
you're
up
Dutch
here.
race fans, there's one up there. I know you're up there. You're always behind me anyway. But I just want to say, Mark, it is so good to see you again. It really, really is. I always used to like catching up with you years gone by, and it's so much fun to see you back, and I do hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much. It's a joy to be here also. Thank you very much to all the guys over here. Yeah.
Stuff. And even Dick as well, yeah? Even Dick. That's Mark Mayhausen, everybody. Thank you very much, Mark. It's so good to see you, mate. Really, really good to see you. So we're back on with perfectly timed. Look at that, as if I planned it. Pro modified qualifying session. Wayne Nicholson going to be refiring the car. I was actually hoping to catch up with Mark at some point. I just didn't know it'd be quite then.
He's coming.
Interestingly, Wayne Nicholson did a burnout outside of the groove, and I pretty much guarantee he's going to back up, not in his burnout tracks, but on the start line. Because I assume, I don't know, Darryl, you probably can feel it for yourself, but that track is very sticky right now.
It's incredibly sticky. That's why I'm standing in the middle, obviously. So,
Yeah, right now they don't do a burnout to warm up the tires. It's just to clean them, and well, that should be enough to leave here.
So these two, both from the UK and the Slick Fix Lane, Wayne Nicholson made what may well be the run of the year for everybody earlier on this year. Went 5.88 in qualifying back at the Thunderball. Taken on Dave Smith, and David made his debut in Pro Mod and has acquitted himself very, very well indeed. Did a bit of damage a couple of months ago, so this is going to be his first run back after a lot of hard work.
So Wayne Nicholson in pre-stage already. Dave Smith is coming up to the blue lines. And we are back with Pro Mod qualifying for the first time here at the Euro Finals.
Oh, what a pairing this has turned out to be. Wayne Nicholson, 6.23, 7.36 off the gas at the stripe there for Dave Smith. But Wayne takes the number one away from John Webster for the time being.
Well, Wayne lifted early as well.
did.
What were the? Give us some short numbers. Colin.
101 to 60 for Wayne, 406 at 181 at the 8th, compared to a 111 and 439 there for Dave.
The funny thing is as well, that's 2/10 slower, which in drag racing is as good as half an hour.
Yeah.
Than
Yeah, the 60 foot was, well, let's
A
say
little.
bad for a blown Pro Mod car.
I think.
230, 27.
Do you think the plan in Q1 is get down the racetrack and get a number so you can breathe?
Yeah, you need data to see what the track does with this temperature. And the difficulty is that tonight we are running very late, so it will be totally different weather. And we were
A lot
hoping,
better.
a lot better, yeah. So tonight is going to be.
That is a very good point, actually, because, ladies and gentlemen, the evening session has been reshuffled. It will still be kicking things off around about sort of same time at 4:45, but it'll be starting with Comp Eliminator. Then it'll be a session for Super Pro ET. Then it'll be the Jets. Then our bikes, i.e. Junior Drag Bike, Super Streets, Pro Stock, Top Fuel, Super Twin. And then heading towards 6:30, 7 o'clock, Top Methanol, Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and we reckon Top Fuel about 7:15, 7:30.
Yeah.
So it'll be proper dark
Oh,
for
yeah.
proper Nitro tonight.
Absolutely.
So those of you that are tuned into the live stream may have to adjust your evening's entertainment so that you get to see the full night show. And ladies and gentlemen, that you're here, you ain't going anywhere. You're going to be staying for the whole lot.
Yeah, there are going to be jet cars after it, fireworks. So
Yeah, the whole lot.
Right, issues for Peter Kunk behind the tower with a Pat Lucy-powered Camaro. So it will be Andy Robinson on a solo.
that's a shame for Peter.
Yeah, he was slowly getting to grips with it as well. Ran in the
Absolutely.
6-1s in Hockenheim.
Yeah.
He just seems to be snake bit every time he comes to the UK, unfortunately. But Gus Robinson for the UK. NGK spark plugs on the side. Are we going to get our first 5-second run?
Nope.
A lot of damn and blast going on in that one. Not quite enough wheel speed by the looks of it off the start line. Shook the tyres before 60 foot. The 60 foot was probably still pretty decent. Do you know something? I can't believe this. I've got to say this. I'm looking at Peter Cook's car and it's like about that much over the wall.
Yeah.
That's
It's extremely low.
Ridiculously low.
Yeah.
Ridiculously low. Sorry, chaps. Go on, Gary.
No, you had a good point there that not enough wheel speed, and that's the big difficulty at this moment. Is it so hot? The track is hot, the tires are hot, so extremely grippy. So you need a lot of horsepower to leave the line.
So just talk us through what you're explaining there about wheel speed and grip and everything. Dick.
Well, you don't want to have too much grip. If you do, then you will shake the tires because the rubber will fold over each other. Then you get air in between, and that will start the tire shake. So you need to have some percentage of wheel spin leaving the line. You don't want you cannot have it stick to the track, or you will break parts.
And this is the eternal nightmare with door car racing.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
not enough wheel spin, not enough wheel speed, sorry,
Exactly.
tyre shake, too much wheel speed, tyre shake. Finding the happy medium in the middle
Yeah,
is
that's the biggest problem with these cars.
So our first nitrous car of the day in the Kestrel Lane from France. It is Jean Doulemond with that beautiful Camaro. He had a lot of engine damage earlier on in the season. And it's great to see him back. He was back in Hockenheim, took a round 1 win, I think, out there. This is a 5-second race car. Taking on Walter Strobel from Germany.
And he has the advantage of this weather at the moment because he's running on nitrous. So he has, the nitrous is like a huge intercooler. So it will cool the engine anyway, and so also the air that comes in. And the blower cars are having all the hot air and the humidity. That's really bad for horsepower on blower cars and turbo cars. So the nitrous cars will really go for the good numbers. I see a car down the track at the end.
Just being moved in time, I think. So Walter Strobel, his best is around about a 6.6 second run. John's been in the 5s with a 5.99, his best.
Cracking run from Jean Doulemond here with a 6.19, 2.32. He takes over the number 1 spot for the time being. Walter Strobel with the door starting to come open there as he went off the line.
Look at the tire marks on the track.
Huge. That was literally at the hit as well. He's certainly having a few fillings probably rattling around his mouth after that one. But at 8.44, just 144 at the stripe.
Yeah.
So for Walter Strobel, he runs a different combination, doesn't he, Dick?
Yeah,
So
he's the only one in with a blown car who runs with a Chevy engine.
Okay, and what difference does that make, just for those that don't know?
Well, the combustion chamber is different, and that makes the biggest difference. They make easier, more horsepower than the Chevy engine. They have a wedge combustion chamber, so the valves are next to each other, and on the Hemis they are opposite to each other.
And the trouble on a track like this where it's hot is, especially if you don't have as much power as the other guys, no wheel speed, tyre shake.
Yep.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, your next pair, this is going to be just fun. Honestly, this is just...
That's going to be the whole weekend there.
Oh, man, it's just... And how good is it to see Jimmy Holland and the old 51 back, Europe's first blown car into the 570s. His first time here in 4 years. Up against Bobby Wallace from the UK with the nitrous Camaro. Now, I said it about Kevin earlier today, so I'm not going to be so gushing about what Bobby's done this year, but he's been unbeaten by everybody but Jan Eriksson.
Yeah.
He's the only person who's beaten him, yeah. He's been 583. He's the UK's quickest door car.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Pretty damn good. And he may have the advantage. He may have what it needs to take it this weekend. So Magnus with the old 51 with Jimmy Orland in there. Magnus has been doing this for a long time. That's Magnus out front. Knows how to tune a race car.
Yeah, with Robin here at the back, behind the car. They are in this together for over 30 years, I think.
This is definitely the youth versus the experience race.
Yep.
Bobby's car is virtually brand new compared to the old 51. That thing's been around for, well, longer than I've been alive, I actually think.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Bobby's barely in his 20s as well.
But he's one hell of a race car driver. I don't think, like what John Webster did earlier today where he got out of shape and held it, Bobby does that so many times. Yeah. He's just fantastic. He's hardly ever has, I'm not going to say it, just in case it happens, but it normally goes to the finish line every single time. So current number one is John Delawan at 6.19. Can one of these two beat that? There's a very good chance both will.
Oh, there goes the driveline.
Well, that's what I was not going to say about Bobby. He hardly ever has a busted run. 11:30 for Jimmy Orland was not what they were expecting. What was the 60-foot like, fellas?
One flat.
Sorry, one flat. Yeah, that's again, that's a little soft. Let's put it that way, isn't it? Really.
Actually, in these terms, it's way off. Actually, you need a 9.6 or so.
Yeah, issues for Bobby as well. 0.5 reaction time is not like him at all.
Yeah, 60 foot.
And yeah, 1.4 seconds, 60 foot.
Yeah.
Something was definitely up in both lanes.
Right, I think everyone's favourite man's coming around the corner now, Daryl.
Who could that be? He's been coming here for 25 years. He is, I still reckon, he's the best show in drag racing. He just outdoes himself every single time. Now with 36-inch rear tyres and some mods on the back of the truck to try and make it go even quicker and faster. Taking on his engine tuner in this pair, it's Freddie Fagan.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Mickey Gulkis watched that and thought, Fred, I hate you. How can I do any better than that? But
now take a look in the right lane.
Here he comes.
I'm getting out of the way just in case.
Don't worry.
That's the first time I've seen Freddie go all the way to the 8th mile for a while. He was playing it very sensibly before and only took it to 330 foot.
Well, it's so wonderful to see both these two back here. Fred has actually got a 5-second run under his belt with a pickup truck. However, he hasn't done it here, which has long been. He's come here for 25 years. He fell in love with this place the first time he ever came, and we fell in love with him when he match raced a funny car and beat it. Right? That was kind of the start of everything. Taking on Mickey Gulkis. Now, Mickey Gulkis used to be all-conquering in Pro Modified for many, many years, but let's see if he can show the new kids on the block how to do it once again. So let's hope if Fred gets off the start line cleanly, hold your breath. We're hoping for a 5-second run. It might happen, it might not, but if everybody can will him to the finish line quickly, you never know, it might just be enough.
Oh, that's a good one.
For both of them.
Wow.
5.99 at 2.40 for Mickey G, 6.23 at 2.22, taking the long way around. Not that we mind that. For Freddie.
They were pretty close all the way, but at the end I think Freddie lifted.
Yeah, the trouble with that truck is it just doesn't have the aero. It doesn't have the back half of the other cars.
No.
It runs like a bandit to the 8th mile.
Yeah.
Well, 2 cars from Sweden, both absolute state of the art. In the Kestrel lane, the nitrous car of Roger Hansen. Great to see Roger back. He still holds the quickest ET in Europe for a nitrous car at 5:79. Taking on that. With the not-so-green Goblin these days.
Not anymore, no.
Do you call it a black and white Goblin? Is that cool?
Nah.
Okay, all right. Now, Max's car, I don't know whether you saw this. You might be able to find this out, Dick. On the front, it's got a whole bunch of like aero stickers on the front.
He had that since Tierp.
Okay.
Just to see how the aerodynamics are acting on the car.
Right, okay. How the hell is he going to see that, though, sitting in the car?
GoPro.
Okay. So there's a GoPro on the front of the car that will show
inside.
them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So it's to see what the airflow is actually doing over the car.
Of course, Matsis and LG are car builders.
Yeah.
So they always want to upgrade it, improve it. So, and he does want to stay with this model car. So yeah, then he's just checking.
The original mold for this body was actually a funny car, wasn't it? It was
well,
Paul Roots.
if you look at this car very good, then you will see Mats sitting very low and very much to the center of the car, like a funny car does. But you're not allowed to sit in the middle on the Pro Mod car. You have to be on the left or on the right. You don't want to be on the right, but so it is kind of a funny car. I don't know if you can see the wheelie bar. It's only one wheel, but only on the right side of the wheelie bar.
So current number 1 spot, 5.99. Both these two well capable of nailing that. It's been a tricky session so far for Pro Mod. Let's see what these two have got. Roger Hansen from the West Coast in Mondale. And from Borlanger, one of Europe's finest chassis builders, Mats Eriksson.
This could be your new number 1 qualifier. Yep. It is a 5.94 there for Mats Eriksson and a 0.96 60 foot.
Oh, no shoots for Mats.
Oh, well, they're trying to come out, but they're just fluttering.
No. Oh, my God.
Well, we're going to be on hold for a couple of moments.
Well, he hasn't gone far, and he's still upright, so...
That's always a good thing.
Good news.
The one thing I really noticed about that launch from Mats Eriksson compared to everybody else was it hit really hard. Yeah. It was much harder than anybody else has hit it.
Yeah, you could see he
that
drove
made the difference.
through tire shake. So.
And interestingly as well, he also went the other way to everyone else in that lane. Everyone else in that lane launched and went left. He launched and sort of drifted over to the right.
Yeah, and he has a 0.96 60 foot. So
he has gone a fair way. I mean, Mats has actually climbed out the car now. We can see that on the screens. But yeah, he has gone into the field. We have a half-mile shutdown area here, but if the parachutes fail to deploy and blossom properly, then yeah, he's not going to get it stopped in time.
I've just realised there's going to be a farmer down there going, hang on, there's a goblin in my field. Where does a goblin come from in my field? So hopefully the car's not too badly damaged anyway.
Yeah, this is going to give him a lot of work.
Just cleaning it up.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be everywhere. A few events back, I think it was Tierp, we had Silvio Strauch, a top alcohol dragster, who went in the gravel, and the engine was already shut off, and they serviced the car, cleaned it, and then they did a leak down test, and then they noticed there was a leak on one cylinder, so they took the heads off, and one piece of gravel was in the cylinder, on the piston. So it came in the engine through the exhaust.
So it managed to work its way in that way.
Which are pointed backwards.
In the out, if you like. Yeah. But, I mean, it's, the other thing as well, what's quite good for Mats is that happened here again, not at Tierp. Because Tierp has
a bump.
Has a gravel, like kitty litter and a catch net as well. So if you go too fast off the end of that, that'll be your weekend done, pretty much. So
you can ask Neil Midgley about that.
Oh, was that where he ended up, was it?
Yeah, he went over the fence.
Goodness me.
Yeah, that was really bad. So Neil won't be back on this Top Fuel bike this year again.
Just quickly as well, I can see a load of people with umbrellas and a load of people fanning themselves. We are going to be down for a couple of moments, so now will be a perfect time to go get yourself a some water, get some shade basically, because I know it is hot out there.
Yeah, but as I say, all they need to do, obviously there's no fluid on the track or anything, it's just getting the car out of the field and back into the return road. But yeah, we saw Max climb out the car. He's absolutely fine. As I say, he stopped it in the field and kept it on the four wheels. So
well, the good thing is as well is that he was able to open the door. Because
yes.
if you're in the field, that's one of the things, especially with the car being so low. Anyway, so they've got to retrieve. How on earth do they get a car out from the field?
Backwards.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh, and there's lots of, probably take the front end off.
Yes.
So it doesn't get smashed up at all. Well, any more than it might be already.
I don't know if you saw the US Nationals last weekend. J.R. Todd got stuck on their grass, and they actually had to take the body off the funny car so it didn't get any more damaged.
Well, that's a good thing with Matt's car, because the whole body comes off that chassis. Well, they can do it in the pits, isn't it?
I think it's 9 Zeus's that hold the body on.
Wow.
And a lot of downforce at the finish line too. So I'm just going to see who I can bother and annoy while we've got a couple of moments, if that's okay. He doesn't know I'm coming. But it's all right. We're away from the crowd, so you'll be all right. No, I want to talk to you. No, not really. It's all right. Down here behind the tower with one of ProMod's founding, I was going to say fathers, but members, Bert Englefield from the UK. Bert, it's great to see you. Who are you helping out these days?
I'm not helping no one at the moment, but
just watching.
Just hanging around with Bobby, yeah.
Okay, and have you got, still got the car still in one piece?
Still got the car. The car will be back next year. The Saratoga's nearly got all the parts for it. That'll be started soon. We'll run the 38 first, then we'll run the Saratoga and the hot rod both together.
Both together?
Yeah. And then we're going to put the hot rod on nitro.
Pardon?
We're going to put the hot rod on 30% nitro.
You did say that, folks. Did you get that? Not legal for Pro Modified, I might add, but I'm guessing door slammers?
Anything for a bit of fun.
You've been doing this a long time. It's progressed massively in your time racing. You've still got that 5-second timing ticket to get. Do you reckon you can get the? You can get the Ford into the fives?
The hot rod may struggle. It may just because it's overweight. But we'd like to try and do it with that.
You're in the 6.1s, I think, was your quickest run.
Yeah, we got a load of new parts. We got a new blower. We got everything now. We got 5 clutches, 5 AFT clutches, 3 Lincos, 3 prop shafts.
So you really have been busy in the time you've been off. Like it's about 5 years now, I think. Is that right?
4 years.
Well, anyway, congratulations on. Yeah, it's a wonderful car. It's been around since, is it 22 years old, something like that?
2022 with a nitrous engine.
So, but yeah, it's great to talk to you, and it's really good to hear you coming back as well. And I just hope it'll be as much fun when you come back as well.
We'll just have fun now. Well, we got Andrew. Andrew's young, he'll drive it. So we got plenty of options.
It'd be great, mate. But it's really good to see you. Thanks ever so much for not running away.
That's all right, no problem.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, there you go. It's always good to see who you can catch up with in staging lanes, isn't it? How are they getting on at top end, fellas?
I think they're still cleaning. There are a lot of cars in the end.
Yeah, I can still see a load of movement up there, a few vehicles scattered around. I don't think the car's actually out of the field yet. I think they are. I think the crew's there, they're trying to get the body off. It's ironic, Dick, you were saying about how the body's like a funny car body, because it is actually hinged at the back, isn't it?
I don't know with much, but as you said, it just needs a few juice fasteners to take the whole body off, including the windshield.
Okay, yes. I've managed to grab someone else, even though I haven't grabbed him yet. Come with me. Thank you very much indeed. Although I should take Remco. Remco's more famous than you. He's been around a long time. I'm just kidding. Anyway, if we go over here, it'll be okay. Ladies and gentlemen, one man from Belgium who's been around in drag racing for a number of years now, obviously used to watch his dad drive the car, now doing a great job of driving himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sandro Bellio, everybody. Put your hands together, please. There we go. You are awake. Fantastic. So, Sandro, not been a smooth season as usual, but you've still got a really quick car.
Everything turns in Hockenheim to perform the car again. Main event was okay, but eliminations, we screwed up.
So what sort of, Because it was really unlike you guys not to have such a smooth season. I mean, it didn't start out as well as you'd like here, and then TEP wasn't so good either.
Yeah, but you have to deal with it. Hockenheim, we found the sweet spot again, and we hope to continue here.
How long have you been driving now?
Yeah, I like it.
How long have you been driving for? Because obviously you watched your dad do it for a long time.
Yeah, he drive till 2016, and then I take over the wheel in 17. But I previously ran another car in Super Pro ET, also a funny car, for 5 years. So I got some experience.
So even though you're not in the points lead at the moment, which is unusual for you coming into this event, but I think you can still make it if things go the right way, can't you?
Yeah, we're going to shake things up, and hopefully it comes our way.
I think Lynn's in the lead. I think Silvio's second, but only just. And I think you're third, is that right?
Yes. Between us and Silvio is 20 points. So we need to run it a little bit tighter with qualifying, and then we will see on Sunday.
What do you have to change on the car in this kind of weather to get it to run the numbers you want to run? Or is it just not possible because the air's not there?
The conditions are almost similar to Hockenheim, so I don't think it's a problem.
It should be pretty similar.
Yeah.
Stuff. And how do you find running against the dragsters, obviously? Because I think that's all you've ever done, isn't it? You've only ever run against the dragsters.
Yeah. It's difficult.
Difficult, but at least you get the tree first, you get to leave first, and they have to run you down.
Depends. If you're with a dragster, you can leave first, but a funny car's heads up.
It's lots of fun.
Yeah.
Good stuff, all right. Sandro Barrio, everybody, defending European champ for Top Methanol. Good luck this weekend. You're going to try and make it. How many would that be now, if you do it again?
Third.
It would be the third. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Good to see you down here, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much. Take care.
Good news, Daryl. The vehicles are vacating the top end. I can see the 2 ambulances returning to station. I can see the fire truck up there as well.
Good, good. We're nearly there then.
And I can't see Max Eriksson's car in the field anymore.
Well, bizarrely, after all that,
Actually,
Max Eriksson has got the #1 spot and Roger #2, but Daryl's got somebody else with him now.
Very quickly. So, am I right in thinking? So, I'm down here with Tora Carlson. I got it right. Lynn's dad. That's not you. That's not you. Oh, okay, sorry. I beg your pardon. No, but anyway, Tora Carlson, who is crew with Lynn Floysvik. What have you got to do to win the title this weekend?
We're going to keep up what we did the first run here, because then we finally tune up, and we could just keep on from that setup and go down, 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 down.
Keep getting quicker. So how many points are you in the lead over Silvio and Sandro?
I think it's 16, so...
That's not even a round, is it? No. So that's where the little points, the qualifying points, maybe make the difference.
Yeah, we have to, you know, perform better than them and just be ahead of them all the time, and then we'll do it.
But the trouble is, I mean, can you... It's going to be, it's great fun for us to watch on Sunday, because what we're talking about here is the European Championship for Top Methanol, and it's between 3 drivers. One young lady who's in the lead, and a couple of young men who are not far behind her at all. It's going to be, for us it's fun to watch, but for you guys it's just so nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, and, well, Lynn have to keep his head calm, do his job, and, well, just perform.
She's done a great job so far. Really good.
Yeah, and we have to keep the car in one piece, engine in one piece, and we built a new engine yesterday. A little different setup that we have been using the whole season, so it should be more power, and this track can handle the power.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Thank you very much, sir, and good luck to you and your driver for this weekend. Thank you very much indeed. Apologies, Lynn, if I thought you was your dad. I do. I do that all the time.
So it's time to go Dutch. Mark Harteveld and Michel Toren.
You say that like it's a good thing, Dick.
Yeah. Well, in qualifying it is. Not in elimination.
No, only in the final. Only in the final,
yeah, but we have 3, so difficult.
So Mark Harteveld in the Slingshot lane, and the Kestrel lane is going to be the one and only Michel Toren. Now, both of these guys did not have anything like a good weekend in Hockenheim, did they?
No, they didn't. No.
What happened to Michel in round? I mean, that was quite unbelievable what happened to him, wasn't it?
Yeah, these cars are built so lightweight that they even have a carbon fiber drive shaft from the transmission to the rear axle, and that's the part that broke in eliminations.
But the drive shaft itself didn't even break it.
No,
it took the thread out of it, didn't it?
It's glued to the yoke in the end, and that's the part that let go.
It's quite amazing that carbon fibre and glue can stand this, isn't it?
Yeah.
And both these two have a rather unique engine combination. The heads, you tell them it.
They both run the same heads. They are designed and produced in Holland at Post & Drosch in Dronten, and they are all both running very good with it. They started using it in tractor pulling, and now they're working very well in drag racing.
So Mark Hartwell and Michel
both sliding a bit.
Whoa, 592 off the
Great
trailer.
Start.
Joe Aries getting beaten to death. That's currently #1 qualifier as well.
We hope we can keep it up, of course. Yeah. There's still some fast guys coming, but it's a very good start.
For now, it's a great start. Well done.
Sure. Thanks.
No problem. That's Joey Vordenberg, who is the crew chief for that man going down there. 6:02 at 2:42, little off pace for Michel.
Yeah.
2 more 5-second race cars coming up. I can see Mark down here with a massive grin on his face after that one. This is the worst place to be for an ex-driver, isn't it? Bruno Barder from Switzerland in the slick tricks lane. Now, I must admit, when Bruno hit the wall, and he hit the wall really hard,
really
back
hard.
at the main event, like he was really trying. Just kind of, it's just one of those things. The car got out of shape, he whacked the wall. I really didn't think we'd see him again this year, and he was in Sweden 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
How did he do it?
I don't know. I think the damage wasn't that bad. Something with the rear axle and body parts, of course.
But it tends to move like. If it hits the rear tyres, it moves the axle over, it moves the chassis, it moves all sorts of stuff, doesn't it? Anyway.
Everybody was surprised he was back.
And he's up against Andre Arnover, who was the only Pro Mod that tested here back on, where are we today? Wednesday. He went in the 580s in warmer weather than this as well.
Yeah, 588, but the top end speed was actually quite low for a turbo car. Normally with a 588 you go over 400 kilometers, so it should be 250, but he didn't.
Well, he's hoping this one's going to be his personal best. Still out of competition on the test run was a 584 a year ago at this event. Anything starting with a 5.8 will put him #1. That's presuming Bruno doesn't get there first. Well, a 707 and a 686 were not what we expect him for that. Bruno with big old tyre shake off the start line.
So had Anders.
Did he?
Yeah, further down, a little bit further down.
That was a bit odd because that car's been kind of on rails for the last few events, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
He was #1 qualifier in Hockenheim. He went 586 in Germany, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
Suffered transmission trouble.
Yeah, we now have, sorry, just going to jump in there. We now have a bump spot.
Oh.
And over 12.22, it's not where expected to be. But now we're going to start to see things come down a bit.
Possibly. Jan Eriksson didn't make it down the racetrack to the last qualifying session at the main event. Let's see what he can do today. So that pesky orange clutch car in the slick tricks lane. The reason I say pesky is that he has the most, we were talking about this on Facebook the other week, the most amazing win record. Just, he's not unbeatable, but he might as well be.
It is until now.
Exactly. Well, he is going to be European champion again. At this racetrack, though, he has won 20 straight rounds of... Actually, if we add the 2019 European finals, 24 straight round wins.
Yeah, unbelievable. So it's time to end that.
Up against your good buddy, David.
Yeah, numbers 1 and 2 in the championship. David is, well, a lot of points behind. Jan is at 399 points. And David only 270 something, but all teams have to scrap one result from this year. And so also does David, and his worst result was 60 points. And Bruno, who's number 3, his worst result was 32 points. So the margin is getting smaller actually.
Well, that was expertly pedalled. He's lifted now. David Vector goes 591, 242 mile an hour, goes straight to the number 1 spot.
And most importantly for him, the little qualifying points, that'll be 3 bonus points for Dave as well, which is really going to help.
Yeah, and Jan didn't get them, and don't know what Bruno had actually. I missed it.
Well, Jan Eriksson again.
Okay, no points for Bruno. No. So 3 points for David, 2 points for Mark, and 1 point for Mats.
Fantastic
and
stuff.
Mark is at number 6 in the championship, and Mats is right behind him. So it's going to be really interesting.
Right, just to shake things up for round number 2, obviously there's only 18 cars that put numbers on the board there. We didn't see Kev Slyfield put a run in. Not qualified at the moment. I know this is only round 1, but Bobby Wallace and Jimmy Ulland are the ones on the outside that have run, that haven't put a number on the board yet. Yeah. If obviously they improve, then the bump starts to work down. So the bump spot going into the second session is 8.44. We have had 5 cars off the trailer running in the 5-second zone. So very, very good indeed. The top 10, John Webster sits in the 10th spot at 6.24. Normally it's rounds 2 and 3 where they start to show the hand, but excellent start. Really, really good start.
Yeah, give that golf cart a round of applause, please. That's David and the team.
And Willem behind.
Yeah. I'm amazed that golf cart stays on the ground. Okay, so, just kidding.
Well, I think I'll be back later on.
Yeah, well, you didn't give us enough warning. I didn't have time to turn the aircon off.
Sorry, I even see a heater here down.
Thank you very much as always, Dick. Thank you. That was fun.
See you later.
Thank you.
Slick Tricks Racing Lane. It's going to be the Bill Sports NGK A Fuel Dragster of Tony Brinson. Now, if I squint, it's 30 years ago. It looks exactly like his top fueler did. Literally 30 years ago, the last time he was here with his fuel car.
I'll give you a clue on how good these guys are. In the US Nationals last weekend, which is basically the best of the best go there, we're just as quick as them here in Europe.
And we don't have automatics as well.
No.
They have autos. We're not allowed those. But there you go. Anyway. So this is Tony Brinson with the A fuel car. This is basically a top fuel car without the supercharger on. Runs as part of the top methanol class. So good to see Tony back with the car. Also great to see Bill Sport stepping up and helping him out again. Bill Sport been involved in drag racing in Sweden specifically for many, many years. I've just counted the amount of times I've seen the Bill Sport logo on the cars. But running on nitromethane but injected with no supercharger. If this stays lit on all 8 cylinders, Tony has been down into the 5.3s with this car. I know they want to get it towards the 5.20s.
Superbly pedalled there. 550, 242.
I hate to say it out loud, I'm not quite sure what the pedal was for, because it didn't shake or do anything. Maybe he just didn't have his foot quite comfy enough on the throttle pedal, but that's a great opening run nonetheless. Did drop cylinders through the finish line. That was the smoke you could see coming out of the exhaust. That means the cylinder isn't firing, and the nitro going into it isn't firing. It's what we call a wet pipe because it's not firing at all. 2 funny cars coming up next. Slick Tricks Lane, the man I just interviewed down here on the start line. That's Sandro Bellio. going up against a man who's first time ever here at Santapod Raceway, and we're really, really glad to have him. Johnny Oksa, all the way from Finland. I spoke to Johnny this morning. He said to me that it's always been his dream to come and race here. He said the last time he was here, I think it was in 2010, when the team and everything were run by Jarmo. So good luck to Johnny, good luck to Sandro. You heard what Sandro had to say as well. He's got his mojo back, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, just quickly as well with Tony's run, 242 mile an hour is very, very fast indeed. However, that's still about 30 mile an hour down than what he'd want.
At least, yeah. yeah. So if the trick with fuel cars, injected nitro cars, is that they, it's very hard to keep the cylinders lit because there's no actual pressure from a supercharger or anything going into the car. So here we go. Funny cars side by side this time.
So
also, sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, this is the same class as the car you've just seen. These do race heads up. Funny cars get a 0.22 second advantage over the dragsters.
Comp on steroids is
yeah.
what it should be called. So Johnny Oksa with the OK Racing team looking to go at least. Sandro's car still bearing some scars, actually, from a contact with the wall. I think that might have been in tip, I'm not sure. But this is going to be Johnny Oksa's first ever run here at Santapod in the UK. He's been here before, but like I said, crewing, not steering. Johnny actually won the championship in 2016, and he said to me before he was going to come here, but he won the championship before he came, so he didn't need to. Fortunately for us, he hasn't won it this year, that's why he's here. So 550 something should be the order of the day for both of them, but they do want to quietly creep towards the 540s once again.
And I'd just like to reiterate, that is on par with the States. That's just what they run, that's what all the Americans run in the 540s with these funny cars. So the 0.22 is up on the board, so that is the advantage that these guys get. You hear them go in, raise the RPMs on the pedal, glide into stage. 960 foot. They're side by side the whole way down. Shootout early still goes 553 and a 555.
Oh, that was a 540 for Sandro, but he had the shootout way before the finish line. Johnny Oksa, look at the speed as well. 261 miles an hour, 555. That was a rematch of the final from Hockenheim just a couple of weeks ago as well. But Sandro stamping his authority on that one. What were the short numbers like? Because they were probably, Sandro was probably ahead just about all the way down.
It was very tight. I mean, Johnny was 0.96 to 60 foot. Sandro was 0.94. 200ths ahead at the 330. And 400ths ahead at the 8. 364 to 368. And the mile an hour was slightly up on Sandro as well, but as you say, at the stripe, Darryl, 243 for Sandro, but 261 for Johnny. But yeah, shoots out early, slowed him down just that little bit at the stripe. Not by much, but it still did.
Just a fantastic side-by-side race as well. When they go up to get their teams, please put your hands together for them. They're both in rental wagons, but there we go. That's Sandro's team hanging out the back of the hatchback. What a fantastic first run. Also, what's very, very, very important in this points chase is the little points. Because whoever is the number one qualifier at the end of the first session gets 3 points, then 2, then 1 for second and third, and so on. And whoever runs the quickest in the session gets 3 points and 2 and 1, so on. Because they're all so close together, it brings, like, if Sandro gets the 3 points in that, it will bring him less than a round away from Silvio, who's in front of him. If he keeps doing that through the weekend, he's going to start creeping ever closer to Lynn as well. What are you checking out, Colin?
Yeah, I've had a message come through, and I'm just having a quick look. It's a warm day, we appreciate that, and it's very hot, especially with the sun beating down. But there's quite a few umbrellas on the banking, and some of them are unattended, and some of them are quite high up. If you're using an umbrella out there, just bear in mind the people that are around you. It sort of blocks their view. So bring them down as much as you can. You can still stay in the shade yourself, but you don't need them sort of like 2 or 3, 4 feet above your heads. So just a polite one, that one. Thank you very much.
So, as if by magic, it's another ex-junior drag racer leading the points in top methanol. The young lady in the slick tricks lane is Lynn Floysvik. She is going to come out first in the funny car. Taking on Silvio Strauch from Germany. Silvio's had a great year. If it wasn't for the fact that the final of Tiepp got rained off, I think he would have had a bye run in the final and would have taken his first ever event win. It was just sort of like unfortunate that it didn't get run. But Silvio's number 2 in points. Lynn is number 1. Lynn won the main event. She beat the car in the other lane in the final in a fantastic race. And it's so good to see good competitive racing in the methanol classes again. I think Lynn's PB is around about what Sandro just ran.
Yeah, and because of that 0.22 advantage, Silvio's going to have to go down and run at least a 5:30 if he wants a chance of getting the number 1 qualifying spot.
Well, Silvio has actually run as quickest. He's in the high 540s, but he's normally consistently there. The car itself has been in the 30s. Now would be a good weekend to do it.
So these cars have the exact same combination, screw-blown Hemis with the clutch. One's a dragster, one's a funny car. They both go in, bring the RPMs up once again. One of my favourite sounds. Tyre shake for Silvio Strauch, but he drove through it there side by side over the finish line. Lynn goes 5.73. 224 mile an hour and a 5.50 at 256 for Silvio. That puts him only in the number 3 spot.
Well, for Lynn and the team, the most worrying part will be the smoke and the pop at the top end. I think everybody heard it. I think that was the blower relief hatch going sailing through the air as well. Lynn's absolutely fine, stopped in the shutdown area and turned off, no problem. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue. But what a first session for top methanol. I think it's going to be Sandro who finishes number 1. Johnny Oxall in at number 2 after that one as well. So those little points, I'm sure, are going to help.
Well, what's really impressed me is that all 5 cars ran in the 5-second zone straight off the trailer, and you cannot ask any more than that.
And pretty much close to what they either should be able to run or have run on previous occasions as well. That's really, really good going. Bear in mind as well, Johnny Oxall's first ever run on the track. That was a 5:55 at 2:61. There's loads more in that car. Loads more. So right behind the tower, we have a class that we traditionally now see once a year, and they are very, very welcome indeed. It's going to be a bit of a bum fight, as always, with FIA Pro Stock. In the Kestrel lane, everybody's from Sweden. Some have put in a monumental effort to get here. So from Sweden with the CHM machine car, that's Simon Ekengren. Simon, please don't get married again, because it's much easier to say Gustafsson when you're English. I did tell him that this morning. Anyway, going to be going up against Robin Nuren. Now, Robin ended up in the wall 2 weeks ago at Hockenheim, and unfortunately, well, the car was badly damaged. He borrowed his old car, put all of his stuff and everything in it this weekend to come and race with us here in Santa Pod. He's close in the championship. It's the top 3 are really duking it out, and it's going to be very, very close indeed. So I think we do have a bit of a clean-up, unfortunately, to do right down the top end. You can see better than me, Colin, from where you are.
Yeah, Lynn is stuck in at the top end. I just want to remind everybody that straight after Pro Stock, it will be top Fuel Dragster. So if you're not in a viewing spot now, why not? But you certainly need to get to one in the not too distant future. Yeah, it could be a little bit of fluid on the track, but as I say, Lynn's car is at the top end of the strip at the moment, so yet to be cleared around the corner. And yeah, those of you tuning into the live stream can just see Lynn's body is propped up on the car, and the team are working away. But a little bit of concern on the racetrack, but hopefully this won't be too long.
Well, when you say Lynn's body is propped up on the car, for those of you who don't know, funny cars are flip top, so it's actually the body of the car, not Lynn. So
well, yeah. Yeah, good point.
It's okay, no problem. It's all right. Those are sort of questions I get asked from people that have never come before. They go, what were you talking about? That someone's body was on the car or whatever it might be. Anyway, so we do have a little bit of taking care of the racing surface or the shutdown area really right up the top end. It's actually a beautiful day out here. There's a nice little breeze. There's a bit of hazy sunshine. It's just one of those gorgeous days. We have our nominated monkey with the with the t-shirt cannon coming out again. No, it's not Dan. I would never call him that, obviously. Oh. No. Yeah, it is. You got it. Well done. Yeah. So we're going to be t-shirting take 2. Yeah, you can see better up the top end, Colin, than I can.
I'll keep updated.
Just where they're working on everything anyway. So come on then, Dan. Who are you going to... All right, if you don't hit anyone in the face this time, you're rubbish. You're sacked. It's coming back to me and being my job again. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the grandstand, anybody fancy being shot at? How are you enthusiastic about being shot at? Dan, what do you think? Louder? Banking. Come on. Anyone fancy being shot at? Nah, they definitely win. Send it that way. Go on.
All right. Pre-warning just behind the grandstand, just in case you're one of our traders around there. Bev, you might be able to t-shirt add to the stock of the shop over there in a moment. But here we go there. Dan the man.
I love the stance. Look at that.
Ooh, that's going
actually in the middle. Whoa, it went into an empty seat. Sir, you're going to have to put that back. Whoever had that seat booked, leave it for them later. I'm just kidding. It's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. So, everybody on the banking.
That was a loud guy. Who was
that?
That
was, I don't know, but he's obviously got good lungs on him.
Oh, they're getting their voices now. Not only that, live action arena. Dan's not careful. He might get one over
effort.
there.
Well done. Round of applause for the man with a beard, everybody. Oh, and he even gets a hug for it as well. Well done. I mean, right place, right time kind of thing that was, wasn't it?
Is Brian Blessed in the bank? Is that who that is?
No.
He's so loud.
He's not in...
Thank you.
And they've actually got earphones on up in the tower as well. They can hear you through that. That's pretty impressive.
Hey, got it.
that is proper sportsmanship. That is right, mate. Whoever gave that back to you, you owe him a drink. Definitely a drink. I think for that one.
That's a proper haircut as well.
Yeah,
that is proper sharp. That is.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Rock and roll. Well, it goes down into the ground. No, sorry, bankside this time. And scramble and collected. A man who needs a t-shirt because he hasn't got one on at the moment.
They all need t-shirts. Keep firing them that way.
Oh, they've certainly found their voices this afternoon.
Yeah, I was a bit worried this morning. They're a bit quiet.
Oh, that's got some velocity.
It's gone. It's gone.
Did it go over back?
If someone wouldn't mind throwing that one back, please. If you're over in the if you're over in the trader area, we've actually put speakers over there so we can warn people when that's going to happen now, specifically for that reason.
See, this is why we need the organist.
I must admit, I think
overboard that one.
I think most of the catches so far have been pretty rubbish. We've had an awful lot of fluff catches. You need to play for England cricket, definitely. With skills like that. Well, Dan's walking home at the moment, I think.
he's got a long way to go.
He's going home. Dan's off up the top end.
All right, so Dan is looking bankside to fire this one in.
On a hot day, I can't imagine what it's like to be sitting next to someone with their arms in the air. Deary me. And we're making you do this as well.
Here we go. Dan the man.
I love the squat. I love it. It's going to be Dan's squat, that one. Fantastic. That was nearly in the
fairground, that
one.
one.
You got it, yeah. Well done, Dan. Go on, see if you can fire it in one window and out the other one of the tractor. Go on. I'd pay to see that. I really would. Without hitting the person in the middle, of course. There we go, yeah. Yeah, so the track crew do have a bit of clean-up work at the top end. It should be too long. It's past the finish line by the looks of it. Good effort. You actually managed to get the people. Well done. Right, Dan, see if you can fire it at the guy with a TV camera.
He aimed for him last time.
Get him. Go on, have him. And if he ducks out the way in time...
Now the camera is actually on Dan now, so you are live, Dan. Let's see if you can get it.
Go on.
Come on, Dan. Come on.
We're not paying for the damage, by the way. I'd just like to add that.
He's aiming right at it. Let's see. It's...
Rubbish. Dan. Deary me.
It went over, didn't it?
You're fluffing your audition, man. Come on. Well, the cameraman can rest easy knowing Danny's such a rubbish shot that it won't go anywhere near him again.
Well, wait until we do the Mexican waves tomorrow. That'll be fun. Loads of people on the banking.
What, loads of really hot, sweaty people with their arms in the air? That sounds like possibly the worst idea I've heard in a long while.
No, we saved that for Saturday and Sunday when the banking and the grandstands are full. Give it the full effect. Oh, there's another person that hasn't got a T-shirt on. High-fiving all his mates. Yeah, needs to shave that beard off, though. It's not a good look. All right, Dan. Dan's going to fire one to the one or two spectators in the grandstand.
Yeah, Dan, if I'm honest, I don't think this is a fair comparison.
Come on, Dan. Fire one into the grandstands because we can see the camera shot over your shoulder to see if somebody can catch it. So you are live on TV. Everybody in the grandstand area where Dan is aiming, you are live on the internet around the world. Dan's just getting... Oh, it's going. Fumbled. Is anybody going to get it?
I think he's got it, yeah.
Yay.
One person. I just got to say, all the way from Sydney, Australia, just to do that. I mean, are you sure it's worth the flight? I'm not entirely sure. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. Actually, no, do encourage him. Come on.
Right, so he's going to go bankside, I think, for this one. Or is he? Nobody knows how Dan's mind works. That's the thing.
Or how that body manages to work as well.
Yeah.
I'm being so polite to him. I could be really rude if I wanted to, but, you know, taking it easy and all that.
Right, so
here we go then. Everybody on the banking. See if you can hit that cameraman again.
I keep losing it when he fires it from now, so I'm going to proper concentrate on this one. I want to see where it goes.
If you look nowhere near the cameraman, you'll probably be able to follow it. Fine. Who got that one?
I don't know, but is he running away?
He is. It's because he hasn't currently got a T-shirt on, that's why.
Oh, it's one of the no-shirt gang up there on the there on the banking that have now got 2 shirts.
Yeah. And a nice yellow hat.
Yeah. Well, nice is kind of subjective, but there we go. Anyway. Enough padding for a while. They're nearly done with the clean-up on the top end. The sweeper's making its last pass. Round of applause, please, for Dan. Come on. He's practiced for ages to be that rubbish. He really has, honestly. You should see how bad he was when he started, honestly.
You should see him practice here during the week when there's no spectators.
Oh, yeah. No, we have to go round. He has, like, one of his little minions, goes round and collects all the T-shirts and brings them back. It's like learning to serve in tennis.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and then he gets them all back to the office and he has to sit there and roll them all back up again and put elastic bands around them. It's a profession that Dan excels at.
And
Not very often.
This is his only job as well.
Yeah.
See, Daryl, you're being
If
very
only we
brave.
could find something else for him to do.
Yeah, Daryl, you're being very brave because usually you're up here in the tower where no one can hit you.
Hey, look, I'm little and quick, man. I can run. That's always been my advantage.
Okay, so let's bring back to reality. We have got 4 FIA Pro Stock cars that are pretty much ready to go. The top end, say, is on the verge of being completed. Once the Pro Stockers are run, it will be FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Also, we do have Nostalgia Funny cars in the lanes as well. And then we get ready for all of our bike classes. Pro Stock bike, Super Twin bike, Top Fuel bike, Super Street bike and Junior Drag Bike Cup. And to wrap up the pro session, it will be Spider-Man and Fire Force, the Jet Dragsters. And don't forget, tonight's, the evening session, I should say, the second session has been put back a bit. And actually, it will be put back definitely now because obviously we're losing a bit of time here. But we will be running in the dark tonight with Top Fuel. It's going to be incredible. This is worth all the delays that you get now. Just makes this evening even more exciting.
Oh yeah,
it's just, you'll thank us for this later. Oh boy, will you thank us for this later on. But it's one of those things. Anything can happen in racing. One thing that we must point out to you all is if there is any fluid or any debris on the track whatsoever, we will not run anything down that racetrack purely because it's unsafe. And if you have a car that runs over a bit of oil or a bit of water or anything like that with high horsepower, slick tyres, it can send them off in any direction. So it is number one priority is safety for all of our cars and all of our bikes. And if there is any fluid on the track whatsoever, then obviously we have to make sure it's clear. That's one of the reasons why we do not run in the wet. And if it does rain at any event, we do have all the equipment here to get things dried off once it actually stops, stops raining as such. We have jet dryers, we have sweepers, we have all sorts of things to deal with pretty much everything that is out there. A well-versed and rehearsed track crew here at Santa Pod Raceway, the best in the business. They really, really are. They keep working absolutely flat out. Here. Oh my word, yes, thank you. Right, I have just been handed a programme. How about this? The European Finals programme from September 2001, 22 years ago.
Oh God.
I wasn't actually born yet.
My first drag race on Dad's Suzuki GSXR 1090 bike by David Warren, aged 16. Oh, wow. How about that? I'm not going to read the whole thing out because I want to digest it first, but those of you who are here back in 2001 would have seen Dave Warren, who was age 16, race a bike. Fast forward 20 plus years later, and Dave Warren spends most of his time on the start line with Ian Marshall looking after you racers. But there we go. Dave Warren, age 16. Thank you for that, Carl Birkinshaw. I'm going to read that, cherry-pick the best bits out of it, and read out. When I picked up my ticket, I saw Breakout, 1089 with an 8 at 122 miles an hour. I had broken out by 0.002 seconds. I had the emptiest feeling inside. Who wrote that for you, Dave? That is magic.
That sounds like the way he talks, man. That's probably normal. That sounds like him. That does sound.
Oh, but that is sheer magic. Thank you ever so much indeed.
Don't look at the mug shots on the top alcohol page.
Oh, that's a point. You in this one? Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's in there.
Oh, no, Daryl Bradford. Here we go. Daryl Bradford, UK in top methanol dragster. Another rookie this season, but already firmly established in the low sixes. Daryl, described by Barry Sheevels as a natural what, has taken the wildside dragster like a duck to water. The team hoped to replace the current car, an updated Dennis Priddle chassis raced as Le Patron by the late great Jim Reed, his son Steve, and updated by Jeff Hauser. Yet another team who left a lot of their engine on the Shakespeare County track 3 weeks ago. New engine built by John Wright is an unknown quantity. Personal best for Daryl Bradford back then, 6.29 at 210.
Did Dave Alexander write that? Because it's 6:27.
It is a
but
Dave,
anyway, never mind.
it is
yeah.
a Dave
That's all
Alexander
right.
text, but there we go. Fame and fortune.
Oh, or not, as the case may be. That was a horrible weekend for me. I really didn't enjoy it. I did not enjoy that one at all. But
oh, wow. This is so good.
Yeah, and Daryl, I hate to rub it in again, but I wasn't born
You
yet.
weren't even born then,
No.
were you?
Yeah, the older you get, the faster you were.
Hang on a minute. I've just spotted something else. Santa Pod Raceway programs are inflation-proof. The European Finals program from 2001 was a £5. Today's program is still a £5, 20 plus years later.
And the quality has improved.
Oh, well, they were pretty good back then.
The quality of the photos in it, especially I'm not in there.
But no, absolutely brilliant. Top Fuel. Back then was Barry Sheevels, Anita Makela, Kim Raymond, Andy Carter, Peter Beck, Mickey Kagarad, Pelly Lindelof, Tommy Moller and Alan Jackson.
Oh, Doug Bond as well.
Yeah, Doug Bond.
And Manta Bagheera. He still races now.
Yeah, Wendy Baker. Wendy Baker was running in top methanol at that meeting, Daryl. She's now
She
in the
was,
Nostalgia
yeah.
Funny car.
Yeah, she's here this weekend.
She is indeed.
She should be in the lane.
So back racing in a Methanol Funny car?
Yeah. Sorry, we're
Oh yeah,
reminiscing.
ignore us.
There's about 20,000 people on the grandstand listening to me going through a programme from back in the day. But the Dave Warren piece I have got to really read later on.
It's like a
that is fantastic.
The best thing we can do is get him up in the tower and he can read it out. Or,
in Dave Warren speak, yeah.
Yeah, or I'll just give him the microphone and he can read it out down here in front of everybody.
Well, no, in actual fact, what we need to do is test him on it to see if he knows.
It's almost like what? Do you remember the Diary of Adrian Mole?
Yes.
There we go. That kind of thing we need to do.
The issue is, I think Ian's laughing a bit too much. I think we need to find something with him when he was 16.
we need to scout through programs to find something on Ian Marshall. That's what we really need to do. Have some fun with Ian later on. No, he's hiding.
He's in the one place that he can't hide all weekend. Standing on the start line. Kind of like me, really, but there we go. So I do think the sweeper is clearing up. Everyone's still strapped in the race cars. No one's moved. Both Robin Noren in the Slick Tricks lane, the Pontiac GTO. Just to explain what you're about to see, folks, you've seen a number of different vehicles so far. These are called Pro Stockers. What they are is they are based on late model American cars, two doors. There's a Dodge in the Kestrel lane, a Pontiac in the Slick Tricks lane, the GTO, as you can see. And both of these cars have the silhouette of the road-going version. They also have 500 cubic inch engines running on normal race gasoline, no more than 500 cubic inches. They run, there's no power adders at all. So Pro Stock is basically engineered horsepower. Everything is changed. The tuning changes are minute, just with the clutch, with the rear ends. There's loads of different things.
Gear ratios as well in the transmission, yeah.
Many ones. And the man in the Slick Tricks lane has faced a monumental task to get here this weekend. His newer car was in the wall in Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago in the final, unfortunately. But he's in the points chase. I think he's number 3. He's got a chance of taking it. Michael Malgren and Stefan Enrud are in front of him. But it's doable this weekend if he can get the event win.
Yes.
And a few things go his way. So Robin Noren went home to Sweden, phoned his good friend who he sold the car to, who was actually, that's the other thing as well. He was entered this weekend and he's pinched his car off him to come and race. Yeah, he has, hasn't he? That's the Anyway, exactly. So, Robin and the team, a massive amount of work, and they did it all in just a few days because the truck and trailer had to leave to come over here on the Monday, just gone. But he's here, down there on the start line. The team know the car very well. It was the car that they won the European finals with back in 2019, I think it was, something like that. So he won it twice, yeah. Yeah, Robin's had a lot of success here at this racetrack with that car, hoping for a bit more of the same.
Still dealing with the top-end issue, actually. It's a little bit more than what they initially thought. So, they are still working away in the shutdown area. I haven't got an exact estimate at the moment. But, a fair bit of work going on right at the far end of the shutdown area. So as soon as I can get more of an accurate update, I will let you know.
Yeah, a bit more about the cars, though. So this Pro Stock basically was designed to get companies into drag racing, so like Chevrolet, Dodge, Ford, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, they were all in it back in the day. It's a silhouette series, so like the Dodge Dart body is the same for both of the Dodge Darts. The GTOs are different though. I don't think Michael Mangum's is a GTO, is it?
No, it's that's a GXP. I think.
Yeah. But it's a bit like NASCAR where they have to run the same body.
Yeah, they run different. I mean, they run the same engine as the same body, if you see what I mean. So the engine is the same as the body style.
Yeah, if it's a Dodge, it's got a Dodge engine in it, essentially.
It wouldn't have anything but a Dodge engine in, would it, Michael? No, never. Mr. Dodge standing over there on the start line. In fact, even Michael cheated earlier in his career when he did actually have a Pontiac engine, but he just put a Mopar sticker on over on it. But this is a real Mopar. This one. A very, very real Mopar. And Michael has had this car for a number of years now. It is the retro Dodge, as it says on the back. And yeah, it's they're amazingly engineered cars. And they are endlessly tinkered with. I know everything in drag racing is, but these really, really are, definitely.
Yeah, and it's the highest revving cars that we have here this weekend, upwards of 9,000 RPM. They do scream.
Yep, so it shouldn't be long by the looks of that, actually, hopefully. About another 10 minutes, yeah? Okay, fair enough then. Well, at least we know now, folks. So what we're going to do, we are going to do it for just a couple of moments. We are going to hand back to the radio station very quickly, hopefully. And we're going to be on with Pro Stock. Right behind Pro Stock, folks, don't forget, is the first qualifying session of Top Fuel. So apologies, we've still got a bit more of a delay, but the track crew are working their damnedest up the top end, as they always do. And yeah, as soon as we're ready to go, we'll give you the nod.
Well, as the turbines are wound up, the pops and banks are going to get a little bit louder for both cars. Incredible images broadcast around the world from Stanford Raceway. Just looking at the live feed as well as what's happening in front of us here.
Everyone wave to Richard. The more you wave, the faster they go.
few people actually, especially Dan from Oxford, who did actually get a message to the tower about this. We need to do a warm-up for the Mexican Wave for tomorrow. Guys and girls, up for it? I hope so, because we haven't done a warm-up yet. We need to get one done today, or a couple, let's just see. Let's see how active you all are. I know it's a bit warm, but we need to limber up for this. So what we normally do, those of you that have been here before know we have track records and stuff like that. So we just need to feed you in gently, ready for record assaults tomorrow. So we're going to have a warm-up today. And those of you that have been here before know about the Mexican Wave. It was an experiment I tried, nearly about 10 years ago, I think. It has tried to be copied at other racetracks around the world. They have really tried it in the States as well. But they haven't matched us yet.
We're too quick, that's what it is.
We're too quick. We are too quick. But yeah, it was one of those crazy experiments, and it sort of worked, and then it sort of got bigger after that. But tomorrow and Sunday, when the grandstands are full and the banking is full, then it's epic. But we need a warm-up today. So that's what we're going to do. Just for a moment, we're going to have a few warm-up runs on the Mexican Wave. What this does is we start at the top end of the banking, where there's not that many people, but with the new PA system, everybody should be able to hear us quite well. And then what we do is the Mexican Wave comes down the spectator banking through bankside VIP, all two of you, and then it goes through the tower and then up the spectator grandstands to the end of the grandstands. Going to be a little bit difficult today because it's not full, but we're going to have a few warm-ups for you. I'll time it, and then we try and get quicker as our practice runs go. So that's the format. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the top end of the racetrack, the Mexican Wave in 3, 2, 1, let's go! They've gone deaf.
Oh no, I saw it come down, but it sort of died.
Oh dear,
well, we need better than
one
that.
person waved, and that was about it. So let's try that again. At the top end of the racetrack, it's literally it's just a Mexican Wave, trying to get it down the banking, through the tower, and then up the grandstand. So let's try that one again. And it's quite difficult to actually see from here as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's try again. 3, 2, 1, go!
So down past the 8th miles, around 60 foot, here we go, over
it's not too
VIP,
bad.
through the tower, onto the grandstands.
Rippling its way up. Oh, a bit more life on the grandstand. Do you know what? For a first run, that wasn't bad. It was a 10.84. Now, when we started Mexican Waves, the first one was about 30 seconds. So this crowd, though there's not a huge amount of you, you're pretty good. 10.84 seconds for the Mexican Wave to do the quarter mile, the timing area, and then back up the grandstand. So we're going to try another one, just see if we can go a little bit quicker. And actually, I just realised Live Action Arena is probably running as well, so a lot of people looking the other way. So bear that in mind as well. So at the top end of the banking, let's try that again. Got to beat 1084. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, that's much quicker. Through the tower already, onto the grandstand.
Work its way to the top. Yeah, 7.66 for that one. I tell you what, we'll just do one more, and then we'll save it for tomorrow when we've got the big crowd in. Just one more. This is just purely a warm-up to get yourselves ready, because everybody that's here today should be here tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys are all lucky. You guys have got a head start on the crowd tomorrow. You need to show them how it's done.
Also, you're all on the live stream as well, because the cameras are facing you now. So now is a chance to say, hi, Mum, at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Down the track really quickly, through the tower, onto the grandstand.
Up the other side, stop the clocks. That was not bad. 6.97. There we go. 3 passes. We're in the 60s straight away. But as I say, we'll save it for tomorrow.
Yes.
When you've got the big crowd here, and then that's where we'll start to go for the record attempts.
And we'll let you know what the record is tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may remember what the record is, but it is way, way quicker than 6.37. It's quicker than Ida Zetterström's European record in top fuel. It is quicker than that.
It's getting close to Sammy Miller's record, if I remember.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's probably quicker than Eric Tabul's 8th mile run. Yeah. Ooh. So there we go. There's plenty to feed on from that one. So yeah, that's basically what we're going to do tomorrow. Have a little bit of fun. There is talking about tomorrow, we've still got today to go, but tomorrow there's a lot of extra things being thrown into the mix when we've got the big crowds here. You'll see a lot of different things this weekend, and we are really engaging with a crowd a lot
Yes.
this weekend.
Like
Certainly.
Daryl, he likes to do opera for you all.
Yes. Daryl will be singing. We're absolutely delighted that finally.
Will I?
What's the rest of the song? Is that you just got the 2 words? Is that it?
No, that was my opening.
Oh, you
And
no,
closing.
right. Will I Am? Was it Will I Am?
Something like that.
Oh, right.
What about Ava Maria?
Ness and Dormer. Is it Ness and Dormer you're going to do tomorrow?
Mate, I don't have the weight capacity to sing that.
No, you just need
Is
the
all I'll
lungs.
say. Sorry?
You just need the lungs. You know?
I don't have those either, old chap. But,
joking aside. But no,
in the immortal words of Blackadder, it didn't start very well. The middle was pretty bad, and less said about the end, the better. But other than that, it was really, really good.
Okay, but no, seriously, folks, I think everybody that's here today will be here tomorrow as well. And we do have a lot of spectator participation lined up for you tomorrow. So it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to have a bit of fun with you. As I say, it's normally just Daryl and I in the commentary over the weekend, but we got Thomas Cook-Abbott with us as well. It's his first season helping us out. Really good to have Thomas with us. But it just gives us a little bit more manpower to go and try a few different things out. So really good to have Thomas
Thank you very much
this weekend.
Like time to go to the toilet. That's always a good one.
Yeah, there is that.
My
There is the
personal
comfort
favourite.
breaks. Yeah, there is that side of things as well. But as the day progresses into the evening, obviously we are going to have a phenomenal show later on when it gets dark. As I say, the payback for the odd delay during the day today is the show tonight will just be more intense. It's going to be really, really good indeed. But the show behind us, we got 4 pro stockers. The driver's just waiting patiently for that. And then, of course, it will be top Fuel Dragster be running straight after them. And, of course, all of our bike classes around the corner as well. They're not going to be hanging about either. They really want to put some numbers down. They already have this season. Be interested to see how they get on.
One thing I've just realised as well with the downtime, what that means is, as a sportsman racer where I've come from, if you ever see downtime on the track, it usually means that you've got time to wander around to the bank. So all the spectators out there, you don't know who you sat next to. They might be racing this weekend.
That's a very good point, actually. Yes, there have been some, ex-racers or pretend retired racers that all seem to make a comeback at some point in their lives. It does happen. But there's one guy that I spotted earlier on today was Steve Dunn, Tokyo Toy. He's in the on the banking somewhere. So a very, very good afternoon to you. Just having a look at various other social media to see who's about. Let's have a quick look. Shout outs for birthday. Oliver Krautberger's birthday today. Not racing here this weekend, but certainly one of our regulars here at the pod. Stuart Smith that runs the Rat Rod. He'll be here next weekend at the Hot Rod Drags. Rick Naylor, also another birthday today. So there are certainly a few of them. There is one person I wanted to go and interview, but he's gone back into Bankside VIP, so I will have a chat with him a little bit later on.
I'm just going to dip downstairs because I saw the number 1 qualifier in Pro Mod just wander past, so give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
He didn't wander past, he's wandered in. There we go.
Oh,
That's
there
even better. How nice of you. I was just speaking very badly about you, and I thought I'd come and apologise. I'm just kidding. Well, actually, David Vector, come on, Dave, you can put the cans on. There we go. It's easier if we do it this way. So up in the tower with us at the moment is your current number 1 qualifier in Pro Modified, David Vector. Good first run, was that the plan?
Yeah, that was the plan. That was the plan to get some proper data so we can improve from here. But it was so straight this run. It was like going for shopping.
Don't say it's boring.
Yeah.
It was boring.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, just a few years ago, a 591, you would have just been over the moon with. Now it's kind of, we can do better than that. Yeah?
Absolutely. We have to step it up and go back to our 5.8s or better.
Do you think? I mean, obviously we keep talking about the air this weekend. The density altitude is higher than it normally, much higher than it normally is here. It's a lot warmer as well.
Oh yeah.
It's not going to take that much off of the elapsed time. It's going to take a bit off, but not loads. It's not going to take 2/10 off, is it really?
No, we take for about 2 seconds. We take a lot of power out of the car always. So we just take a little bit less power out now, and it affects the top end speed more than the ET.
So from what you're saying, it is actually quite boring then, but it's a bit running like that. I mean, can you tell the difference between a 570 run and like that 590 run?
Well, the 570s, you have to be, at the first part needs to be really, really a lot faster.
Yeah.
And that, you feel that in the car.
Well, it was great as well, because number 1 and 2 qualifiers at the moment are both Dutch.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it's really, really good. So the plan for the weekend was just get down the racetrack with a strong run, and then hopefully step it up later on today and see what you can do.
Yeah, we are expecting better weather for tonight, a cooler track and cooler air temperature, so we can really step it up for next round.
So your personal best is a 575. Do you think you could get close to that, or I know you're going to try?
Don't think so with this weather. That's going to be a bit tricky.
But you're going to try and squeeze everything out you can, and hopefully stay number 1. Stay number 1. That sounds really nice, doesn't it? Staying number 1.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be cool. You're number 2 in the points, and you want to hang on to that. How close is it behind you?
It's not much. Bruno is 4 points behind me. After this round, 7 points behind me. So it's going to be a fight. I need to be the same or 1 round more in eliminations to become second.
So that's where those little points I was talking about really make it better. Because if you'd have had a busted run in that session and Bruno had been number 1, he'd only be 1 point behind you.
Correct.
And then if he was 1 point, if he was 1 space or 2 spots in front of you, he would actually go ahead of you. So if you both went out in the same round race day, then
correct.
Then
absolutely.
That
so
would be
with every run, every qualifying run counts now.
And I mean, as a driver on race day, how do you stay calm?
I'm usually quite nervous before I get into the car. And the moment when I'm in the car strapped in, especially when the engine is running, it just all falls away and I'm totally relaxed.
No problem. You were part of the quickest side-by-side race ever as well earlier this year. That was a hell of a race. I mean, from your view, did you think you'd won? Or was it that close you couldn't tell?
No, yeah, I could see there was Bobby Wallace, right? Yeah, I could see him in front of me. So.
It was a hell of a race. That whole round of racing, round 2 back in May, was just one of the best Pro Mod rounds of racing I've ever. Everyone was in the 5s. It was just door handle to door handle racing every single run.
Absolutely, and Bobby did an awesome job in that run. Just amazing, really. He beat me on a whole shot. And
I didn't want to bring that up. I'm glad you did. Sorry.
Yeah.
But no, it's great to see you, Dave. We're just about to get ready to go with Pro Stock. They've got their crash helmets on again, and they're just about to be given the go signal. So we'll get on with what we're doing. David, thank you very much for popping up and seeing us, and keep your fingers crossed you can hold that number 1 spot through this evening.
Thank you. And everybody have a really great weekend here.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Always good to have races come up and see us, and it's always good to see Dave back out of the pod as well. Sorry I didn't stop by for that drink last night, but maybe I'll catch up with you.
Was that you saying now?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so FIA Pro Stock, and that's fact, Dave's going to hang around up here and have a look at the Pro Stockers from the tower's point of view, which he's more than welcome.
I think he's earned it.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't tell him I said that.
So, Robin de Ren. It's a huge amount of work just to get here this weekend, and let's not forget the journey over the last 2 weeks for everybody, but especially for Robin and the whole team. The sheer amount of work that they've had to do. Absolutely incredible.
Well, the clean-up at the top end, I must admit, I can't remember one going on for that long, especially at the top end. So, Lynn and the whole team, I hope the damage isn't as bad as I think it is, but I hate to say I think it is. If there's that much oil made its way out that needs that much clearing up, especially right up the top end of the track in the shutdown area. The crew don't need to re-prep it, so it's quicker normally. So this is actually the quickest version. So there was obviously a lot that came out of that funny car, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was just saying then, when it went through the finish line, it sounded like just the burst panel went. But obviously, big cloud of smoke followed it, and then this whole downtime. So
the trouble is with you could see that it was leaning out. You could see that the smoke was starting to come out of it. So if it's starting to lean out, there's not enough fuel going into it, which is where the pop comes from. But the trouble is that the pop comes out of the front of the engine, but it also might come out the bottom of it as well. So anyway, we'll see how it went. You heard Torre earlier on saying that they built a new engine for this weekend. It might be a little bit more second-hand than they'd like after that round of qualifying too. We've still got top fuel cars in the lanes. We've still got the Nostalgia Nitro funny cars too. And we have the Pro Stock drivers in the cars ready to go.
I'll tell you what, just rest the vocal cords just for a moment. We'll get another update for you as soon as we can. But I'll tell you what, let's give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. Let's have a tune from them, and we will come back to you shortly. Thanks very much indeed.
Oh, the wheel has come off of Kevin Kent's car.
What a driving job for Kevin to hang on to that. Put your hands together, folks. He's safely stopping in the shutdown area. Unbelievable. How did he hang on to that?
Well, he did.
Issues again for Simon Crowley. An 0-1 red for Spencer Tram. In fact,
Both of them 0-1 red.
So the aim of the game is go as far under that number at the top end as you can. 1168 goes 1128. Well done to turbocharged 4 cylinders. Index of 7.80. Kev Jenkins on a lovely pass. 11560 foot. Still under power. Index 780 goes 783, so he's 0.3 over his index. Not quite where he wants to be. Issues for...
Just about past the tree on that one. It's 11.53 on that pass.
Wow. How did he hang on to that? 6:24 to open his account. 236 miles an hour. Very, very quickly.
Oh, what what a pairing this has turned out to be. Wayne Nicholson, 6:23, 7:36 off the gas at the stripe there for Dave Smith. But Wayne.
Nope. A lot of damn and blast going on in that one. Not quite enough wheel speed by the looks of it off the start line. Shook the tyres before 60 foot. The 60 foot was probably still pretty decent. Do you know something? I can't believe this. I've got to say this. I'm looking at Peter Cook's car, and it's like about that much over the wall.
Cracking run from Jean Delamont here with a 6:19, 2:32. He takes over the number 1 spot for the time being. Walter Strobel with the door starting to come open there as he went off the line.
Look at Oh, there goes the driveline.
Well, that's what I was not going to say about Bobby. He hardly ever has a busted run. 11:30 for Jimmy Orland was not what they were expecting. What was the 60 foot like, fellas?
1 flat.
Sorry, 1 flat. Yeah, that's that's a little soft. Let's put it that way, isn't it? Really.
Oh, that's a good one
for both of them.
Wow.
5.99 at 2.40 for Mickey G. 6.23 at 2.22, taking the long.
This could be your new number 1 qualifier. Yep. It is a 5.94 there for Mats Eriksson and with a .96 60 foot.
Oh, no shoots from what?
Oh, well, they're trying to come out.
Mark Hartwell and Michelle Loren.
Both sliding a bit.
Whoa, 5.92 off the
Great
trailer.
Start.
Well, a 7.07 and a 6.86 were not what we expected for that. Bruno with big old tyre shake off the start.
Well, that was expertly pedalled. He's lifted now. David Vector goes 5.91, 242 mile an hour, goes straight to the number 1 spot.
And most importantly for him.
Oh, superbly pedalled there. 5.50, 2.42.
I hate to say it out loud, I'm not quite sure what the pedal was for, because it didn't shake or do anything.
.9 60 foot. They're side by side the whole way down. Shootout early, still goes 5.53 and a 5.55.
Oh, that was a 5.40 for Sandro, but he had the shootout way before the finish line.
Tyre shake for Silvio Strauch, but he drove through it. They're side by side over the finish line. Lynn goes 5.73, 224 mile an hour, and a 5.50 at 256 for Silvio. That puts him only in the number 3 spot.
Well, for Lynn and the team.
That was a bit bizarre, that. I was just going up the other end to check on the how long it would be, and they said, oh, they're just about to fire them up. So, yeah, sprint back into the commentary box area as we get ready then for FIA Pro Stock Q1.
So this is Simon Ickengreen's first, actually, and Robin Arendt's first run here for 4 years. So pre-COVID was the last time both of these two were here back in 2019. That weekend, it was not Robin Arendt taking the win. He's the man in the GTO in the slick tricks lane. Hoping for more of the same this weekend. Monumental effort, as we said many, many times over. Simon Ickengreen with the CHM machine Dodge Dart. As you probably saw, I was just having a long chat with Michael Scherquist, car owner, tuner, builder. Not a lot that Michael can't do, let's put it that way.
No. I know it's a bit of a snaky burnout for Robin Naren. I'm sure that won't affect him too much on the run, because usually that's a telltale sign of a fall link issue or something like that. I'll say issue, setup. And that is deadly important in these cars. These guys spend so long with the fall link setups and the wheelie bars. That's what you're seeing them adjust now. They're both just finished that, actually. To get these guys launching straight off the line. So low downforce on these cars.
Yeah, they're very, what's the phrase? Finicky, I think is the English phrase. They're very, very tough to tame. There's lots of things you can change, but there's also lots of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, Robin moving over to the centre line. Bit of a wiggle for Simon Ekengren as he goes over the line to a 6.74, 206 mile an hour. Actually, that's quite a slow pass.
Well, I think
a bit more than that.
Possibly that. I mean, they're probably looking. His best is in the low 660s. So with the weather and everything else as well, that's a pretty good first run actually for Simon.
Okay, I'll shut up then.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. The thing is that the Dodge power plant that they use in there has long since died out in NHRA competition, which is like there's a trickle down effect over here in Europe. They tend to have up to date stuff, and because that Dodge engine, the vast majority of that is all down to Michael, the guy I was talking about, the owner, the tuner, and everything else as well. They were pretty happy with that for their first run out. Stefan Enrud and Michael Malmgren, numbers 1 and 2 in the championship at the moment. Well, the good thing about this for this weekend is that the teams know the racetrack won't be an issue. It's just a case of how much horsepower the air will allow them to make because they're naturally aspirated. I think at the moment the leader is Michael Malmgren, but Stefan Enrud really ain't far behind in the Pro Stock points. I don't know if you can check that out, fellas.
Yeah, I'm on it now for you.
Okay. We've got Top Fuel Dragsters right behind this pair, folks, so please don't go anywhere at all. Top Fuel Dragster in the lanes, being pulled round behind the tower right now.
Yeah, something different about the Pro Stock as well. Most other classes you'll see in this Pro session is about managing the power you have. You've got to take some power out for the launch and then pile it all back into the top end to try and get as good a run as possible. With the Pro Stock guys, they're trying to make power. They've got all the grip they need. So it's the one who can make the most power out of the engine will be the one to win the race. Qualify number 1.
The funny thing is as well is that you were probably listening to the NHRA broadcast last weekend like I was, Tom. And one of the really interesting things that Alan Reinhardt said was that the Pro Stock car hits the tyre harder than the Top Fuel car. And that's because the engines are wound up to sort of 7,000-8,000 RPM before they dump the clutch. So it's an instant transfer of power from the engine to the rear wheels, where with the Top Fuel car it has to kind of wind it up because they leave from idle.
Yes.
However, from the next 1,300 and whatever feet onwards, it's all Top Fuel.
Tyre shake for Michael Malmgren.
Huge. Oh, and a miss. Well, gearbox not working the way it should do there for 709, 158 for Stefan.
It did not go into top gear. 709 at 158. So it is Simon Ekengren with the bonus points from that round of qualifying. He's number 1. Yeah, big tyre shake for Michael Malmgren. If you folks up there sitting in the grandstands can see that, basically what happens is the tyre, how do we describe this? The tyre actually needs to slip a little bit. So the tyre does actually need to slip a bit to release the pressure. Otherwise, effectively, the rubber balls up at the front of the tyre, and if it doesn't release the pressure, it runs over itself. It runs over the bump, and that's what you can see these chatter marks are here. Which leads us very nicely into the kings of the sport, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody here not seen a Top Fuel car before? Be honest. Seriously, be honest. There's a couple of hands on the balcony.
Ooh,
that's fun. That's always good to see. Anyone in the grandstands not seen them? Give the Pro Stock guys a round of applause, please. That's a long old trip for that. I'm sure they're going to lay down some really good numbers here this weekend. Just missed it a little bit in that session for some of them. But, yeah, big cheer for the Pro Stock guys. Well done. So, yeah, in the grandstand, anyone not seen a Top Fuel car before? Be honest. Are you actually being serious? No, you are? Okay, all right. Good. Someone film him. I want to see the result. Okay. 11,000 brake horsepower, the fastest accelerating wheel-driven vehicles on the planet. 0 to 100 miles an hour in twice their own length. Quite honestly, if you dropped them off a cliff, they would probably not accelerate any harder than they do leaving the start line. The other amazing fact about Top Fuel cars is that if you had, say these cars cost about £5,000 a run-ish, if you have £5,000 in your hand in money, you could not burn it quicker than they go through it on the racetrack.
Mad.
Yeah, it's best not to look at it like that, really, though, isn't it? I think, to be honest with you. So, Duncan Micallef in the Kestrel lane. all the way from the beautiful island of Malta. So good to see Duncan back doing what he enjoys most, here racing with us in the UK. Taking on in the slick tricks lane from Switzerland for Monster Energy, and she ran some monster speeds in Hockenheim as well. She was over 500 kilometers an hour, which is more than 312 miles an hour, I think, just about every single run. That's India Urbacher. They're being given the signal to fire up. Good to see Jimmy Walsh over here as well, helping out with Duncan. And Urs and everybody on India's team, good luck to both of them. Here we go, folks. That is the biggest throttle stop on any fuel car I've seen for a long while, that one. Whoa, dearie me. I'm getting absolutely splattered as well walking down here. But India Urbacher and Duncan Mikulev, your first pair qualifying for Sunday's race day. You're going to see these 2 times today. This is the first qualifying session of the weekend. These are absolutely beautiful conditions for fuel racing. The simple reason being is that fuel cars like a warmer racetrack. The tyre works better, everything else works better. Gets them moving off the start line with that all-important tyre strip.
So scrubbing the tyres down as they move India's car up to the blue line. Brilliant to see Duncan back here again. I think he's only doing 2 events this season and both of them were at Tanner Pod. So the young lady from Switzerland sat at the blue line. The young man from Malta bringing his car to the blue line himself.
There we go then, FIA Top Fuel Dragster, round 1, Duncan Mikulev, India Urbacher, their first qualifying shots.
Wow, India's car was just picking up some steam before she clicked it off. 454, only 175 miles an hour. Those short numbers looked pretty spectacular, probably.
0.86 a pair, actually, off the line. 225 to 330 and 331 at 206. But they say both of them had issues before the 8th mile there. But nevertheless, 0.86 both sides of the racetrack.
Yeah, not too short came off India's car either, but it's in the return road now.
Yeah, it just went flying over Duncan's lane and flying over the photographers, thank goodness. Quite sure.
Well, the good thing is I think they're both safely off the top end of the racetrack. Good opening numbers now with Runa's cars. Runa Fjeld is team owner for Duncan's car and Suzanne's car and Ida's car as well. Runa does like taking it carefully, because the simple reason is these engines are so powerful and they cost so much money to run. You want to go a bit further down the racetrack every time just to make sure you get your setup right before you let it go for a full bore run. And yeah.
Daryl, I think Urza's got the part. What is it?
It is something he just threw at his crew guy. Hold it up in the air. What's that?
It's a bit of duct tape.
It's a duct tape something. Definitely that. Well, it's yeah, something different, I suppose.
Right. Okay. So, well, basically, you're FIA champion for this year in Top Fuel, Ida Zetterstrom, and you're confirmed runner-up this year in Top Fuel, Suzanne Kalin, lining up side by side for their first qualifiers of the weekend.
Yeah. And Ida has just had a phenomenal season. Thank you very much indeed to Gary Page. That was actually the spark plug cover.
Oh, okay.
That's what that was, yeah. So nothing completely vital, but still nice to have it on the car instead of in the turnpike. So there we are. So, Ida Zetterstrom for Edelbrock KW Parts from the gorgeous island of Åland in the middle of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland in a slick trick line. Now back at the main event, Suzanne set a new European record for speed. She went 384 at 320 miles an hour out the back door. And we thought, that's pretty good. That's a big up on the speed. Round one, Ida Zetterstrom went 377 at 321 miles an hour.
All four of our top fuel drivers this weekend have run in the 3-second zone at some stage in their career. But, are we going to see 3 straight in the first session today? Ida Zetterstrom, Suzanne Kalin. Both rolling in now, both in the pre-stage, so it's just that little release of the braking stage. Here we go. This one's all Suzanne, but she clicks it just after the 330, straight up in smoke for Ida.
I can tell you why Ida's car went straight up in smoke as well. I think you probably saw it. When she turned the second pump on, or when she put both the fuel pumps on, which adds all the fuel needed for a launch, an awful lot of that fuel was actually spitting out the top of the cylinders onto the tyres very, very quickly. Well, you are confirmed as European champions now after you put that run in. Kim Helander is, everybody out there, all you fellas, you're very jealous. This is Ida's boyfriend. What's it like to live with a European champion? I think you're about to find out, aren't you?
Yeah, it's pretty soft and calm.
It's pretty soft and calm. So, but Ida puts a lot of work into this, like you guys do as well. She's wrapped up the European champion now just with that run.
Yeah, that's good.
Has it been a fun year for you?
Yeah, it's been fun.
Fine, no problem. Anyway, Kim, I didn't mean to ambush you like that, but congratulations to the whole team. Well done.
Thanks.
No problem at all. Mr. Talkative, Kim Lander, everybody.
Why use 1,000 words when one will do?
Oh, you don't need to. You don't need to. Obviously, Runa's been giving him lessons.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's definitely Runa been giving him lessons. So we've got Nostalgia Funny Cars round behind the tower too. So once again, don't go anywhere, folks. We've just got a little bit of sweep of the tractors, and we're back to quarter-mile racing. One thing, Colin, that I'd just like to ask is format for the Nostalgia Funny Cars. Are we having a 4-car qualified field?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah, it's because there's
we've got
5
of them here, haven't we?
5 of them here this weekend. Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. I'm just going to go around the back of the tower, see if I can catch up with anybody quickly.
My guess would be a 4-car, but as I say, I need to double check. I'll tell you what, I mean, very, very quick, depending on how quick this sweep is. Lisa Marie is down there. You had that two-seater passenger ride.
Don't worry, I'm going to get it. Don't worry. I'm just not going to advertise the fact I'm coming, so that's absolutely fine. But yeah, they're just about to pull around. We've got Paul Harris, we've got Tony Betts, and Lisa very kindly walked towards me. Lisa Marie Raw. Obviously, you've seen your husband do this for a number of years. How was the ride in the 2-seater? That's what we want to know.
It was amazing.
Was it good?
Really enjoyed it.
Would you recommend it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do it again.
Seriously, so Andy, what about Andy's seat in the race car? Is that in trouble?
No.
You don't fancy doing that, no?
No, definitely not. No, but I recommend it to anybody. That was absolutely amazing.
Was it better than you thought? Because you can't describe it to anybody, can you?
No, you have to do it to understand what it feels like. If you describe it to somebody, it's like they don't get it.
Yeah, definitely not. So just get on and do it yourself, yeah?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much indeed, Lisa. And good luck to you, the whole team, and your husband as well this weekend. Thank you very much indeed, Lisa. So the Nitro Bug. Yeah, there we go. Round of applause from the crew as well. Come on.
Looking good, actually.
Looking, well, not that good. I mean, seriously, not that good. Not bad, but not that good. Anyway, so yeah, Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. Going to be coming round in just a couple of moments.
Actually, a bit of a sweep up going on behind the start line as well. Actually, just getting rid of any debris that's around there.
So we've got Paul Harris as well. We've also got Tony Betts, the newest member of the 5 Second Club for Nostalgia Funny Car. Right behind them is Tim Garlick, who does his usual thing, which is parked nearly half a mile up the shutdown area, so you won't see him. You'll just see him drive around anyway. Yeah, Tim Garlick's there as well. Right behind them, we've got Pro Stock Bike. We've got all the other good stuff on 2 wheels coming up as well, so that won't be far away at all.
Yeah, you said about Tony Betts. Tony Betts actually holds the class quickest run record now. When he put that 5-second pass in the other week, just nipped in front, the quickest run ever by Apache. So Timmy Garlick will probably want to take that record back this weekend, and in his eyes, the sooner the better. But as I say, it looks like it will be Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug will be the first car to come around the corner. The Bluebird is out there at the moment, just putting some extra traction down as well, as we need to get as much grip out there as we possibly can. Just to give everybody a little reminder, obviously this will be our last car class for this session. And then we get ready to go with the bikes. It will be FIM Europe, of course. Pro Stock Bike to be followed by the Super Twin Bikes, Top Fuel Bikes, Super Street Bike, and Junior Drag Bike Cup, and then it will be a race between our jets. It will be Spider-Man and Fire Force 5, and of course they are to the 1,000-foot mark. So that's what's still to come in this first pro session. Running a little bit behind schedule at the moment, but it's just the way it is sometimes. Coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which bizarrely we would have been slap bang in the middle of sportsman qualifying at the moment. But yeah, still plenty of time to get loads done today. Don't forget our second pro session. We expect the fuel cars and pro mods and everything to be running 7 o'clock onwards this evening, when it's getting very, very dark indeed. So you're going to have an absolute treat this evening. And also the jets will be running late as well. You'll have Spider-Man and Firestorm running side by side. Then you'll have Fire Force 3. And then to wrap up our on-track action, we have the Steam Rocket Bike. Really looking forward to seeing Graham run this evening. That is a phenomenal machine. And then, of course, the fireworks display at the end. Those of you that are tuned into the live stream, obviously you'll be pretty much watching everything that's going on this afternoon. But fear not, the original scheduled time of around about 5:30 for our full-on evening session will start just that little bit later. But we shuffled the order around, so it will be bikes first, then going into the cars. And so the rough idea is to try and get the fuel cars out around about 7:15-ish. So as I say, it is track and conditions dependent. But one thing that we're not going to get today is a dew point. And so sometimes, obviously, in September we do get that, and when the dew comes down, it becomes unsafe. It's like having a wet track, so we can't run. But absolutely no fear of the dew point today, so we're going to have a phenomenal evening. And if you've never seen night racing before, or night qualifying before, you are in for an absolute treat tonight.
I love that. I love one thing you said in that.
What's that?
We get a dew point sometimes in September.
Yeah.
We have got a dew point every September I've been alive, apart from this weekend.
Apart from this one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
True, yeah.
I like it's just the sometimes part, mate. It was really, really good. So what you're about to see now, ladies and gentlemen, are funny cars once again. However, they run a different combination to the cars that you saw a little bit earlier on. They're still nitro engines, but they run smaller capacity fuel system, smaller capacity supercharger and everything else as well. But they all run, the key thing is they all run with nostalgia bodies on them. By nostalgia, we mean older style bodies. This, I think, is the only nitro Volkswagen Beetle on the planet with Andy Raw at the wheel. You've got a Monza. Traditionally, the car bodies are from the 1970s, as are most of the drivers. Actually, no, they're not. Actually, no, they're not. I think they're probably from earlier on than that. But anyway, yeah. I was being polite then, actually, for once. But yeah, the bodies are the older style bodies. They run heads up over the quarter mile. ET's normally in a low 6 second, very occasionally high 5 second range, around about 230 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, so this is a bit more like what the Nitro funny cars you saw earlier would have been like in, as you said, the 70s, 80s. Back when they were running actual Nitro funny car. Granted, there probably wasn't a Beetle back then.
I don't think there ever has been, to be honest with you. There's been Beetle funny cars before, but not with fuel motors in them.
No.
If you remember Brian Burrows' car, do you remember the Outrage car?
Yeah.
That's coming back soon.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't say where at the moment, but it is.
What do you mean can't say where? My bet is here.
Very good, very good. Yeah, but that's due to come back next year.
Excellent stuff. So fired up is Paul Harris with the Dennis Brittle Tribute Monza. Just about to be fired up is Andy Raw with the Nitro bike. Here we go. This is going to be loud. It's going to be fun. Hopefully, oh dear, unfortunately, Andy's car didn't fire.
No, it took the starter off too quickly, so they're quickly putting it back on, cranking it over. It will fire soon. There we go, fired now. Very quick hands from Carl Harrison to get that thing sorted, get it refired.
That was very quick thinking and very expertly done as well by the whole team. That's what you get for having a lot of practice with this kind of stuff. So Andy Raw's been out racing a number of times this summer. I think he was here at VW Action last weekend, wasn't he, Colin?
Yeah, I believe so. I wasn't here, but...
oh, okay.
I was Luke last weekend.
Oh, to the sky. So you only came to drop my bed off. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I only came up for that, yeah.
So, Paul Harris with the Monza. Paul is rather unique in the world of drag racing. Well, not in this way, but because he's left-handed, the brake in the car, the handbrake on the car, is on the left-hand side. He had to put it over there because when it was on the right, he just couldn't coordinate with letting the brake go and putting his foot down. But the car's been running steadily in the 630s. Andy Raw's best ever ET, I think, is a 6.3 or thereabouts.
So the crew chiefs give each other the nod, bring their drivers up to the blue line. Final adjustments with the air leak and the RPM. Cameras at the ready for Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car. As straight as a funny car run can be for 6:44 for Paul Harris.
Nice opening run, clicked it a little bit early, 183 miles an hour. Andy Raw was on a pretty good run until he got a bit out of shape there just before Haas track.
Yeah, actually the same number for number pretty much up the track. 8th mile was a little bit down for Andy Raw.
Yeah, they both had 104 60 foot. They were both 274 there or thereabouts to the 330, but obviously it was Paul Harris that managed to pretty much keep it open most of the way to the stripe. He was 181 mile an hour at the 8th. He only picked up 2 mile an hour at the quarter.
So we've got Venom and Apache to come round now. The two quickest and fastest Nostalgia funny cars in Europe are going to be round next. Very, very, very quickly. No, it's all right. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Oh, okay. I scared her off, didn't I? She just managed to make it out here as well. Oh, look, hiding behind the tower. What's going on? Dearie me. I'm the same size as you. We're the same size. It's fine. Don't worry. Anyway, no, that's Elaine. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Needless to say, that was the first proper job of scampering anyone's done so far this weekend. That was very good. That was very good indeed. I was only going to ask, is Tony the same man now he's run a 5-second run, or is he a new man? He's a new man, is he? Now he's run a 5-second run. Fair enough. Okay. Did you hear I was really nice? I said most of the car bodies are from the 1970s, as are most of the drivers. Yeah, definitely. Definitely that. Anyway.
Whose good books are you trying to get in?
Oh, no. I'm talking to, at a safe distance for her, Tony Best's wife, who's standing down here on the start line. I just wanted to ask her if he's a different man since he made a 5-second run back at Dragstalgia to finish out the day. And I'm sure he is. She nodded very vigorously, let's put it that way. So here we go then, Apache and Venom side by side. Europe's 2 quickest and fastest Nostalgia Nitro funny cars side by side for your viewing pleasure. Current number 1 is Paul Harris at 6:44. Both of these two can beat that. It's just whether they're going to be doing it on this run. Tim Garlick was here testing last weekend as well, just in the run up to this event.
Yeah, Tony Betts has, up until his 5-second run, was having not the best time at the racetrack. But that all seems to be behind him now. Touch wood.
Don't say that out loud. You said it out loud, man. So the beautiful 1970.5 tomorrow. Tony Betts rolls underneath the tower in the Kestrel lane. Closely followed by Apache and Tim in the other. Now check out the lack of throttle stop on Tim's car coming up on the burnout. I love the sound of this thing. So 1978 Firebirds body on this car in the Slick Tricks lane, very reminiscent of the Gladiator, if you remember that car from back in the 70s and 80s. Actually, I beg your pardon. No, it was 70s and 80s. Yeah. And Tony Betts with the Camaro. Both of these two have been in the fight. See what they can do this time.
Second pair, the final pair in Nostalgia Funny Car. Tony Betts, Tim Garlick. Both of them have a PB of 5.96. But this is their first run for the weekend.
Little bit of tyre shake for Tim Garlick, but he's long gone in the distance to a 6:36. 216 mile an hour, slowing to a 216 mile an hour actually.
Yeah, Tony Betts 661. That's a bit of an old one. What's that speed, chaps? Is it 231?
221.
221, I beg your pardon. Yeah, the car just seemed to kind of labour all the way down the racetrack. It looked almost like there was a fuel line off at the top of it, something like that. There was smoke coming over the top. But good opening runs for both of them, both in the 60s again. That's 3 out of the 4 cars in the 60s on the first qualifying session. They'll be running later on today. And highlight of that session was I managed to scare a lane. So you know, what can you do? Yeah, just doing a quick lane check, and then I think we're on with the bikes, aren't we?
Yeah, I believe so. And it will be Pro Stock Bike, the first class to come around the corner. And in actual fact, they're just making their way up to the white line, if you like. They move out of lanes 1 and 2 where they have been gathering. And obviously the first 2 bikes are going to be coming straight round. It is going to be the Bish.
So a Pro Stock bike, much like Pro Stock car, the bodies have to match the engine. So if you've got a Suzuki body, you've got to run a Suzuki engine. No power adders, you've got to run on race petrol, essentially. Not a lot of horsepower on these bikes either. So yeah, pretty much as similar as you can get to the car counterparts.
But one thing a Pro Stock bike does do, it does a real good job of stretching your arms.
Yes.
Because when these things launch, obviously, yeah, they have a wheelie bar, but you've got a slick tyre. You'll see a good comparison between, if you watch a Pro Stock bike leave the line, compare a Super Street bike. Now, the Super Street bikes are quicker over the quarter mile, but it's the launch. The Super Street bike would be, what, 120, 118 to 60 foot. Pro Stock bike, at least a tenth quicker. And it just really does a good job of trying to rip your arms out of their sockets. They really, really do launch hard. But say, your first pair, Martin Bishop representing the UK on the TL1000R. And Jérôme Rougemont from France will be in the Castrol lane.
One sec, Daryl's just attacking me.
Finally.
I'm going to have to sit down now.
So, Pro Stock Bike for FIM Europe, the first of our bike classes.
Yeah, we're going to be running an 8-bike ladder in Pro Stock Bike by the looks of it, which is excellent to see.
I wonder if Martin Bishop's in your programme, Colin.
He probably would be back then.
Yeah, 2001.
When he was 23 years old, maybe.
I was actually having a good look through that programme earlier, but you call this pair. And
So, Jérôme is a new name to me, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah,
Martin Bishop isn't. The old boy's been around for years. World's fastest gecko, as you can tell by the leathers. Just kidding, Mark, obviously. Been around in Pro Stock Bike for a long while. But yeah, Jérôme Rougemont is a new name to me completely, especially racing here in the UK.
Yeah, all the way from France. We're looking for low 7-second passes. Issues for Jérôme. Martin goes through all the gears, go over the line. 8:09, 167 mile an hour.
There's a lot more in there than that.
Oh, yes.
And you are right, Martin Bishop did race in Pro Stock Bike at the 2001 European Finals. Got to say big thanks to Angie Woods for getting this programme up to us. So, Angie, huge thanks to you. This great source of entertainment this weekend. Thank you.
It's not supposed to be entertainment. It's supposed to be information, but, you know, whatever.
Information, entertainment, it's all the same to me.
Who's worried? So, Jérôme stops out there by the wall.
Yeah, telltale sign for Martin Bishop's run was his 60-foot. You were saying before how a super street bike, which you'll see in a second, they don't have like any tyre at all. It's a road bike, essentially, tread. About the size of the palm of your hand is their contact patch, and they do 120-ish 60-foots. Martin Bishop's then was a 127. I can actually see on the line, he sort of hit the wheelie bar, spun a bit, then went again.
Yeah, it has to be a nice smooth motion forwards. Like you said, the comparison to the four-wheel Pro Stockers is very, very relevant because they do the same thing. They bring it right up on the chip and then just dump the clutch. Well, effectively throw the clutch away, if you like, which is totally unnatural to any bike rider because it normally means you're just going to go straight up in the air and over. But if you're riding a Pro Stock bike, it's the way forwards.
It looks like he's actually developed into a trike now, but it's a very clever trailer that the Santapod team have got to help get a bike off the track. So, yeah, really clever bit of kit, that. Whilst this bike has just been cleared, I'm just going to do a little shout, actually. Scott Lineker has been in touch. Scott, one of the stars of Street Weekend. He wants it to say a big shout out to his granddad, Jeff. He's in the disabled area. Aged 76, but he's been coming to the pod since the 1960s and loves it, and it's the reason who I am today. Also, thank you very much for the mention in the Santapod programme, something he will cherish forever. And that's a big thanks from Scott. So, Jeff, a very good afternoon to you.
So, Martin Newbury and Aswin Lenoble.
Yeah, Aswin's got a very tricky task this weekend. To run a Pro Stock bike, you've got to be... Basically, there's a time you've got to run. And Aswin has not run it yet. So, I think he needs to get into the sevens. I'm not sure where in the sevens he needs to get, but somewhere in there. Martin Newbury... both these riders have been following the European circuit. I'm not sure what the points are looking like.
I think the next one. Well, this is in order. So, because it's the first session, it's in point order. So, the two leaders are right behind us at the moment. It's Bertrand Maurice that's out in front at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually confirmed as champion.
Oh, he has already.
Yeah.
A little bit of wheel spin again and over to the centre line. Expertly ridden straight down with his knee out. 7:46.
177. That's a nice riding job for Martin Newbury. He did very, very well indeed to hang on to that. Yeah, Pro Stock Bikes, it's all about the 60 foot, and that 1:18 60 foot was a good tenth of a second off probably what Martin was looking for. 8:84 at 152 miles an hour for Aswin Lenoble to open his account. So the next pair underneath the tower is Bertrand Maurice and Jorg Limon from Germany. Now Jorg had a great outing in Hockenheim, and I'm pretty sure if you check out the race program, there's a couple of these riders that aren't in there that thought, after they had a good outing in Germany, thought, hang on a minute, this is fun. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Jorg is one of them.
Yeah, it's nice to see a thicker field in Pro Stock Bike. It was dwindling around the 3 mark, but we've got
time.
Yeah, so nice to see a good few riders joining the class.
Well, Jorg's bike is actually a V-twin Buell.
Yeah, they're becoming more and more popular in the States. They were very popular in the early 2010s. Yeah, you can hear the difference. Lovely runs a pair. Going to match each other at the finish line. 7:33. 7:28 for Bertrand Maurice. Puts him straight to the number 1 spot. In fact, Jorg
Good
to
job.
the number 2, yeah.
183 miles an hour as well. Jorg with a 7:33 off the trailer, 178. What I was going to say as well about Bertrand, he's a small guy, and with Pro Stock Bike, you have to make a minimum weight. He's going to be there, let's put it that way. 108 to 60 foot as well was a nice number off the start line. That was all what that run was about. Jorg was 1.14 to 60, but not that far behind going down the track. Super Twin up next.
So 2-cylinder nitro bikes, naturally aspirated. There is a supercharged one in the class, but I don't believe he is here this weekend.
No, unfortunately, didn't have a great season up to this point, so opted not to make the trip. Opted not to make the trip, unfortunately for us, over here to race with us at Santa Pod this weekend. So, big shame as well, because that's one of the world's only 5-second Super Twin bikes as well. We are, of course, talking about our friend from Finland. This is Chris van Nimmen from just over the water in Belgium. There's a couple of these bikes sprung up over there.
Yeah, so watch this bike as it goes down the track. Hopefully, fingers crossed, he'll have the front wheel dangling in the air for most of the quarter mile. Trademark of the Super Twin. Well, he did have the front wheel in the air, but then spin, and it came down quite hard, actually.
You could clearly see what happened there. It just broke traction. It shook a little bit off the start line. It was nice and smooth, and then almost exactly at 60 foot, the rear wheel just retired, just let go. Okay, your numbers. You're number 1 in the championship, and I think confirmed again as champion, which in a class as competitive as this, especially in the northern part of Europe, is something of an amazing thing. That down there, the Speedies race team. For his dad, that's Marcus Christensen. Going to be taken on Martin de Haas, 2 of Europe's best with the V-twins, both running nitromethane.
Now, I'm really excited to see if Marcus Christensen comes out for the session later on in the dark, because when he gets his header flames up, the way his exhausts are is very different to all the other bikes. They're pretty much right underneath his hips, facing up. So when he goes down the track, it looks like he's got wings made of fire as he goes down the track. It's very cool to see.
His dad waving at him to say, that'll do. You don't need to do that. So Mark is going to plug it back into first gear. They've got 2 gears on these bike. Burns out in high gear. Martin de Haas in the other lane. They are multi-time European champions as well. But Marcus these days seems almost unbeatable on that bike. I've said it 1,000 times. It's the most undramatic, quick twin I've ever seen anywhere in the world. All the rest of them, bikes all over the place. It's spectacular to watch, but the way Marcus does it, with it nice, flat, straight, and very, very quick.
Oh, the bike's quick from Mike de Haas. Marcus moving over to the centre line. He's going to clear the block. No!
Oh, and look at the ET. 6.24. Only 196 miles an hour. Look, Dad is doing the proper dad dance down on the... That's a proper dad dance. Well done. Needless to say, Marcus Christensen's number one. What a run. Short numbers for all you number freaks tuning in around the world. I know there's lots of you up there. 107 to 60 foot for Marcus. 8th mile was 4:03, 192. So he only put on 4 miles an hour in the back off. He didn't. He just had to let go of the throttle a little bit early so he didn't get the blocks in the centre. But
Yeah,
what a run.
I don't know how he didn't hit them quarter mile blocks, because if you look at the tyre track from here, well, we can see it. I don't know how many of you guys up there on the grandstands can. He's actually aiming directly at the 1,000-foot blocks.
Missed it, just
missed it, and then just missed the quarter. I don't know how he didn't get
He
the
was
quarter mile
only
blocks.
a tenth off his PB, even doing that.
You can't say enough about those. I can't say enough about those guys. They, you know, it's just him and his dad. It's been a while since we heard that noise. Too long since we heard that noise. As far as I'm aware, the world's only 3-cylinder blown nitro bike. Al Smith at the helm. This bike has been in the 5s. They did a lot of engine damage back at the main event, and we haven't seen him for a couple of months since. This is Al's first run since then.
Lovely straight run. Issues with the gearbox. You could hear it didn't want to click into high gear.
Looked a little soft row actually, but then after the rebuild, 7.18, I'm sure they'll take that. 139, 109 to the 60 foot even. 8th, 422 at 170. Again, a little bit off pace for what they normally run, but that was the first run back since all that damage, so I think they'll take that.
Yeah, we should also say that's Top Fuel bike. That's not Super Twins anymore.
No. So how about Super Triple bike instead of Super Twin bike? That'd be good, wouldn't it? They'd have a bit of a leg up on the class if that was the case, but... So, side by side, your next pair. Now, I'm looking slightly confused because I thought there was only 6 bikes entered and there's 7 down here.
They've multiplied.
They have. It's great. No, leave them in the pits for a bit longer. We'll have 20 of them.
So, this is still Top Fuel bike. However, these bikes are known as funny bikes.
They run in the same class because they have, provided they can run 699 or quicker, they are included in the class. And Mickey Ollie in the Kestrel Lane from the Netherlands has done that, as has Mark Smith many times. Mark is loving life on this bike as well, running in the mid-60s on multiple occasions and just having a whale of a time.
Yeah, so whereas the bike you've just seen was blown on nitro, these bikes are turbocharged on methanol. Or ethanol, some of them are. I do know ethanol was drifting around a bit in the bike classes.
So both of them well capable of being in the 6s.
And they are actually really competitive. Hockenheim, a funny bike, won.
Beat a fuel bike, yeah.
I could hear some tyre shake on one of them, but I can't see anything from the tracks. A little bit of a speed wobble in the slick tricks lane.
Look at that. 668, 201, 734, 179 for Mickey Ollie, but Mark Smith to number 1 for now. He did a good job of hanging on to that, didn't he? Really good job. So 668, it's only 201 miles an hour for Mark Smith. It's kind of an average run for him these days. He'd have fallen over himself to run something like that about 6 months ago. So 2 more funny bikes, 2 absolutely state-of-the-art machines, one from the UK, one from France, both well capable of racing and winning. And in fact, like you just said, Eric, with the machine, the Spider-Man bike down there in the Slick Tricks lane from France, won in Hockenheim. He beat the fuel bike.
Yeah. So
René in the final.
The funny bikes, what they like to do is kill him with consistency. They can get down the track most times. Fuel bikes, of course, are a bit more leery, so quite often don't.
Leery's a polite way of putting it. Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure this Sucranes is the quickest one in Europe.
Oh, indeed it is, and he's looking to go even quicker. He's been down in the 6.2s with this machine.
Issues, it looks like, for Eric Richard. He's not pulling... issues for Stu Crane as well, yeah. The issues with these bikes are the clutches are extremely delicate. The longer you hold them on the... 659 for Eric Richard. Sorry, I was ignoring his run.
Only 200 miles an hour as well. Yeah, well, Stu Crane, unfortunately, was up on the chip, which means that he was on the rev limiter, and things start heating up very, very quickly. And by the looks of that, the clutch just grabbed and pulled him through stage. And then he thought, oh, blast, let go of the clutch. And that's where the little wobble came from. So it's not the way he wanted to start the weekend, but I'm sure he'll be very quick and fast. Yeah, put your hands together, please, for Stu Crane. It is Europe's quickest funny bike from the UK. Provider of some of the most excellent cylinder head technology as well, used worldwide. He'll get there. He'll be in the low 6s. He's going to try and reset his own European record this weekend, all being well. Okay, the last pair is going to be side-by-side fuel bikes. Netherlands against Sweden. René van der Berg against the one and only Ricard.
Mr. 260 mile an hour is what he managed to hit at main event earlier in May.
That's amazing, isn't it?
I'm not sure how many people have ever done it, but I don't think it's at more than 3.
No more than 2. He's the second.
Oh, is he the second man to do it?
It's a very exclusive club. Him and Larry McBride, and that's it. No one else. But the thing is, though, a lot of it's down to how the bike's geared, because I remember having a conversation with Ian King about this years ago, is that the way that Ricard runs it, he likes to run big speed.
Yes. He actually shook the tower then as he hit the throttle.
Well, René shaking his head by the looks of it.
Quick call out, please. Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
I can hear a collective sigh of, oh, good, we've got to put our race suits back on again. So, Ricard Gustafsson, sorry, number 1, and will be number 1 again next year.
Yes. Yeah, pushing back from the burnouts.
René van der Berg, oh so close to a 5-second mark. Went 6.05 at Hockenheim just a couple of weeks ago. I remember when the 5-second zone was purely the domain of top Fuel Dragsters, and even then it was very few and far between.
René flagging down his crewman, pointing me out. Everything is A-OK. We've sent up to the blue line. Ricard's already in pre-stage.
So Ricard's bike does run monster speed. If he can get the bike down the track. That speed wobble for Ricard. Wow, 6.03, only 2.36. Unfortunately for René, it's dumping stuff all the way from just after 3:30 through the finish line and the shutdown area as well. I think he burst one on that run. So I don't think I'm giving anything away to say this one might be a while.
No.
That looks...
That's all the way down.
That looks horrible. That looks messy. The scrubber's coming out again very, very quickly indeed. We've got Super Street Bike right behind them, and then we've got Junior Drag Bike too. But yeah, Tractor and the scrubber are going to be out. We do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. We can't do anything about things like this. High horsepower vehicles are, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Stretched to the limit. And unfortunately, René found the limit of his about 3:30 that time down.
Yeah, excellent riding job in the other lane for Ricard Gustafsson. The speed wobble again, he just powered on through it. Only a 6.03. I'm saying that because he's been deep into the 5s now.
Many times.
And he's about 30 mile an hour down to what he's normally running. Well, not 266, but 260-ish is what he's used to.
Well, that's not the worst thing René's done. I seem to remember him on fire for the whole quarter mile and in the shutdown area as well before. Yeah, that was good. And he kept it nailed all the way through, even though it was singeing his gentleman's area quite nastily. So, yeah, folks, do what you can to stay hydrated. Please stay as cool as you possibly can. And our track crew... See, the thing is that we all of us get a break now. We get a little bit of a rest. Our track crew now swing into action like they haven't been already all day and get on with cleaning up. So we'll try and get an ETA of how long this is going to be and let you know. Best guess would be a good 20 minutes to half an hour. If you haven't already, get yourself a suntan and a drink. But we're going to hand over to Nitro FM. It's been pretty full on for the last few hours, so we're going to rehydrate as well. So Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, please. And right after this, though, as well, we've got Super Street Bike, and we'll give you plenty of time, plenty of warning for when they'll be running.
I can't actually imagine what it's like in the back of the two-seater. Because when you're driving, you're expecting it. When you're not driving, you're not 792, 167 mile an hour. 115, 60 foot. Yeah, that's not.
Well, as the turbines are wound up, the pumps and banks are going to get a little bit louder for both cars. Incredible images broadcast around the world from Stanford Raceway. Just looking at the live feed as well as what's happening in front of us here. Fuel Dragster on the start
Yeah,
line.
do you know what? It's all I can do not to climb in that at the moment and think I could have a go at doing this. It really is. But anyway, folks, just something for the next 10 minutes or so, just to give you something to look at. I'm apologise, it's me and my legs, but what can you possibly do? Anyway, so anybody out there acquainted with the Top Fuel Dragster? You've all seen one before, I guess. Occasionally, yeah. Everybody up there? All 6 of you? Thank you very much indeed for sticking around through this. For my sins, I did actually used to drive one of these things, and that looks very, very comfy in there. Let's put it that way. So anyway, Top Fuel Dragsters, how they work, what they are. Now, we know that they're the ultimate acceleration vehicles, but there's a good reason for that. What they did was they evolved, believe it or not, from street cars. Now you think, how the hell do you get from a street car to a 300-inch long, it's 10 meters, it's over 10 meters, this car, in wheelbase. Car to this. So what happened was, well, many years ago, in about the 50s, when they started drag racing in the US, what they did was they decided to race from street light to street light. So you've got blocks in America, everybody's familiar with that, and they're exactly a quarter mile long. Everything's spread out perfectly. So they used to stage up, race from one set of traffic lights to the next set of traffic lights. That's how quarter mile drag racing was born. Then when things got a little more organised, a little more competitive, a little quicker, what would happen was all of those cars, they'd try and tinker with them to make them go faster, but they were still ordinary street cars. So the first thing they did to make them go quicker was they took the body off. So by taking the body off, that made them much, much lighter and much quicker, and then you were left with just a bare chassis and the engine. And that's how, over time, they ended up morphing into the long wheelbase cars that you see today. So the front engine dragsters that you saw, you've seen some of them here this weekend, that's how come the engine was in front of the driver, because that's obviously, in your passenger car, in a regular car, the engine is in front of the driver. The cars just got longer and thinner until in the early 70s or thereabouts, Don Garlitz had a huge explosion in his front engine Top Fuel car, and it blew off half of his right foot. It was really, really nasty. So while he was in hospital thinking about building another car, which is what all drag racers do when they've blown their stuff up and hurt themselves, was he designed a rear-engine Top Fuel car. Now, a rear-engine Top Fuel car, we used to be, when they came about to start with, they were much shorter than this, but They grew in length simply so that they could flex as they go down the racetrack. When they leave the start line, this car is just the perfect, absolutely perfect acceleration vehicle. And what I mean by that is, it's all about weight transfer. So when the car is completely still and not running like this, yes, this is a show car, but when it's completely still and not running, you've got about 66% of the weight of the car on the rear tyres. Only 33% of the weight of the car is on the front. However, the millisecond the driver stamps on the gas and kicks this big Hemi wide open, 97% of the weight of the car is on the rear end and only 3% on the front. So as they come flying past where I'm stood now, so this car is, what, 10 metres long, 33 foot, there or thereabouts, in twice its own length, so, well, you can work out how far that is. They go from 0 to 100 miles an hour. So the whole idea of the car being this long is it plants the rear tyres off the start line, so they squat down, perfect weight transfer, they lift the front end a little bit, and then when they get around about 100 foot out, the front end comes down again, and you can see the wing on the front of the car. Now the front wing is a lot smaller than the rear wing because they don't need as much downforce. But what you'll see on a really quick and fast run with the Top Fuel car is that the chassis will bend in the middle. That's why it's so long. So it flexes to give the maximum weight transfer to the rear wheels to get the car down the racetrack. So underneath this bodywork is a tube chassis. So you see the tubes that are here on the roll cage. Well, that's exactly what the car's like under here. So where this body panel is at the front, under there is an 18-gallon fuel tank. Massive, massive fuel tank. The fuel line runs down the center of the car, right between the driver's legs, which is a nice comfy place to be, obviously. And what it does is underneath the driver, it splits into two. The size of that fuel line, now if you think what fuel lines are like on your normal car or anything really, if you think the size of a drain pipe, a down pipe on your house, that is the size of the fuel line that runs through the middle of this car, okay? So the fuel runs down underneath the car, and then goes into these, you can see these two twin fuel pumps on the front here. Now these fuel pumps flow up to 125 gallons of nitromethane per minute. 125 gallons per minute. Just get your head around that for a second. Most cars do miles to the gallon. This does, I'm trying to work out how many gallons to the mile. I think it probably does about 50 gallons to the mile, there or thereabouts, something like that. When this is wide open, it does produce around about 11,000 brake horsepower. As I mentioned before, the basic engine in here is a V8 Hemi. You can see that at the bottom. Forget this bit at the top. Forget that bit right there. Forget the mags as well for now. But the engine in here, just with carburetors on normal petrol, will produce around about 1,000 horsepower. You add the supercharger on top, which is driven from the crankshaft. It turns the supercharger. That compresses air and fuel into the engine. And what that does is that gives you, if you run it on methanol, will give you about 4,000 horsepower. However, drag racing's magic ingredient, which is very, very rich in oxygen, which is nitromethane, knocks that up to somewhere between 10 and 11,000 brake horsepower. It's just utterly, utterly incredible. Now, how these cars run and how they get down the track, they don't have a transmission. There's no transmission or gearbox, whatever, on the planet that can stand that sort of power output. So what they are is effectively they're an automatic. The clutch and the fuel timers are preset by the crew chief prior to a run. So what it does is it brings in the clutch and the fuel in stages as the car goes down the track. So it leaves the line really hard, but then the clutch starts grabbing tighter and tighter and tighter as they go towards the finish line. Now, when they hit the throttle, you get about 6 to 7 G. That gets a bit less as you go down the track, but not a lot. And having driven one of these things, I could tell you firsthand, it's an unbelievable experience because as the clutch comes in, it just pushes you further and further and further back into the seat, and it only lets you go when you take your foot off the throttle. However, that's when the fun starts, because it's not the going in one of these things that takes the doing, it's the stopping. And if you go through the finish line at 300 miles an hour and you pull both of those twin chutes at the same time, when they come out, you go from 3G positive to about 5G negative. And you hit the belt so hard that quite frequently you end up at the end of the weekend with bruises on your shoulders. Now, hands devices, the way they work these days, have made things a lot better, a lot safer, and it doesn't hurt as much as it used to. But an HG swing in deceleration still really gets your attention. Anyway, so what happens when the driver stages up? Obviously, they come forward, they do their burnout and back up. As you can see in this car, it's got very, very high sides on it. So when you're sat right down here, you can't see anything to your side, only what's in front of you. In fact, from this viewpoint just here, all you can see is the tops of the front wheels and that fantastic sign right up there at the top end. So you back up into your burnout tracks or wherever your crew want to. Now, the best part as a driver is when your crew chief gives you the thumbs up and your crew guy just steps out the way and gives you the thumbs up too, because then you know nobody else can screw anything up other than you. It's kind of like that spaghetti. What's that song by Eminem? It's like Lose Yourself in the Moment. It really is like that. It's all on you. You're the only one that can do anything wrong from that point forward. And all the hard work of the crew, all the time and the effort is all on your shoulders for about the next 3 or 4 seconds or so, something like that. So what you do when you bring the car into stage, you light the pre-stage bulb at the top, hold the car on the handbrake, which is just down here on the right-hand side. Then what you do is pull a lever when you're ready to go, which turns both fuel pumps on, so all the fuel volume is going into the engine. Now, it goes into the engine. Thank you very much, Ian. It goes into the engine at many, many different points. So it will go in here on top of the barrel valve, on top of the supercharger, and these cylinder heads are very much the same as what they have these days. There's actually spray bars that run through the cylinder heads that put extra fuel right in. So when you hit the throttle and those taps open, there's around about, I think it's something along the lines, it's pretty much 12 shower heads all at once of fuel going into that engine. That's why you need such big magnetos or distributors, if you prefer, to fire everything off. Now, when you nail it, when you hit the throttle, underneath your right foot, underneath your right pedal foot down in here, there are 2 switches. And what happens is when you floor it, it starts those micro switches and timers running. And those timers are the most important thing for the next 4 or 5 seconds. They're preset by the crew chief. And what that does is that determines how quickly the cannon on the clutch works to bring the clutch in, and also where the fuel is delivered or not, as the case may be. One of the real advancements in racing in the last 20 years or so has been these bloody great things, magnetos. They're 44 amps. You can actually weld with them. They give an incredible amount of spark to keep all the fuel lit that's going in the engine. And the other thing that the crew chief can do is set the mags to actually advance or retard, i.e. in front or behind the spark, at certain points, or the top dead center on the piston, sorry, at various points on the racetrack. So normally these cars are really prone to tire shake, around about where we are now, around about 60 foot. So what they'll do is they'll back off the power a little bit. You'll never see it with the naked eye, but they back off the power a little bit and then bring it in again all the way through to the finish line. Now, when you go through the finish line as a driver, there are different systems and different ways this works. This car's very much set up like mine used to be. There's a lever on the left-hand side here. So for the last half of the racetrack, you drive with one hand, normally your right hand. You have your left hand on the parachute lever, so when you go through the finish line with your foot flat on the floor, you hit the chutes and everything calms down. You hit the fuel shut off and then pull off the top end of the racetrack, fingers crossed, all being well. Now, one of the things a lot of people don't know about these cars is the clutches. They do have clutches, and you do have a clutch pedal in them. But the thing is, the way that the clutch pedal works, it's much like standing on a grape. It's not like the clutch pedal in your car. You don't have to stand on it really hard. It's just to engage or disengage the clutch. But when you bring it into stage, you turn the pumps on, what you have to do is you have to take your foot out of the way of the clutch, because when you hit the throttle and the clutch comes in on the run, it pulls the lever back towards your foot. So if your foot's in the way, it's going to get crushed. So it's one of the most awkward driving, even though it's fun, it's one of the most awkward driving positions you could ever imagine, because you have to sit with one foot on a brace pedal in the middle and the other foot literally right next to it, underneath it on the throttle. Once you got used to it, it's no problem, but it does take a little bit of getting used to anyway. These cars, the cost of them is another thing, obviously, that comes into, is factored into this. They are incredibly expensive to run. The parts and pieces on them have such a short life because they go through so much on every run. I'm sure all you guys have been in the pits and seen them rebuilding the engines every single run, and that's because they need to. So if you really run the car hard, crankshaft will last 6 to 8 runs, cylinder heads will last a bit longer, rods and pistons only 6 to 8 runs, and they have to be cycled out every single time. I feel like my dad's just walked into the room and told me to go to bed. Is that what's happened? I think that's what happened, isn't it? But that's good, because it means that we're nearly ready to go with racing. So thank you all very much indeed for listening. I hope that's given you, very kind, thank you, given you a little bit more info about how these things work. And I've got 3 little kids at home. It's really nice to have a microphone and everyone has to listen to me, because I don't get a bloody word in edgeways all the rest of my life at home. But anyway, thank you all very much indeed. So next time you see a Top Fuel car, that's what the driver's doing, that's what the crew's doing, and that is how they work. Colin.
Absolutely brilliant explanation. I learned a few things there, Darryl, as well. But the anatomy of a Top Fuel Dragster live from someone who's driven one, has enjoyed it, and would love to certainly do that again one day. But, very, very good indeed. Hopefully we'll get, well, hopefully we don't, but if we do, it would be nice to hear that again tomorrow when we have a downtime moment. We're just shuffling things around in the tower as well whilst that's going on as well. Still the clean-up in the shutdown area is carrying on as well. Looks like the racetrack's pretty good, but it's just the final bits in the shutdown area itself. Whilst we just gather our thoughts, if Nitro FM 96.2 could just take the airways for a moment, we will be back with you with updates and, of course, more qualifying here. Day 2 of 4, our first pro day here at the European Finals. Very nice opener there. 803, 166 miles an hour. And Andy, thank you ever so much indeed for all your support of that auction last night. 25 plays 1160 on the Darlings. Doesn't matter about the red lights. $9.31 there for Jess, and that's at 11.74 for Doug. He's only 14 hundredths off, but Ryan is 8.74. $9.31 breakout for John Turner. Ryan lifting off the gas at the start.
Okay, here we go. $9.11 for Simon Fulton, and for Dave that was a 9.60. Daniel goes 10.19 and 10.47. Laura stays 22. Daniel stays 10.58. Kestrel Lane and Simon Innes. 9.11 Hans is nowhere near at the moment. Oh, and he just misses. Breaks out. Simon goes 69 on a 65. So Hans, I think, has got another. They have. Now, Dan reckoned what Chalk had come up with it was a conspiracy theory. Doesn't now. Oh, 10.04 with a 0 for Dan, breaks out, unfortunately. And for Stevie Gates, another 9.5.
Well, good move there for Dave Crowhurst. Just 200ths off his darling. Oh, 002 off the line there for Liz. Perfect light money and perfect ET still up the grab, by the way. Well, Ronnie's moved up. He's gone from 30. He's really up to about 20.
That's how it works. So Mark Huxley this morning with a 9.82. If he runs that, that'll be his quickest run of the weekend. 9.40 for Warren, 9.88 for Mark. No help from either.
Oh, breakout there for Lee. And 98 on 89 there for Aussie, so no help. John Dalrymple and Darren Huxley.
Darren's not comfortable at the moment. He's 31. 99. Darren quite a way off, unfortunately, that time, about half a second. 006 again for Paul. He's going to be a pest this weekend in Super Pro, if he qualifies, which he does.
Number 10 for Paul Marston. Well done.
$10.11 with an 8 for Nick. 11.39, 700ths off. Well, for me, it's almost another variable, but however, who am I to question? He's in the points lead. He's won loads of races this year, so. Oh, 68 with a 6, no improvement. 8.48 for Pete Brown. So 9.03 for Dave Russell, stays 18. Daniel Rose. Prediction. Well, predictably, Jack's long gone to a 7.79. Too quick for Lee Huxley, no help for either. Yeah, it's painted on. Yeah. Nice touch. 7.90 for Jack, 179. A little bit of a wander at the top end. 8.80 for Bob Doyle. They're going to be scratching their heads as well because it went 8.50, no problem, yes, effortlessly.
Yeah.
And then hasn't been anywhere. Very graphic difference in acceleration going on there. 6.86 at 190. And a 9.17, little off pace for Mark Bailey. If you think... Carl goes for the centre line again, but Ron expertly keeps it back in the groove. 7.90. He's run 7.94 loads of times now. Bjorn Holmgren. Wow, first sign of trouble for Patrick. Big tyre shake off the start line. Car got down the racetrack on rails yesterday. 8.24, no help for Thomas Haas. But Patrick rolls through that. Drag racing is a million ways to do the same thing.
Yeah.
7.36, 7.62, 38 with a 6. Right numbers, wrong way round. Matt Peters broke out by less than 200ths of a second.
Yeah, so Scott's been developing this slow release.
Miles an hour, it's that consistent. 796, 167 miles an hour.
Please, if you're in the banking on the grandstands, put your hands together for Andy Tetford. Come on, give him a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
So Jasmine Tunstall and Tim Moore, your first pair. Jazz in the Kestrel lane. Both these two in the 990 yesterday.
Okay, that sort of appeared rather quickly actually, because one of the vehicles suddenly went, hang on, burnouts, runs, here we go. Super Street Bike for FIM Europe, of course. Eric Gruber, Steve Venables.
Like, he's been missing for most of this season.
Same for Eric Gruber, we haven't seen Eric here for a long while.
120 to 60 foot for Steve. Are we going to open with a 6?
We are.
693, only 199 miles an hour, but a very nice open there for Ben.
And Eric with a 776, 187. Okay, Ricardo Grauer from Germany. Or more accurately, Berlin, if our screen is to believe. Christian Zatz from Hungary was testing the other day and down into the 6.8. Exactly that. Well, Christian just rolled through the beams. That 158 60 foot is not what he'd normally have. This won't be a 6. Oh dear, lots of smoke through the finish line. And I can see a trail of stuff again, unfortunately, in the Slick Tricks lane. That let go right at the finish line for Christian, I think. Mr. Marshall was about to get the rather annoying news that we got to go and clean up. I can see the trail.
I can see the trail.
Yeah, you can see where it burst right at the finish line at 212 miles an hour. 8.90, 149 for Ricardo. Again, wasn't what he wanted either. Well,
full of the spotters is up there on the quarter mile. I can see you walking around now. Yeah, that's pretty much where we can see the trail from.
Yeah, no one's moved on mass yet, but it's probably about to happen.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they found it. Well, the thing is that
unless it's fuel.
No, it's
not evaporating though.
Well, Dave's sprinting, which is never a good start to anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, it's fuel. It will last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, I don't think that's going to be fuel, because you could see it went at the finish line. Real shame actually, because that would have been another 6-second run, but he just rolled the lights slightly. And sad to say, ladies and gentlemen, after all that waiting, we're going to be doing a bit more. Guess what? Waiting. Well, it is only the tractor at the moment. That's what you have a race director for, to come and tell you when your lunch is ready.
Right, well, yeah, we'll just get an update on this one. That's right. Darryl is gone to find out. But yeah, it's one of these weird ones this weekend. I can only assume that the heat does have something to do with it this weekend. Yeah, basically, all the racers try as hard as they can to go as fast as they can and push the equipment to the limit. Sometimes parts give up, and they say, no, it's too much for me, I can't handle it, and they cry enough, and you get problems like that.
When it's good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's bad.
Yeah, but not only that, it's the sheer expense involved for the teams as well. They don't want to they want to have good runs. And, you just got to feel so sorry for the teams after each incident like this, because they put their heart and souls into their equipment. And when they have an issue, it's just like, oh no. I mean, you've had it even with the junior dragster.
Oh, it's hot.
I've had it with my car when blown an engine and a trans. You just feel so deflated, and you automatically think, I've oiled the track, or I've done this, or I've done that, and you feel guilty.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it comes out of your pocket, and it hurts. It really does hurt. And I do feel for all the teams that have the issues and that. But our track crew are the best in the business. We say it to them every time, and we mean it. They really are the best. They're having a good look at it. But what's interesting, it is just the tractor at the moment. So maybe, just maybe, it could be a quick one up there. We'll get to a confirmation on that in a moment. Just whilst we do that, I don't like bouncing the commentary backwards and forwards between Nitro FM and ourselves, but I will just for the moment. And as soon as I get an update, I will come straight back to you all and let you know. But Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves for a moment, I will be back with you very, very shortly indeed. In actual fact, just whilst they're doing that, actually, don't take it Nitro FM, just having a look behind us, all the junior drag bikes are lined up. That's really, really cool to see. And also, you've got the remainder of the Super Street bikes down there as well. That's actually quite a good shot. That's pretty cool down there.
Yeah, they're all hiding in the shadow of the tower.
That's exactly what they do. It's not a planned photo shoot, but yeah, that's basically what they're doing down there at the moment. So, staying in the shade of the tower. But I'll be back in a second. I'll just get an update and come back to you by a moment. So, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves for a moment, I'll be back with you shortly.
That's a quicker 60-foot for Andy Bond. That's going to be quick and fast. Remember, that's a street car that's just went 7.30 at 202.
That's a much better launch. He's had to pedal it.
Whoa. Ooh. Stepped out of it there.
He's back in the throttle, though.
860 for Elliott, 157 miles an hour.
We do have the jets in the lanes. We also have the two-seater dragster in the lanes. That's going to be not far away as well, but we are.
Oh, the wheel has come off of Kevin Kent's car.
What a driving job for Kevin to hang on to that. Put your hands together, folks. He's safely stopping in the shutdown area. Unbelievable. How did he hang on to that?
Well, he did.
Issues again for Simon Crowley. An 0-1 red for Spencer Tram.
Both of them 0-1 red.
So the aim of the game is go as far under that number at the top end as you can. 1168 goes 1128. Well done to turbocharged 4 cylinders. Index of 7.80. Kev Jenkins on a lovely pass. 115 60 foot. Still under power. Index 780 goes 783, so he's 0.3 over his index. Not quite where he wants to be. Issues for the wheelie bars are lovely, nice and high in the air. Not anymore. 115 60 foot from Rob Smallworth. You can hear it almost bouncing up the track. He's lifted at 1,000 foot. He's going to coast to an 838. Only 130 mile an hour.
Yeah, problems there for Matt. Goes through with a 1347.
Yeah, so only 1.6 60 foot, but now they boost all the way to the finish. 128 at the 8th mile for Andy Nichols. Oh, pretty much side by side the whole way down for the pair of them.
Yeah, both lifted way before the finish line. The speeds are way...
Wow.
How did he hang on to that? 6:24 to open his account. 236 miles an hour. Very, very quickly.
Oh, what a pairing this has turned out to be. Wayne Nicholson, 6:23, 7:36 off the gas at the stripe there for Dave Smith. But Wayne...
Nope.
A lot of damn and blast going on in that one. Not quite enough wheel speed by the looks of it off the start line. Shook the tyres before 60 foot. The 60 foot was probably still pretty decent. Do you know something? I can't believe this. I've got to say this. I'm looking at Peter Cook's car and it's like about that much over the wall.
Cracking run from Jean Delamont here with a 6:19, 2:32. He takes over the number 1 spot for the time being. Walter Strobel with the door starting to come open there as he went off the line.
Look at Oh, there goes the driveline.
Well, that's what I was not going to say about Bobby. He hardly ever has a busted run. 11:30 for Jimmy Orland was not what they were expecting. What was the 60 foot like, fellas?
1 flat.
Sorry, 1 flat. Yeah, that's that's a little soft. Let's put it that way, isn't it? Really.
Oh, that's a good one
for both of them.
Wow.
5.99 at 2.40 for Mickey G. 6.23 at 2.22, taking the long.
This could be your new number 1 qualifier. Yep. It is a 5.94 there for Mats Eriksson and with a 0.96 60 foot.
Oh, no shoots from what?
Oh, well, they're trying to come out.
Mark Hartwell and Michelle Moret.
Both sliding a bit.
Whoa, 5.92 off the
Great
trailer.
And we got right to the end of that track before handing back over to the tower as we now get ready for the continuation of Super Street Bike. I was going to come on with PA and give you an update on how we were doing. Look down and the top end suddenly cleared and our track crew were walking out. So we continue with Super Street Bike, and that was an incredibly quick clear up of the spray of oil at the top end. Luckily it was dealt with the Berrymans and the tractor and the spreaders at the top end. So well done to our awesome track crew. So, Super Street Bike there, Mark Hope and Peter Ostlund up next.
How cool is this to see both of these back, actually? Mark Hope knocking on the door of the 6s.
Yeah, the downtime gave me a chance to go and have a word with a couple of the riders, and what they basically all said is they're having to take power out because it is too hot.
The other problem that a lot of these, or the majority of these bikes have, is that where the turbos are mounted is just above the hottest parts
Yeah.
of this place. So the turbos, which like to be cool, are mounted just above what is probably a good 110-degree racetrack. So Mark Hope was here testing, as I think both of these were actually on Wednesday.
.122.60 foot for Peter Osland. Under power over the quarter. 716, 196 mile an hour for him. Issues for Mark Hope. I didn't quite see what went on with him, whether he spun or...
It just didn't really launch well. I mean, 132.60 foot was probably not quite what they were looking for.
Quite bizarre. He actually looked over his shoulder to see what was behind him. So I've never seen that before on a Super Street bike.
Well, just in case, yeah? Just in case there was someone going to overtake him.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
So the Kawasaki of Clemens Walliat alongside Jake Michel.
Yeah, someone who had a lovely time at Hockenheim. New personal best for him he got at Germany this year.
Deeper into the 6.7s.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see a 6.7 on this pass, but you'll definitely be a 6.
Oh, nearly. 682 at 214 off the trailer in this kind of heat. That's good. Also, in the other lane, Clements goes 754 at 189. That's a real good looking pass in both lanes, actually. Well, there's your answer. The track is there. The track is good. Even in warm weather, they can still run the numbers. Jake also, not quite the 60 foot we're used to seeing for him. Well, worse than usual. There we go. So, Morgans Lund from Denmark against Ross Morrison. Ross is in the Kestrel lane. Morgans is in the Slick lane. I really do hope things come together for Morgans. He's been a long-time supporter of Super Street Bike over the years. He's also won events. He won this event, I think, just a few years back. But he's just been absolutely snake-bit in 2023. The bike just not behaving at all. Anything starting with a 6 would be a victory, I think, for Morgans again this weekend. Whoa, all the boost came in at once and he went skyward. Ross blasts through to a 718. 198 miles an hour. I had to check because the scoreboard looked like a 3 or an 8. But yeah, Morgans with not bad to 60 foot, but it looked like all the boost came in at once. That's kind of a microcosm of his whole year, unfortunately.
A lot of smoke coming out the exhaust of Danny Lentz's bike. Having a quick check. I don't know if he's clicked it off already. I think he might have done.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bye run for Al Morrison Jr.
So Al Morrison Jr. on the boost. Bit of a wiggle as he goes past 1,000 foot.
Oh,
677. 215 mile an hour. He is your number 1 qualifier.
And points leader in Super Street Bike as well. They've had a fabulous year. That just kind of does it, you know what I mean? 670.
Well, the title is still up for grabs. In
Very
Super
much
Street
so,
Bike.
yeah.
You know, you've got 3 of them fighting it out: Al Morrison Jr., Daniel Links, and Fias Bolin. So yeah, but that is a lovely opener.
And surprisingly, no Matthias that round.
That's a good point. Well, he was testing, wasn't he, the other day?
Ooh.
So junior drag bike. I think that's Jackson King giving everyone a wave before he goes into up to the blue line.
Yeah, selling himself, I think it's called. So Jackson King and Brad Morrison, your first pair in junior drag bike.
So this is a dialing class. So Jackson looking for a 13.03, Brad looking for a 15.30. All the way up the track. Jackson goes 13.09. That's not too bad. And a breakout 15.24 for Brad Morrison. As they go through the quarter mile now. So, of course, these are the junior classes. Anywhere between 8 and 18 you can race these bikes. These are the future riders of drag racing. Just waiting for their dial-ins. Anouk Bergering in the Slick lane. Come a long way. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the town that she's from, because I'm looking at it and there's way too many vowels in that. And Leah Morrison from Yeovil. She's looking for an 11.80. Anouk looking for a 13.42. As they're walking off Brad's bike from the top end. There we go. Right, signal to go in. Now, interestingly, this is a bracket class, but it runs on a pro tree. The only one bar, I think, Wild Bunch. Good reaction time from Leah Morrison. 09. It's very difficult to get these bikes to get off the line. Not a lot of horsepower. She goes over the line to an 11.85, puts her in the number 1 spot for now, and 13.83 for Anouk. She goes to the number 3 spot. And Harry Isaacs in the Slick lane looking for a 12.90. And don't worry, that is still a junior drag bike in the Kestrel B line. That was a proper burnout from Holly King. She's looking for an 8.0. Is that a 7? It is indeed. Holly King wears the number 1 on the bike, and I think she'll be wearing the number 1 next year if everything goes well for her for the next couple of events. So a run very similar to Junior Dragster. 8.48, missed the dial-in by quite a bit there. 12.90 goes 13.09. Yeah, very similar to Junior Dragster, where you have different classes. JBS, JBM, and JBP. Basically, it means the older you get, the faster you can go. As we have Alia Lester in the Kestrel beer lane, looking for a 13.20, and Richard Wilcox. Well, I was on about Junior Dragster, and he's running Junior Dragster as well as his Junior Drag bike, double classing this weekend. So he's already had a run this morning with the Dragster. Just waiting for the dial-ins. Well, 9.25's up on the board, but I'm pretty sure that dial-in board said 9.52. Yeah, I think they've just spotted it. There we go. So Alia waiting patiently in the Kestrel beer lane. Going to creep it forward into pre-stage, I think. There we go. As we wait for the dial-in to change for Richard. There we go. So, moving on into stage, Richard Wilcox. As I said before, double classing this weekend in Junior Drag Bike and Junior Dragster. Little bit of a wiggle at the top end, 9.53 for Richard. That puts him up to the number 1 spot on a 13.40, 2/10 off her dial-in for Alia Lester. Yeah, but good going for the first run for Richie Wilcox. Only 100th off his dialing. As I hear the sound of a V8 once again. That will be the two-seater dragster. Who's in the back of the dragster then, Colin?
I'm just looking actually, but my message feed has just got completely and utterly clogged. So many people sending random stuff in at the moment. Lee Button from Staffordshire, birthday present, I believe this one is. I'm guessing this is run number 4 today of the thrill ride. Yeah, so Lee Button. Don't know when the birthday was, but certainly a good way to celebrate it. And I believe it's going to be jets after this.
Yeah, an exhibition matchup between Spider-Man and Fire Force 5.
Yeah, look forward to that. So our two-seater dragster then, passenger rides are available. I believe they have sold out for this weekend though.
Already?
Yep.
Because they were available this morning.
We had some vacancies earlier on, but they've now been snapped up. But certainly going to have a word with the team and find out when you can go for a passenger ride in that car. We did have a bit of a backlog, basically due to COVID. And so there's a lot of people that had to be shuffled into the order. But I think we've pretty much caught up with it now. So yeah, if you fancy going in the back of the two-seater dragster with Paul Brown at the controls, go and see them. After this, indeed it is Spider-Man and Fire Force 5 jet cars. And then it will be Super Pro ET for Q7. Just let all of our sportsman racers know, Q8 session won't be happening today. We've had 7 goes already, but we will continue with obviously all of our pro sessions, but Q8 is scratched, but we will get Q7 done.
Was Paul Brown asleep? Only an 09 light?
Don't let me hear you say that. 798 at 167 miles an hour. But yeah, Paul Brown really proud of the lights he cuts actually. That's still pretty sharp actually, an 09. Anything with an O in front, always good. Mind you, an 09 light won't qualify you very well in Junior Dragster because they are all on it this weekend. So, jet car time once again, and it is Fire Force number 5. Europe's quickest jet car over the quarter mile, going alongside the phenomenal Spider-Man jet. Julian Webb, more known for the split-second jet dragster, but now runs the new jet.
Yeah, he was a bit tired of not going as quickly as Martin, so because split second is built mainly for land speed. He used to come here and have a bit of a play at on the quarter mile, but he's got himself a purpose, lightweight built jet dragster now.
I think half of the problem is when he got behind the controls and drove this jet at the Easter Thunderball when Martin ran out of drivers for all of the jets, so Julian had to go in it. He thought, ooh, I like this. So the order was placed with Hauser race cars. Scott Hauser basically built that car. Did a phenomenal job, and there's a few interesting styling flicks on the car, a few little aero tweaks. Obviously Martin was heavily involved in this build as well. Brilliant design as well, and the Spider-Man jet, the graphics, everything just absolutely top drawer. Well, we've already seen jets today with Fire Force number 3 and Firestorm, but this time the jet dragsters.
Probably some of the only dragsters you'll see as well with front brakes because they need them.
Yeah. That's quite interesting, just seeing the track crew just drying off the tyres. You sort of think, well, why do they need to do that? Quite simple. Very, very simple reason for that. They roll through the burnout boxes. Yes, the water will evaporate very quickly, not a problem. But with the jets, they have to rely on the brakes. So now, if the tyres are wet, it makes them a little bit slippery, and the jet will just push the car forward. So hence, that's why they just dry the tyres off, make sure they are tip-top. So good view of Richie as he gets ready to go through the start procedure for Martin.
So the Jets are alive. Martin Hill and Julian Webb are having their cars checked over by the crew. And the start line marshals, we're going to give him the thumbs up in a second. There's the thumbs up for Martin. The thumbs will go up for Julian in a second. And all eyes will be on the conductor. Richard out front.
Well, that's what we need, just to be a bit warmer.
So Richard giving him the signal to turn the jet up of the 5 horsepower car. Let's see what they can do over the 1,000 foot. One last final check. Give Richard a wave. The more you wave, the faster they will go. Clicks it early and still goes 477 at 225 mile an hour and a 532 at 224 for Julian.
Well, that officially wraps up our first pro session, just in time for the start of the second one. You'll be pleased to know.
Okay, so let's just bring you up to speed then, as Darryl literally just said there. That was the end of our first pro session. We do have Super Pro in the lanes, and then I think they are probably down there. I think the plan is to run Super Pro, Junior Drag, Super Gas, Street Eliminator, and Super Comp. Which will be the wrap-up Q7. Q8 won't be happening this afternoon, so that session for all of our sports and races won't be happening. So Pro ET, in effect, are done for today. And then as we finish off the Q7 of our sports and races, it'll then be into our second pro session.
Well, Dave Rudd will be happy with that, I should think. Be your number one.
Good gaggle of Super Pro cars in the lanes there.
As we welcome back into the tower, Mr. Chris Parker. You all right, sir?
I think I am, yeah.
Are you managing to stay warm?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm slightly chilly at a few points, but, you know. Mostly melted. Really.
Mostly melted, I know. That's pretty much everything. Thank you very much indeed to Chris Swinchat for the message. Did you get the same message, Colin? Just explaining what happened on the last run. I'll wait till they run to say it out loud, but I don't have my phone with me while I'm down on the start line. So, yeah, been 5 hours. 5 hours of bliss. Just race cars, noise, and fun stuff, and no one ringing me. It's great. So, this is... we've got Junior Dragsters rolling down as well. See from the camera up there in the pits. So 2 door cars coming round first. So has the weather changed significantly, do you think, since the session earlier today?
I had a quick look. According to Watch says that it's actually a little bit cooler now.
Than it was earlier on.
Yeah, but it's a little bit.
Well, the
It's a
track's still
little
good, obviously.
And it's strapped to my wrist, so it could be that I'm a bit cooler now. I didn't go and find the weather station, I have to say.
Goodness me. That's one for the mantelpiece, but you need a big mantelpiece, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Colin just showing me the remnants of the rear end in Kevin Kent's car, which is what gave up on that run. Deary me.
Yeah.
So both these two in the top 10 at the moment. Tom Atkinson with the Cortinas, number 1.
Lee Huxley currently sitting at number 9.
.850 with that one, and .894 with the 3, only just missed for Lee Huxley. I think the moral of the story is, Colin, don't look on Facebook, you see lots of broken stuff. Deary me. I've just seen a photograph of a rod, I think, from Martin de Haas's bike, and it's very rare you see one split all the way up the middle, as in
That's
top
quite
to bottom. That takes
unusual,
a lot
yeah.
of doing. Well, it's a nitro machine, isn't it? So that's not, you know, totally
Yeah,
unheard
it's
of.
not beyond the realms of possibilities.
No, definitely not. So, Ron Bartlett actually dials a 794, so the car will run a 789 this time. I can confidently predict that, because that's just how it goes. Up against Kieran Ashley. Kieran's number 29. Getting more and more consistent. Car leaving the line much harder than usual. Not quite running the top end speed, but I'm sure it's all in there. Ron takes his traditional look at the other lane. Backs out of it this time, though, a little bit too wild, even for Ron. 7:42, there we go. That's what happens when you stitch the front and the back half together.
Yep.
Well, he's been 177 miles an hour before. Kieran Ashley's 60 foot was 1:04.
Yeah. And that's seriously quick.
I bet that got his attention.
Yeah. That just left hard, but really sweet. I mean, we said it was leaving hard before, but it seemed to just fall over past the line, and that time it seriously didn't.
I bet that's fun. I bet that's fun to drive as well. Two door cars up next. Colin Morris and AC Bell. AC Bell with the limpy slug. Not too much of a slug there. Got number 7 qualifier at the moment. He did it again, look. See, he's nearly 4/10 quicker than his dialing. 867 for Colin Morrison at 65. No improvement, but still another really, really good run. Close to his index. Well done, fellas. You're consistently 4/10 quicker than your dialing. That takes some doing. There we go. Bjorn Holtberg burning out almost to the last spectator on the bank and the grandstand out there.
And we don't like to see that up there. That looks like Jack Brewster tying back.
Unfortunately, it does indeed. Not sure why they're not going to make this run. But our friend all the way from Norway in the Kestrel lane, that's Bjorn Holtberg with that 57 Chevy wagon. Say that after you've had a few times. 899 the dial in the Kestrel lane. He's currently number 12.
And Alan Didwell, your championship leader, currently sat at number 10. Although he was nonplussed by sitting at number 10. He was like, we're 10, we're great. We've got a race car. but it won't stop him trying.
Oh, 21 light will take him a long way on race day, which actually starts tomorrow. 73 on a 69, no help. And 898 with a 5, broke out by 5 thou for Bjorn Holtberg. While we're running Super Pro, just want to say very, very big good afternoon and hello. To the Turbo Bill family. Ian, thank you very much for your message earlier, sir. Laura, hi. And Chris as well, obviously. Hope you're enjoying watching in. And to see you very, very soon. Crew are visibly excited about a burnout down there. For Andy Thetford, let's hope their enthusiasm continues.
Well, he did have a transmission installed literally overnight. And so Phil Toppin made that special trip to go and collect it, and didn't make the first run today, so fingers crossed get it all done for this one. Pete Brown, new PB this weekend, deep into the 8.3s now. His off the trailer run was a new PB for him.
They've dialed it back quite significantly, though, this run.
Yeah.
I think that's what it ran earlier today. I think that's where they are, which means it will run another 8.3. Good luck to Andy this time. I think I can almost smell the clutch absorbing horsepower from here. 49 with a 4. Well done to Pete. Unbelievably stays 24. At least Andy Thetford's got something to work with now. 1073, 103 miles an hour. Gone down the track.
The Giles and Hart. Driven this weekend by Daniel Giles. And I do believe that is Colin Miller in the other lane. Now he'll just wait for Daniel to come back a little bit, and then the entertainment will start. Colin Miller.
Now Colin this weekend has got to learn a new trick, which is leaving on a sportsman tree instead of a pro tree, which is what he's used to. He's quite adept at red lighting on a pro tree, so and a sportsman tree as well.
I think he'll do just fine.
I'm sure he will. I am only joking, Colin. Obviously, he's been doing this a long, long time and absolutely knows what he's doing. He's in the Kestrel lane with the Anglia, dial 7.60. Car leaves as soft and as straight as I've ever seen it leave.
That was a really good illustration then of, Colin's known for big hairy burnouts, and he still waited while Daniel got to the end of his burnout before he started the burnout.
So Daniel Giles is going for his 5th 7.41 in a row. Now, I'm into stats. I'm not good at keeping them. I don't know whether anybody has that, but I'm not entirely sure anyone's even run the exact dial-in, the same dial-in 4 times in a row, let alone potentially.
Probably not.
Probably not, because it's that damn hard to do, isn't it? Yeah. It's hard to do once. Whoa. Only going for a quick look at the wall. Missed it by 4 thou. He missed. And by that I mean it's 741, but 742 again. Colin Miller on another strong looking run, but the car went for a real wander just before half track.
And the answer, thanks to Rick Johnson, is most certainly, yes, it is the Luke Ramage car.
Fantastic stuff. Great to see it living on in the UK. Yeah. Luke was always one of my favourite racers. He was such an unbelievably nice bloke. He always had time to talk to you. Back when I was a lowly spectator stroke photographer. And spent many, many times on the phone talking to him as well. He was such a nice guy. This was his car. This was his Supergas car. He was tremendously successful with. And yeah, it lives on in the hands of Jack Williams. Jack's dialed it back a bit to a 779. Still not hanging about by any means, I don't think.
Thomas has dialed back as well to 824. Another 100 added to his dialing.
Well, 787 for Jack, 827 for Thomas. Stop me if you heard it before. They don't improve, unfortunately, for them. So Matt Peters in the Slick Tricks lane, 763. He was number one for a little while, short time, till he got bumped by Tom Atkinson.
But saying bumped, he was bumped by the tiniest fraction.
Which is all it takes, really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's all it takes.
So Bob Doyle back with an 850 dial-in. Let's see if he's got an 850 car to go along with it. He only did that once, didn't he, actually? As in ran 850.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both Matt Peters and Tom are both sat at 12 10,000ths off, and it's the further numbers that count. So. And where's Bob dialing this time? 55. Oh. Bob having a little wonder.
64, not bad for Matt. And Bob Doyle with an 876.
The question is how long is Scott's trans brake button this time? When you can see it coming out the top of the car, you know that he needs a lot of delaling. So in the Slick Tricks lane this time, my old boss Nick Good in the blonde dragster. And in the Kestrel Beer lane, Scott Hauser, multi-time champion.
Car still looks absolutely spotless like the day it rolled out the trailer, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's beautiful. It's just so immaculately well kept. Lots of carbon fibre on there. Been through a couple of engines, I think, in its life, but looking as good as ever. 740 for him, 682 for your old boss. Isn't it good? .686, 741, nice number for both. However, they were both quite well qualified already and do not improve.
Nick got a really interesting bit of tyre shake there, about 100 foot out. Not a usual thing for that car. It was probably as the nose came down and unloaded the rear and all that stuff. Like, yeah, it had a real good wobble on.
So, Dave Russell, unusually, any idea why it's off pace? I mean, it is actually for them, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Dave this weekend. I will try and drop by and see him later.
I know, I'm not trying to give you jobs to do,
No,
mate.
I will try and
it's
find
hard
out.
work walking around, but yeah, it's just a little unusual to see them right at the bottom end.
Yeah.
Right at the bottom end of the dial-in order, i.e. 8.99 is the slowest number you can dial.
It's maybe just that they haven't got a tune-up that works well for this heat. It's quite possible.
Could be that. Mark Coulsell and the team definitely have, though. They're currently number 5. I mean, it's not like Dave Russell's not qualified, though.
No.
He's number 18, but he's a good quarter of a second off what he normally runs.
Yeah.
Oh, where did that come from? 8:21. That was good. No, that was a really good run. Like, where did that come from, though? That was quite a bit too quick. Not bad for Dave Russell, but it looks like it's beer time.
So in the Slick Tricks lane this time, Joe Kellett in the car that's pretty much, from a chassis point of view, identical to Scott Houser's car.
This isn't a...
No, it's a Hauser car.
Yeah, sorry, yep, you're right.
It's a Hauser car.
Up against Mr. Mark Bailey. Good to see Mark back. We haven't seen him for a long while, actually. First race meeting of the year I've seen him at, to be honest. 8.74 is his predicted time on the board at the top end. He's already number 8. Joe Kellett is number 15.
Joe, again, dialing 890, sticking with the throttle stop, running the same thing as they're running in.
I bet Leah's loving that, though, because she's got loads of extra tune-up runs through the weekend, doesn't she?
I'm wondering which one of them is like eating more or eating less to try and keep the weight in the car.
892 with a 775 miles an hour for Joe Kellett. Again, not quite on the number, but I think with Joe's driving and the way they've been running the car, they will take that.
Oh, yeah.
So, Billy Gain from the UK, from Chelmsford against Angel Romero from Spain, all the way over here. So good to see Angel and the team over here. He's raced all around Europe this summer. He's been up to Tierp Arena in Sweden, Clusters in France, Hockenheim in Germany, and he's finishing out his tour, I think, here at Santa Pod. It's not the end of his racing year, though, because there's an event in a couple of weeks' time, or 3 weeks' time, I think, the Circuit de Catalunya in Spain. What a horrible place to go racing that must be. Yeah.
Billy Gain obviously back from his tour of Scandinavia. But this time we're running without the nitrous.
So Angel Romero has run 785, 785, 785, 786. It's going to be number 785. .794 for Angel that time. An 8.36 with a 5 for Billy Gain. 500 of a second off. Moves him up to the number 23 spot. That is not a dragster burnout. I'm sorry, that really can't. There's not a dragster in front of all that smoke. Dragsters do not burn out like that. That is very, 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 I'm kidding, of course, very impressive. Very, very impressive.
That's a lot of cubic inches of smoke.
You're right, you did.
That's
right
what
there.
that is.
I can't remember the last time I saw a dragster burnout quite like that.
Yeah.
That's a proper billowing smoke type of burnout, that one.
Well, it's a bit more of a top dragster burnout, isn't it? That's what it is.
I think you could be right. I mean, with the way track prep is and everything these days, it's like pro mods and stuff aren't exactly short of horsepower. Yet they still don't do quite that, do they? Let's put it that way.
It's hard to get them to do that now.
Yeah. So, Fabien Dubois in the dragster, dialing 7.18, 8.92 for the Swin Chat family. Thank you very much to Chris for sending me the message earlier to say that they had an issue with, let's have a quick look. I've managed to lose it now, I've just stoked it. They dropped a blanking plug for the injector, sprayed fuel and lost power, found a plug between the engine and gearbox. That's not ideal. But they fixed back out for this session, obviously.
So Fabien Dubois, the 723, and that 718, no better. Callum Swincher. Callum Swincher runs 97 on the 92, no better for him either. Just to put that earlier run by Kieran Astley into perspective, all those cubic inches in Patrick Dubois' car, and he went 108 to 60 foot. After that stonking burnout. So Kieran Astley was still 4 thousandths quicker to 60 foot, which says that car's making huge amounts of power. So now in the slick tricks lane, Patrick Dubois. Again, all the way from France, another one of the custom gang. And in the Kestrel lane, Pete Walters. Now living in Kent and working at Brands Hatch. Pete dials 780. Patrick 690. Ooh, and there's a 701 for Patrick. No better for him. And Pete Walters 784 on his 780.
Well, if everybody's watching at home, I love this. My wife messaged me to say we're listening to Chris, not you. They want to say hello to you, Chris. So
thanks.
That's no problem at all. Very good afternoon to my wonderful family watching at home. Evie, Kaya, and Elodie. Evie, I hope you feel better soon, darling. That looks like quite a nasty. It looks, well, it's more than a graze. It looks like a proper bump. So take care of yourself.
Yeah, don't go doing that.
Yeah, well, it's all right. It happens when you fall off stuff, isn't it? But that's what little kids do. They bounce. But Evie and Kaya and Elodie, and obviously Mummy as well, and Nana and Fudge. The dog.
Hi to them. Hopefully see them soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed I'll be seeing them soon as well. Well, not till Sunday night at least anyway, but I will be seeing them soon. But hope everybody is doing okay and Daddy sends his love. So we're on with Junior Dragsters, which are driven only by stunt drivers, as I may have said before, and now I know that kids are definitely watching.
They don't believe you anymore.
This is Colin. Colin lies. Colin does not tell the truth, kids. Anyone named Colin? Walk the other way. Right, okay. Emmy Cromwell and Max Taylor.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so as we say, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster qualifying session number 7. These are our youngsters, or stunt pilots, as stunt drivers, as Darryl calls them.
They are.
They qualify on reaction times, not on speed or ET. And unfortunately, an 04 red is not going to help Max, and Emmy goes 0.24, even bigger red. So they're going to stay put for the time being. Class is sponsored by Lucas Oils, and big shout out to Lucas, as we've had it confirmed in the last day or two that they are continuing the sport of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. We have special junior presentations, and our plan actually tomorrow is to have some junior presentations in the pit, so we will try and get that confirmed. So obviously our timing schedule will govern that. Oh wow, more. Yeah.
Gray Smith and Frankie Kent. Frank gets his first red light. Gray Smith goes 0-1 green. What a reaction time for her. That will make her number 11. Superb effort. So we got Super Gas and Street Eliminator to go, I think, before we get back into the big stuff again.
And Super Comp.
And Super Comp. My apologies. I think that means all the sportsman classes have run at least once today. Is
Yes,
that
correct. Twice, because they had Q6
sorry.
this morning. So yeah, this is actually Q7. So yeah, Super Gas, Street Eliminator, and Super Comp.
Because Pro ET had 2 this morning before we went into the Pro session.
You got it.
Of course they did.
Right, Teddy Howe, Ellie Mae Brown. Oh, Teddy tried to cut a light, and I don't blame him. He's already had a 004, so no point in trying to be safe. Had to try and get a little bit better, but no change. Ellie Mae Brown stays number 19. All right, Harry Peters and your number 6 qualifier at the moment, Liam McDonald. We've got 9 of our junior dragster drivers with 00 lights, and all the way up to number 15 have got 01. That's really tough to get on the front page now.
So Liam McDonald, obviously always worth a mention what Liam and mainly his family do. That's Graham, his dad, bringing him into his stage, and his mum as well. They've been they haven't been home for I don't think they've been at home for 2.5 months. They left back in July to come over here to start racing. Then they went to France. They've been to Sweden. They've been to Norway. They've been to Germany. They've been to France again. That was a 003 red for Liam that time. Back here to the UK. Then I think they've got a race in Zerbst next weekend. And then back here for the national finals. Unbelievable. But junior drag racing is one of those things that, like Father Christmas, is time sensitive, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
And if you're listening, kids, it means that it's only a certain time of the year. That's what I meant. So, Eva Davis and Mackenzie Love.
Right, Mackenzie number 3, Eva number 21 at the moment.
That was good.
03, yeah. Eva may move up. Yeah, I think she's going to go to number 16 with that one from 21. She does. Right, Freddie Taylor, Daniel Weir. Daniel just been dropped to number 17 due to Eva's move up. So Freddie already has a 009 in the locker. Is he going to take that one out and replace it with this one, or let's find out. Well, he tried. He went 009, but it was a red this time. 013 for Daniel Weir, so that's going to move him back up the pecking order into the number 11 spot now. So to get on the front page is 018 now. That is really, really tight for junior dragster.
Just to get in the top 16.
Yeah.
018. Unreal.
And what we're saying there is that reaction time to the green, obviously. So Lena Wolf with the junior funny car. Going alongside Richard Wilcox. Lena currently 13. Richard number 5.
Never mind.
Keep shouting, that's all I can say.
Oh, they do,
louder,
don't worry.
Louder. So Richard currently in the number 5 spot with a 0.006 reaction time. And Lena, number 13, a 0.16. Oh, 0.007 for Lena Wolf. That's going to move her up from the number 13 spot to number 7. So now the top 10 are on 0.00 reaction times. No improvement there for Richard with 0.4 red on that one. Even this late in qualifying, Q7, they're still finding these little improvements and the order is still shuffling around a bit. How about Ada Cassisi and Neve Devi? Ada would love to get a real good qualifying run in here. She is number 3 in the national points, and qualifying points could make quite a difference here. And these aren't little points. If you can qualify top of the shop in a 32-car junior dragster field, or however many it is, that's like 320 points plus 50 bonus points. You'll be number 1 qualifier, so it is a big, big difference. Oh, nice move from Ada Cassisi. She does move up. She's going to slot into the number 16 spot. That's a climb of 13 places there for Ada. And she just nips in front of Neve Devi there. Neve went 0.5 red. So nice move there for Ada Cassisi. All right, Emily Moore and Harley Courcelle. Again, 2 drivers that like to make their way up the pecking order here. Number 24 is on an 0.46. Oh, 0.009 for Harley Courcelle. Now, where does that move him to? He was number 19. He moves up to number 9. 10-place move there for Harley Courcelle. No change on the other side. All right, Daniel Todd, Damien Redshaw. Can these two move on up? Daniel Todd currently number 29. Damien 25. Don't worry, they'll all be racing. It's just how far the qualifying order they can get. Well, Damien really tried. There goes 0.18 red. Daniel Todd, a 0.14 green. So no movements for either of those two. They're going to stay put. Damien 25, Daniel 29. All right, Jake Cooper, definitely one who wants to move up. He's 31 at the moment. And Harry Redshaw, he's currently number 22. But as I say, you need to go 0.16 just to get on the front page. In other words, into the top 16. if somebody went into stage. As we get, there we go. Jake goes in. There goes Harry. .05 red for Jake. 06 green for Harry. And they stay put.
Thomas Malthagast, I presume that's at the top 16.
Yeah, what? When did that happen?
Oh, the last 2 days, mate. We've been.
I was chuffed with Harley's 009. He's what? 9th?
About that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
ninth.
9th.
But Ada moved up to number 17.
Oh, well, hey.
Good move, her.
With an 01?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Tough crowd.
It's the junior dragster crowd. They're always, always the toughest.
Lola Bell and Tom Peters. No change for those two, both with .10 lights, which is okay in eliminations-ish, but not in qualifying.
Well, this is Lola's lesson on how to keep all 4 wheels on your car, Dad.
They are going to be thrashing like mad. They
Kevin's
really are.
has got the world's fastest trike, mate, so I don't know what you're scoffing about.
I had quickly ran past Shelley a second ago, and the first thing she said to me was, "Oh, Frankie got his first red." So she's obviously in great mind.
Yeah, or not worrying about what Dad's doing, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, don't worry, Frank. Stick around. There's be plenty more. So Luke Mugridge, Kai Cooper. Kai Cooper is actually the number 1 qualifier. Higher up of these two.
Surprising number 1's only a 003. No one's got.
Then I'm not surprised you got the top 11 on 00.
No, that's incredible. However, no one's gone perfect yet.
And the money's still available. We've had the perfect ET, but we haven't had the perfect light yet.
Flickering the bulbs. Expertly for both of them then. One was too soon, one was late.
And Chevy Checkett makes it to the start line for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, first week at school for her, so she wasn't allowed off.
Ah, fair enough. That does make sense. Although, considering they live in Stoke-on-Trent, I think Emma might have either left a bit early or got a lot of speeding tickets on the way here.
I think she borrowed Rob Slater's car.
Something like that. He's already here, though.
Oh,
good point. Good point. Emma and Letty, if you're out there watching, very good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
They'll be watching.
And Ted Sullivan with Bulldog.
So this will bump the class up to a 33 car field.
Yeah, have we had an all-run 64 car ladder before?
Not to my knowledge. Not since I've been racing.
Not that I know of either. Oh, Chef,
wow.
004, straight into the number 4 spot. That is outstanding.
That's a definite drop the mic moment if there ever was one.
And that is, what's that? That's 12 juniors in the double O's. Chef does 1 run and gets into number 4. Outstanding.
You go back to school now, Chef. Well done.
Yes, I
just want to say very quick, very good afternoon to my good friend Toby. Hope you're doing well, mate. Also to Mum and Freya, who are watching with you as well. Freya, I hope you're enjoying watching the racing. As I keep telling my kids, these are stunt drivers. They're not real kids in these cars. As your daddy will, I'm sure, tell you as well. And he might possibly thank me for telling you too. Toby, you owe me a tenner. Right, back to the racing. Ethan Kuberis from Spain in the Kestrel Lane. And Molly Openshaw, who's currently... Well, it's not the bump, is it? But it's, you know...
Yeah.
I believe she just needs to go green, which she does. Still stays number 33 though. I can't believe an 02 light stays you at 21. I'm gonna play that off like stays is a word.
Right, the Bartlett girls. Laura Bartlett, Jacqueline Bartlett. Now, Laura is number 2. Jacqueline did actually close the gap to number 6, but so many people have slotted in now. She's slipped back to number 17.
And I'm assuming that's still an 01.
Yes, it is. That's the crazy thing. Thing is, though, the qualified order doesn't give reaction time on there. Right, let's see how these two get on then. .06 for Jacqueline, it's good. But she's going to stay put at 17. Lara gets an 08. She'll stay at number 2.
Chev check it with the moment of the session, though.
Oh,
I think,
yeah.
to be
That
honest.
was amazing.
Yeah, that's dropped the mic, that is.
It's also been on the practice tree all the way here in the back of the car.
Something like that. So, Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas. Tony, again, if you tuned in, very good afternoon in Florida. Thank you again for your support. We're getting ready with Q7.
And of course, all of our Super Gas racers remembering John Morton this weekend, as although it was the anniversary of Queen Elizabeth II's passing, it was also her chauffeur, John Morton, as we would like to call it, on the day itself. But Mort, I know, was so passionate about the racing, and it was in this car that he won many a race, many a meeting and many a championship. So the Magic Rat Camaro, now piloted by Andy Dibley, he's in the number 9 spot. Dave Holt, number 6, but Dibs just rolls the beams.
Stutters the beams. Yeah. Like, good job, that was qualified.
Dave Holt, 10 flat, Dibs 10.46.
That was a really good job. That was qualifying. Because if that was race day, that would be a bit sickening, unfortunately.
He's had a similar issue before. It's basically the trans brake engaging and disengaging and re-engaging again, making it do that judder.
So he was probably thinking, oh good, I've got an evening off, I can have a barbecue, I can watch the fuel racing later. He's now going to be sat there with a trans brake going, oh God.
John Giles, Andy Dibley, your next pet.
Harrison.
What
Andy
did I say?
Harrison.
What did I say? Harrison Brown?
Dibley. Andy
dear.
Dibley. It's all right.
It's getting late.
Mate, you've got John Price's headset on. I'm surprised you're doing that well. Right, Andy Harrison, John Giles. Just kidding, of course, Mr. Price, if you're watching in. None of our careers are ever free or ever free. 96 to 96.
Change in positions for those two.
Nice run for John Giles, though. So, carrying the no-hair banner for the weekend, it is Mark White. John Morton's lad down there, Mr. Dan Page. Thank you very much indeed to Dan for the delivery of some of John's collection as well up here.
Retro programs, brilliant.
Well, Chalk's back. Yeah, back to it a little bit in the top end. 10.14 at 132. Car's still not on the numbers. 10.07 in the other lane, unfortunately for Tim Moore. So one guy who's jumped in with both feet and doing really well so far, Vic Parsons. 4 with the Plymouth against Stu Doyney. Stu, who is only number 11. Bear in mind he's up there in the points. You'd expect him to be a little bit closer, but this car, it seems to be quite tricky to handle, or get a handle on, even. So,
yeah, I was going to say, Vic Parsons got the lucky thing of not having to try and set up a throttle stop. However, he's also got the struggle of trying to reach 990, because as the track goes on with the weekend, with all the big boys coming out to play, the track's going to get stickier and stickier and stickier. And all of the lower horsepower cars tend to actually slow down as the weekend progresses. But no improvement for either of those. We have Wayne Hiscock and Stu Morris. Wayne's pointing at the tree. He's still going that way. There we go. He's straightened it out. So he's going to lift right about now.
That will be a 9.92 in that lane, which gets the number 8 spot that time. A bit more like it. Okay, Paul Marston, currently number 8, and Stefan Traff. Gould. Colin, all is forgiven for Andy, whoever.
Thank you.
That's right. No, it's all right. I said none of our careers are error-free. None of mine in 5 minutes for the next 2 days are going to be error-free. Stefan Raffeltrath from the Netherlands with a car that Robert Houston started out his racing career.
Well, Sam Marston tuned in at home watching Paul is running at the moment. Sam will be here tomorrow. Good afternoon to you, Sam. Paul goes.
Not a 990.
No, 901.
Use that as a tune-up run, I think,
run,
for Pro ET. 997 for Stefan. Does get him off the bump, actually, up to number 12. All the way up to 15. The one good thing about today as well is that every session we've run, the vast majority of drivers have come out. Yesterday, because they had quite a few qualifying runs, if you weren't here, it was a little spaced out towards the end of the day because it was very, very hot. And yeah, the amount of cars in each session dwindled as the day went on. So Pete Creswell and Dave Cherrett both qualified, obviously. Pete Creswell number 3 with a 990 with a 6. A 996 for Dave Cherrett is his best so far. That's the right side of the number anyway. Oh, there's actually 18 in there. I've got a feeling we're not going to see Pete Dodd.
No.
Do we have any updates on what happened with
no,
okay.
See if I can find
it sounded dreadful.
Oh, no, broke a rocker arm.
Oh, close breakout for Pete
Right, well, that is the end of the session. 10 flat in the other lane for Dave Cherrett. So it broke a rocker arm, so it definitely wasn't running on all 8, which I thought it wasn't. Is that something that's fixable, or was it, did it wrap around?
Stripped the thread straight out of the head, and he's on the banking. Well, he was back then, but yeah, that's what happened. And,
so that might be him done for the weekend then.
Well, Pete's a schemer.
Well, maybe 7 cylinders is what he needs to put in it to run
Slow it down,
990.
yeah.
You know.
There's a plan, Pete.
Yeah, there you go. Clouds and silver linings and all that. I know people in years gone by when they want to race, when they need to race, when they need to race for the points, that have blanked off a cylinder. Blanked off cylinders and just got on with it.
Yeah.
Not really the way to do it, but you know.
Garlett's did that at the Goodwood Festival of Speed when he had an issue with the dragster with Swamp Rat. Fixed something, like blocked it off, I think, with a piece of tin can. And then Simon's nodding because you remember this, don't you? And then he did his exhibition on 7 cylinders. Unbelievable. Quite a few years ago, but yeah.
Right, who's in the back of the car then, Colin?
That's another one I'm just checking. I don't know if I have all the information on this particular run.
Well, let's see if Paul wakes up this one.
His name is TBC.
Oh, okay, that's nice to know. So he's obviously just recently bought one then.
Yeah.
Or
does that mean to be sick?
There we go. Paul's woken up now with an 01 light. Usually razor sharp on the tree. Is another 11560 foot. It's going to be a 798, 167 mile an hour. And what a way to spend your evening, as the sun reappears on one side of the tower. We can actually see it now, which means very shortly the air is going to be coming round.
Very shootly.
Very shootly.
Right, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator.
So we have this class and we have Super Comp to run before we go back into the FIM bikes once again. So it is Call Me Al, even though it's not Al, it's Joe Stevens, with his 632 cubic inch engine in there, but without the turbos, I think. In the Kestrel lane, somewhere else down there is James Murray. In
yeah, we can't see anyone.
Smoke is just hanging.
Lovely looking run from Joe Stevens.
That's
definitely
going to
be
go quicker than the 12.
Both tickling the nines, actually. 10.13 at 1:32 for Joe, and a 10.14 at 1:33 for James Murray.
All right, Rob Slater and Elliot Day up next. Oh, another big smoky burn out there. That's just going to make that smoke hang even more around the start line.
I don't think I've ever seen a day up here where there is a lack of wind like there is today. There's just nothing at all. There's a couple of rogue flags that are fluttering, but a couple.
Yeah, actually, but
Nothing.
even then, nothing at the start line.
Nothing. That's what. So the smoke's not moving. I mean, I did have a look at the wind forecast. It's like 2 or 3 miles an hour, which is frankly pathetic.
It's not
pathetic.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's not. Well, anyway,
negligible.
Perfect race. Yeah, negligible. Nothing really. We had the same though. I mean, I live on the coast, and that's one of the windiest places in the country. We've had nothing. It's just no air, no breeze, no nothing for days.
That was very close for Rob Slater. Bumped through stage, but the car was actually rocking back into it. I could see Dave trying to give him a chance to run. He goes red, so he's going to get a time.
Oh, yes.
8.55 for Elliot Day. Wow.
1:57. Like Dave needs an excuse to be excited. So
he was almost as excited last night when I was playing badminton. Oh, stop it. Sorry about that. It's the
When you were playing
it's the same
badminton?
road caller than I had earlier. When I was playing badminton last night.
Well, you actually played?
I played, yeah.
Because I wanted to pass, and it was Jed Guy versus Jake Michelle at the time. And I
Oh,
was like, this
right,
is
they
very
went-
strange. Right, you can't actually get 2 more different vehicles in the same class. Ricky Hale with the postcode on wheels pickup truck. And then all of the horsepower, Mark Sheridan with the Cuda. Blew the tyres off on the first one.
Well, 7:30 is the #1 spot. Mark Sheridan.
Building boost, bumps in. Oh, but all the boosts seem to go away. It's come back now. He is off and running away. What you can hear actually is the truck. You can't hear Mark Sheridan's car. 8.0 at 202 mile an hour.
Down there.
Right, a big shout out here, Debs and Andy Bond and the rest of the Ugly team. A big shout out to Andy Spud Cunningham. It's his birthday today. It says here, 21 years old with 30 years experience.
Nice.
Liar. So big happy birthday to Spud down there on the Ugly team.
Best age to be, mate. Ask me how I know. Right. Rob Carter with Percy the Passat went 8.05 earlier today. Will this be his first 7-second run with the VW with the twin turbo LS on board?
Andy Bond's bumped through stage. He's going to get the red light. Rob Carter's off and away. 123 60 foot drifting over towards the centre line.
Will this be the one? Check those scoreboards. Not quite. Look at the speed though. Rob Carter's picking it up at the top end. 170 miles an hour. 8.11. Well, they're going to give him, very kindly, another go.
Yeah, so because of that, Spud's not getting a birthday present later on now because Andy's just taking it.
Whoa.
Whoa, very close again. So because he deep staged, the time's not going to be quite what they expected. He's drifting over towards the centre line, reels it back in perfectly, goes over the line too. Lots of smoke.
7.41 at 202 miles an hour. Well, the smoke's clearing.
Oh, I can't see Andy Bond's car anymore.
Yeah, it's the left-hand side.
Oh, okay.
I think he's pulled up.
Yeah, he has pulled up in the shutdown area. So, yeah, the
quad's gone out.
Quad's gone out to...
Might be on hold for a short while.
I mean, Andy has been running that car for years, just like clockwork.
Well, Andy's just climbed out the car. So I think he's just going to survey what's actually happened to the vehicle itself. But yeah, that was a huge puff of smoke at the stripe.
I think the worrying thing for all of us up here was we couldn't see the car anymore.
No.
Like,
Yeah.
full stop, which is very, very unusual. Very unusual. Tony Higgs was just coming forwards. to run. We've still got our Mac to go as well. But yeah, we're going to be down for a few moments. The track workers are out there doing their check on the racetrack. But yeah, it's unusual to see Andy Bond have any kind of busted run, let alone an issue.
Yeah.
And whatever that was, something burst just at the finish line. He still went 202 miles an hour over the stripe.
Well, I just got a message from someone who was sat on the banking saying he thinks he blew a tyre.
Really?
Whoa.
That wouldn't create that much. Oh,
Well,
no, it
actually,
could do, yeah.
looking up, I can actually see a skid mark. Well, not Andy's, but the car's.
Could be.
You can see something
Yes,
that looks like
actually,
it's locked up and drifted over. So that may have been what pulled him over to the one side.
Good job he was on a solo then.
Yeah, most people, if they're in the left lane, move over to the right lane. And he's gone from the right lane to the left lane, which is very unusual. If he was pulling over because of oil, he wouldn't have pulled over there.
No.
So thank you very much to Hans, who sent me the message.
You've got helpers.
I've got my own spotters, that's what this is.
It's drag race, not NASCAR. Oh dear, oh dear.
So there is a little bit of sweeping to be done at the top end. Hopefully nothing major like oil or anything else as well. That would explain the plume of smoke, though, excuse me, in the car going over to the... That can't have been a fun experience for Andy. I didn't see the parachutes that time round, weirdly.
No, especially not at 200 mile an hour or either.
Yeah, well, if the tyre lets go, we've had enough of that today. Yeah. It's that lovely yellow haze. A hazy kind of day. Hazy days at drag strips are totally different things. Much cooler. Anyway, so yeah, the tractor will be doing a little bit of sweeping, but I don't think there's much oil or anything to clean up. It may just be a case of making sure there's no debris on the racetrack and getting Andy Bond's car moved, which might be a little difficult because that's quite a big, heavy thing. Not Andy, of course.
I suppose he's quite lucky as well. It was on a street car because 4 brakes, which sounds standard, but dragsters only have rear brakes. If a tyre goes on a rear end or a dragster with only rear brakes, and your tyre goes, you've then got no brakes.
Full stop. Well, it's also incredibly fortuitous that he bumped through stage.
Yes.
Instead of being beside Rob Carter, because they would have been quite close together through the finish line, and he would have ended up in Rob's lane. So anyway, we'll stop yapping for a moment and save our voices. We've got 2 more cars to go: Victoria Smith and Tony Higgs. We've got, I beg your pardon, sorry, and our Mac. Then we've got Supercomp to go, and then we dive straight back into Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, and everything else. Well, beg your pardon, and the bikes, then the cars as well. Go on, Colin, I'm sure you know.
Pretty much exactly what Thomas said. It was a tyre, and basically there's not too much top-end work to do. They've asked for the skate to get the back end of the car so it is able to move on. So, yeah, that's the situation at the top end. And it's absolutely fine, we know that. We saw him climb out of the car, so that's the situation at the top end.
Anything can happen at 200 miles an hour. So the very briefest of cleanups, folks. Like I said, a few more cars to go in Street Eliminator. Then we've got Super Comp, and then we're on with Comp Eliminator and all of our FIM bikes once again as we move into one of the best evening sessions of
ever.
The year. So, folks, we're heading to Nitro FM. We won't be long. Don't go anywhere. India's car was just picking up some steam before she clicked it off. 454, only 175 miles an hour. Those short numbers looked pretty spectacular.
The break-in stage, here we go. This one's all Suzanne, but she clicks it just after the 330, straight up in smoke for Ida.
I can tell you why Ida's car went straight up in smoke as well. I think you probably saw it. When she turned the second pump on, or when she put both the fuel pumps on, which adds all the fuel needed for a launch, an awful lot of that fuel was actually spitting out the top of the cylinders onto the tyres very, very quickly. Well, you are confirmed.
As straight as a funny car run can be for 6:44 for Paul Harris.
Nice opening run. Clicked it a little bit early, 183 miles an hour. Andy Raw was on.
Little bit of tyre shape for Tim Garlick, but he's long gone in the distance to a 6:36. 216 mile an hour, slowing to a 260 mile an hour actually.
Yeah,
we're looking for low 7-second passes. Issues for Jerome. Martin goes through all the gears, go over the line. 809, 167 mile an hour.
There's a lot more in there than that.
Oh, yes.
And you are right.
A little bit of wheel spin again and over to the centre line. Expertly ridden straight down with his knee out. 746.
177. That's a nice riding job for Martin Newbury. He did very, very
Yeah, you can hear the difference. Lovely runs a pair. Going to match each other at the finish line. 733. 728 for Bertrand Maurice. Puts him straight to the #1 spot. In fact, Oh, the bike's quick for Martin de Haas. Marcus moving over to the centre line. He's going to clip the block. No!
Oh, and look at the ET. 6.24. Only 196 miles an hour. Look, Dad is doing the proper dad dance down on the... That's a proper dad dance. Well, since then.
Lovely straight run. Issues with the gearbox. You could hear it. Didn't want to click into high gear.
Looked a little soft row, actually, but then after the rebuild, 718, I'm sure they'll take that. 139, 109.
I could hear some tyre shake on one of them, but I can't see anything from the tracks. Little bit of a speed wobble in the slick tricks lane.
Look at that. 668, 201, 734, 179 for Mickey Ollie, but Mark Smith.
Issues for Sucane as well, yeah. The issues with these bikes are the clutches are extremely delicate. The longer you hold on, 659 for Eric Richard. Sorry, I was ignoring his run.
Only 200 miles an hour as well. Yeah, well, Stu Crane, unfortunately, was up on the chip, which means that he was on the rev limiter right down the track. That speed wobble for Ricard. Wow, 603, only 236. Unfortunately for Rene, it's dumping stuff all the way from just after 3:30. Seen Eric here for a long while.
120 to 60 foot for Steve. Are we going to open with a 6?
We are.
693, only 190.
Well, Christian just rolled through the beams. That 158 60 foot is not what he'd normally have. This won't be a 6. Oh dear, lots of smoke through the finish line. And I can see a trail.
122, 60 foot for Peter Osland. Under power over the quarter. 716, 196 mile an hour for him. Issues for Mark Hope. I didn't quite see what went on with him, whether he spun or... Yeah, I don't think you'll see a 6.7 on this pass, but you'll definitely be a 6.
Oh, nearly. 682 at 214 off the trailer. Whoa, all the boost came in at once, and he went skyward. Ross blasts through to a 718. 198 miles an hour. I had to check because the scoreboard looked like a 3 or an 8. But yeah,
Junior on the boost. Bit of a wiggle as he goes past 1,000 foot.
Oh,
677. 215 Hill and Julian Webb are having their cars checked over by the crew. And the start line marshals, we're going to give him the thumbs up in a second. There's the thumbs up for Martin. The thumbs will go up for Julian in a second. And all eyes will be on the conductor. Richard out front.
Well, that's what we need, just to be a bit warmer.
So Richard giving him the signal to turn the jet up of the 5 horsepower car. Let's see what they can do over the 1,000 foot. One last final check. Give Richard a wave. The more you wave, the faster they will go.
Clicks it early and still goes 477 at 225 mile an hour and a 532 at 224 for Julian.
Well, that officially wraps up our first pro session. .850 101 and 894. Ron takes his traditional look at the other lane. Backs out of it this time, though, a little bit too wild, even for Ron. 7:42, there we go. That's what happens when you stitch the front and the back half together.
Yeah.
.833, did it again, look, see, he's nearly 4/10 quicker than his dialing. 867 for Colin Morrison, a 60. 021 light will take him a long way on race day, which actually starts tomorrow. 73 on a 69, no help. And 898 with a 5, broke out by 5 thou. I think I can almost smell the clutch absorbing horsepower from here. 49 with a 4, well done to Pete. Unbelievable. Speed on her last run. I think there was something up with the 60 foot, but it was 170. Yeah, it was more than that. It was 177 she went on her last run. The ET wasn't quite there, but the speed absolutely was. Tony Higgs as well, been running booming speeds.
184 mile an hour plus for Tony.
One of the things I love about his car, as I forget to turn my mic on, is how the falling setup is.
I love the LEDs.
Oh yeah, I'm sure so. Watch the rear end of Tony Higgs' car as he goes up the track. It actually separates. Oh, that's a shame. Well, he's going for it anyway. There you go. Look, there's loads of wheel spin for Victoria. Very well held indeed.
Tony's not getting a lapse time or a speed, unfortunately.
He's getting data though.
Yeah.
Good to know Victoria's car was wound up for that one.
She still turned on the taps at the top end. 12:27 at 157 miles an hour.
Take every chance, every opportunity, dance every dance.
With a 2.33 60 foot. There we go.
Yeah, that thing was very sideways as well.
She almost broke the 60 foot beams with her back wheels then. She was drifting so much. Brilliant.
That would not have been interesting.
No. Yeah, very, very well held, Victoria.
Yeah, that was good. Just lit him up instantly. So this is Al McSweeney. Al, with a Volvo 162, went on a tour. He did the Swedish Street Week as well back in the summer. By all accounts, loved every minute of it. Started and finished at Mantle Park.
Kai McSweeney went on that trip.
Okay.
And they got to the port and everything. But he couldn't make the trip because his passport wasn't valid for long enough. So he turned around, went home, jumped in the car, drove to Dover, got on a ferry because they didn't check it properly. He got into Calais and chanced it all the way to Sweden, and he drove there himself.
Fair play.
And he made it. He absolutely made it. That was an unbelievable effort. Took him a couple of days to do it, But yeah, that was just one of the stories.
I remember
Climate
one of the times I when I, because you know what like going into the States is like. It's a bit like a military exercise, and you do get scrutinised quite a lot. Yeah. So I had that when I went to the States. A couple of months later, I went on a trip to Holland, and I got off the boat, and the bloke gave me my passport. This was way back in the 90s. The bloke gave me my passport back, and he said, "Is that you?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "You haven't signed it." I said, "Oh, "Okay." Signed it. And I thought, hang on a minute. I've been scrutinised for like 10 minutes when I went into the US. Nobody noticed that bit, right? It's the same passport.
Yeah, so Almac's going to have to switch lanes. They've obviously spotted something in the Kestrel beer lane.
They have indeed. We've got Super Comp round now.
Yeah, that is our last sportsman class of the day. No more sportsman qualifying once Super Comp have run today. So yeah, Q8 is scratched for everybody, and also the scheduled Q9 for Super Pro won't be happening this evening. So once Super Comp have run, that will be it for our sportsman races. No surprise whatsoever. So they will continue tomorrow morning. On day 3 of the European finals here at the pod.
Colin, do you know what you need to do now? Because he's on the start line and he can't run away. Because he ran and hid earlier.
Oh, Dave.
Did Dave Warren.
Yeah, but by the time I get down there with my old legs and stuff like that, we'll have started again. But we will catch up.
But you won't catch him.
No, he'll be long gone.
Something like that. Right, I think this evening, it's from 5 p.m, isn't it, if I'm not wrong, for the evening session. Racers, if you take your racers tickets to certain gates in the grandstand, you can get into the grandstand.
I'm pretty sure it's all of the blue seats, so all of the far end of the grandstands.
They're all going to start trooping in shortly.
Yeah,
shortly.
So no more sportsman qualifying if all the sportsman guys are out there listening. In fact, I think we're getting a wave. There's people up there already. Yoo-hoo! There we go.
I'm glad you wore the hat, because otherwise we couldn't have seen you doing that. So the last car in Street Eliminator, your number 4 qualifier with a 773 is Almac. We've got, actually we haven't seen, unfortunately, no Al Williamson today. I can't remember.
Funny you should say that. When we had some downtime earlier, whilst you were on the start line with the top fuel car, I saw him driving his truck back in.
Sorry, his truck?
Back in.
Oh, so, not the sort of thing you nip down the shops in the middle of a race meeting.
It didn't have a front end on it.
Obviously fixing something. Great looking run for Al McSweeney. That's a great 60 foot. 7.56. At 184 miles an hour, he goes in to the number 3 spot. That could well be one of Almac's quickest ever runs. I'm not entirely sure. He's been under 7.5 seconds before.
I think he ran a 7.4 against Andy Bond when he beat him.
Like you'd want to.
Yeah.
He's also up there in the championship. He's not far away from the points lead with Andy Bond there. So, Clement Dubois and Andy Clifford. 2 front engine cars. Now, Andy Clifford has got the task of trying to slow the car down.
Yeah, he spent all year trying to actually run into the 8. He had done it before this year, but not more than a couple of times. So he's got a similar problem to Clement Dubois, who, if you remember back in main event, was doing nothing but going fast. However, I think he's lost his crown now to Steve Field. Wheels up for both of them. They are side by side all the way down the track.
Is Andy Clifford going to lift? He does. Clement stays at number 5. Looking at the finish line shot. If everybody at home caught that finish line shot, they went over the margin. Look at that. 0.008 difference at the finish line. Nothing at all. Andy Clifford breaks out with an 86 at only 136 miles an hour. Yes, he did lift. However, talking of lifting...
this man didn't.
He definitely didn't.
Well, I said it before. When he launched, I'll be like, oh, this is a shame to waste this run. That was a lovely launch. And then he just never did. Yeah, he's taking Clement's crown for the fastest Supercomp run. Yeah, earlier ran an 8.08 in the other lane. It's Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered. He's currently in the number 4 spot. Steve Field has the only number he's run under 8.9 seconds is a 9.20. Plenty of room for improvement.
So is Steve Field going to leg it all the way through and maybe even try and run in the 7s this time?
No.
Slowing down, look.
Wiggling around.
Steve Field does actually improve to the number 7 spot, goes 9.03. He was wiggling around to scrub off speed, I think.
Yes.
What he's doing. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Richard Tunstall with a jammy dodger. Is that something to do with his name being Rich T? Could be.
On Facebook, that's really funny actually.
In the Slick Tricks lane against John Turner, who, even though he's in Supercomp, hasn't run anywhere near the 8s this weekend. The Cuda can do it. John can do it.
So neither of these cars run throttle stops.
What, Richard doesn't?
No, it's flat out, I'm pretty sure. If he does, it's a very, very, very small one.
Well, both run the same kind of speed, half a second difference in ET. And Richard Tunstall only a 9.12, and John
And now the young lady who definitely does run a throttle stop.
Indeed.
Leah Kellett, she has the fastest mile an hour of any car in the class. Often up into the high 160s.
Oh, stopped. No, back again.
Taking on Warren Watts. Now, Warren's best has been a 9.18. The car has been in the 8s many times before.
So leaning into Leah's car, setting the throttle stop. You'll see very clearly the car launch, hold itself at a certain RPM for quite a while, and then launch again about 330 foot. Warren Watts often runs in Pro ET, usually one of the faster guys in Pro ET, but has made the jump over to Supercomp. And the issue with the track now for some of the lower horsepower cars is the track's that good, it's actually slowing them down. That's probably why he's not being able to make the 890 as of right now. So the throttle stop engages. And there she goes. Flowing past Warren Watts, 896 and a 9.18 again for Warren.
Yeah, needs a bit more ET, does Warren. Maybe struggling in the heat.
Yeah, no improvement for either.
That's the roadster of Stu Doiney down there. Going to be going alongside the pension pop dragster of Paul Hudson.
Now, I think we worked out, because when you win a national championship in a class, the next year, the prize effectively is the next season, your race entry is free.
Mm-hmm.
Stu Doiney probably didn't pay to race for quite a number of years.
At least 3 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
In two
both
classes.
classes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was budget racing.
Well, he's going to get a time, but he left. No, he's not going to get a time.
Before the tree activated.
Yeah.
9.03 at 154 for Stu. Stays put at number 6. Okay, I think we are there with our sportsman racing for the day.
We are indeed.
Yeah, so Stu, Paul, Steve, Leah, run. Get back on the grandstands quick.
I think they all will.
Actually, it's a very good reminder, actually. You do need to... This is a message out for all the teams, all the teams and drivers in the pits. Racers and crew members are welcome to watch the Friday evening Nitro session from the main grandstand free of charge. Free entry will be permitted for this evening with access through gates 196 to 215 And 216-248. A racer ticket or start line pass will need to be shown to the grandstand steward before entering. And just a reminder, the grandstand operates a strict no smoking policy. So there we go, folks. A couple of other things just to mention. I haven't mentioned them today yet, but all of our traders in the trader area, going to be a busy evening for them as well, as been quite a warm day. And also Blackett Photography. Paula is in the studio for the rest of the day. Ian has been shooting the images all weekend long, and it's not open to just the racers, it's open to the public as well. The Blackett studio is next to the pairing lanes where the park benches and the parasols are. So as you go over the crossroads where the pairing lanes are as you come around the back, and then you just take a little turn right, not directly into the pairing lanes obviously, but in the walkway just beyond it. And that's where you'll find Blackett Photography Studio.
Yeah, and if your name happens to be Victoria Smith, I know for a fact he's got a cracking photo of you looking right down the camera at him.
Yeah. Well, there's an interesting camera shot. The Bluebird has got one of our camera crew on the back at the moment. Yeah, please visit all of our traders. There's plenty behind the grandstands as well. And, of course, the pod shop with all the latest Santa Pod merchandise and the Slick Tricks merchandise and also sponsor merchandise as well. And, of course, you've got the Top End Cafe up there as well. The main catering area is going to be open until late this evening. You've got all the entertainment in Fuelers Bar once racing finishes this evening. And don't forget, after racing finishes, we will be having fireworks tonight as well. So not only are you having a nighttime fuel session, you'll be having fireworks as well. So proper entertainment this evening.
Well, at least we're getting to see what's going on at the top end. Mr. Marshall fixing some of the jets on the sprayer up there. That is grip juice, is what they're spraying, but they're spraying it on the racetrack. Even though they're past the top end at the moment, they will come down and they will use the spray bar over both lanes once again to prep it for competition. Eliminator, great to see Ahmed Jamshed down here for the first time this weekend. They're running testing back on Wednesday, but broke the engine like badly, really badly. And we saw photographs of it, didn't we, Colin?
Yeah,
it didn't look pretty at all. So the team have worked, just an incredible amount of hours. They went to bed at 7 this morning.
Yeah.
After all night getting it ready. They missed the first session, unfortunately, earlier today because for some reason they had to be scrutineered again before they came round to run. But they're in the lanes and ready to go.
Well, one of the hardest, I know we talk about crew chiefs working hard, but Gordon Darby down there, my word, he has not stopped all weekend. I don't know what's keeping him awake because he must be shattered down there. He obviously looks after Ahmed's car. He tries to get Luke sorted out. Terry Newton down there as well. All the front wheel drive guys. Gordon, absolute legend down there. He stood beside Ahmed's car at the moment, but Gordon Darby from Street Racers, very well done indeed, mate.
I don't know whether you saw this. I'm going to see if I can find it because it's quite funny, and I don't think they're going to mind me mentioning it. Right? Let's see if I can find it. It was a meme that someone put up.
Right, okay.
Was it? Have you seen this one? It's really good. Right, 2 seconds. Not that one, obviously, and not that one, and not that one.
As the Bluebird comes back down to the start line, Josie's still hanging on.
Nah, maybe I will find it in a minute because it's very funny.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the evening session is going to be commencing shortly. The time now just coming up to 6 o'clock this evening, and we have Nitro. Yes, I saw that. Yeah, that was very good.
Yeah.
We have obviously Comp Eliminator and lanes. We have all of our bike classes, and then let's not forget we've got some Nitro in the bikes as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be very interesting watching like the likes of Al Smith and people like that run with the Nitro bikes. And
I said it already. Marcus Christensen is my absolute favourite.
Going to be awesome. And then, of course, the fuel cars later on, and it will be properly dark by then. So, really good entertainment coming up this evening.
So you're going to have fireworks with your barbecue tonight? Not you, but...
No, that would be a good backdrop for various people.
It'd be fabulous, man.
Yeah, I've got a microwave chicken pasta meal tonight. That's it.
Sorry.
I've no idea that it was quite that funny, but it just didn't sound all that appetising when you said it. Saying that, I've got microwave spaghetti carbonara, so you know, rock and roll on this end.
I think Lynn's on the ground. Lynn, what have I got for dinner?
Oh, that's
probably a clip round here if you're not careful.
That's what you've got. Going to be
Lynn's
delivered on a plate.
Lynn's a brilliant cook.
Oh dear, it's like, Mum, what's for dinner? But no, we're padding a little bit, obviously because the Bluebird is out there just getting the track ready. We have Comp Eliminator in the lanes, so we mentioned Amit Jamshed down there. Nick Williams is having a good look at the start line down there, running the Copo Camaro #1 qualifier at the moment with an 8.29. Conditions good to go fast this evening compared to it was earlier on. And let's see what Nick's got in store for us. Dan Williams is currently #2 qualifier with his Camaro, and Spencer #3. So very, very tight. Obviously, championship permutations. Nick is leading the points chase at the moment from Spencer in #2. And it's basically between those two at the national finals in 2 weeks' time. But obviously, we've got to get this weekend sorted out first.
I just saw my caravan on there. Anyway, going for a ride on the back of the Bluebird, an inspired idea for everybody at home. Gets to see what the track crew do all the time. There's a really big whack on that wall up there as well. I noticed that this morning. I'm not sure who that was
I think
or what
that
event it was.
Gary Bow.
Really?
I don't think it was that far down.
It's a long way down there.
Shutdown area.
It's quite a long way down the shutdown area.
Oh,
It's
really?
past, it was round about level or just past the first turn-off, which is quite a way past the finish line.
No, I think it was. I was stood at the finish line when he unfortunately... I don't think that was him. I think that was his bike.
Yeah. Gary, if you are tuned in, I know it was okay-ish. I think that's the only way I can really describe it. But look forward to seeing you back at the track in the not too distant future, and get 100% again soon, mate.
So the Bluebird pulls off to the side of the track. There you go. You've got a bird's eye view, literally, because it's a Bluebird.
Oh, very good.
Of where...
Don't give up the day job, mate.
I haven't got one. And I'm certainly not going to have one after that, I don't think. So, competition eliminator fired up round the back of the tower. Amit Jamshed is going to be going against Spencer Tram. Now, Spencer's about 4/10 under his index. Amit's well capable of going quite a lot quicker than that. The only thing holding Amit back is his chassis tag, unfortunately. His chassis tag is only to 850, and by that what we mean is he's not allowed to run quicker than 850 because he doesn't have a full cage in. Well, he has a cage, but it's not like a full funny car cage that wraps around him.
It's not deemed safe to go faster than 8.50.
However, he still runs 170 plus miles an hour.
Yeah.
There we go.
So a Luke boost, a low boost run for the new engine for Amit on this one. By the way, he can actually send us messages
on this screen. Yeah, exactly. On that.
It's pretty cool, that.
I'm not entirely sure he can. I think he's texting someone to say, can you put this on the screen for those fools up there? So, Spencer Tram, Amit Jamshed isn't qualified. This will make it a 16-car ladder when Amit does. One of the great things about comp racing in the UK is diversity. Front-wheel drive cars allowed into competition, and a 920. That's not his dial-in, it's his index. Bear in mind, this is low boost, folks.
That's low boost?
Yeah.
Still looking pretty good.
He's clicked it before the finish line. Still goes 949, only 114 miles an hour. Spence goes 1128, stays #3, but Amit rolls into the #7 spot. Wasn't that long ago that Amit would have been delighted with a 9.4. He's now over a second quicker than that.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Rob Smallworth. Rob, he's #4 at the moment. How cool is that? Phil Norman, his 1065 index for the air-cooled. It's great. It's a brilliant addition to Comp Eliminator in the UK, where what they've done is they've given classes and indexes to VWs, to
front-wheel drive.
I've never seen a BNVX.
B nitrous.
Okay. Volkswagen.
Volks,
yeah.
something like that.
Experimental.
Oh, maybe.
That's good.
No, maybe.
That might work.
Yeah, BN is definitely it's a smaller engine and it's nitrous.
Up against a super modified car, super modified 55. That's Rob Smallworth, looking for better than the 775. The car's definitely got it in there. Definitely.
Yeah, Supermod was another one of these classes that sort of got amalgamated into Comp Eliminator.
That's not going to be quicker than the 7.7 for Rob. Over towards the wall.
Yeah, he's backed out of it. Phil Norman still under power though. All the way through to 13.03. Slowly chipping away at it.
Yeah, Rob's got a lot of good help down there as well. He's got Stan and Paula helping him out too, because he helps them out. And Rob knows what he's doing as well. So, Matt Davidson, Mr. Boost himself, looking for a crack at the 8s. Been nowhere near, unfortunately, so far this weekend. Been in the 9s with a 976. That was looking a lot more promising for Matt Davidson. Might well be another 9-second run. 9.59, 155, step in the right direction. Happy with that? So 2 more of the front wheel drive gang, Andy Nichols and the Mayor.
That was one of the highlights of Door Slammers this year, was the front wheel drive on the Saturday evening when they all gathered and the Mayor was there. Full regalia.
Took charge. So Terry Newton is, I think, Europe's quickest Ford-powered front-wheel drive car. He's nibbled into the high 8s. He was in the low 9s for a long, long time. Up against Andy Nichols with Layla.
Well, Terry Newton's got a Mondeo and an Escort van. And out of the two, I would have chosen the Mondeo to make the race vehicle out of.
However,
interesting.
Yeah, you definitely chose the more interesting option. Issues for Andy Nichols. Not enough power down. Could not get the boost to the track. Terry Newton's goes through to a 9.59. Only 121 mile an hour again.
Backed out way before the finish line for Terry. He's still actually qualified number 5 with an earlier 9.15 line.
So Chris Todd with the Fiesta-Roo.
Do you know something? One car we haven't seen all weekend is Dirk Pyler with the Dodge Dart.
He's in the pits. He's definitely here.
He tested. He was here last weekend. I think he ran with Supercharged Outlaws last weekend. He ran on test day and he ran a really, really nice mid-7. I haven't seen him all weekend. So far, anyway.
Probably best conditions for Dan Williams all weekend long so far.
He wants his number 1 spot back. Lovely wheel stand from both of them.
Chris Todd, look at that. He actually wheelied. He didn't wheelie till past the Christmas tree. Better.
10.66 and a 9.40. So Dan stays 2. Chris stays number 10.
I've never seen Chris's car hike the wheels up like that before. Not that far out, anyway.
So Chris stays number 10. He is the tuner for the next car, which is Ted Jenkins. Going alongside the 350 cubic inch supercharged Copo Camaro of Nick Williams. He is your number 1 qualifier with an 8.29. Finesse and everybody on board with Kev Jenkins and a BP Racing Lubricants, obviously for Nick Williams. Williams Brothers Racing and the Williams Brothers Speed Shop UK distributor for BP Lubricants now.
So Kev Jenkins' quickest run is a 7.75. Are they going to turn the boost up for this one? Because there's a good half-second more in that little car.
Well, he's passed the Copo.
And he's going down the wall, which is normally a good run. 770 and 832. Kev Jenkins does actually jump round Terry Newton to go in the number 5 spot. Nick Williams consolidates his number 1 spot. No one actually picking up ET in this session, which is a little bit of a surprise.
Bizarre. Because I'd have thought the airs would get a lot better now, and there's no wind. Like, even the flags that were fluttering earlier aren't anymore.
I think the altitude's still quite high.
Yeah.
It's still warm, obviously.
Should we have a quick look?
So, Brendan Clancy with the A nitrous altered.
Apologies to Gordon. I was saying, sorry, Gordon Darby. I've accused him of working on 3 vehicles. It's not. It's Graham Cook that builds and runs Terry Newton's van, not Gordon. But they do pit together.
Okay.
So thanks, Alan Kenyon, for the update on that one. And we'll let Brendan do his run. And I've had another message from someone which I would love to share with you.
Well, a Dave in the car is not something you want before a run, but then he's helping, so it's probably not too bad.
Oh yeah, this will be why there's no one's improving. The density altitude at the minute is 2,500 feet.
That's what I've actually just picked up my phone to check, but well done. You're
Which
on the ball.
I think higher than it was this morning, isn't it?
By about 1,000 feet.
Goodness me. Well, you can tell that by the normally aspirated cars. However, as the sun starts dipping, it will cool off.
Yes.
Quite quickly, although I'd looked at the forecast, it's still forecast to be 24 degrees at like 10 o'clock tonight, which is
no dew point, which is what
unheard of,
which is fantastic.
Yeah, Brendan Clancy had loads of tyre shake on the run earlier today. Hopefully no issues for him. Bit more wheel speed this time.
Sounds really lazy. 843 at 160.
Yeah, not what they wanted at all, I don't think.
At least they got a run on the board and they are qualified. Currently number 10, actually. So, underneath the tower, we have to kick off this qualifying session. Mr. Martin Hill with Fire Force the Jet Funny Car.
Right, message I wanted to read out. Gary Bow has just been in touch. Gary basically says, "Hi Cole, watching and heard you mention me. Thanks for kind words. I'm actually okay apart from bumps and bruises, and my arm is screwed together with plates and screws because of 4 breaks. But I'll be okay, doctors at Bedford Hospital said. Hopes to see you soon." Gary, really good to hear from you, mate. Sorry I didn't actually catch up with the event, but obviously it was quite a busy weekend, but really, really good to hear from you, Gary, and we do hope to see you soon. As we look down to see Martin Hill sat next to that jet turbine in Fire Force number 3.
And this is Martin on his own this time. We have a few jets this evening, I think, or a couple at least. Martin's going to kick off the show, but we've also got, if you've never seen it before, Graham Sykes.
Oh, yes.
With the steam rocket bike. Unbelievable, unbelievable piece of engineering. And I've got a theory on how he came up with it, which I will share with you later when he runs.
Yeah, the incredible thing about that bike is the fact that it can run a 6-second run, but only like 120 miles an hour.
It's it depends how much steam they put in it, basically, how much steam it's got. And that's not a joke. That sounds like some sort of comedy routine, but it's not. And he doesn't even. I don't think he's even been under power to the 8th mile yet. To the 8th mile, and it runs mid-60s. He was 385, I think, recently to the 8th mile, which is
good going.
Bear in mind, it's just steam.
It's water.
Just water, nothing else. Quite incredible.
Right, Sue, just to build things up a little bit for you as the sun gets quite low in the air, but it's going low in the sky as we turn the afternoon into early evening here at the European Finals, day 2 of 4. After Fire Force 5, it will be the Junior Drag Bike Cup qualifying session number 2 for them. And then it is Super Street Bike, Pro Stock Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Twin Bike. And then we switched our attention to 4 wheels with Top Methanol Dragster, Pro Stock, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel. Just follow that would be Nostalgia Funny Car and Nitro Funny Car. Oh yeah.
Well, the thing is, even though the density altitude is not very good, the track temp is going to come down, which unusually for September is a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's not normally a good thing when the track temp drops, because it's not normally got enough heat in it in the first place. But that's not a problem we have this weekend. So all you wonderful folks that have sat around all day watching in the heat, we're going to give you a beautiful balmy evening in early September in the UK to enjoy some of the best drag racing in Europe.
Also, just a reminder to all of our sportsmen, racers and crew, if you take your start line pass to the towards the end of the grandstands, you will be able to get in there free of charge this evening, as I think a few of our sportsmen racers have already.
Just a warning to everyone on the fairground ride over there, when you hear a bang, don't worry, it's not your ride, it's the jet car.
You hope it's not your ride.
Yeah.
What a unique place to watch a jet car from, upside down over there.
Martin Hill winds that turbine up even more now. And Box of Bangs, British will get louder here.
Yeah, he's turned it up more than he did last time.
So here we go then, Fire Force number 3. Give Richie a wave. The more you wave, generally the faster Martin will go. Will we see a 5 or a low 6? We'll find out very shortly.
All the way through to 6:59 at 2:25. A little off his normal pace, but still. It's also a lot of weather that they don't normally have to deal with before. Jet cars still are affected by the weather.
It's a jet. It's used to being up in the altitude, though, isn't it?
That's a very good point.
Very odd about the 8th mile when it went...
Yeah. Had a cough, didn't it? Round of applause, please, for everybody going up to get Martin. That's going to kick off our evening session here. We start with junior drag bike, and then it just gets quicker and faster from there on in.
So our junior drag bike racers are collected in the lanes. It's a gorgeous evening here.
This is the kind of evening, seriously, that you dream all winter about. When you're dreaming of going racing or thinking about going racing in the summer, this is kind of it. This is like a beautiful, balmy evening, which we don't normally get in September. I'm not going to keep saying it, honest, but we don't. So rolling round now, we're going to kick off with junior drag bike, then right behind him is Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin and Top Fuel Bike. We may be missing a few of our machines from this session, simply because, unfortunately, quite a few of them expired in earlier action today.
Like that. Well, she's making smoke, but the wheel's not on the floor. Oh, he's making smoke, sorry. Brad Morrison in the Kestrel beer lane. I tell you what, I was going to have a job to come back round for the Super Street Bike, any?
Oh, he'd be fine.
Taking on Holly King in the Slitrix lane, 8:15 and a 15.20. Only going to the 8th mile.
And trying to run on their dialings. An 8.36 and an 8.15.
A 15.24 and a 15.20 moves him up to the number 2 spot.
Nicely done.
Yeah, 8-2. That is a really good move. I know it's only Q2, but nevertheless.
I love that shot that they've got on the live stream now.
Great, isn't it? Right. Harry Isaacs.
Sorry, the reason we're giggling is, it's not very windy anywhere outside the tower, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, there's a bit too much of it in here. And if it sounds like I sound a bit odd, it's because I'm holding my nose.
And there's a reason why one of us isn't talking. He's currently giggling.
Yeah, my eyes are, what are you on about? It's not me.
Eyes are watering a bit too much.
So, anyway,
Harry
I'll
Isaacs.
take over as you two can't compose yourselves. Harry Isaacs and Luke
I don't think you can by the smell of it. Anyway.
Harry getting very close to the white line on the side of the track there.
As long as he stayed away from it, no problem. So, 13 flat. 13.21 for Harry stays put at 5. Anouk stays number 8 with a 14.04 and a 13.72. They're really not far off, are they, at all? 2 more pairs, and then it's Pro Stock.
Yeah, Matt Isaacs did get in touch ages ago, and I'll try to time it right. But Harry wanted a shout out. A shout out to Harry from brother Matt. Big well done for making the Hockenheim final 2 weeks ago. Big thanks to Mum, Dad, and Ollie King for all the help. That's from Matt Isaacs, aimed at Harry.
So Leah Morris off and running with a very nice reaction time. She's currently number 3. Alia is 6. Leah stays at 3, and Alia breaks out, unfortunately. Still a really good run for Leah Morrison, though. Only 10th of a second off. So Richard Wilcox, number 1. The only person I've ever known to double class in juniors.
Yeah.
Jackson King, milk in the crowd there. Yeah. Go on, son. Just reminded me so much of Blade in his early days.
Oh, yeah. Well, when I met Blade, I didn't think there could ever be another one of him. But Jackson's definitely up there.
They broke the mould when they made Blade, but they put it back together again. And they made Jackson.
So Richard leaning to one side on the bike, 9.44 breakout.
200s breakout. And that's a 14.34 for Jackson. 9. Okay, so we have a look down to see it is Pro Stock Bike coming around the corner now. And just getting themselves into the burnout box. The Bish basically pushes around the burnout box not to get his front tyre wet, and then just backs into the burnout box, so he is in the right spot there. So Martin Bishop. And as I say, many thanks to Angie Woods and, of course, to Dan Page for these old programmes that we got up here. And we did check.
Oh, you've got more now?
Yeah, we got more. That was from Dan Page. But we did check the 2001 European Finals programme, and Martin Bishop was running Pro Stock Bike at that event. So, but we'll have a look through some of these other retro programmes and have a read about various people from there.
Are you a pie-fectionist? I remember that. So, Pro Stock Bike fired underneath the tower. Martin Bishop well capable of running into the low 7s. So Martin going to be on a bye run this time round.
Yeah, unfortunate issues on his first run. Well, I say issues. Struggled to get off the line, I think I'd rather use. Yeah, dumped the clutch, a little bit of wheel spin, then got underway, only to an 8.0.
Nicer looking launch. It was still only a 1.18 though for Martin. Into the sevens though. 7, 7, 8. 170 miles an hour. He actually stays put at number 4, believe it or not, with that. So we're missing our other friend from France in this qualifying session, I think. We are. Aswin the Noble taking on Martin Newbury. Still wearing the number 1 from last year. I don't think he's going to be wearing it this year. I think it's going to be the man right behind him, actually. Bertrand Maurice. No, it's going to be a bye run. Problems for Martin.
So Ashwin needs to run a 7, otherwise, basically, to be legal for the class.
Well, now's a perfect stage and a perfect time. Commiserations to Martin Bishop. Sorry, Newbury. Strong looking run for Aswin. One of his better ones. 8.74 at 1:53.
I think he enjoyed it that much, he stayed on the throttle way past the finish line.
Sounds about right. So the last pair are going to be Jorg Lermont from Germany with the fabulous sounding Buell and Bertrand Maurice. Now these two, Bertrand in the Kestrel lane, he's a proper jockey, that man. You look at the size of him, he looks like he should just got off the 350 at Kempton. Yep. And came down here to ride a Pro Stock bike. He's number 1 at the moment. He will be number 1 next year as well. He went 7.28 earlier, which the crew were overjoyed with. Jorg went 7.33. Let's see what the normally aspirated machines can do in the cooling air here at Santa Pod.
So the sun well and truly setting now. Both riders into pre-stage. This is number 1 and 2 qualifier. Lovely launches, 160 foot. They're side by side. Off goes the Buell in a 7.36, 184 mile an hour. Yeah, issues for Jorg. Don't know what he saw at the top end, but he rolled off quite rapidly. Well, I rolled off, I mean the throttle, not the bike.
He was actually quicker than the guy in the other lane to 3.30, but then from 8th mile onwards, maybe something went a little sour. That's why he clicked it off to save it.
Well, I can see the spotters out there and can't see anything of any issue. Nope, walking off the track. Next pair. And it's on to the Super Twins. I know it's not. It's on to Top Fuel bike.
Yeah. This is Al Smith with the rocket.
So check out run earlier today. Al today went 7.18. Hopefully Phil Bainbridge has given him the thumbs up to take it a bit further down the racetrack this time. Anything starting with a 6 would be good, especially after. Nah, ignition did not look. That is a nitro flame, folks. That is supposed to do that. However, it just didn't sound well as soon as he cracked the throttle that time round, unfortunately, for Al Smith. So he'll stand on his 7.1 from earlier on today.
Typical engineering now, and the team, he's already having a look at the bike going, oh, what was that? He's trying to suss it out straight away.
He's probably going to give it a beating when it pushes off.
But he's going to take the first exit. That's why he swung out to the right, so he gets an angle to get through the gate.
Yeah, there's nothing like top fuel, any sort of nitro racing, just to sort of bring you back down to earth, because it really did look like they were figuring that bike out. Everything was going right. After so much work for years, it was making progress. It ran a 5 at the end of last year, and then this year it's just been, I think, well, saying that, they did run some good numbers earlier in the year, but with associated engine damage, unfortunately. The good thing as well is that Phil Bainbridge, that owns that bike and built it and tunes it, he puts extensive race reports on afterwards that are fascinating to read for those of us that don't know about these sorts of things. This is Mark Smith, no relation, in the Kestrel lane. Again, we're going to be missing a couple of bikes in this session because of issues earlier on today. So Smithy went 6.68. Yeah, Stu Crane's underneath the tail alongside Eric. I think this should have been Rene in the other lane. So, trying to better a 6.68 from earlier on today is Mark Smith. That is, I was going to say dangerous. Still goes. 683, 108 to 60 foot. You could hear the tyre chatter off the start line with the turbo bike. That's one of those things I've always thought about. That noise you heard there was the tyre squealing. Imagine what it must be like in the top fuel car or something, but you can never hear it.
No.
Because of all the other madness going on.
So Stu Crane and Eric Richard. Stu has not made a run yet, because unfortunately he was in full stage against Eric for the first session on the two-step, but he problems for Eric, so his clutch swelled up and basically dragged him through stage.
That was basically it, yeah. Everything just got a little bit too hot, pulled him through. I don't think Stu's going to be doing that again. Looking at what Eric's doing in the other lane.
I think he's going to let Eric stage first.
Well, 6:59 was what Eric Richard ran earlier on today, which is tremendous stuff. Stu Crane, though, has been in the 6.2s. Yeah. Off like a rocket in both lanes. Oh, dear, big smoke for Stu Crane. Oh, my goodness me. Still goes
6:30. Wow.
Well, that was hurting itself from half track onwards, and he still went 6.30 at 206 miles an hour. Eric clicked it off. Well, he didn't click it off early. He went 6.71 at 191. Hopefully, oh dear. Right, whoever that marshal out is there, put your arms down. We don't want to see that. Thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, we're going to be down for hopefully a short period of time. But, yeah, from half track onwards, that billowing smoke from the back of Stu Crane's bike contained oil.
Which just makes things a little bit more interesting, makes it get a bit darker.
I love the fact you put a positive spin on everything.
Yeah,
I really do. I really, really do. 6:30 now, so we're just coming to... We don't got far to go with the bikes, actually. We've got only 2 Super Twins down for this round after seeing what happened to Martin de Haas's engine. I'm not entirely surprised. And then we've got Super Street right behind them, and it's into Top Methanol, Pro Mod, Pro Stock. I can't remember what other class is here. Any ideas?
Could be nitro cars.
Something like that, yeah. Big flames, that sort of thing.
Oh, the big long pointy ones. Top Fuel, that's
the one, yeah. Oh, I was talking about that. Yeah, of course, I forgot. Completely.
And let's not forget their short wheelbase cousins, Nitro Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car as well. So yeah, loads and loads and loads of action still to come. And then I say we got two jet cars running side by side. Then we have the steam bike. You do not want to miss that. That is a phenomenal bit of kit. And then it'll be fireworks. So a real good evening entertainment lined up for you. But our track crew just out there checking everything out. And we'll get a bit of feedback from them in a moment. But this is a bizarre one, this, because the time now is 6:30. It just makes it a little bit darker. Makes it a little bit more dramatic. And I'll tell you what, everybody that's on the banking here going, that's right, don't mind.
Well, it's not exactly the worst evening to be sitting around watching it. No, it really isn't, is it? Unless you're the people dangling upside down on that thing over there. I'm not sure what those things are called. No.
They've obviously got a name, but...
What, the people on it or the thing itself?
Probably both.
Oh, I was going to say, because they're called idiots.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like good value for their lunch, I think. Get to see it twice. But there we go. Anyway, track crew doing their thing out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Hopefully it won't be too long. We're going to try and get word on how long it will be. You can see the tractor out there. Actually, that doesn't look that bad. It might have only been a mist. We never know. Anyway, we will endeavour to find out exactly what it might be.
It is oil, but we don't know how much at the moment. So that's what the track crew are just determining at the moment to see what they attack it with.
Well, good news is all of the oil machinery hasn't entered onto the track yet.
It's probably because they're all absolutely wiped out from doing it all day and thought, nah, let someone else do it. No, I'm only kidding, of course not. They will be on the case if they need to be. So we will endeavour to find out exactly how long we're going to be, and we'll be back on with Top Fuel Bike. Got Rickard Gustafsson down here underneath the tower. There's Rickard on the live stream with the absolutely gorgeous RG Engineering Top Fuel machine. He was down in the 570s at over 260 miles an hour back at the main event, along with, we've got to send our wishes as well to Neil Midgley. Neil, if you're watching in, obviously we are not nearly as gutted as you that you can't be here, for the simple reason that bike is absolutely phenomenal. He was leading the championship when he had that unfortunate incident at Tiet back in August. Neil will get well soon. Stuff can be fixed, but obviously riders can't.
Yeah.
Well, that looks like, do you know what?
They're just sweeping it.
It certainly looks like it.
No, I don't think it's going to be long at all, actually, which is real good news for all of our track crew.
Well, it gives the Super Street bike riders a chance to go out there and wander around on the racetrack, doesn't it? So at least you get to see what all the people under the helmets.
Yeah, look like the lost souls out there at the moment. They're just like... But no, the class of 2023 in Super Street bike have been rather good.
And rather quick and fast as well. Yeah, Al Morrison Jr., 230 miles an hour in the final. Back at the main event was definitely one of the highlights of the year too. So anyway, we're not going to ramble anymore. We'll hand it back to Nitro FM. Hopefully, that's normally the sign that it won't be long, because we hand back to them and we get it back very, very quickly indeed. So we're going to try and get word from the track crew how long it's going to be. It doesn't look like that long because there's no other clean-up machinery out there other than the tractor. So again, fingers, toes, legs crossed. All of you sports and racers, don't forget, as Colin said earlier, I spoke too soon. Here comes Dave on the shoe. Don't forget, you do have access to the grandstands at certain sections, basically the blue seats, if you like. Bring your racer ticket or your signed-on ticket for the start line down onto the grandstands, and you can get in there free of charge to watch this evening's racing. You've been entertaining us for the last 2 days now. It's time for you to watch everyone else. So enjoy yourselves up there. We will be back as soon as we can. over there.
Martin Hill winds that turbine up even more now. Box of bones. British will get louder here.
Yeah, he's turned it up more than he did last time.
So here we go then, Fire Force number 3. Give Richie a wave. The more you wave, generally the faster Martin will go. Will we see a 5 or a low 6? We'll find out very shortly.
All the way through to 6:59 at 2:25. A little off his normal pace, but still. It's also a lot of weather that they don't normally have to do. Nicer looking launch. It was still only a 1.18 though for Martin. Into the 7 zone. 7, 7, 8. 170 miles an hour. He actually stays put. Sorry, Newbury. Strong looking run for Aswin. One of his better ones. 874 at 153.
I think he enjoyed it that much. He stayed on the 1 and 2 qualifier. Lovely launches. 160 foot. They're side by side. Off goes the Buell in a 736, 184 mile an hour. Yeah, issues for York. Don't know what he saw at the top end, but he rolled off.
Okay, so as we get ourselves ready for the continuation of our bike qualifying here. Top Fuel bike. As we say, Rickard Gustafsson. That was his burnout. And Mike Ollie. Just waiting patiently for Rickard to come back, then he'll do his. He won't burn out over the start line. 7:34 already for Mike. Rickard, number 1 at the moment, 6:03. Is he going to take it into the 5s on this run?
Well, it was
It was early.
Couple of tenths down of where I'm sure he'd want to be.
So the odds on a 5-second run are probably quite
improving,
shall we say?
Yeah,
definitely that. Well, that was one of Rickard's slowest runs for years, actually, earlier, and it was a 6:03, which is, you know, tells you how outstanding he normally is. So Mike Ollie looking for a good 6-second run as well with the funny bike. Look at that power wiggle from Rickard. Well, he lost a cylinder through the finish lines. 592 at only 225 miles an hour for Rickard Gustafsson.
And really well held.
Really well held. For all you number fans out there, 101 to 60 foot, 259 to 330. 8th mile, my goodness me. 3.84 for Rickard at 197 miles an hour. Very weird to see a fuel bike these days, especially through the finish line, drop cylinders quite like that, and that noticeably as well. Yeah, the speed was 225, which for Rickard is kind of what he does unloading it from the trailer. But there we go.
Good way of putting it. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think he could run faster than that getting out of the trailer, but there we go. Anyway, it's still an outstanding run anyway. 780 at 138 for Mickey Ollie. And also a very good evening to all of you race fans tuned in around the world on the internet. Everybody from up there in Scandinavia, especially Pippi, thank you very much indeed, as always, for the information, sir. Wish you were here, as always. Nothing quite like Pippi's dulcet tones or giggling to make your race day. Definitely not. So, the next pair we've got will be Super Twin. It's going to be Chris Van Nimmen, I think, with the V-Twin Harley in the Kestrel lane, going against your... well, I was going to say defending repeat champ, Marcus Christensen, and his dad down there on the start line. That fabulous run earlier today, 6.24, and he had to let go of it just before the finish line to make sure he didn't doink the block. Also, that I have to say was possibly the least straight run I've ever seen from that bike, which is saying something, because it's normally on rails. From
Well, it was straight. It was just straight at the block.
Okay, Rickard's run that time, that might not have just been fuel by the looks of it, because unfortunately, again, we need to do a bit of sweeping in the Kestrel lane. We, as annoying as this is, folks, that we have to keep stopping, we cannot run or send anyone down there at a couple of 100 miles an hour, possibly 300 miles an hour, with any kind of fluid on the racetrack at all. That does look like, again, just a tractor, so it should be a sweep. But yeah, any kind of fluid on the racetrack we can't have. We can't just put on wet tyres or, you know, change treads or anything like that. These bikes in particular, Rickard's bike that you just saw go down, they've got somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 horsepower on 2 wheels. There is no way we can send anybody down there with that amount going through the rear wheel with anything that's slick on the track.
I'm liking the funky music. I can hear it. I can hear some good music coming from the bar, I think.
There's got to be that. There's people sitting there over, because there's screens up in there as well, isn't there? So they
true.
can actually watch the live stream over there, listen to the noise of the racing and sit there and have a drink. It's one of the lovely things to do in the summer. Definitely that.
Right, just give you a time check then. 10 to 7 in the evening. Absolutely gorgeous evening here. Starting to cool down just a little bit. Obviously, we haven't got the intense heat of the daytime sunshine anymore, but it's going to be a very, very warm evening indeed. But as we keep saying, no dew point, which is excellent news for a night session here. Just think it's going to be dark in less than an hour now. And that's when hopefully we'll be getting to run our fuel cars, so you're going to see proper flames tonight. It's going to be ecstatically good. I'm trying to keep calm, but I really can't wait. Rather weird situation. We've got these delays, but bizarrely, the longer the delays are, it could be the better it is. It's a really weird situation.
It's also very unusual for Ricard to have any sort of issue at all. So Dave off up the top end again with the shoe. So I can see. Oh man, he's got to be your first pick for any job, and he's back doing his favourite job once again.
Not down the man.
Indeed he is, but with his newly found shaved sidekick. There we go.
The Pudgemeister.
That's the one. Ooh. Ooh. So Danny and Pudgy on their way out to shoot stuff at you. The Danny and Pudgy show. Friday evening edition. Coming your way. They don't look in too much of a hurry, though, do they? Really,
no, they're just wandering. Do you know what it is?
Soaking up the moment. Soaking up the moment.
Do you know what it is? I don't think the crowd's loud enough. I don't think they actually want T-shirts.
Well, they've had a few today, but yeah, I can see one little boy in yellow shorts bouncing around over there. Come on, a bit more enthusiasm, everybody, please. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, you deserve one just for being the most enthusiastic person in the place, man. Well done. Loving the enthusiasm. That's it.
That's Zebedee without the costume on, that is.
Something like that, yeah. Oh, and a guitar as well. Goodness me. It's got to be done. Anyway, folks, we won't be too long with the clean-up, but in the meantime, you get to cheer at a man with a gun and ask him to shoot at you.
So which way is he going to go? He's currently looking at the bank. Is he going to go to the bank? Or is he going to go to the grandstand?
You've got to cheer like mad when he's aiming towards you. And generally, the louder you are, the more opportunity you have of having one fired at you. So down the man who can. Here he goes. Locked and loaded.
Glasses down.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely not a glasses up kind of thing.
Wow! He got him! Yay!
Oh, and the little kid with the shorts as well. That's where it went. Fabulous. I tell you, come on, round of applause, everybody. The right kid got the T-shirt. Woohoo!
He's changing into it straight away.
Yay!
Fantastic
He's now
stuff.
going to realise it's a night shirt and it's triple XL. But there we go.
You'll grow into it, lad. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It is. Look at that. Look at the size of the shirt on
Oh,
it.
you'll be fine. Who cares? Who cares? Look at that.
Oh, absolutely superb.
That's what you get for enthusiasm. Keep it up. We love
It's
it.
a proper Santa Pod T-shirt as well.
So
That's right. It looks. Is that his brother with him? They both got Santa Pod T-shirts on. Excellent stuff.
I think it was his brother that caught it for him as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, who's ended up with that one?
Hold it up if you've got the T-shirt. Oh, no one got it apparently.
Right, so let's see which way it's going to go this time. Oh, Callum's milking the crowd here. Which side is it going to go?
Come on. I seem to remember Colin doing this and doing a fantastic impression of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
That's the one with the arms swinging in the
That's
air.
it, yeah. Remember
On
that.
his ear roll. Why not? Obviously.
So it looks like it's going to be a grandstand one more time.
Is it over the back though?
Duh, 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 duh. Oh,
Oh, just saved by the railings, Dan. Deary me. Who got that
Hey,
T-shirt?
young lady got that one.
Well done.
And she hands it over to one of the youngsters.
Oh.
And, is it
Hey,
past the parcel? Where's
Yeah.
it going now? He's climbing over the chairs. He's walking along. He had to go a long way to recover that. And now he's coming down the stairs.
hang on a minute. That looks like Harry Peters to me. That looks like one of the junior dragster races.
Could well be.
Is it? Yay!
Yeah.
Well done, Harry.
Oh, look. And now we can see all the motley racers as well in the grandstands. Right.
So-
Meanwhile, Dan the man fires one into the spectator bank
Goodness
area.
me, that went a long way. He wound that one up before he let it go.
Who got that one? Wave it in the air again. Let's have a look.
He was very enthusiastic. I know that because he was wearing red shorts and he didn't have a t-shirt yet. There you go. Look, you can see him on the live stream. There he is.
Fantastic.
Needs a t-shirt.
So that's all the racers up there. Now you don't need t-shirts. You've got crew shirts. You've got all sorts of stuff.
No, you've got to
don't
fire
need-
one into the racers.
Yeah, go and see what it ends
Fire
up
one
with.
into the racers. It's a black t-shirt, which is what the racers need because they're working on the cars all the time and need to hide the oil.
Right, Bank, you've really got to show up now because you're versing the loudest people that are here this weekend.
Let's see which way he's going to go.
Oh, Pod's going to get run over by the chute. Oh.
Yeah, here, take a photograph of this, Callum. Bonk. Yep. Well, the good news is the shoe's coming back, and I think we're nearly done.
Right, Dan the man. Which way is he going to go?
Well,
he's going bankside. Not the way he adjusts his glasses. Safety first. every time. I didn't even see where that went. Oh, he's not out of ammo, is he? Oh, young lady's got that one.
Yeah, it's not quite as good as your outfit, though, to be honest with you. Your outfit is definitely better than a cheap old T-shirt, but whatever. There we go. Anyway, so the tractor is coming back. We have riders putting their crash helmets back on. We are about to go racing again on this beautiful late summer evening.
And it's getting darker.
Colin.
I know, I can't
If
help
you
it.
hadn't mentioned that 38 times, we wouldn't know, would we?
I know, but I'm excited. Can't wait.
It is a bit like that, isn't it, really, though?
Yeah, one thing is that the live feed doesn't portray
how dark it's
is
getting.
how dark it's starting to get now. Let's have a quick time check.
They can see
5
that
to 7.
Dick is loafing off and standing by the wall, though.
Yeah.
Here we go, Super Twins. Side by side, your new European, defending European champ, actually. He's defended his title. Marcus Rayback Christensen from Denmark. What him and his dad do with this is just a marvel. There's so many clever tricks on this bike. I'm just amazed no one else around the world has copied the concept because it just works so well. So it went 6:24, clicking it off early. Up against Chris Van Nimmen from Belgium.
This is the one I've been waiting for all night. This is my favourite bike to see
It's
in the dark.
actually got devil horns as he goes down the track.
He looks like he's wearing wings of fire as he goes down the track. I love it.
He's also pointed a little towards the wall, but I don't want to tell him that.
That might be on purpose, though.
You never know. So Marcus Christensen, Chris Van Nimmen. Chris hoping for a 6-second run. Marcus hoping for a low 6-second run. There you go. Devil horns blazing into the distance for Marcus. Straight down the lane. 6-2-0 with a 0. 215 miles an hour. But the story of that one, Chris Van Nimmen with his first ever 6-second run. They are overjoyed down there in the Kestrel lane. 114 to 60 foot, 451 to the 8th, and 698 at 194. Marcus, though, 107 to 60, 404 at 185 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Over the stripe, 620 with a 0, 215.
Right, super street bike then. A much bike that it is.
So I've had a word with all the Super Street Bike riders, and they've basically all been saying this is the session of the weekend. Whoever's number one after this session will probably remain number one.
Ooh. Timing system reboot. It's okay.
Okay. So yeah,
let's get it out of the way now, so we're good for the rest of the evening. That's where we are.
Yeah. So cooler air, cooler track, which these bikes will absolutely love. They launch. Basically, they're like a radial car. If you go and see the garage bikes in the States, the tracks have virtually no rubber on them and just glue, which is what these bikes love. They want no wheel speed whatsoever. So whereas Dick Costa will come up later when the promos are running and tell you it's all about maintaining the wheel speed, these want none.
Yeah, so those two will just tag on at the end.
I know a few of the riders will be shooting for some particular numbers as well. But I'm not going to jinx it.
Eric Gruber and Mark Hope. Your pair underneath there. Eric currently in the number 8 spot with a 776. Mark Hope in at number 10. But that's all irrelevant at the moment because it's all going to change around in this session. We've already got 3 bikes in the 6s.
Much better run from Mark Hope.
Very nice indeed. Up to number 6 for that with a 724. Eric goes 765. That's his best of the day as well. Just looking to see who's going to appear underneath the tower next. So Christian and Ricardo. Christian Jazz currently number 7 with a 725 with an 8. And Ricardo on an 890. Oh, it's going to be a solo then. Problems there for Christian down there. So Ricardo Grower is going to have a solo here on the Kawasaki, looking to go quicker than that 8.90. And that's Ricardo going through with a 789. Gets into the 7s there, 173 miles an hour.
Yeah, not too
Yeah, it looks like there's a little fluid leak there. They're just stuffing rags and everything in it to prevent it from dropping any more on the racetrack.
Oh yeah, you can see now the bike's moved a little bit of fluid on the track. They are just spreading out though, so it might just have been fuel.
Hopefully. The thing is though that wasn't it Christian that went through the finish line with a big plume of smoke earlier on? He had tested really good numbers in testing, but obviously racing's the important one.
So after Super Twin bikes, Super Street bike, we go into our car classes with FIA Top Methanol. Then it'll be Pro Stock, Pro Modified, and then it'll be time for the fuel cars with Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, Nitro Funny Car. Then it'll be Jets, totally in the dark for them. Spider-Man, Firestorm, Fire Force 3, and then the Steam bike. So great entertainment still to come, and then wrap things up with a fireworks display after that.
Well, good news is none of the riders are getting out of any of their gear.
Right, so as we get ready to continue.
So Clemens Valier is definitely not Gemma
definitely
Venables.
not Gemma Venables, no.
Peter Osland in the Kestrel beer lane.
Yeah.
Little bit of wheel speed spin for Clement. Peter is off to a 7.10,
nice.
197 mile an hour, and a good 740 for the Kawasaki.
Yeah, it stays in the number 4 slot. Went 7.16 earlier, 7.10 on that run. Right, Jake Michelle, what has he got in store for us for this particular pass? He's currently in the number 2 spot with a 6.82, going alongside Ross Morrison in the number 5 spot at the moment.
So this is...
Oh, sorry, number 6, apologies.
Yeah, so this is the 6-second session. Most of these riders will be wanting to get into the 6s and deep into the 6s if they can. They all know who leaves here number 1 will probably stay number 1.
119 for Ross Morrison to the 60-foot bar. I think Jake may have been covered at the stripe. Yes, 6.83. But Ross Morrison, 7.02. Ross moving up to number 4 there. Jake consolidating his number 3. Went 6.82 earlier on today. 6.83 this evening. Right, Steve Venables appears in the Slick Tricks lane. And he's got your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Alan Morrison Jr., 6.77 earlier on, 215 miles an hour. Ven only went 199 on his 6.93 earlier.
Only. Little bit of a wiggle from out. Oh, and a big flash of something from Steve's bike, but a 682, 218 mile an hour. Yeah, that was a big old flash from Steve's bike as he goes over the finish line.
697, 192 there for Ven.
As we wait with bated breath to find out what the issue was at the top end or whether it's going to be a need of clean-up, it looks okay at the moment.
Well, good news is Steve's still on the bike.
Very good news.
Yeah, he just stopped in the shutdown area right at the end, so...
Yeah, everybody up the top end, all the crew will be going over to him to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine. He's just now actually walking the bike off at the top end. I just think he wanted to check that he wasn't dropping any fluid before he went round the corner, so the right thing to do.
Good man. Well, he actually had an incident, didn't he? Was it last year where he had a fire? Didn't he?
That was a bad fire as well, yeah.
That was real bad. So probably that was nothing for him. What were the numbers like down track? Were they quite even?
Alan Morrison Jr., 120, 311, 457. Ven, 126, 317, 464. So, yeah, Alan Morrison was ahead pretty much all the way.
Okay.
Speed at the 8th, 172 to 171.
Well, again, we're just waiting word from our top-end crew. They're in radio contact, as we said many times before. That's why, if you wonder why the racing stops on the start line, you know, they stop people from coming forward and going down the racetrack. It's because they're in radio contact with all of the team way down the shutdown area. So if the team up there see any sort of issue, they'll go in to just hang on for a moment just to make sure to keep everybody nice and safe.
And that's exactly what they're doing at the top end at the moment. The spotters are out there just checking everything out, making sure that it's all good.
And the good news is they're all still wandering around, which means none of them have found anything yet.
Funny place to go for a wander, though, but there we go. So the last pair should have been the first pair, actually. It's going to be in a Slick Tricks lane from all the way from Hungary. Daniel Lentz. Daniel is the holder of the quickest ever ET slip on a street tyre bike in Europe. It wasn't at an FIA race, actually. It was actually at...
ACU.
That's the one, yeah. It was at the Summer Nationals, I think, wasn't it? And he went 6:59.
I actually think he's the fastest in the world for that length bike. Because in the States, on the grudge bikes, which are basically what these are compared to, they're usually about 20 inches longer.
It is going to take some cleaning, unfortunately, because Daniel Lentz has just been told, yeah, just hang on a minute. He's taking his gloves off, going to be taking his crash helmet off. So I'll go and see if I can find a few people to annoy for a little while. You guys can check out the top end anyway. You can see that better than me. Right behind them anyway, we've got top methanol classes. Top methanol cars, I beg your pardon. And right behind them, we've got qualifying session number 2 of FIA Pro Modified, which is going to be absolutely spectacular. Very, very spectacular.
Yeah. So I see head of the lanes in Pro Mod, you got Mick Payne down for his first run.
Oh, that's good to see. Fantastic.
So, good to see them back.
That car, it always looked good as a turbo car, but I tell you what, I bet it looks even better with a blower sticking out the hood. That's Mick Payne I'm talking to as well. Very, very quickly, trying to chat with a few people. Tony, you are completely safe. Steph, don't run away. Down here with Steph Robinson. I know, so first of all, how's Luke getting on, most importantly?
He's fine. I think he's fine. He's not really enjoying being at home, but he's all right.
He's coping well, is he?
Yes. Yeah.
Is he on the phone all the time saying you need to do this or that?
No, we've been speaking to him a little bit. He's been tuning the car remotely, but yeah, he's not enjoying being here, but he needs to be at home.
He certainly does. Very important time of life. Probably the most important, but there we go anyway. So your hopes for this run anyway, the weather's cooling off a little bit. What happened early? This has been a real challenging year for you guys, isn't it?
It's been pretty crap, to be fair.
Okay, that was a little more honest than I was looking for, but fine. I asked the question. Yeah, it's been hard work, isn't it, this year?
We've just had so many little problems that it's been a nightmare to get a full pass. We've not had any data, and it's just been crap after crap, basically. But
quote.
We seem to have fixed some of the problems, so hopefully this will be a better run. Earlier we had tyre shake, but there was some progress because it launched in first gear and we didn't have the problems that we had at Bug Jam where it was just pulling down the motor. So there's like positives, but it still was a bit of a naff run.
Entirely fair enough. That's about as straightforward as you could get, isn't it, really? But isn't it good? Obviously, you've grown up with Pro Mods. You've grown up through it, effectively, haven't you? The whole family have, really. How good is it to see this many cars here competing again? It's just fantastic.
It's good, but I'm not going to lie. When you see there's 24 Pro Mods on the entry list, you're like, 8 are going home, and then that's it. They're not in eliminations, and you don't want to be one of them.
Well, you guys have been part of this for a long, long time, but this is about as competitive as it's ever been, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really fast field if everybody gets their near PBs and stuff like that. So I think at main event it was like the top 9 in the 5, top 7 in the 5.8. So yeah, it was so tough at main event. It's going to be tougher this time. So hopefully we'll be able to do a good pass and we'll qualify, but we'll see.
After all these years, did the nerves ever die down watching your dad run?
No.
That was pretty categorical, wasn't it? But thank you very much, Steph. It's great to see you here again. And very best of luck from everybody in the UK for this weekend.
Thank you.
No problem at all. And it's all right, you're still safe, Sony. Don't worry about it. It's all right. That's all right, don't worry. It's quite okay. I'll see who else I can find and annoy while I'm down here. How are we getting on at the top end, Colin, while we're there?
They're still working away, basically. They've got the quad bike out there dragging like the netting over it.
Okay.
They've got the Berrymans down there as well.
Well, it's 2 seconds, Colin. I've just managed to find someone else. If I can just... No, it's not even worth trying, is it, Rev? I'm down here on the start, or behind the start line with Robin Loren from Sweden. Robin, just tell us a little part of your last 2 weeks.
We have worked like hell. We managed to figure out the new car at Hockenheim, and in the final against Michael, we pointed 979, 60 foot, and everything felt so good. And when I'm going to fifth to the fourth gear, it's just make a left turn and I hit the wall. And directly after, when we checked the car, we saw that it's impossible to take that car to this event. So my father called to our good friend, Lars Brittmans, that owns our own old car, and asked him if we could borrow that, and he said yes.
That's a pretty big thing, because they were supposed to come this weekend as well, weren't they?
Yeah, he was thinking about to come here, but maybe a week before Hockenheim, he made a decision to not go here. So he let us took his car, but the the thing that feels good for me is the car that I have drove Pro Stock with since between 2016 and 2019. 19 was the last time we were here and we won the event. So hopefully with this car that we're using now, so hopefully we can manage to put out some good numbers on the scoreboard, and on Sunday we will see the best man will win.
What do you need to do to win the championship? I mean, it's between three of you, isn't it? It's between the old guy, the newish guy, and the other newish guy too.
We need to take some good qualifying points, and we need to take out Stefan in the first round and go one more round than him. Then we can win.
Cool. And whatever Michael does, it doesn't matter if you win the event.
Just for now, it feels good to be back in a car, but I want to win.
Of course you do. Well, you've had a lot of success at this event. You've won it twice in a row, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, we have won it twice, and we hope we can do it again. But it just feels good to be back in a car, make some rounds, you know, end a season with a crash. It's not feels good for me, and we want to show our sponsors, the supporters, our fans here on the grandstands that we want to race Pro Stocks. That's what we love.
Is the car fixable?
What?
Is your other car, is it fixable?
Yeah, the car is fixable. We haven't looked at it so much. We just parked it in the corner in the garage and went to Lars and picked up this car. But it needs a new front end.
Whole front end, yeah?
Yeah, the whole front end.
Okay, no problem. So a bit of winter work, a lot of winter work. But it's good to see you back. It's good to see you back here, and fabulous, fantastic effort.
Thanks a lot.
No problem, Robin. Thank you very much indeed. Have a good weekend. Okay, we have bikes out there, but not the ones that we were going to see. We've got Terry Grant with the legend down there, and also Lee Bowers.
Yeah, quite a big clean-up at the far end of the shutdown area. You can see the dust cloud coming from one of our sweepers. That is actually sucking up all the dust to remove the lubricant that's appeared at the very, very top end indeed. Unfortunate there for Steve Venables. Looks like a wounded bullet in effect for his Super Street bike. So for your entertainment, as Darryl says, Terry Grant is out there at the moment with that legend, getting a little bit tight to the wall there, and Lee Bowers is down there as well.
Drifting around Barney with the live stream. That's got to be oh so close to the wall and to the
that is a brilliant camera shot, actually.
Well, we're getting ready to go again, which is the good news. The guys are getting their crash helmets on down here again, so we're just about to go racing.
Well, thanks indeed to Terry. So our start line crew get themselves ready. Our riders getting their safety gear back on, which means that the top end vehicles will disappear very shortly indeed. And we will continue with this final pairing of Super Street Bike. In fact, no, we've now got the bizarre situation is the top end has cleared. We're just waiting for the wind, or lack of, to blow the dust away. But there we go. You can just see it drifting towards the right. So here we go then.
One of the
Super
most
Street bike.
interesting things I've seen for a while, I'm just going to share with you guys in a minute after their burnouts. They're both fired and ready to go again. But when they roll forward, it's always interesting being in different places at this place. So the last thing Morganslund did before he fired the bike up wasn't put his gloves on, wasn't doing anything else. It was start the GoPro that's mounted on the side of the bike, looking forwards, so that, well, they use it as a tuning aid, don't they? So it gives them information about actually how things perform going down the racetrack. So hopefully it'll be a good run for Morganslund. Current number 1 qualifier, what's the number, Colin?
677.
Okay, so let's see if Daniel Lentz can do that.
Don't worry, those flashes of flames are on purpose.
Oh, 672 for Daniel. 223 miles an hour. Morgan's goes 698 at 208.
That is going to make Morganslund so happy indeed. That has been a long time coming. The bike is back to the performance that he had a few years ago. He just had no luck at all throughout this season. But Daniel Lentz, 6.72, 223. He's in a two-way fight with Al Morrison Jr. for the Super Street Bike Championship in 2023 as well.
I'm going to ask you a question, Dale. Try and think on this. Did Mogans look quick off the line?
No quicker than anybody else, to be brutally honest, because...
I can't believe the 60 foot. I cannot believe that's right.
Whoa, I've just noticed that as well, yeah.
112.
My goodness me.
Really?
Well, that's very difficult to do, though. Like, really, I'm not entirely sure how you can... There's not the sort of thing you can...
You can't repeat that.
No. But anyway, the thing is, from the start line to the finish line, I'm sure the number's right. I mean, that was a really strong run for Morgans.
The rest of it pans out right, yeah.
Yeah, perfectly. But 112 60 foot for a Super Street bike is a bit otherworldly, I think is the polite version, isn't it? So we've got top methanol cars coming. You can tell that by the fact that the fire crew down here, they're not warm enough already, folks. They're putting balaclavas on as well, just to... it's to hide their boyish good looks, isn't it? Is that what it is? It's got to be that, yeah. Are they thinking, are you talking about me? Yeah, I'm talking about you, definitely. Okay, so top methanol, qualifying session number 1. Everybody was in the 5s. I don't think we're going to see Lynn Floysvik in this session, which is a real, well, number of reasons. Obviously, that means they've hurt it. But 2, there's not going to be any little points for them. And they're not going to get a bit more data on the racetrack this weekend.
Well, according to weather apps and things, it's still 26, 27 degrees out there at the moment. Very, very warm evening indeed.
Hey, it's like this in England in September every time. You think you're coming here for a nice beach holiday in September? Do it. I'm, of course, joking. I cannot remember the last time we had an event where the weather was like this, let alone at this time of year.
Yeah, density altitude is still up at 2,300 feet as well.
Yeah, it's not falling very quickly at the moment, is it? But there we are. Anyway, we're going to be pulling the cars around in just a second. Ian and Dave are on the start line, as our start line fire crew. Yeah, no. They do look good, don't they? And commentator, yeah, sorry, that's my traditional spot. Standing in the middle, getting plastered. So the qualifying order at the moment, Colin, I think number 1 is Mr. Bellio. Is that correct?
Well, I'll just give you the numbers, actually, because every single one of them ran in the 5s. 553, 555, 550, 550, because they're the 2 dragsters, and then 573. So, unbelievable session. Unbelievable session.
Sorry to ask.
No, hang on. Let's get the right way round. Carry on.
I was just going to ask you if you had the championship points to hand as well. Obviously, that's not the easiest thing to dig out quickly, but I do know that Lynn Floysvik's in the lead.
Yeah.
Silvio
is second, Sandro is third.
By how? What's the difference?
I haven't got the points here. It's just
just the standings at the moment. Yeah. Okay. No, there's not that much in it. Let's put it that way. Silvio has had an exceptional year of results. They just want to go a little bit quicker. So we're going to have side-by-side dragster, side-by-side funny car. You're going to get a top methanol dragster against an A-fuel dragster. And it's going to be Tony Brinderson running in the evening here at Santa Pod Raceway for the first time in 30 years, I think, actually. Or thereabouts. And then we're going to have the 2 funny cars. Johnny Auxor and Danny Bellio are going to be round in just a couple of moments. So the difference between these 2 cars, even though they're both dragsters, one with a supercharger running on methanol, the other one has nitro in the tank, but it has no supercharger. They are very, very even indeed. They make power in different parts of the racetrack. The blown car leaves the line like a scalded cat. Not quite so for the A-fuel car, but then the A-fuel car, providing it goes as it's supposed to, really makes a lot of horsepower in the top end and runs a faster speed, and they tend to get to the finish line about the same time.
Right, just to confirm qualified order at the moment. Sandro is number 1 on that 553. Johnny, number 2, 555. Silvio is number 3 on that 550. Don't forget you got that 0.21 difference. Tony Brinderson, number 4 on that 550 with a 6. And then Lynn Foyzwick on a 573. But as you say, only 4 cars in this session. And Daryl, if you turn around, you'll see the new strip lights all the way down in the shutdown area. They've just been turned on. New lighting here at Santa Pod Raceway, and had those on last night just to test them. But you can see the difference between LEDs, the bright white, and our scoreboards with the almost orange bulbs in them.
Do you know something? It's right now, Friday evening at this event, that I miss driving more than I ever do. Because there is nowhere I would rather be sat than right there in a race car looking down that racetrack right now. All the time we were building our race car, the one thing that got me through all the rubbish days in the winter and everything was the thought of rolling around here on Friday night and doing this. And that's what they're about to do. There was a lot of fist bumping going on. This could be some seriously quick runs for both of these two. And Silvio is still in with a chance of the championship. Well, I think they had a problem starting Tony's car. Silvio started and waiting for them, but it doesn't look like Tony's going to be making this run, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave Warren given the signal. It is a solo.
Well, I'm not sure what the problem. Oh, they hate to miss a run like this as well on this racetrack in this weather, in this light as well. I'm not sure Silvio can get the car in reverse. I think that's what the revving's for.
Yeah, he's trying his absolute best to keep the RPMs down. Lenkos are notorious for being a bit annoying to get into reverse. Everyone's running out there. The car is still running. They're going to push the car back.
Either that or someone said party at 330 foot. It's possibly that. You never know. Anyway, well, yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Silvio might be stuck there as well.
Nice, in reverse. And some happy revs from Silvio as well as he backs up.
I'm not sure. It doesn't quite sound like it's running that sweetly either. We'll soon find out anyway when he brings it to stage. But at least those guys in the suits and the masks got a decent run.
Even Dick Costa backing up a car there because the whole team ran to bring him back. So Dick very quickly stepped in to guide Silvio back there.
Well, I'm sure Silvio will be looking like a 540. Round of applause to Tony Brinderson if you can hear me in the grandstand.
Oh, now is the worst time for a timing issue. There we go. So, top methanol in the dark. Silvio Strout bringing the car to the line. Once again, going to bring the car up onto the RPMs with the pedal. Glide it in with the clutch. And hopefully no tyre shake. Well, there's a little bit, but he drove through it. He's having a wander around 1,000 foot. Goes 558, 254 miles an hour. And what a driving job that was.
And what a 60 foot, 0.89.
Whoa.
0.89 to 60 foot is pretty quick, possibly too quick. Too quick. But yeah, not quite as quick as they were looking to go, but still another really good strong run for Silvio and the team. So we've got two funny cars underneath the tower right now in the Slick Tricks lane all the way from Finland. It's a 3-hour flight to get to Finland. Imagine how long it takes to get here. It's 2 ferries at least, I think, and a good couple of days worth of travelling. That's Johnny Oxor, the OK repair team, all the way from up there in Finland. Going to be taking on Sandro Bellio, who still has a shout of the championship in 2023. Commiserations to Lynn and the team. If you can hear us out there, obviously something rather serious went on with that funny car from Norway in that qualifying run earlier today. So could we have side-by-side 540s? The weather's not quite there for it, but you know they're going to be trying. I was just going to say Sandro thinks he's got a funny car, but, well, you know, he has. So Johnny Oxer earlier went 5:55 or 6, something like that. Sandro went 5:53, but clicked it slightly early.
But can I just say the crowd have got the correct reaction to that burnout. I can hear them all cheering.
So this is what Drag Racing Europe is all about. Here in the UK, you've got Finland against Belgium in 2 state-of-the-art top methanol funny cars. Both of these guys would have qualified with the numbers that they ran earlier, pretty high up in the field at Indy last week. That's how competitive they are.
Well, quite a lot of the European racers go over there to race. I know Ulf Leanders is quite a big player in top methanol in the United States. But we're not racing in the United States, we're racing in the UK here at Santa Pond Raceway.
Well, you talk about Europeans, don't forget Johnny Lindbergh with his shop at Indy now, building cars for championship winning races over there.
I know he's got a big part to play in Johnny Ox's car. So once again, into pre-stage, up on the RPM, into stage.
This is Johnny all the way to a 5:55. 08. This time 262 miles an hour. Matched what he ran earlier.
Well, I was going to say, the speed is really there. 262 miles an hour is hauling for a methanol funny car. Sandro trickles through with a 12-second run. Not sure quite what happened. I think he shook the tyres just before 60 foot or thereabouts. So both cars safely off the top end. We're about ready to go with FIA Pro Stock qualifying session number 2. And right after them, you guessed it,
Pro Mod. So a quick check of the lanes. Our spotters have to work that a little bit harder in the evening, so it is getting a bit dark out there, but brilliant new track lighting helping them. So 2 pairs of Pro Stockers and then, of course, Pro Modified.
Now, because Pro Stock is so close as well, the little points may make all the difference. What we're talking about by little points is they get extra points in the championship for qualifying number 1, 2 and 3, or respective runs in each qualifying session. And that can make a big difference at the end of the year. So Michael Malmgren and Robin Noren going to be looking for real good solid runs this time. Both of them didn't make it. In fact, it was only Michael Scherquist and his driver Simon who got down the racetrack earlier today. However, they've had a shot at it, and I'm sure they're going to nail the setup this time around. These cars are incredible to watch. Very, very highly engineered, and it's just the beautiful noise of them skipping through the 5-speed transmission, all manually shifted from in the car.
Yeah, drivers are some of the best in the world. One-handed down the entire quarter mile. And it will be Michael Malmgren in the Slicktrix lane. Robin Noren in his old car in the Kestrel beer lane.
Well, it knows how to go down this racetrack, and it knows how to win on this racetrack too.
Well, we made made a big move to the centre line. Michael Malmgren going all the way through to a 6.68, your new #1 qualifier.
Only 197 miles an hour, and it also sounded like it didn't shift properly too. With Robin shutting off, unfortunately Robin got out of shape and went over towards the centre line, trickles through with a 9.57, but Mike Malmgren with a very nice 6.68. Only 197 miles an hour though meant he wasn't on it all the way through the finish line. So side-by-side dodges, something you don't see in America anymore, pretty much, but only here in Europe. Stefan Enrud, Simon Ekengren. Now, Simon went, was it 6.72 earlier today? Was that right?
7.4.
7.4, okay. And
the beauty of Pro Stock in the night is they have 5 gears. You will see 5 shift lights. You have to see that in the dark from the audience.
Well, the thing is the shift light during the day is really, really bright, so you can see it in the sunshine.
Yeah.
But they do have it's like a cover, isn't it, that they put on it.
Yeah.
I hope everyone remembers to do that, because it does tend to, it's a bit blinding in the dark.
Yeah, there's a funny story of why Kev Slifield's shift light aims at his forehead, not his eyes anymore.
I guess it's related to what I just said.
Yes.
Yes, okay, fair enough. The thing is if you don't put the cover on the shift light, but when you run at night or in the evening, it lights up the whole car like a Christmas tree. It's very, very bright, so the drivers can see it during the sunshine in the daytime. So let's see what these two have got for us this time. Stefan Enrud for Enrud Cars in the Kestrel Lane. He's got a crew pretty much all from the UK. Got Conrad and Rob. And Ian Hart as well in there. So what can they do this time round? Looking for 660s, I should think.
I don't want to speak because it's a beautiful noise, but there you go. 669 #2 qualifier and a 671 #3 qualifier.
Well, he's #1 in the first session. Very quickly, Michael, we were talking about this before you ran earlier, but those are 2 of the best runs you've made all year, aren't they?
No, it's really good. It's really good.
It really was. It was very, very good.
I'm so happy. So it's really good.
It's always good to see you smile, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well done. That is the legend that is Michael Scherquist, owner, builder, tuner of the car that just went down there in the 660s again. It really is. You can see the thing is, Michael does spend a lot of time. Well, he spends all of his waking time. Give him a big round of applause, please. That's your #1 qualifier, Mike Malmgren, and the Enrud Cars gang. Well, Conrad and Rob, they still count. Going up to get their drivers at the top end. I think, was that Mick Payne?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are going to refire it.
No, so this is Kev Slifield now?
No, Nick is done.
What a shame. I was going to say your first run ever in the car, and it happens to be in the dark at the European finals in the night qualifiers.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Yes, so issues earlier for Kev. Gear selector basically wasn't doing its job, so he had no forward gears and he had no... It was at the start line though. But he's here with the new bright red Thunderbird.
It's still got for sale on the window. Now, Kev retired at the end of last year, put the car up for sale. And then we got to the door slammers, and he came back out for one more meeting just to test to see if something worked. And then he entered Bug Jam.
And the main event?
No, he missed the main event.
Did he miss the main event? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. He entered the Bug Jam, I think, as well. And obviously he's back here at the European finals as well. The car is for sale. It's one of the UK's quickest and fastest dry mods, as hopefully you're about to see.
I'm loving the working brake lights on the car.
And reverse.
Oh, yeah, and the reverse light. All right, fingers crossed for Kev Slifield. Pro mods in the dark.
Oh, that's
not right.
That's the axle broken.
Yeah, look at this.
unfortunately.
It's going down the track. It's crabbing sideways.
Oh.
Oh, what a driving
save.
job. Well, hopefully you can get the car stopped, most importantly. Because I think the biggest issue might be that was big tyre shake. The car turned left, but unfortunately it looked like it skewed, the axle skewed in the rear end of the car, which is, well, it does actually, look at that. He makes the turn off as well, saves the car. Unbelievable driving job. Well, dearie me. Give the team a round of applause. My goodness me.
One of the well, it's been a strange day, but that was very strange.
Dearie me.
Tire shake is not good for your car.
Wow.
It was, I've seen that's happened before. I've seen that happen to Mats Eriksson back at Mantorp, probably about 15 odd years ago. Do you remember, Dick?
No.
He broke the mountains for the rear end. Had to go home and fix it and come back the next day.
Oh no, I don't remember.
Goodness me, it was yeah, a lot of hard work. Anyway, Bobby, oh goodness me, two side by side nitrous cars.
Talking about bunny ears, you will see them now as well.
Oh yeah.
Two of the absolute state-of-the-art in nitrous Pro Modifieds for your viewing pleasure here at Santapod Raceway. Peter Kunk from Sweden in the Kestrel lane. Was this car built by our friend Mr. Bragg by any chance? Do you know that?
Yes, it is. No, no, it's not.
It's not, okay.
It's built in the US,
Okay.
but Mats Brock did the final things on it.
Yeah, because I'm sure I saw pictures of it rolling out of his workshop. And it's just amazing. If you stand next to it, it's just barely above waist height. It's incredible. That's Peter Kunk in the Kestrel lane. This is his first run of the day. He didn't get to make it earlier on.
Yeah, not too sure what the issues were earlier.
No, I haven't been to Peter. I don't know.
It has a monster nitrous engine in it. Both these engines have got over 900 cubic inches on board, which in English is about 13 litres.
Yeah, I believe both running Pat Musi power, 903 cubic inches.
Well, Peter Kunk ran into the 6.1s in Hockenheim. He'd been quicker than that with his old car, but obviously the reason he spent the money and built this was to go even quicker. Bobby's been in the 5.8s many times this year. Hoping for another one now.
Pete is actually still purging the nitrous as he's bringing it up to the blue line. Bobby Wallace waits patiently in pre-stage. Fingers crossed we'll get some nice header flames going down the track. Well, Pete has got the candles lit.
Oh, Bobby goes to the 595 at 241. Peter goes 636 at 195. Both of them were 0.99 to 60 foot.
That was a good looking run for both of them.
Yeah, both were 263 to 330 and both 3.9 to the 8th.
Yeah, that's about where Bobby normally is, but that's once Peter Cook gets the setup in that car nailed, he's going to be tough to get around as well. Definitely that.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, your newest member of the 5 Second Club this weekend. That moves the bump spot down a bit, I think, doesn't it? We're going to see it refresh.
769.
Okay, still very doable. However, it's going to shift a whole lot.
Well, we've got 13 in the 6s now. Oh, sorry, 13. Number 13 spot is a 686. We've got 6 cars in the 5s. And number 13 are in the 6s.
Oh my God, every pair is going to be fun, and there's none more than this dude. Andy Robinson and Jimmy Ollam with the old 51. Yeah, crew chiefs rubbing their hands together on the start line is always a good sign. Definitely.
But it's difficult. It's very. Oh, Andy shut off.
Is he actually clicked? No, he's got the brakes on. Is he clicked off, or is he trying to get it in reverse?
All I can hear at the minute is Jimmy Orland's car. I don't.
Andy stops. I think they'll probably push him to the side, and the crew will hop over the wall unless it is still running and has got first. But as I say.
Well, I was just told by Bowser, who's in radio contact with Andy, he's got no brakes.
Oh, right.
So the brakes, I don't know whether the handles broke or the brakes have gone, but yeah, obviously you can't be going 240 plus miles an hour with no brakes. So it's going to be a bye run for Jimmy Orland and the old 51 team, and his rotten year. He's just had so much bad luck this season. It seems to be endless. Started out the year really well. Back in the 580s, back at the Thunderball, I think, not Thunderball, sorry, Festival About, on a bye run, on a test run. But ever since then, it's just been issue after issue. What a great shame. So Jimmy Orland, all eyes are on him.
He broke his transmission in the first round. The second gear, when he shifted to second gear, nothing happened. And, well, the engine RPM went high to the sky.
Well, that's textbook all the way through.
Yes, 592, wow.
I think there's a lot of relief on the start line as well, 240 miles an hour. They've run quicker than that before, they've run faster than that before. However, I don't think they felt... Magnus, I mean, okay, it's not your quick...
I'm old, it's Bill Daisy.
Yeah, but it's not your quickest run ever, but it must be a real big relief just to get to the other.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, we just love to be here.
Well, we love having you. I must admit, it's been 4 years, my friend. I really didn't think we were going to see you again.
I know it's only 3 years, but it gives me so much, you think it's 4 years.
Exactly that, sorry. Good to see you, sir. I'm not imagining things, it's 4 years. It's 2019, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
4 years ago this weekend was the last time they were here.
That was 7 cars in the 5. Bump now dropped to 736.
And it's about to get lower.
Yes.
We have just had a world record for the standing hat throw by a pro mod. Did you see that go flying past the window?
No, I didn't.
It was as high as the tower, and it's in the staging lane over there. Right? It's one of the crew guys. It's one of the crew guys. It blew his hat clean off, and it was a beautiful arc all the way over there. That was moment of the day. Wally Strobel and Dave Smith. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'll try and be more professional, but that was funny.
So Dave Smith is the owner of the bump spot at the moment on 736 with a straight Bel Air Chevy. Wally Strobel, currently number 19, not in the show.
I got this bump spot contest posted on my Facebook page, and I have 222 people attending. So we have some prizes from teams and.
Well, I put my vote in. I know loads of people have, so
I've put my vote in as well.
Tomorrow, after Q3, the entry closes.
Yeah. Well, if either of these two go quicker than 736, the bump will change. Both into free stage, just creeping forward in. $7.12, $7.47. And that is the bump now, 7.12. So Walter Strobel owns that bump spot. Dave Smith has just been bumped out.
Well, Dave Smith, though, that looked like a really strong run. For some
it
reason,
was
he got out of
all
it,
the way.
got out of it, and then thought, oh, hang on, it's still going. But
it went strong to the left, to the center line.
Yeah.
So He tried to steer back to the middle of the track, but he had to lift.
Okay, 2 guys coming round now who could easily not only move the bum spot but take the number 1 spot actually. The number 1 spot is still David.
Yep, 591 with a 5.
We have Andre Arnover, who actually ran his personal best a year ago this weekend, this time of day as well. However, it was a hell of a lot colder than this, to be completely fair. And Jan Eriksson. No introduction needed. So Jan Eriksson earlier had big tyre shake off the start line and had to let that one go. But they haven't had, even though they've been very successful, they have not had a smooth season. He broke the engine, didn't he, in Sierp, I think, did
Yeah, and transmission in Hockenheim, I think, or just before Hockenheim, I don't know. But no, it was in Hockenheim. He had a bye run in the first elimination run, and then he broke his transmission. And the spare one didn't go in forward.
Didn't go into forward?
No.
It's not ideal.
That was this weekend.
Well, Andre Arnover testing a couple of days ago went into the 580s. If he could do that now, he would take the number 1 spot. However, that all depends on what the guy in the other lane does. Because Jan Eriksson is the European record holder, he's the European champion, and he's well capable at any point of taking the number 1 spot.
I have the feeling this is going to be a very quick run for both.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see 1 and 2 at the end of this pairing, but let's see what happens out there.
With this weather, move.
And Josano, we just clicked the blocks of the 8th miles. His run won't count, but
82, 87, wow.
582, 246 miles an hour. There we go. That's why that boy is undefeated and European champion as well.
Told you so.
Very quickly. Anyone? Come on. Oh, dearie me. No one wants to talk. Everyone's patting each other and no one wants to talk. Come on. Anybody. Somebody. Oh, you draw the short straw. Sorry about that. But that was a really, really nice run. Was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, of course. We had some big shakes in the first, and we were a little afraid now, but
it's more like
okay. Yeah.
That was a great run. You are European champions as well, so you can just concentrate on having fun this weekend. Yeah.
Absolutely. Too bad it's weather is not so good, so it's been difficult to take the speed record, new personal best.
Wow. At least it's dry. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. That's Jan Eriksson's crew. I'm not sure whether that run for Andre Arnover will stand.
No.
No, it won't.
Yeah, but did he hit the block or did the pipes blow it over? That was the question.
That's the thing. Has someone been out there to check it out? Because I can see
they're all back, yeah.
Okay, because I can see the tyre tracks and the tyres don't go over the centre line.
No, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah. The tyres don't go over the centre line, so it might have been. I mean, once again, that is why the track prep at this place is incredible. He was on the centre line and he was able to keep going to 587.
Yeah, there were still traction there. Yeah,
which is incredible, really incredible.
So bump dropped at the moment then to 707. But then number 15 is a 736.
That's a big gap.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Number 15 is 636.
Okay, there we go. Bruno is not in, is he?
No.
John is. I think John had a
Bruno is on the bump at 707.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jean is number 11 with the 619.
That's not a number that Bruno wants, of course.
No.
He ran his personal best. He's getting quicker as well. He used to just be consistent. He's now consistently quick. He went 584 back at the main event. Again, the conditions are a little bit better, for running quicker than they are now. However, I'll take dry and warm on a Friday night in September any day.
Yeah, I remember a lot of times being here at the finals in the evening with my winter coat on. Freezing cold. So we cannot complain.
Oh, not at all. No one is allowed to say it's too hot. Definitely not. So, Jean Delemont has been in the 5s once, I think, and Bruno's been there many times before.
Skating down the wall for Bruno Bardo. He's still under power. 6:01.
Oh, dearie me. Get that man a straight jacket. bear in mind, it nearly ended his season because he whacked the wall in that lane earlier this year.
Yeah.
And he kept his boot in it all the way down the guardrail. All the way down. So that moves the bump spot down to
6.366.
Who is?
That's a good point. It is Peter Kunk. John Webster is 15. Freddie Fagerstrom, 14. Wayne Nicholson, 13. Jean, we just saw go through in 12. Michel Turenne, 11. Bruno, you just go through there, 10. The top 9 are all in the 5s.
Well, Jean's speed's a bit down at the top end as well, but it's good to, I'm sure after the year that he's had, it's nice to get 2 strong runs in on the racetrack as well. But yeah, Bruno's wife is having a heart attack down here again at the moment. She's walking away going, dearie me, don't do that again. So John Webster going to be taking on Michel Turenne, UK against the Netherlands. One of our favourite matchups, Dick, obviously.
Yeah.
We both have different thoughts and perspectives, but there we go. So John Webster earlier on today, I can't remember what it was. They refigured the electronics on the car, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It has to.
It's kind of started all over again with it, and it's just, literally, it's not overnight it's worked, but my goodness me, very big step up in performance for John.
We also had a quite experimental intake manifold as well on the car, which he designed himself.
Thing they changed, that's right, yeah. But he wants to be competitive with this car. He wants to be in the 5s.
Well, I think he can.
So another turbo car against blow car matchup.
One from the Netherlands, the other one from the UK.
Next door, actually.
Yeah. Oh, what a pairing this is. 5.96 and a 6.48. Michelle moves up from 11 to number 8, and the top 10 are in the 5s.
Top 10?
Top 10.
And it's only halfway through the second session.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeehaw. Okay, no, that's awesome news. That was still a comparatively soft run. I mean, we now know what's out there because of what Jan Eriksson ran with the 582. So you can run quickly.
Yeah.
If you know the setup, obviously.
Yeah. If you can read the track correctly.
Yeah, certainly that. John Webster, a little off his earlier pace, but still another good run to the finish line. 220 miles an hour, 6.48.
Now the same pair is in the first round. Freddie against Mickey Gilchrist.
Well, Mickey G went 5.99. Fred was 6.2, something like that, I think, wasn't he? It would be so nice for Fred to step up a good couple of tenths of a second. Give the Pro Dutch team a round of applause, and the Fast Company gang as well. What a show they are putting on for you here on Friday at the European Finals.
So Freddie at the moment, he's in at number 14 with a 6:23. That's where he's at the moment. Mickey G is number 10 with that 5:99. And here comes Freddie back to the start line.
He just likes to give his crew exercise. That's what it's all about, isn't it? I think he's obviously well aware that he goes a long way out the racetrack. He doesn't want to hold anyone up. So he's quickest on this track. I think he's been in the 6.0s.
He has, yeah.
I think he's been down to 6.04 or thereabouts. At TF, he's been in the 5s. But he'd love to do it here for all of his UK fans, and there's absolutely legions of them. Mickey Goldkist's quickest run ever is in the 580s. I think he's been 582. He knows what Jan Eriksson's done, and I'm sure he's going to try and step it up to what he ran earlier today.
Yeah, Mickey G set his PB back at TF in 2019 with a 581.
Still with the clutch, I think.
Yeah.
So, good luck, Fred. What a stage this is. You know what we want him to do. Let's hope the track holds it and Fred can hold it down.
Door handle to door handle. Mickey Gilbert's going to get there first, but... Oh, was that 6? Oh, 6:21.
5:96.
2:34 for Freddie. Well, they put a bigger tyre. They changed some of the aero on the truck this weekend just to try and get it to go that little bit quicker and faster. The man in the other lane, actually, is the guy that tunes it, I think. Is that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's correct.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, Mickey G that tunes Freddie's truck. But, yeah, another great, strong run. There was no tyre shake to speak of in either lane as well.
It looks very smooth, yeah.
Yeah?
Both moved up, actually. Freddie moved up from 14 to 13. Mickey G 10 to 8. It does make a little bit of a difference.
Round of applause, please, for Mickey Goldquist's team going up to get him at the top end. UK against Sweden once again. I remember that moment from, when was it, 2018? 5 years ago now.
Whoa, Wayne very close to going on the blue there.
Freddie's team milking it, but then they do deserve it, to be honest.
Why not?
So, Wayne Nicholson earlier was in the 6.2s, was that right, chaps?
Yeah, it's 6:23, currently in the number 14 spot. Freddie just nipped in front of him there. So that's where he is. And, of course, Roger Johansson, 5.99. He is currently number 10.
Well, we've already got one nitrous car in the 5s. Actually, we've got 4 nitrous cars here this weekend. All of them very, very competitive indeed. Roger Johansson is the quickest, but only just. 5 years ago, I think it was, he went 5.79 at this time on a Friday night. Again, conditions were slightly different. Wayne Nicholson earlier this year went 5.88. Anything starting with a 5 is always good for Wayne and the Lucky Devil team.
Roger to creep into pre-stage, then Wayne can go into stage. He's moving. There we go.
Both lifted.
Well, both of them just kind of had a bit of a misstep on the start line that time. No improvement for either, obviously.
No.
But, yeah, I don't think anyone had tyre shake. I just think they kind of fluffed at each other's routines almost on the start line.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Wayne was sitting down there quite a while, waiting for Roger to come in. Wayne went in, but I think he was just getting a little bit warm down there.
It wasn't Roger's fault at all.
No.
He was moving the whole time, but he was just a long way from where the stage light was.
Yeah, he seemed like he was rolling for a long old time.
Well, we can see David Vector and Voodoo Hemi of Mark Hardfeld. Just starting up round the corner.
Well, they were numbers 1 and 2 at the start of this session. Where are they now?
They're not 1 and 2 anymore. They are 3 and 4. So Jan Eriksson has taken the number 1 spot, and Andre Oliver number 2 now.
For the people on the grandstand, Mark has again new t-shirts and they are awesome. So go see them at the pits and buy the shirts. David also has very nice t-shirts for sale and some other merchandise.
So I've got to make more spaces.
Sorry.
So many racer t-shirts on. That means I've got to go and get some more.
Yeah, you have to.
That's a great shot on the live feed, isn't it?
It helps the team. So,
it does.
Well,
those of you that are tuned in at home watching the live feed, fantastic pictures once again here from the European finals.
David is shut off. David is shut off.
Not too sure why though. The power's come back on David's car.
Yeah, I know we had some transmission issues. Well, oil leak issues when he because they are air shifted and they push a hydraulic plunger forward in the transmission, and he did it a few times. We're warming up, and then a lot of oil came out of the shifter, so something is wrong there, probably.
So it will be a solo for Mark Hartveld with the Voodoo Hemi. He's currently in at the number 4 spot. He was number 2 coming into this session with a 5.92. The track's there, the air's there. Let's see if he can improve.
Tiny pedal there, but very well done. 6:03, 2:38.
Well, he wanted to have fun, I think. He could have just clicked it off. But no, unfortunately, no. Dave's not going to be allowed to restart. Unfortunately, if you don't get to the line at your allotted time in a qualifying session, unfortunately, you don't get another try.
No, that's the rule, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. It's always been the same. It's never been any different. There's no tagging on the end of sessions, I don't think. Hang on, Ian is just checking. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's Willem doing on there? Oh, is he reattaching the battery?
External battery, yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't catch that, you can run, but it won't count as a qualifying run. So you can make the run if you want to, but it won't count.
Well, they're going to.
Of course. Data is data. And he's still number 4, so...
Whatever it wasn't that big a problem if you can just fire it up again.
Yeah, so this is now classed as a time trial run. So it will not count towards his qualifying.
No, but it's very, very important data.
Yeah. And I think it's his only chance of the year to run in the dark.
Yeah.
And he probably wants that as well.
And hopefully the tires are not too cold.
I feel they'll be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was only a one flat to 60 foot.
Oh, the same as his qualifying time.
Yeah, 5:91, 2:43 there for David.
Yeah, and it was a 1.000 60 foot.
Yeah, that's a little bit off.
Yeah, well,
not a big route, but
3.89 at the 8 mile, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's very, very good. But the back half was 2.02. We've seen sub 2 seconds back halves anyway.
Yeah.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Dick, thank you very much indeed. What a wonderful session. The top 10 are in the 5s. I'm sure there's going to be more by this time tomorrow. It's going to be so much. Do you know, this is the only time ever Pro Mod Round 1 on race day is going to be in similar conditions to the rest of the weekend. Because it's normally a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah.
Guess.
Yeah, guess. That's the one. Yeah, it's still going to be nerve-wracking, but at least the weather will be pretty much the same on Sunday morning as it's been for the rest of the time. So, Dick, thank you very much as always.
Dick's going to stay here for Top Fuel.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
Where's my mask?
You don't like those long, nasty cars, do you? It's not good for your reputation, Dick. Anyway,
they scare me.
They scare you. They're fun. They're fun.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, how can you not like a fuel car? Anyway, I'm
of course
just
I
kidding. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your patience. Are you ready for fuel cars at night? Let me know.
Of course they are.
I think that's a big hell yeah, actually, from both sides of the racetrack. So, in a Slick Tricks lane, Duncan Micallef for Runefield Motorsport, and in the Kestrel lane, your new European champ in 2023, Ida Zetterstrom for Edelbrock, for KW Parts, and for the island of Åland. The amazing thing about Ida as well, all you racers out there, she started in Junior Dragster, she's now European champ in Top Fuel, running in the dark, over 1,000 foot, at night here at Santopod in England, Top Fuel Dragsters.
She was in Indy last weekend at the US Nationals. She flew back home on Monday to Amsterdam, stepped in the trailer.
So Top Wolf Nitro shower straight into the tower that time. My goodness,
It's a great idea to call him to let me stay here.
I like Mark Turner's timing there. He told Duncan to hit the burnout right as the song hit.
Luke has just messaged us to say, give a shout out to the Hockenheim cheer group in the grandstand. We all know that they had an amazing time over there.
So you've seen them once before in the daytime. It's a whole different story at night.
We've been starved of this for quite a few years, to be honest, having a full-on nighttime fuel session, especially with air temperature that high, track temperature high. Everybody's in their shorts still. It's September. It's on 8 o'clock in the evening. It's a glorious time out there. And here we go. Fuel at night. The best ingredient in drag racing. Look at all the lights coming on.
I was just going to say.
Videoing.
The whole
Hold on
banking is
tight.
still full.
Yeah.
Candles lit the whole way down.
386.
Yeah, Ida Zetterstrom, 386 at 307 miles an hour in the dark, 0.85 to 60 foot, and 309 at 280 at the 8th.
Well, Duncan Micallef actually clicked it off early, but all eyes are on Ida in that one. Ladies and gentlemen of Santopod Raceway, boys and girls, raise the roof for the new European champion team. How spectacular was that? Absolutely fabulous. And the flames that you see out of those cars at night is because they put so much fuel volume in. If you remember the chat I had earlier out on the start line, not everyone did because they weren't listening, but yeah, they put so much fuel in the car, that is fuel burning outside of the engine, would you believe? That's why they are just the coolest things on four wheels. They are just incredible. 6 foot high head of flames looking at the wing all the way through the finish line. I just hope Ida doesn't, for Ida's sake, Runa doesn't notice that was way past 1,000 foot. I do think she went quite a bit further than where the finish line marker was.
You see the little orange, how you call it, thing at the
marker,
end, at 1,000 foot. Well, you won't see that at night. With that speed, you won't be able to see it.
Yeah, but the thing is when you've got your foot down, you will see the scoreboard flash.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah,
there we go. Anyway, it's easy for us to say we're not doing it, but Ida Zetterstrom with a fan. It's not a European record. It's not the quickest and fastest run, but my goodness me, you go a long way.
It's the quickest she's been in the dark. Put it that way.
You
Most
go
probably.
a long way to see anything more spectacular than that in the motor racing world. So your next pair, once again, 2 more graduates of the Junior Dragster School, I think. I'm not sure whether India did. I definitely know Suzanne did. Anyway, the Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane. It is Suzanne Callin who will be finishing, all being well, number 2 in the points chase this year. Going to be taking on India Urbacher in the Kestrel lane. All these drivers did run at Hockenheim at night, but they did not run full-bore runs all the way through 1,000 foot.
No, we had some very light rain coming, so they only did 8 mile or maybe even less, maybe even 3:30. But it was cool.
Yeah, and it was also, the thing is as well, it's a show, it's not qualifying at Saturday night at Hockenheim as well. That does actually make a difference because they are going for it here. They're trying to run as quick and as fast as they possibly can. So the number 1 qualifier at the moment is 386. Both of these cars capable of eclipsing that, maybe even side by side, you never know.
Yeah, look, talking about the 1,000 foot that they have to click off, all the crew chief, like Rune in 3 cases, have a control box that they can shut off everything by pressing a button on that little box. That's the same as they automatically deploy the chutes down the track. He has the button so he can shut down the engine and put the chutes out and everything for safety.
So our second pair then, Suzanne Callin, India Urbacher. Engines started and it's going to be burnout routines. And then hopefully similar runs to what Ida just put down for us.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what India can do in the dark here at Santipod. That is a 380 race. See, both of these are 3.8 second race cars, over 300 miles an hour all day long. India was over 500 kilometers an hour at least a couple of times out in Hockenheim. Can she do it here in the lovely, beautiful warm weather at Santipod in the evening?
So scrubbing the tyres down on India's car, rolling her up to the blue line. Final checks being made on Suzanne's car in the Slick Tricks lane.
Well, once again, the nitro fumes filling the air, filling the tower, and it's going to hang around for a few moments as these immense machines are going to be filling the air with it. So your top fuel, second round qualifying, second and final pair for this evening. Just getting ready to come up to the start line. Three-stage bulbs lit. Here at stage. No. Oh, they both clicked it early in the end there. 0.86 for both of them to the 60 foot. But in the end there, 451, 160 mile an hour for India, and 625 at just 85 miles an hour there for Suzanne. But they both left the line like they meant it.
Well, there was no shake at all. They were both on really, really good looking runs. I think something went pop on India's car. I did see a little bit of a flash of flame, but they were both absolutely going for it. Your number 1 qualifier at the end of that session is obviously Ida Zetterstrom. However, that didn't mean the rest of them weren't absolutely trying to lay down a number. I'm sure they will. Actually, I'm looking at the tyre track marks over here for India, and she did have a bit of tyre shake going on, but she managed to drive through it. Round of applause, please, for all the teams. Just an immense amount of hard work it takes to come out and do that for you. Don't go, if there's people leaving the grandstands, What are you doing? We've got fuel funny cars.
Yeah, where are you going?
We've still got fuel
funny
funny
car.
cars. We've
Jet-
still got
jet cars,
funny
I think.
cars, jet cars. We've got the steam rocket bike as well. Urz's team as well, and India's team, of course. Give them a cheer, please, all the way from Switzerland. It's always a good time when they're in the house.
That steam rocket bike, or how you call it.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that in Hockenheim for the first time.
It's beautiful,
was
isn't it?
Unbelievable. On steam.
It
Crazy.
is. I do have a theory about why it's a steam bike, but I will share that with you when Graham runs. But it's an amazing piece of engineering, isn't it? If you've seen it up close,
no, I haven't.
yeah, you've got to check it out. It's just absolutely amazing. So we have more Nitro coming your way. Fuel funny car up next in the Slick Tricks lane from Stockholm in Sweden. Patrick Pears making his return to the Funny Car Wars this weekend with the Speed Ghost.
It's a John Force car. It was a John Force car, I think.
I don't think it was, because it came with a Hellcat body on it. It might have been a DSR car.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. The body's definitely a DSR body because it's a Hellcat body. So I'm sure someone will let me know in a minute.
Ask the long guy there.
Hopefully,
the long guy. He knows it.
Hopefully he's got all the cylinders lit as well this time, because last time we backed up from the burnout and coated the grandstand with a nice dose of nitro, and my eyes were cooked.
Yeah, try being down here. No sympathy. Actually, no one's got any sympathy with me, have they? Because everyone we want to swap. Okay, Patrick Pears on a solo run. Once again, he's going to be going for it. The track is perfect. Even though it's dark, we normally have a problem, like we said, with the dew and the cold. We haven't got that tonight. It's beautiful. So this funny car actually new to Patrick, and when I spoke to his crew guy a little bit earlier on, he did say that they might need to give it a little bit more off the start line. They only ran to 60 foot earlier. Not sure whether they're going to go to 330 or maybe half track on this one, but obviously only one way to find out.
So the body comes back down, all the final checks have been made. Bring him up to the blue line. Crew chief says, "You've got this." Oh wow!
What a rocket ship that was! My goodness me!
440 with
I was going to
just a
swear
few
then.
seconds.
Unbelievable. Check out the 60 foot numbers, please, Colin.
0.93 to 60 foot,
Wow, that
238.
was, give them all a round of applause, please. Very, very quickly. Was that the run you were looking for? That looked absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty good. What we're trying for, because we tried some stupid things before, but now we're happy.
That was not a stupid thing. That was a thing of beauty. For the first time in a long while, when that ran, I nearly used a swear word when I spoke on this. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean, we're really happy. We had some struggle with the runs before, but now at least we're what we're aiming for. But I mean, it's not long now for a really good time.
Yeah, definitely that. Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. The Speed Ghost group from Stockholm. That was a thing of beauty, that was. Absolutely amazing. Put your hands together, please, for the whole team. Probably going up the top end to collect an unbelievably happy Patrick, I should think. The only thing that was a shame about that was that he clicked it off before the finish line.
Yeah, we was very close to the center line. So.
Storming, that was.
Wow.
Absolutely unbelievable. I think one of the things as well, because I stood over to the side to watch it, because of the header angle, because they're angled back a bit on that car, it did look like a rocket taking off. It was amazing, absolutely amazing.
Right, well, the car is in the shutdown area at the moment, so just a couple of things very, very quickly to do. We need to do a shout-out, and this is one that Luke sent to me a moment ago, but we'll get this redone now. The Hockenheim Cheer Squad, where are you? They should be in the grandstands because they're all racers. So the Hockenheim Cheer Squad, let's hear it from you. There they are. Right, the second thing, and again, one from Luke. Whilst we're just waiting for the top end to clear, I'd like everybody on the grandstands and everybody on the spectator banking to get your camera phones out and switch the torches on and shine them towards the racetrack, because this is going to make a brilliant picture. So everybody that's got a camera phone with a torch, put them on and point them towards the track. As many people as possible, please. Let's see them. Oh, that looks incredible. Come on, as many people as possible. Try and fill that banking and that grandstand. And now just wave them around. Look at that. Unbelievable. That is so cool.
It is very
Right,
cool.
now then, let's have a bit of fun. Everybody keep your camera still. Sway to the left. To the right. Left. Right. Oh, yeah. Come on. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. Thank you all so very, very much indeed. Good idea, Luke. We just had to work that a bit more. And I'll tell you what, Box Lane want to film that again. So I want you to do it again. Right, so once again, this is going to go out on the live feed, good and proper. Everybody with their camera phones on, please. Well, the torches, of course. Okay, everybody to the left. To the right. Here we go. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. There we go. Right then. Okay, right. Another experiment. Everybody, leave your torches on. Lower the phones so we can't see them. Lower them. Right. Mexican wave from the top end. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go.
The grandstands.
Round the grandstand. Yeah.
Like it, like it. I like this game. Should we try that again? Just let's see if we can do a quick one this time. We're not going to time it, but torches down. At the top end, the Mexican wave. 3, 2, 1, go. Through the tower, up the grandstand, and down again. Nicely done. Give yourselves a round of applause, folks. Well done. We like that a lot. Well done.
That's what you call entertainment. Is getting thousands of people together to entertain themselves. I like the concept of that.
And they're paying for it.
That's what I didn't want to say it quite like that, but yeah, that's exactly it. Really. But there we go.
No, that was great. Luke, well done, mate. Great idea. And yeah, I think that worked very, very well.
Well, one thing that's hopefully going to work really well is side-by-side Nitro funny cars, which is what you've got coming next. In the Kestrel Lane, it's so good to see him down here, actually, because after the bang in round 1 on the start line, that's Steve Ashdown and the whole of the Undertaker team in the Kestrel Lane. And for the Gladiator team with a couple of battle scars on there from Kevin's car in the Slick Tricks Lane. Just a big shout-out as well while you're here. If you saw what happened to Kevin Kent earlier on today, basically, it wasn't the nuts, it wasn't anything like this. The axle just said enough. Yeah. And basically, the left-hand side of the axle fell out. That was what the clear-up was for, with all the oil from the axle ended up on the track and in the shutdown area too. They are busy getting the backup car ready.
I think this is a spare car they have now. Because the rear axle was so bad, they picked up a different chassis and put all the other parts from the old one in the new chassis. So they did a hell of a job. They're doing it again. Wow.
I tell you what, this is one thing you won't see in the States either. 2 Nitro funny cars with names on the side.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
The Undertaker taking on the Gladiator.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore over there, but we certainly do here. How cool do these cars look at night? They really do. And makes a change to see a backup guy planning in advance, having his torch to shine to tell Jason where to go. Both cars burnout completed and back safely behind the sideline now as Steve Ashdown brings it back. One will be lifted up on the Undertaker car. That sounds wrong actually, the body being lifted on the Undertaker car. Funny. Qualification session number 2. We haven't got Kev Chapman to follow this pair. He'll be next round. But this is Steve Ashdown and Jason Phelps. Funny cars for the second time today. Let's see what they got hit in the dark. This was Steve Ashdown. I thought he was going to be on one there, but it went boom, just around about 300 foot out there.
And something broke in Jason's car.
Yeah, you can see some spark coming out the back of
I think that was
Jason's
just
car.
clutch. I think that was just where the engine was over revving. I think those were clutch sparks out on the track. There's nothing on the track in Jason's lane, not so sure about Steve, but that was a very similar sneeze out the top of the engine that they had. It was just a bit further down that they had earlier today. It was just a bit further down the racetrack this time. So great shame for Dave and the whole of the Undertaker team trying so hard to come out here and run some good numbers. Jason's car just stood up on the tyres, and that was what zinged the motor, and obviously that's where the sparks came from too. So quick track check out there just before 3:30, but Steve is safely off the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, both cars straight off at the exit, so
they're going to get
cleared already.
They're going to have shares in windscreen firms at this rate. But once again, put your hands together for the tremendously hard-working teams coming out here to entertain you this evening. That's the Gladiator Gunch. Looks like the whole town's in there today.
It does, doesn't it?
And, Steve Ashdown as well. I'm sure Steve's absolutely okay. His ears might be ringing a little bit as well. So we still have another.
They're going to go past the racers now when they go. They're really going to give it large from the grandstands because they appreciate the efforts everybody goes through.
So Kevin Chapman with the Turkey Red car. Right behind them we've got, to finish out the evening, we've got the Nostalgia Funny cars and we've got the Jet car and the Rocket Bike too. I'm not sure what the time is, but I don't care. I think it's past 8 o'clock.
About 8:30, it's all right.
Oh, okay. My stomach thinks that I should be in bed by now, but anyway, it's fine.
Thanks for letting me stay up here.
Absolute pleasure. You deserve it. You deserve it. Well, so good to have Kev Chapman back with us with the Thermareg Mustang.
What a time of day as well, and an event to be getting reacquainted with driving a Nitro funny car. Also back in the house and back behind the car is legendary UK funny car tuner and racer Bob Garrett. Now this car was previously the car he and Stunt ran when it was showtime. Good to see Bob back on the start line. So I'm not sure how far Kevin's going to be taking it down the racetrack. Hopefully at least a half track, but that all depends on how things go.
Oh, that's
that was very sudden, actually.
Yeah.
Strange way to shut a fuel car off.
Well, there was no leaning out going on at all there.
No,
that was just a complete stop.
That's what I meant.
Which is most unusual. They don't normally do that. I'm not sure where the area of concern is. It looks like it's around the fuel tank somewhere.
Yeah, I can see a couple of spots of shiny things on the track, which usually means it's fluid at this time of night.
Okay, well, Kev Chapman will be pushed back. He's got another couple of attempts tomorrow. Not what he wanted for his first run of the weekend. The car looking spectacular, as it always does. As we line up our nostalgia cars behind the tower. It's going to be Andy Raw. I think there's a lot of people here. This is their first runs in the dark. I'm pretty sure it's only...
I can see glistening in the lane just under where Kev's car was, actually.
Okay. It might be a bit of fuel, because they do normally have a bit of overrun.
Like fuel from here.
But yeah, I think this is going to be Andy Raw's first run in the dark. It'll be Paul Harris's first run in the dark. But Tim Garlick and Tony Betts have got form doing this sort of thing.
But I'm sorry, but I have to go.
Oh.
I have some people I have to visit.
That's a shame. But
still
thank you.
working. So.
Yeah, thank you ever so much for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
Pro Mod, and thanks for staying.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me stay.
And all the help as always, Dick. It's much, much appreciated. Thank you.
But I'll be back tomorrow morning, for sure.
Okay. Next to fire up then, it is Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. Going alongside Paul Harris with the Dennis Frizzle tribute car.
Well, they say you can pedal a nitro car. Yeah, pedalled it in the burnout for Paul Harris. That's very odd.
Oh, you can do that. Well, actually, they both did, to be honest with you. Andy Raw did the same thing too. I think they're just at the showing off stage at the moment. But, there we go. So both these two ran earlier today. Paul Harris was in the 6.4s. I think it was a 7-second run for Andy Raw.
And lovely to see Alina back out there, the bug from Dragstalgia, of course. Alina Vanova. Well, Milo Vanova, let me get it right. Adding to the show here at the European Finals.
So Andy Raw ready and poised. Just waiting for the signal from Carl to bring the car forward. Couple of checks on Paul Harris's car. He's coming forward now. Here we go. Nostalgia fuel funny car.
Yeah.
In the dark.
Well, Paul Harris has already been 644 today. Andy Raw would love to get into the sixes. This is Andy Raw getting very loose, but holds it onto the track. Paul Harris 640 at 201, but Andy Raw was certainly on one there. He was matching Paul Harris's numbers pretty much all the way up, but just got a little bit of a tank slapper on. Ends up going 838 at 102.
Well, hopefully there's nothing on the racetrack. It did actually look like there was a bit of smoke coming out from under the car. That's not unusual for fuel cars anyway, but yeah. All seems to be okay. Fingers crossed. I tell you what, this is kind of this is definitely the sort of moment when you want to drive a nitro funny car, and you do, that you live for. In the dark, under the lights at Sandpod Raceway in September, flames out the windows, is just the way to do it. Just the way to do it. So we've got 2 more Fuel Funny cars round the back. It's the Venom of Tony Betts and the Apache of Tim Garlick as well.
Yeah, track cleared already at the top end.
2 very consistent runs once again from Paul Harris. That team have had a great summer in 2023. Even the Nitro Bug team are giving them a round of applause. They've done really, really well getting a handle on that beautiful. Okay. Last pair of cars firing up. Don't go anywhere though. We've still got jet cars. We've still got rocket bike.
Yeah. We ain't done yet. Oh, Venom and Apache then. Twenty to 9 in the evening here, Friday night at Sandpod Raceway for the European Finals. Current temperature outside still around 24, 25 degrees. Really, really warm out there.
It's still really warm without the sun out, which is most unusual for this country. However, we will take it. So, oh, look at that, nitro flames just on idle for Apache as well.
There goes the Nitro Bug team. Give them a huge cheer as they go by. The Nitro Bug team going to collect anywhere. Well, this could be really special indeed. Tim Garlick with the Apache is in the Kestrel lane. In the Slick Tricks lane, it is Tony Betts with Venom. Both of these cars have run in the 5-second zone. In fact, they both share a 5.96 as their PB. You have to go a little bit further in the incrementals to see that Tony has a fraction of a quicker run. But look at those little nitro flames coming from the header pipes on both cars.
What a picture that is.
Your last pair of nitro cars this evening. Do not go away.
Look at the header flames from Apache as it goes through the quarter mile, lit the whole way. Tony Betts is right there. What a race.
6:05 in the dark, 2:29, 6:54, 2:19. That was beautiful to watch.
Well, Tony's car a little off pace from what it was a couple of months ago, but it's 2 side-by-side 6-second runs, nearly 5 for Tim Garlick and Apache. That was great to see. We've got the jet cars lining up. We've got the steam rocket bike coming round as well. Everybody out there, have you enjoyed yourselves this evening? How much fun has this been? I must admit, I haven't had this much fun in a while. I really haven't, just because I think the fact the weather helps a lot, obviously, but it's just so much fun to put on all this entertainment for you guys. You guys have been absolutely great. I hope the sunburn's not too bad. We've still got 2 more days of this to do. We've still got side-by-side jet cars in the dark, and we still have the steam rocket bike as well. That's the Apache team going up to get Tim Garlick. Here comes the cast of thousands in a pickup once again.
Just to remind everybody, about 15 minutes after racing finishes this evening, it will be the fireworks display, but it's not in the usual field at the top end on the right, as the Venom team go to collect Tony Betts from the top end. Let's give them a huge cheer as they go past. Come on, grandstand. Raise the roof for the Venom team. But yeah, as I was saying, the display is not at the normal spot at the top end on the right. So just bear that in mind. You're going to have a look around to find out where the display will be. So
is, from what you're saying, it's a surprise display then?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay, fair enough. We'll go with that.
I really hope it's not in my bed. I'll be a bit annoyed if it was in there.
I think you're probably safe, Tom, to be honest.
Okay, that's good then.
I think you can probably rest easy.
No, actually, no, there is... sorry, I'm still getting updates from the management team. Right, so the fireworks will be directly after the steam bike, not a 15-minute delay. All right, okay, so that's a bit of a correction. They are at the fireworks display is behind the back of B field. But the thing is, I don't know which field B is. So someone tell me which field B is, and then I'll be able to tell you where the fireworks are.
I think, using my rubbish knowledge, I think it's actually the camping field just behind the start line, over towards that way. However, I may be completely and utterly wrong. We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
So, a funny car and dragster exhibition matchup for your viewing pleasure.
Right, it is that one. Okay, yeah, so it's beyond the fairground over to the right. Thank you ever so much indeed to James Forster. So not right at the top end field, it's the one behind the sort of the fairground beyond the camping area. Here we go then with the Jets. These are going to look so spectacular at night.
Can we request the lights be turned off quickly? Is there any chance we can get that done before they roll forward? I think that's the kind of thing we need to get agreed before they start, though, isn't it? It always looks cool.
Well, this is going to be one for everybody to watch as the Jets running at night. Doesn't happen that often. And I think everybody with a camera phone who will be filming this, posting it on their social media. Don't forget, tag Santapod as well. You'll see everybody with a light on their phone. That will just follow the Jets down as well. As we have the Spider-Man jet directly underneath us here in the tower in the Kestrel lane. And the other side of the track, it is Martin Hill with the five-star jet funny car. What? Roger Goring.
Warm.
Oh, so spectacular at night, the jet cars.
All of the colours of the flames are coming out. You can see the blues of the Spider-Man car and all of the reds and oranges coming out the back of the Firestorm machine.
Bring them into stage. Well, it was a huge fuel leak, unfortunately, there for Julian, but for 199 mile an hour run there for Firestorm. But yeah, there's a huge amount of fluid, literally just as the Spider-Man jet tried to leave the line. Ooh.
Yeah, the issue as well, that is jet fuel, which eats rubber and glue. That's not actually very good.
No. Yeah, and there is a lot of it.
I think that'll be that lane done for today.
Well, fortunately, we don't need it anymore today, but there's a huge amount of track work for our erstwhile track crew to perform.
Well, they're going to get straight on it with the shoe, while I'm sure waiting around the back of the tower is Mr. Graham Sykes. So we're just going to wait for word on what we're going to do last. We are going to run the steam rocket.
We've also got Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 down there as well.
Okay. Basically, though, we need to get that off the racetrack as quick as we possibly can.
Yeah, but it's all the way down.
Okay.
Yeah, you can actually see the fire guys there pushing the shoe down because it's sliding on it. That's how much there is.
Yeah.
Oh, we nearly made it to the end of the day with everything. Yeah. It's still been a great evening, no matter what.
But yeah, just 2 vehicles, or machines, I should vehicles, that's not the right word, to describe a jet car and a steam rocket bike. But what an evening's entertainment it has been. I'll tell you what, just before we decide, I just want to see everybody with those camera phones again and the lights. I want to do that again, that was so cool. Everybody on the grandstands and the banking, switch your lights on again. Let's have those camera phone torches going again. We're gonna do light shapes now. So everybody switch your torches on your phones. All right. Everybody's out there. Right. Okay. I want everybody to go make circular motions clockwise with their phones. Everybody, go right, do it now. Circular motion with your phones.
I like everyone trying to figure out which way was clockwise.
Yeah, half the people can't tell which way is clockwise. Okay, so clockwise rotation. Stop. Everybody go up and then down, up and down.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
That looks good. That looks good. Right, side to side. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Yeah, go on, go for it. It's really cool. That is really, really good. I do like that. Right, we'll just do one more. Let's do that Mexican way one more time from the top. So everybody put your phones down. And then at the top end, lift them up, and then we'll do the Mexican way from the top end. 3, 2, 1, go! Making its way down the grandstand and up through the banking. Nicely done. Nobody dropped their phones, for goodness sake. We don't want to see our phones suddenly disappear. All right, we'll do one more of those. From the top end, everybody phones down so we can't see the lights. And from the top end, 3, 2, 1, go! Making its way down. Then up the grandstand the other way. Well done. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent job. Right, it's good fun. I do like that.
Colin,
right.
You're the only person I know who uses 20,000 people to amuse themselves.
Well, no, it's just to amuse me.
That's what I mean.
Okay, right. I'm just going to get word on what's going on out there. Obviously, that is a huge amount of a clean-up out there at the moment. Literally every rag that we have got on the premises is going to be used to try and clean that spill up. But Darryl is down there. We're just going to get word in a moment. Obviously, Graham Sykes is ready to run. It's a huge amount of work that goes into getting Graham ready to put a run in. But I'll tell you what, just for a quick moment, as the fairground really gets going over there as well, we'll just find out in just a moment. So,
Hang on. No,
right.
it's all right. He's made the mistake of standing next to me.
Oh, good stuff.
I'd like to introduce to you, well, ladies and gentlemen, the man that's going to be coming out on the rocket, or the steam rocket bike, very shortly indeed. Graham Sykes, please. Everybody put your hands together for Graham. He's down here on the start line right over here. Thank you very much indeed, folks. So, Graham, now I have a theory how the steam rocket thing came about. You are a Yorkshireman, aren't you? I am, yeah. Were you boiling the kettle one day and you thought, I know what I can do with that?
Not really. I was actually in the pub and we thought it'd be a good idea, so we tore a beer mat up and drew something out. And 11 years later, this is what we've got.
Well, it's an incredible piece of engineering. How long did it take from sort of like the first idea to actually being a rolling machine?
From the initial concept to today, it's 11 years. The first 4 years, it wasn't a bike, it was just a pressure vessel on a test rig. And we've done all the work to make sure that the valves open and close safely so that we can make a 6-second rocket, which we're going to go quicker. Every run we've been breaking our own personal record, so we dialed in to run a low 6, so let's just hope we can get the track clear.
Well, we certainly do hope so as well. It's what's just most amazing about it is it is just, I don't want to say it like this because it sounds detrimental, but it's just steam that you go that quick with.
Yeah, there's no chemical reaction. It's not hydrogen peroxide. It's not like the fantastic erectables. It's just steam, and we heat the steam using kerosene, which actually is vegetable oil that we're using. So it's as green as you can get, and it's definitely not the future, but it's very entertaining, and hopefully you'll get to see it in a few minutes.
Fun to ride?
It's one of the easiest bikes I've ridden, yeah.
Is that right? Is it just because it's smooth? Yeah.
It's so smooth. I mean, it's just like being on the end of an elastic band. And we run out of fuel around about the 8th mile, and then we coast the rest. But yeah, the acceleration's phenomenal, 3.7 G.
That is pretty amazing. How quick do you think you can go with it or want to go with it? I mean, because at the moment the bike seems to be getting to the 8th mile under power, then just coasting after that. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, that's deliberate. What we've got is we've got a finite amount of water. We have 100 litres, but the faster we go and the more efficient we use that, the further up the track we get. So in theory, we should be able to run a 5-second quarter and run out at the 1,000 foot.
Wow. So how far do you think you'll be able to go, all being well, this evening?
I think I'll get to just beyond the 8th, about 750 feet, and about 180 miles an hour.
That's really not bad in the 8th mile, is it? No. But so the eventual goal is to be able to get all the way through the quarter, maybe?
Not with the vessel we've got, but we've got work to do over winter. But if we can get to 1,000 feet, then we won't have a high terminal, but the ET will be very good.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Well, it looks like we're pulling the jet into place, so it might be your turn in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Graham Sykes is going to be coming out with a steam rocket bike in just a moment. Graham, thank you very much indeed, sir. Very best of luck.
It is one of the most phenomenal machines.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So, anyway, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. The track crew now have a large amount of work in front of them this evening. I think looking at the racetrack, it's going to take a while to get that up. It may even need scraping, unfortunately. It depends how far the fuel has got into. It tends, like Tom said, it tends to eat racetracks. It eats rubber. So the start line's definitely getting scraped. It's just how far down the racetrack they have to go. So Martin Hill, anyway, with Fire Force number 5, getting ready to go.
Yeah, so 2 vehicles left to run tonight. We have, obviously, Martin Hill with Fire Force down there and Graham Sykes with the steam rocket bike. But what an evening show. Fuel at night, you just cannot beat it. You cannot beat it. So Martin getting himself into position. I think he's pretty much there, so we're just getting everything connected to ready to start the start sequence. Again, phenomenal pictures from the handheld cam from Josie down there, but all of the box lane team absolutely phenomenal this weekend, and the coverage that you are seeing from Santa Pod Raceway, home of European drag racing, and basically suppliers of the best free to air coverage of a drag racing meeting you're likely ever to see. The cameras they're using are actually drone cameras where they've just literally taken the blades and the motors off and just using the camera parts. So that's the basics of them. In a funny sort of way, I think Barney and the team found that accidentally. They just had a drone and started walking around with it, and now it's the way it's done, and done very, very well indeed. Barney has one on a stick that he can walk around with as well, but the rest of the box lane team using the drone cameras. There we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force 5 going through the start-up sequence. And then they'll be taking one down Broadway. the lovely screech of the Fire Force number 5 as it starts its flame show here. Okay, so Richie gives the signal to Martin to wind that turbine up just even more. Build up the thrust. Pops and bangs to get a little bit louder now. Here we go then, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Make sure your video phones are ready. Get this one. Gonna be phenomenal pass as Martin builds up that thrust and sends it. Oh, what a run. 5:44, 272 miles an hour there for Martin. Beautiful looking run as he goes down the shutdown area with the parachutes blossomed. And a great thing with that new shutdown area lighting is you can see all the way down to the bottom. So a good run there for Martin Hill and Fire Force number 5. Give Richie and the gang a huge cheer. Big appreciation for Martin and the jet car there. But now something completely different.
Yeah, it is going to be Graham Sykes with the steam rocket bike. If you've never seen this before, it's just incredible. It's attached to what we affectionately call the mothership. And it is just, like I said, once again, just absolutely incredible. Graham is pretty much a master engineer.
He's a phenomenal engineer. I've had, well, basically Graham gave me a guided tour of that bike. And so his engineering, his anodizing, his attention to detail is just incredible.
You just have to look at the screen if you're watching at home just to see how unbelievably well put together this bike is. Graham has been around in drag racing, sprinting, all sorts of stuff for many, many years. And it's just incredible. I was going to say, are you reading that or am I reading it?
No, we'll share it.
Well, the trouble is, I can't. It's so small, I can't read it. So it's called the Force of Nature, the bike, because it's just powered by steam. Started in 2012. Aimed to try and achieve the top speed of over 200 miles an hour using only steam. Well, he's nearly there already. Simple concept, supposedly. Heat the water in a specially designed pressurized vessel to a temperature of 250 degrees and a pressure of 40 bar, and then release it through a pair of rocket nozzles to generate the thrust. There we go. The bike pushes against the saturated steam throughout the run, which is 60 times denser than air. The water expands at a rate of 1,600 to 1 and pushes the nozzle away, propelling the bike forward. Paradoxically, I'm not making this up, by the way, I'm reading it. It's too well versed for me. Paradoxically, the more water heavy the bike is on the line, the faster it will accelerate as the G-force acts on the mass of the water. And it pulls, like Graham said, quite a few Gs off the start line. So to control the flow, they require the valves to be capable of withstanding the pressure temperature of the water and also have the ability to open and close very quickly. That's the one thing Graham was talking about when he was starting to test with the bike, just to make sure that everything was safe. He took it progressively quicker and quicker and quicker. And what you're going to see this evening is edging towards, well, it's a lot further towards the finished version. He's going to run hopefully for around about 700 foot, which is actually out past half track. He's been to half track in around about 3.9 seconds at approaching 200 miles an hour. And he rolled, when he ran at Dragster, I think he ran a mid-6 at around about 170 odd miles an hour through the finish line. But again, that was just cruising, if you like. Graham also has got his hand in so many other things. He also designed, manufactured the wheels and the hubs and uprights on both Roger Gruing's funny car and Julie Webb's new Spider-Man jet, which we just saw. His quickest 8th mile to date when this was sent was 3.87. So it's not the same as Eric Taball's rocket bike. It's still comparatively quite loud because there is a release of steam, but we're still going to give him the traditional rocket countdown.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Graham Sykes making his way forward. Give him some encouragement, folks. Graham Sykes with the steam rocket bike. I must admit, I was blown away the first time I saw this and went round to see Graham at another meeting just to have a lowdown on this machine. I mean, it's like the front wheel is a centre hub. The bike is steered by cables. It hasn't got forks.
Okay.
It's an incredible thing. It's like the fork is solid, and the wheel is a centre hub design, and it is steered by cable. Unbelievable engineering.
And again, what you have to remember with all of this is it's still, I don't want to say it like this because it's not detrimental. It's just steam is what he does this with.
Yeah.
Which is quite mind-blowing. So we're also real glad that we get to see him here on the racetrack at Centerpod Raceway. He cut his teeth with the bike up there at Melbourne Raceway, up there near York. And he gets shown the chute pin, which means he is ready to go. So
no thrust. It's just going to be literally a 5, 2, 3, 2, 1, go. We're going to get a thumbs up from Graham, and then it will be fireworks straight afterwards. So this to wrap up day 2. This to wrap up the nighttime session here at our night show for day 2 of the Euro finals. Graham Sykes just going to wait for the nod from him, and we'll count him down. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Absolutely mind-blowing pass there.
Oh my goodness me, 6:39, 161 miles an hour. I tell you what, he is going to love the half-track numbers. He was 0.95 to 60 foot, 3.71 to the 8th mile. That's his quickest run ever. Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Sykes, enjoy the fireworks, enjoy your evening. That was spectacular.
A world record run for Graham Sykes to wrap the evening. Enjoy the fireworks, as we say, folks. We'll see you tomorrow as we get ready for day 3.
I don't know.